Synopsis. In a blended world of high schools and zombies, a young summoner gains mystical powers to call allies and fight undead hordes. Teaming up with brave friends, he explores dangers, forms bonds, and works to save survivors in an epic quest for hope and unity. Chapter 1, Fanfics Gone Wrong. Ha ha ha. Finally. I have finally ascended after piercing the heavens. Now, I am finally one of those peerless immortal gods. Ha ha ha. Nobody could stop me now. I, Fong Binguin, am an unmatched immortal. I am a god. A young man kept laughing arrogantly. There was no one around the young man, as he was literally drifting through space. The man's name is Fong Binguin, and after cultivating for hundreds of years, he was finally able to transcend the heavens and achieve godhood. Back in the mortal world, he was known as the unmatched peerless supreme divine phoenix, at least, that is what most of the people used to call him. In reality, he had a lot of titles, some were good while some weren't. Not that he cared about those titles. Fong Binguin was born with divine phoenix bloodline, and he was the eldest son of the emperor of the strongest empire in his birth continent. That is why nobody dared to hinder his growth in his younger years, and when he finally left the palace to travel around and experience the world for his own, he was already overpowered as fuck. Cultivators needed a lot of resources to grow and flourish, and as the eldest son of the emperor, no expenses were spared. When the emperor noticed his eldest son's talent, he decided to invest even more resources in his eldest son. Obviously, this immensely helped Fong Binguin in his younger years. The concubines of the emperor were jealous, but there wasn't anything they could do as the emperor had assigned the strongest guards for his beloved eldest son. So, the concubines could only grit their teeth in anger while sulking in the background. So, when Fong Binguin finally became overpowered, he decided to leave his father's palace. At first, his father refused, which was understandable. Fong Binguin said that he wanted to experience the world on his own, maybe find a few beautiful women to marry. It was a well-known fact that he was going to be the next emperor, so he also argued that he needed to experience the world on his own. His father couldn't fault his arguments, so he reluctantly agreed, but he assigned the strongest woman under his command to take care of his son. Fong Binguin didn't mind, as he was sure that he would end up sleeping with that woman, and it took him only a month to seduce that woman after leaving the palace. Fong Binguin kept traveling around the empire while slowly gaining more lovers. Soon he started to travel to the other empires and kingdoms of their continent. By the time he finished traveling around their continent, he already had 20 lovers and many mistresses. Even though his father wanted him to be the next king, Fong Binguin knew that it wouldn't be happening for maybe some 100 years, as his father was still young according to the standards of cultivators. Additionally, Fong Binguin didn't have any intentions of becoming an emperor. For now, he wanted to become stronger and get more women for his harem on the way. So, Fong Binguin decided to get married before traveling to another continent. Unfortunately, his lovers weren't strong enough to travel to the other continent, so they decided to stay back in the empire. By that time, Fong Binguin was already the strongest cultivator in their continent. Fong Binguin found that the cultivators of the neighboring continent were much stronger than the cultivators on his continent, so he decided to lay low until he became unmatched once again. Fong Binguin knew that he didn't have his father's influence here, so he needed to be careful. After almost a decade, he was finally confident enough to hold his own, and he was right. Once again, he was overpowered, and that helped him travel around the continent without any hindrance, and women flocked around him on their own. Fong Binguin built his own empire after becoming the strongest cultivator of that continent. So, once again, he decided to travel to the next continent to become stronger. Once again, he married all the women, and after appointing his most beloved and strongest wife as the empress of this continent, he decided to travel towards the next continent. Once again, his wives weren't strong enough to accompany him, so they decided to stay behind. The whole process repeated multiple times until Fong Binguin finally transcended the heavens, achieving godhood. Now, he wanted to reach even upper worlds to become even stronger until he reached the pinnacle of this omniverse. He knew that he was destined to become the pinnacle, as he had the strongest system accompanying him throughout his life. This is the only secret he has never revealed to anyone, nor that he plans to reveal it to anyone in the future. This wasn't Fong Binguin's first life. In his past life, he was a normal human born in a completely normal world. As he slowly grew up, he started to become a fan of Eastern fantasy novels and manhwas. He always dreamed of becoming a cultivator and building his own harem and finally transcending heaven. He simply couldn't give up on his dream, so he decided to become a martial artist. That was the closest he could get to becoming a cultivator in the normal world. Now, he needed to solve the problem of the harem. No woman would agree to something like that, so he decided to date multiple women behind their backs. Once again, that was the closest he could get to fulfilling his dream of having a harem. Unfortunately for him, one of his girlfriends found out and she informed the other girls. He was killed by his own harem, they stomped him to death after busting his balls. The women walked scot-free as his death was never reported. To manage his harem, he had abandoned his family, friends and relatives. So, nobody cared about him as he left the world. Even though all of his lovers betrayed and killed him, Lady Luck was still supporting him. After his death, he finally met a ROB, who offered him a second chance with some perks. Obviously, he wished for the strongest system, a random divine bloodline, and finally, a strong background. Now that Fong Binguin has finally transcended the heavens, he wanted to fulfill another one of his dreams. He wanted to give someone a second chance, he wanted to see how it felt, and he had the power to fulfill someone's wish, just like the ROB had fulfilled his wishes. Fong Binguin didn't have to look for long as he found a perfect soul for the offer. This boy wasn't stomped to death, but after watching how the boy had died, Fong Binguin wished that the boy would have stomped to death, that would have been much better. The boy was wanking while peeping inside the girls' locker room. Unfortunately for the boy, there was a non-poisonous snake hiding in the bush. The snake sank its fangs on the boy's nutsack. The boy freaked out after he saw where the snake had bit. He wasn't able to get over the shock and died due to a heart attack. I suppose he would do, for now, at least, he would be able to get rid of my boredom, Fong Binguin muttered and summoned the soul of the pathetic boy. The soul of the boy finally appeared in front of Fong Binguin. Fong Binguin had to use his own powers so that the boy could interact with him. Fong Binguin didn't have mind-reading or soul-reading powers, and he couldn't talk with a formless glob. The boy frantically looked around for a second after taking a form. His eyes finally focused on the young man standing in front of him. "Are you God?" the boy asked in an odd tone. Fong Binguin's ego swelled after hearing the question. "Yes, I am God. You see, it wasn't time for you to die. It was a non-poisonous snake, and it was your destiny to achieve greatness, but unfortunately, you died before that could have happened," Fong Binguin said in a saddened tone. The boy gasped in horror after hearing Fong Binguin's words. Fong Binguin wanted to stroke the ego of the boy before reincarnating him so that the boy would look up to him and pray to him after becoming strong. Probably start a cult to worship him in the future. Fong Binguin had gained divinity and he knew that getting followers would make him stronger. "Wait. You said that it was a non-poisonous snake. Then how did I die?" the boy questioned hurriedly after contemplating Fong Binguin's words. "You died due to a heart attack." "I am really sorry," Fong Binguin said with a fake saddened look on his face. He was a cultivator, so he was good at acting, and he had cultivated his acting skill for hundreds of years, so his acting was impeccable. "Oh." The boy looked sullen and lowered his head due to shame. "But you shouldn't worry. I am here to give you a second chance. I can reincarnate you into any world you want, maybe you could reach your destiny in those worlds." Fong Binguin offered and stars appeared in the boy's eyes. It was his dream to be reborn into a fictional world. "Any world you say? Can I reincarnate or transmigrate into a fictional world?" The boy gushed out excitedly and Fong Binguin nodded his head with a proud look on his face. "Great. Am I getting some wishes too?" the boy asked in an excited tone. Fong Binguin was already planning to give the boy a few perks before reincarnating him. "Yes, I will give you 5 wishes, you can ask for anything except for the 3 big O and godhood," Fong Binguin said, and the boy excitedly nodded his head. "Will reincarnating or transmigrating in my desired world be counted as a wish?" the boy asked, and Fong Binguin nodded his head. "Yes, but you could also customize your body according to your liking, that would be for free," Fong Binguin answered with a gentle smile on his face, and the boy nodded his head in understanding. "Okay. I want to be transmigrated into the world of High School of the Dead just 1 month before the Z-Day, and I want to merge a couple of worlds along with that world. I have a list, can you do that?" the boy asked, and Fong Binguin nodded his head with a smile. Fong Binguin might look happy right now, but internally he was cursing the 7 generations of the stupid brat standing in front of him. Fong Binguin could do something like that, but he would have to use a lot of power to achieve something like that, but it was still doable. Fong Binguin produced a pen and a paper and handed it over to the boy. The boy eagerly wrote down the name of the worlds he wanted to be merged with High School of the Dead. The boy handed back the paper while the pen disappeared into thin air. Fong Binguin took a look at the list and it was kind of manageable. "This is for my future cult," Fong Binguin repeated inside his mind and used his powers to merge those worlds mentioned on the list. It took him a few minutes, as Fong Binguin had to change the whole history of that world. The boy kept staring at Fong Binguin with a worried look on his face. Done, Fong Binguin said, and the boy sighed in relief. Okay, next I want the zombies to slowly evolve until they reach Resident Evil level so that I have stronger challenges. I also want the fictional monsters to appear in the world as the world phase continues to evolve, the boy said, and once again, Fong Binguin started to curse internally. He simply didn't have enough power to do something like that, but he couldn't go back on his words, and he had already spent a lot of power to give up now. He was the divine phoenix, and he was doing this for the sake of his future cult. Fong Binguin couldn't do it on his own, but he knew a way to achieve the feat. He simply needed to awaken the mana of the world, and the rest will happen on its own. But even activating mana would take a lot of power, as he would need to change the history of that world. Once again, Fong Binguin took a couple of minutes to fulfill the wish. Done, Fong Binguin said with a big smile on his face, but internally he was exhausted. His divine phoenix bloodline was rejuvenating him, so he looked completely fine from the outside. Okay, I want to have a system, but I don't want any quest or mission system integrated into that. Though I want to have a shop from where I could buy skills, abilities, or weapons in exchange, or some sort of currency, the boy said, and Fong Binguin almost sighed in relief. This was something very easy to do. Done, you will know how to buy skills when the Z-Day starts. Your system will also activate during that time, Fong Binguin said, and the boy nodded in understanding. That is fine, I suppose. Next, I want to have the power to absorb the power of my enemies after I slay them, the boy requested, and once again Fong Binguin cheered internally. Fong Binguin smiled, as he didn't even need to do anything, mana itself will take care of that, but the boy didn't need to know that. He would act like he had fulfilled the boy's wish. I have given you the power, but you would never be able to gain your enemy's full power. After maxing the ability, you will only absorb 50% of your enemy's power, Fong Binguin explained, and the boy nodded his head after pondering for a few seconds. Okay, finally I want to have space powers, the boy requested, and Fong Binguin grimaced internally. He wanted to swat away the boy's soul out of existence. Fong Binguin was way too invested to back out right now. So, he gave the boy space manipulation power while gritting his teeth. Done. But you would need to master it from the scratch on your own, Fong Binguin said with a smile on his face. All for the sake of a cult, Fong Binguin chanted inside his mind. The boy cheered in happiness. Okay, can I customize my body now? The boy questioned excitedly, and Fong Binguin nodded his head with a gentle smile on his face. A character customization screen appeared in front of the boy. The boy immediately rolled down until he found the setting the size of his dick. He immediately set it to 10 inch in length and 2 in thickness. Ha! Now, I can customize everything else, the boy thought as he started to customize the rest of his body. He was going to the modified high school of the dead world, he needed to have a huge package. The boy finally finished customizing his character, and his character was easily comparable to the male models he had seen in his past life. I am done. I am ready to be transmigrated, the boy said, and Fong Binguin nodded his head. Good, and don't forget to pray to me. I will keep looking after you, Fong Binguin said, and the boy nodded his head. Of course, I will build a religion for you as soon as the Z-Day starts, the boy proclaimed, and Fong Binguin nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. Moments later, a portal appeared behind the boy and he disappeared. Fong Binguin morphed into a face of utter loathing as he cursed the boy. At least, I will be getting worshippers, Fong Binguin thought as he decided to kick back and watch the show. Hakai. All of a sudden Fong Binguin stiffened when he heard an unknown voice from behind him, and before he could even turn around, his whole body was disintegrated into nothingness. A black-haired young man wearing pajamas came into the view. The man was bare-chested and his eyes were pitch black, matching his hair. Motherfucker. I can't even sleep peacefully with my wives, where the hell do these guys come from? The man cursed. Itsuki Ryo, otherwise known as the Leviathan of Destruction, was sleeping with his wives after having a nice time. A/N, for those who don't know, Itsuki Ryo is the name of the MC of my first fanfic named The Epic of Leviathan. He is the omniversal god of destruction. This is a completely different story and he won't have any direct involvement in the plot. This is a completely separate story. Now, let's see what kind of mess he made, Ryo said as moments later, he grimaced. Well, I guess it will be fine, Ryo shrugged in a dismissive manner and disappeared. In the modified HOTD world, an extremely handsome boy found himself lying on the ground inside a forest. It was nighttime and the moonlight was barely illuminating the boy's surroundings. The boy slowly sat up as he looked around. He noticed that he was dressed in a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. He looked kind of badass. His hand shot towards his crotch and he smiled in satisfaction. His package was big. Once again, the boy started to look around and found himself inside some random forest. The boy had no idea where the fuck he was. I should have specified a place, but it is not a big deal, the boy thought. This is the boy who was transmigrated by Fong Binguin into the world of High School of the Dead after giving him 5 wishes. Fong Binguin was erased only a few moments ago by Itsuki Ryo, and that is why the boy ended up in some random forest. This is a good place to think. I should make plans for my future, the boy thought as he knew that he needed to make a plan. He decided to become a janitor. Janitors went pretty much unnoticed by anyone, and this way, he would also be able to get some tools in his hands before the shit hits the fan. Getting a weapon in Japan is very hard, but he knew that he could get weapons pretty easily after the Z-Day. At first, the zombies were going to be pretty weak and he would be easily able to dispose of them while impressing the girls at the same time, and with his ability to absorb his enemy's power, he will be OP as fuck in no time. Don't worry, Takashi Komuro, I will take very good care of the women. You can watch from the sidelines just like you have always done, the boy thought while rubbing his hands together. Kukuku, the boy started to chuckle sinisterly as his lips curled upwards. The boy stopped laughing as he saw a bright light and a loud revving sound coming from his right side. Wow! God works really fast. He already sent someone to pick me up. Well, I shouldn't have expected anything else from God. Don't worry, God, I will make you a shrine, the boy thought as kept sitting on the ground. All of a sudden the boy noticed that the vehicle wasn't slowing down. Why? The boy exclaimed loudly as he tried to get up, but it was already too late. There wasn't anything he could do to change his fate. His story ended before it could even begin when a yellow Hummer crushed him into a sack of mangled flesh, shattered bones, and crushed organs. Chapter 2, Man of Culture. Inside the yellow Hummer. The fuck was that? All of a sudden a black-haired boy sitting in the front passenger seat jerked up as he looked around with a questioning look on his face. The boy's hair was a complete mess and his eyes were also black, but there was a silvery tint to his eyes. The boy's skin complexion was slightly pale, but it wasn't anything out of the normal, and the boy was quite fit, and it was pretty clear that the boy exercised regularly. The woman sitting behind the driving seat cleared her throat. The woman was dressed in a uniform. She was a pale-skinned young woman with waist-length dark purple hair that was currently tied in low pigtail braids with square bangs hanging over her eyebrows. She had dull blue eyes. Image here. The woman was also wearing thick and overly round glasses, and she also had a cross necklace hanging down her neck. Her cross necklace was always placed outside her maid's uniform. The young woman had a stoic look on her face. It was nothing, Daichi-sama, the woman said with a straight look on her face. The boy didn't believe her as he kept giving her a doubtful glare. Are you sure about that, Roberta-chan? The boy questioned with narrowed eyes. Of course, Daichi-sama. I wouldn't dare lie to you, the woman answered with a straight face, but internally she was cursing herself. I can't tell Daichi-sama that I crushed a human. He would simply worry needlessly, the woman concluded in a determined manner as she decided to convince herself that it was okay to lie, at least, regarding this matter. After all, it was for the greater good of her master. Ha! The boy released a sigh as he leaned back in his seat. I was having a nice dream, you know, the boy muttered with a longing smile on his face. May I ask what your dream was about? Roberta questioned in a respectful tone, and the boy simply nodded his head with a smile. It wasn't anything special, you know. I was dreaming about going on a vacation. Have you ever dreamt of going on a vacation, Roberta-chan? The boy questioned, and Roberta shook her head in denial. My dreams are pretty simple. I only want to keep serving you, Roberta said with a faint smile on her face, and the boy simply released a massive sigh. You know, I am not going to leave you behind, right? The boy questioned in a defeated tone, but Roberta didn't humor the boy with an answer. The boy released another sigh as he rapped his finger on the dashboard. Roberta-chan, you need to learn how to relax on duty, the boy said, and once again, Roberta decided to keep her silence, but a faint smile made its way to her face. The rest of the ride was spent in complete silence. The yellow Hummer finally arrived in front of a small mansion in the middle of a forest and found a modified Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon was already parked in front of the mansion. Aha, looks like you don't have to cook tonight, Roberta-chan, the boy said in a cheerful tone. I love cooking for you, Daichi-sama, Roberta answered with a straight look on her face, but it was a well-known fact that Roberta wasn't that good at cooking. Yes, her food wasn't inedible or anything, but her food was simply not that good. Roberta slowly parked the Hummer beside the G-Wagon. The boy opened the door and jumped down from the car. The boy was dressed like any other teenage boy, ankle-high boots, a pair of ripped jeans along with a tucked black shirt under a black blazer. Image here. The boy's name was Yozora Daichi, quite a unique name just like his family. In fact, he was completely fine with his name. The boy was quite tall if compared to any other Japanese men, that is why more than quite a few females checked him out without bothering to mask their intent. Daichi was more than okay with the attention he got from the opposite gender. He was never shy while interacting with the opposite gender due to the eccentricity of his family members. His family was quite small, his family consisted of only his mother and Roberta. Yes, no matter what Roberta said, Daichi considered the woman as her family. Daichi gave another look towards the Hummer as Roberta locked the car even though they didn't need it. They were literally in the middle of a forest. Daichi didn't think that anyone could steal their cars from here, especially when you can't start the car without a code. She could have at least told us that she was coming, Daichi said while looking towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. It was his mother's car. Well, technically she was his adoptive mother. She was rarely home due to her job was kind of complicated. She worked for the government, that is all Daichi knew. It was related to some sort of super-secret mumbo-jumbo. His mother would have probably given him all the details if he ever asked, but Daichi never wanted to create any sort of problems for his mother. His mother was rarely home, but the two of them were still quite close as the woman was there for him when Daichi was small. She only resumed her duty when Daichi was finally 10 years old. Kimona-sama is always like that, Roberta pointed out as both of them started to approach the door. Yozora Kimona was Daichi's adoptive mother. The door was unlocked, so Daichi and Roberta entered the house and Roberta finally locked the door after entering the house. They could hear loud music coming from the kitchen and that is probably where Daichi's mother was. Daichi and Roberta made their way towards the kitchen and found a woman with long wavy vermilion-colored hair wrapped in a towel making some food while dancing with the beat. On one hand, she had a spatula while in her other hand, the woman had a beer bottle. "Mom! I am home!" Daichi loudly exclaimed as the music was pretty loud. The woman turned around. "Ah! Daichi," the woman almost growled with a grin on her face. The woman looked pretty wild from the front, especially with her sharp canines which were revealed as the woman was grinning. The woman had blue eyes and there were red markings around her eyes. It made her look quite feral and menacing with her whole persona. Any lesser men would have cowered by now, but Daichi wasn't any other man. He was her son, he had spent most of his life with the woman. The woman grinned savagely as she approached Daichi. Image here. The woman was slightly shorter than Daichi, so she grabbed Daichi's shirt and pulled him down and smashed her lips on Daichi's lips. Daichi grinned as he kissed her back, both of their tongues fought for dominance as their tongues intertwined. Roberta kept watching the scene from the side with a stoic look on her face but her eyes were filled with interest. Daichi wrapped his arms around the woman's waist and pulled the woman closer. Their kiss intensified as they kept exploring each other's mouths like no tomorrow. Both of them finally separated after a few minutes of making out. Yozora Kimona grinned as she separated from her son. "How have you been, mother?" Daichi asked with a soft smile on his face. Daichi was quite close to his mother, after all, both of them had a special bond in between them. Neither Daichi nor Kimona ever said that their relationship was normal. If anyone asked, their exact words were, "We have a special bond." Technically they weren't lying, so it was fine. "I am fine. I kind of missed you though," Kimona said in a disappointed tone. Yozora Kimona was known for her hostile attitude and short temper. She is a loud and aggressive woman who believes actions show more than words. She was also more than slightly unhinged but Daichi still loved the woman in more than one way. Even with all those negative points, Yozora Kimona was a pretty understanding woman, she had a deep understanding of how to motivate someone. She also respected anyone who is willing to get strong and never liked judging anyone based on their upbringing or lineage. Kimona also hated politics and city life. That is why she lived in a forest with her son who was also her lover. Daichi was the only man she had ever slept with. Before that, she had never been in a relationship because other men were pussies who cowered in fear as soon as she glared at them. "So, how was your first day in college?" Kimona asked as she made her way back towards the oven. "It is pretty good, college is much different than school though," Daichi said as he made his way towards the freezer. "Did any professor catch your eyes?" Kimona asked in a teasing tone and Daichi took out a soda bottle from the freezer. "Nah, all of them are geezers," Daichi said with a shrug as he plopped down in a chair. "Pity. I thought you would be banging a teacher in the college too," Kimona said with a grin and Daichi quickly gulped down the contents of the soda bottle. Mom, it was the first day, you know. A professor from another department might catch my eyes, Daichi pointed out, and Kimona hummed in agreement. Kimona wasn't like any other moms. Since she was more than slightly unhinged, she was never bothered by the fact that her son was sleeping with other women. In fact, she practically urged him to sleep with other women. She felt proud whenever her son conquered a new woman. But Daichi never liked sleeping around with various women like a playboy. Daichi never understood why, but One-E-sans were always interested in him. Roberta wasn't an exception, so she also ended up in Daichi's bed. Daichi's relationship with the said woman is slightly odd, as Daichi obviously loved the woman and he also considered her to be one of his lovers just like Kimona, but Roberta simply wanted to please Daichi with her body. He kind of ended up banging his homeroom teacher back in his high school. Even though Kimona wanted him to sleep with more women, Daichi had only slept with 3 women until now, and all 3 of them were pretty important to him. 2 of them were already family, Kimona and Roberta. Besides these 2 and his homeroom teacher, he never slept with anyone else. I see, you do seem to have a point, Kimona said with a contemplative look on her face. By the way, why don't you go and take a shower? You had a long day, Kimona asked, and for a moment Daichi did seem to think about the offer. He finally gave a curt nod as he got up from his chair. He simply threw the soda bottle in his hand without even bothering to look, and it simply landed into the trash can. Daichi walked out of the kitchen as he made his way towards his bath. He quickly entered his room and stripped out of his clothes. His room was pretty clean and organized, unlike the rooms of any other teenage boy. The bed was also quite large, as sometimes he ended up with 2 women in his bed. Daichi shook his head as he released a sigh. He shoved all of his clothes inside the washing machine and entered the shower after powering up the machine. Daichi released a content sigh as the warm water of the shower hit his body. Meanwhile, Kimona was having a serious conversation with Roberta in the kitchen. The atmosphere was quite tense as Kimona was staring at Roberta with a serious look on her face. Kimona-sama, I crushed a boy inside the forest with the Hummer, Roberta said, and Kimona nodded her head. He was probably a sexual predator. You don't need to worry about it, I will take care of it, Kimona said, completely dismissing the topic. Did you notice any hussies around my son? Kimona growled out like an angry lioness. No, Kimona-sama. Just like Daichi-sama had said, all of his professors are old geezers and a lot of his classmates are interested in him, but we know Daichi-sama's preferences, so it is highly unlikely that Daichi-sama would make a move on them, Roberta answered with a straight face. Kakaka. You know what to do if some hussy tries to get in my son's pants, don't you? Kimona questioned, and a vicious grin made its way to her face, revealing her large canines. I will dispose of them, Roberta said in a chilling tone. Wahaha. Good, what about his homeroom teacher? Kimona questioned as she went back to her cooking. She is still faithful to Daichi-sama, Roberta answered, and Kimona slowly raised her hand and her eyes started to glow menacingly. Good for her, or I would have snapped her neck with my bare hands, Kimona said as she clenched her fist tightly as she grinned viciously. Daichi's homeroom teacher was still alive until now only because she was faithful to Daichi. Even though Kimona wanted her son to conquer women, she would never allow a hussy to come anywhere near her son. Yozora Kimona had already killed a couple of unfaithful women who were trying to seduce her son. If you are faithful, then you are free to sleep with him. That is why Daichi's homeroom teacher was still breathing. Daichi didn't know any of this, and neither Kimona nor Roberta were planning to tell him any of this. I am his mother, it is my duty to protect him from bad women, Kimona thought as she continued cooking. Daichi finally finished his shower and walked into his room after drying his body. He quickly got dressed in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. He decided to leave his hair as it was, as his hair was completely untamable. He didn't bother to take out the clothes as Roberta would take care of the clothes inside the washing machine. Daichi finally arrived in the kitchen and rubbed his hands excitedly. The food smells marvelous. Daichi exclaimed as he plopped down on his seat. I am glad that you like it. I decided to cook something good since today was your first day in college, Kimona said, and she placed the plates on the table. Roberta made her way towards the freezer and pulled out 2 beer bottles and placed them on the table after getting rid of their caps. How long are you going to stay? Daichi asked as Kimona finally sat down. I will be here for at least 3 weeks, maybe a month if nothing pops up, Kimona said as she started to eat her food. Daichi nodded his head with a satisfied smile on his face. Roberta also sat down at the table as she knew that Daichi would keep nagging her until she did. Son, we need to talk, all of a sudden Kimona spoke up. For a moment, Daichi froze up and his eyes went down towards his mother's belly. Are you pregnant? Daichi questioned in a surprised tone. For a moment, the woman didn't say anything. Wahaha. Kimona started to laugh boisterously. After a few seconds, the woman finally calmed down. I wish I was pregnant with your baby, but it is not about that, Kimona said as she leaned back in her chair and placed her right leg across her left leg. Kimona wasn't wearing anything underneath her towel, not that she cared as there wasn't anything Daichi hadn't seen or touched. Kimona never bothered about modesty in front of Daichi, sometimes she walked around the house completely naked. I wanted to talk about my job, Kimona said in a serious tone. Mom, you don't need to tell me anything, you know. I know that your job is pretty confidential. I simply don't want to cause any trouble for you, Daichi argued back and Kimona started to chuckle humorously after hearing Daichi's words. I am glad that you care about your mom, but I need to do this. From how things are going, the world is going to change pretty soon, Kimona said with a serious look on her face. For a moment, Daichi froze after hearing her words. What are you talking about, Mom? Daichi asked in a slightly worried tone. His mother was rarely serious like this. Let's go down to the basement, I will show you everything, Kimona said and Daichi could only nod his head. Daichi knew that his mother kept guns and various types of weapons in the basement. He also knew that his mom had a small office in the basement too, but he had never entered her office, no matter how much he wanted to. They quickly finished their dinner and Kimona led Daichi and Roberta towards the basement. Roberta also didn't know the exact details of Kimona's job, but she knew what it entailed. Kimona pressed her palm on a pad and moments later, the metal door opened with a swish revealing a massive armory filled with various types of guns and military-grade armors. Daichi already knew about the weapons as he played around with them from time to time. Kimona had taught him how to handle a gun and how to use a gun. Daichi's skills weren't anywhere close to Spec Ops or anything, but he could handle himself if he ever needed to. Kimona finally arrived in front of her office and placed her palm on a similar type of pad outside the armory. A small compartment opened above the pad and a retina scanner came out of the compartment. Kimona placed her eye on the scanner and moments later, the door of her office opened with several clangs. You must be kidding me. That's an office. Not a fucking safe. Daichi raged inside his mind and he really started to wonder what kind of confidential stuff his mom dealt with. The inside of the office was pretty normal. Daichi, what I am going to tell you will blow your mind, so why don't you take a seat? Kimona offered and Daichi dumbly nodded his head and sat down. Roberta dutifully stood behind Daichi's seat. Kimona pulled out a somewhat thick book and placed it on the table with a smug. She had a smug grin on her face. Daichi looked down at the book and read the title. Mana. Daichi whispered in a confused tone. Chapter 3, Family Secrets. You mean magic is real? Daichi questioned incredulously and Kimona shook her head. No. I never said magic. I said mana, or it is at least what we have decided to call it, Kimona said as she revealed the existence of mana in their world. Roberta was also quite surprised. She knew that Kimona worked in some super secret department, but she didn't expect it to be something related to fantasy. In simple terms, I am an investigator. There are various places around the world where mana starts to gather, creating some sort of anomaly. Like there was one place where everything started to levitate in the air, and I remember another place where a waterfall started to flow backwards, Kimona explained as shoved various reports into Daichi's hands. Daichi quickly looked through the documents and then he handed them over to Roberta. Don't tell me there are dungeons and shit like that. Daichi practically whined and Kimona started to giggle. Nah, nothing like that yet, but I can't say anything for sure. We don't have anything to compare it with, Kimona said and Daichi nodded his head in understanding. Roberta simply decided to keep her silence as she didn't want to interfere in their talk. It's not like the existence of mana would change anything for her. She would keep protecting Daichi even if the world turns upside down. Ah, okay, Daichi said, not knowing how to react to something big like this. He knew that his mother was probably involved with some pretty messed up stuff, but he never imagined something like this. But I wanted to reveal this because the numbers of anomalies are increasing drastically. Some scientists are saying that we are reaching a threshold or something. So something is about to happen. I want you to be prepared for anything, Kimona said and Daichi slowly nodded his head as he understood where his mom was coming from. Kimona-sama, what should I know about these anomalies? I need to know everything about them so I could keep protecting Daichi-sama. All of a sudden Roberta blurted out in a determined tone. Daichi gave the woman a blank look. Wahaha. Good, but there isn't anything to teach you. We simply investigate the places and close them off, there is nothing we can do to fix those places. We simply don't know enough about mana, Kimona said while shaking her head. Roberta looked slightly disappointed as her shoulders sagged. But why did you name this energy mana? I mean, you could have named it anything else, right? Daichi questioned. It wasn't anything important, but he was really curious. Who knows? They told me it is called mana and that is what we call it, Kimona said and shrugged dismissively. I also wanted to tell you something else. Kimona said slowly as she sat down on the table. Daichi simply urged the woman to continue. Yozora Kimona isn't my real name. My real name is Marioliona Vermilion. I decided to change my name after I decided to adopt you. I have a lot of enemies due to my job, and I didn't want to paint a target on your back, Kimona said in an apologetic tone, and Daichi simply placed his hand over his mom's hand and gently squeezed it. He knew his mom was on a roll today, revealing secrets after secrets. He thought about his mother's name, and to his surprise, he found that he wasn't bothered that his mom never told him her real name. In fact, he was happy that his mom changed her name to protect him from her enemies. To be honest, I don't care if your name is either Yozora Kimona or Marioliona Vermilion, you are still my mom and that isn't going to change. I love you, Daichi said in a determined tone, and Kimona's eyes grew wide after hearing her son's declaration. Moments later, a feral grin appeared on her face as she slowly stood up and practically ripped the towel off her body. Then why don't you show your mom how much you love her? Kimona growled out like a wild beast. I would love to, Daichi said, and lifted his mom by her waist and tossed her on the table. This is wrong on so many levels, but I can't stop myself from getting hard. Daichi thought as he initiated the battle of tongues with the woman. Roberta simply started to strip out of her clothes as she also wanted to join in on the fun. A few hours later. Daichi and Roberta were asleep with each other in their arms, and Kimona was leaning on the bedrest with a glass of whiskey in her hand, gently caressing her son's hair. Daichi and Roberta were covered by a sheet, and Kimona was also covered up to her hips with the same sheet. She was reminiscing about the time she had found Daichi. She was only 20 years old when she found him and he was only 6. She had found him near an anomaly, so they looked for his identity and found nothing. It wasn't something uncommon during that time. Daichi didn't remember his name or anything else for that matter. Her higher-ups decided to send him to an orphanage, but Kimona stepped in and decided to adopt the 6-year-old. The boy reminded Kimona of her own childhood. She also grew up in the orphanage, and she didn't want the boy to grow up in a place like that. So, she adopted him after she changed her name to protect the boy from her enemies. Daichi still can't remember anything before they found him. He says that he simply remembers some flashes and some glimpses, but all of them were kind of blurry. The doctors said that the anomaly might be responsible for that, so they couldn't help him as they didn't know how to deal with mana. Yozora Kimona looked down at her son's sleeping face with a soft smile on her face. Only her son was worthy enough to receive her soft smiles. After all, she belonged to her son. Kimona knew that she was old. She was currently 32 to be exact. She always wanted to be with her son, but it was quite impossible. You can't stop time. Kimona knew that after a few years, she couldn't be with her son any longer, but before that could happen, she was going to bear his child. But she would still keep protecting her son from hussies. Kimona knew that she wouldn't be getting any Mother of the Year awards because she loved her son in more than one way. Kimona tipped the glass and gulped down all the contents. She slowly snuggled closer to her son as she snaked her arms around him. She pecked her son on the lips and placed her head over his chest. Daichi subconsciously wrapped his arm around his mom's waist and pulled her closer. Kimona internally cheered as she slowly fell asleep. Nearly 1 month has passed since Daichi started college. Nothing major happened in the last month except for Daichi getting settled into his new life. College life was a lot more different than high school, and he was finally getting used to the pressure. Daichi was pursuing a degree in law from the University of Tokyo. He was good with other subjects too, but social science subjects were always appealing to him. Kimona obviously supported him. After all, she was a good mother, and Roberta didn't even bother to give her input. She simply wanted to serve and protect Daichi. No matter how much Daichi tried, he couldn't dissuade Roberta, so he decided to give up. Their house was almost in the middle of the forest between Tokyo and a small city named Tokanosu City. After graduating from Fujimi High School, he decided to study law at the University of Tokyo. The entrance exam was difficult, but Daichi was really good at his studies, so getting into the University of Tokyo wasn't that hard. Do you really need to go? Daichi asked in a saddened tone. Can't do anything, son. I need to go, the higher-ups are banging their heads on their tables while bitching about everything. Kimona grumbled. Looks like they can't get anything without you, Mom, Daichi said, and Kimona nodded her head with a grin on her face. You are right about that. I am going to miss you, son, Kimona softly said, and she pulled Daichi into her arms. I will miss you too, Mom, Daichi said as he hugged her back. The two of them separated and Daichi placed his lips on Kimona's. The woman happily returned the kiss. After a minute, the two of them finally parted their lips. Don't forget to tell me if you end up banging someone, Kimona said as she stroked her son's cheek. Right now, I don't have any plans to bang anyone. Daichi answered dryly. Oh. I thought you had a date with your homeroom teacher today. Kimona asked in a confused tone. Yes, but we are meeting in a cafe. I won't start banging her right there, you know, Daichi argued back, and Kimona started to cackle. Teasing her son was really fun. But you can always bang her after the date, maybe bring her here to show her around. Kimona questioned, and Daichi simply rolled his eyes. She has school today. I am a college student. I can always skip a day or two without any notice, but she doesn't have that leisure, Daichi reminded his mother. Pity. Well, whatever. Take care, son. I need to leave now or I will miss my flight. Kimona said and pecked her son on the lips before she turned around and climbed into her car. Moments later, she drove off while waving her hand outside the window. Car's images here. Daichi turned around and found Roberta dutifully standing there in her usual maid uniform. It is still early morning, why don't you join me in bed? Daichi questioned, and Roberta simply shook her head. I can't, Daichi-sama, I am already on duty, Roberta said with a straight face. Can't you? I mean, take a day off, or something like that. Daichi questioned dramatically. I can't, Daichi-sama, I have my duties, Roberta answered. Daichi slowly approached Roberta and snaked his arms around the purple-haired woman's waist, and pulled her closer. You know, I don't care about all that, right? Daichi asked Roberta, and the bespectacled woman simply blushed as she meekly nodded her head. She really wanted to accept Daichi's proposal, she would love spending time with her lover, but Roberta had a secret. She had a mistress kink. She simply wanted to be Daichi's bed warmer. Just thinking about how he would just use her for his pleasures and then leave her made her really excited. Daichi slowly lowered his head and placed his lips on Roberta's. The purple-haired maid moaned in pleasure as she simply allowed Daichi to explore her mouth. Daichi slowly lowered his hands behind her back until his hands were firmly resting on the woman's firm and perky ass. He gave a tight squeeze and the woman moaned again. After a few minutes, the two of them finally separated. Roberta's face was slightly flushed and her eyes were slightly dilated due to the lust. I love you, Roberta-chan, Daichi said as he hugged the woman tightly. Roberta simply snuggled into his chest like a meek rabbit. HN, the woman meekly nodded her head. After a few minutes, the two of them finally returned to the house. Roberta started to prepare breakfast and Daichi simply plopped down on the couch and turned on the TV. Daichi-sama, are you going to take the Hummer? Roberta asked from the kitchen. Nah, parking a Hummer in a busy street is a pain in the ass. I will take my bike, Daichi answered, and Roberta didn't say anything else. All of a sudden Daichi's phone started to ring. A smile appeared on Daichi's face as his gaze landed on the caller ID. Daichi lowered the volume of the TV and accepted the call. Don't tell me you are changing the plans, if so, I would be very displeased, Daichi said in a mock-serious tone. And no. No, nothing like that. I just called you to confirm our date. Are you sure that you aren't going to have any problems due to skipping your college? A feminine answered with a stutter from the other side. You don't have to worry about my classes, Daichi answered. Daichi-kun, as a teacher I am really offended, but as a lover, I am really happy. I will be waiting for you at our usual spot, the feminine voice said and Daichi hummed. Yeah, that will be fine. I will meet you in an hour, Daichi said, and this time the feminine voice seemed to hum after hearing Daichi's words. See you in an hour. Love you, Daichi-kun, the woman said and disconnected the call. Daichi got up and turned off the TV. He placed his phone on the kitchen table and made his way to his room. I walked out of the bath after taking a nice and warm shower. Rummaging through my wardrobe, I finally grabbed a pair of blue faded jeans, a black t-shirt, and a denim jacket to go along with the rest of my getup. I practically flew down the stairs as I was pretty excited about the date. I was going to meet her after a whole month, which is a long time. I entered the kitchen and pecked Roberta on her lips. Are you leaving, Daichi-sama? Roberta asked while preparing the sandwiches. In a few minutes, let me have a sandwich before that, I said and grabbed a sandwich. Of course, Daichi-sama, Roberta said, but I was already at the table. With my other hand, I grabbed my phone as I started to browse through the internet. I quickly gulped down the sandwich. Roberta-chan, I will be leaving, I said as I got up from the table and grabbed a couple of napkins. I quickly wiped my hands and threw them towards the trash can without even looking. The ball of crumpled napkins landed inside the trash can. Stay safe, Daichi-sama, Roberta said from the back, and I simply waved my hand as I entered the garage. I quickly grabbed my helmet, and as soon as my eyes landed on my bike, my eyes lit up in excitement. It has been some time since I have taken it out. My mom bought it for me when I turned 16. Like any other teenage boy, I dreamed of having a bike, and it was finally fulfilled on my 16th birthday. Image here. I pressed the door button and the garage slowly opened. I slowly pushed the bike outside the garage, and turned around to close the garage door, but found that Roberta was already there. So, I simply gave her another wave and climbed on the bike and put the key in the ignition. I put on my helmet and twisted the throttle after pressing the ignition button. The bike roared to life. I quickly put it in gear, and moments later, I was riding towards Tokunosu City. It would take me around 20 minutes to arrive at the spot where I usually met with her. I had enough time, but you shouldn't keep a lady waiting, so I decided to speed up. It took me only 15 minutes to arrive at our usual meeting spot. I looked around and she wasn't here yet, so I decided to wait. I pulled out my phone and took off my helmet. Only after a few minutes did I see a woman approaching with a bright smile on her face. The woman had reddish-brown hair, which was kept in a loose ponytail with long strands hanging down in front of each ear. The woman had light brown eyes, and she also wore a pair of frameless glasses. The woman had a full figure with large breasts and a round and perky ass. Image here. The woman's name was Kyoko Hayashi. She was my homeroom teacher when I was studying at Fujimi High School. Kyoko Hayashi taught economics. When I met her, she was a woman who was pretty unsatisfied with her life. Obviously, that changed, and yours truly was responsible for that change. After our relationship kicked off, her life became much more fun and colorful. Her words, not mine. Having a forbidden relationship with her student seemed to spice up her bland life. Even though she became happy after that, she still maintained her strictness inside the class. Daichi-kun, I have missed you so much. Kyoko said as she placed her lips on mine. I happily returned the kiss with equal excitement. Our tongues intertwined as we explored each other's mouths. We finally separated after a few seconds. I thought that you would forget about me now that you are in college. Kyoko said softly, and I simply shook my head. You must have a lot of younger women gunning after you, don't you? Kyoko questioned in a teasing tone, and I simply grinned. I do, but none of them are you. You already know that I like mature women, I said with a grin. Kyoko smacked my shoulder, but a soft smile appeared on her face. You still have your way with words, Kyoko said, and I simply shrugged. What can I say? When I am with you, compliments come out of my mouth on their own, I said with a teasing grin. Flattering will get you anywhere, but you don't need to lie, you know. I know I will never have you for myself, but that is fine. I will enjoy whatever I get, Kyoko said with a grin and pecked me on my cheek. She then put on her own helmet she brought with her. I didn't bother to correct her as it was the truth. I didn't want to give her fake hope, and she has already accepted the fact. She simply wanted to enjoy her life with me as long as she could. Kyoko slowly climbed on the back seat and she snaked her arms around my waist. She pressed her large breasts on my back as she placed her chin over my shoulder. Let's go to that cafe near my school. I won't be late that way, Kyoko said, and I nodded my head and gave her my phone to hold. I put on my helmet as I slowly made my way towards the cafe with a lovely woman sitting behind me. Chapter 4, Mana Archive. After an hour, Daichi and Kyoko found themselves walking the road leading to the Fujimi High School. Their hands intertwined, this attracted more than a few gazes towards the odd couple, but neither of them cared. Jealous gazes were directed towards Kyoko, but that only made her smug on the inside. Their date was coming to end as Kyoko had her school, but Kyoko simply didn't want to leave. That is why she asked Daichi if would accompany her to the school. Daichi immediately understood the woman's feelings, so he decided to walk along with her as it would allow them to spend more time together. Daichi decided to leave the bike in the nearby parking lot. He could always get that later. A lot of students saw the two of them as they started to gossip. Kyoko wasn't worried about them as Daichi was no longer a student in this school, so the management couldn't punish her for having a relationship with a much younger man. So, did you enjoy our little date? Daichi questioned all of a sudden as they neared the school. I did have a lot of fun, Daichi-kun, but I don't think it is enough. Can we meet in the evening? Kyoko requested in a hopeful tone. All of a sudden she remembered that he was already going to miss his college for the date. I mean if you are free. I don't want to force you or anything, Kyoko hurriedly added as she didn't want to come off as someone unreasonable. Daichi started to chuckle after hearing her words. How about I pick you up for dinner at my home? Daichi offered and for a moment, Kyoko shuddered in fear. Is your mom going to be there? Kyoko asked in a slightly worried tone. What does my mom have to do with dinner? Daichi questioned curiously. She really scares me, Kyoko said in a meek tone, and a look of realization finally dawned on Daichi's face. His mom was kind of hostile and scary. No, only Roberta is going to be there. You know Roberta, right? My maid? Daichi questioned and Kyoko nodded her head. Kyoko had only seen the woman a couple of times but she still knew who Roberta was, so she nodded her head. So, it is decided then. I will pick you up after school ends. I will be nearby, so you only need to give me a call, Daichi said and Kyoko eagerly nodded her head. I am going to get boned. I simply can't stop myself from getting excited. Kyoko exclaimed internally. All of a sudden both Daichi and Kyoko froze as they felt a massive pulse originating from inside them. For a moment, both Daichi and Kyoko felt like their bodies were going to explode. Daichi quickly got over the feeling and he grabbed Kyoko to stop her from falling. The hell was that? Daichi whispered in a confused tone. The mana on planet Earth has awakened. The mana archive has arrived on planet Earth to ease the evolution process. You can view your status window whenever you wish. The status window will open on its own for the first time. What the fuck? Daichi questioned in a bewildered tone as a game-like screen appeared in front of his eyes. Daichi-kun, what is happening? What is this? Kyoko said while waving her hand in front of her. Unfortunately, Daichi was busy with his own screen. Yazora Daichi. Level 0. Race human. Job none. Title Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Strength 16, 10. Agility 19, 10. Health 18, 10. Stamina 25, 10. Mana 250, 10. Magic 250, 10. Due to his mom, Daichi trained physically since he was adopted, but he didn't train like his mom who trained like a beast. So, Daichi could understand that his stats were pretty good if the stats in the bracket represented the stats for normal humans. Looks like mom was right, something related to mana did happen, Daichi wondered. But why the fuck do I have question marks beside my race? Daichi questioned frantically. He was also shocked by his title. Heartthrob of Wani-sans. The fuck? Daichi cursed. Please tell me that titles come with perks or it would be pretty useless, Daichi concluded. Once again, the hell do I have question marks in my titles? Daichi hysterically questioned himself. At least I have a lot of magic compared to anyone normal, Daichi contemplated, and he was also satisfied with his stamina. Daichi gave himself a mental pat. Those late-night workout sessions with my mom and Roberta definitely helped, Daichi concluded. Help. Daichi was finally brought out of his musings when a girl screamed loudly. Daichi immediately looked around his surroundings and found several men and women acting oddly. A woman finally grabbed a hold of the girl who had screamed previously. Watch out. Daichi screamed subconsciously, but it was already too late. The woman bit the girl's neck and tore off a large chunk of her girl's neck. Soon the others also grabbed the girl and started to eat her. Oh my god. What is happening? Kyoko screamed from beside Daichi. Even Daichi was horrified by the scene in front of him, so he quickly pulled Kyoko into his arms to comfort her. Daichi looked around and noticed that this was happening everywhere around them. People eating other people was a common sight. Everywhere Daichi looked found the same scene. He knew that he needed to take cover, but they didn't have anything around them. The school was the nearest building. That was the best bet, and Daichi was pretty familiar with the school. He quickly picked up Kyoko in his arms like a bride and started to run towards the school. Daichi wasn't stupid, he knew that the school would be probably crawling with these monsters, but he didn't have any other options. Staying out in the open was very risky, as they could easily get surrounded by those things. This must be a dream, Daichi-kun, please tell me that we are dreaming. Kyoko demanded in a desperate tone. Daichi couldn't answer the woman as he was busy dodging those monsters. Kyoko understood that it was futile and tears started to roll down her eyes. Daichi finally entered the school and found the gatekeeper who had apparently turned into one of those monsters was lurking just beside the gate. Seeing no other options, Daichi kicked the man with all the power he could muster right now. The man-turned monster simply dropped to the ground but he could still move. Daichi quickly moved forward and slammed his foot on the monster's head. A loud crack was heard and a white orb from the monster flew into Daichi. A notification also appeared in front of Daichi's vision. You have gained the mana of normal level 0 zombie. Strength +2, stamina +2. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. Daichi didn't have the time to see the notification as he quickly made his way towards the sports room on the ground floor. He didn't dare to enter the building as he expected the building to be crawling with those creatures. He finally arrived outside the sports room and placed Kyoko on the ground. Kyoko was fractionally muttering to herself, but could anyone blame her? People were eating people, wherever you look people were dying. Daichi remembered the window which couldn't be locked from the inside. He yanked open the window and sighed in relief that the window wasn't fixed. He picked up Kyoko and tossed the woman inside the room. He also climbed through the window and closed it to stop any of those creatures from entering the room. Just like Daichi had thought, the room was completely empty as the room was locked, but you could easily open it from the inside as the door had a knob lock. Mana Archive commends you for slaying your first enemy. Black Summon, first tier skill, unique. You need to reach level 1 to activate the skill. The fuck? Why the hell do you even give me a skill if I can't use it? Daichi raged inside his mind as he dismissed the notifications. Daichi finally looked at Kyoko, the woman huddled in a corner as she was shaking frantically. Daichi kneeled in front of the woman and he placed his hands beside the woman's head. Kyoko, listen to me. You need to get a hold of yourself. Daichi said as the woman finally gained some focus in her eyes and she immediately threw herself into Daichi's arms. She started to sob and Daichi started to rub her back to calm her down. After a few minutes of sobbing Kyoko finally gathered her bearings and wiped away her tears. Is this really happening, Daichi-kun? The woman asked in a desperate tone and Daichi could only smile apologetically. Yes, it is also hard for me but I want to survive. You also want to survive, right? Daichi questioned softly as he caressed the woman's cheek. Kyoko immediately nodded her head. Good girl, open your status window, Daichi said and Kyoko nodded her head. Status window, Kyoko said with some hesitation and all of a sudden a status window appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. He was taken aback as this was Kyoko's status window, but why could he see it? Kyoko Hayashi. Level, 0. Race, human. Job, none. Title, none. Strength, 9, 10. Agility, 8, 10. Health, 10, 10. Stamina, 10, 10. Mana, 10, 10. Magic, 10, 10. Did you want to show me your status window? Daichi asked and Kyoko nodded her head. Yes. Kyoko said and Daichi nodded his head in understanding. He compared Kyoko's status with his own and found her stats lacking, kind of understandable. Status window, unlike Kyoko, Daichi called out for his status window inside his mind and he didn't want Kyoko to see his status window. Just like he expected, his status window appeared in front of his eyes, overlapping Kyoko's status window. It was pretty clear that Kyoko couldn't see his status window or she would have made a comment. Status window, once again he called out and this time he wanted Kyoko to see his status window. The reaction was pretty instantaneous. Wow! You are way stronger than me, Daichi-kun, Kyoko said in an excited tone, but moments later, her gaze lowered. I am simply a burden to you, Kyoko muttered in a saddened tone. Yazora Daichi. Status points, 1. Level, 0. Race, human. Job, none. Title, Heartthrob of One-Sands. Strength, 18, 10. Agility, 19, 10. Health, 18, 10. Stamina, 27, 10. Mana, 250, 10. Magic, 250, 10. Daichi placed his hand under Kyoko's chin and lifted her face, making her look straight into his eyes. You aren't a burden, Kyoko. As long as you are willing to become strong, you won't be a burden, Daichi said in a firm tone. Kyoko Hayashi could only nod her head. Daichi removed his hand from Kyoko's cheek and he stood up. He knew that Kyoko could see his titles and his race, he trusted the woman but he knew that the woman would have questions, so he decided to get them out of his way. Kyoko, you could see my title, didn't you? Daichi questioned and Kyoko started to snicker. Heartthrob of Wani-sans. A fitting title for you I suppose, Kyoko said with a teasing smile on her face. Daichi suspected that the woman couldn't see the question marks or she simply ignored them, but for now, he was happy that he was able to get Kyoko's mind off the shit going on the outside. Daichi mentally clicked on his only visible title. He wanted to see if he got any perks from the titles or not. Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Perk 1, if any woman is older than you then she would have a favorable opinion of you regardless of their prejudice, if any. Perk 2, if an older woman is spending time with you then naturally she will become obsessed with you and would want to spend her life with you. Perk 3, any obsessed woman wouldn't be bothered with sharing you with other women as long as it means that she could stay with you. The fuck? Daichi was left completely speechless after he read the perks of his title. He obviously dismissed the window with a bewildered look on his face. He took a deep breath and decided to work with what he had. Daichi also noticed the skill points in his status but decided to use it when necessary. Daichi pulled out his phone as he wanted to check on his mom and Roberta, but found that there was no cellular network. Daichi cursed inside his mind and took a deep breath. Both his mom and Roberta were strong, so he could only trust them now. Daichi knew that they couldn't stay here as they didn't have any water or food in here. Daichi-kun, what are we going to do? Kyoko asked in a worried tone. We can't stay here, we don't have any water or food. With everything happening out there, I am damn sure that this isn't some type of isolated event. It means the whole world is fucked right now, resources like food and water will become extremely scarce, Daichi said and Kyoko paled as she kept hearing Daichi's words. I brought us here, so we could get some weapons, Daichi said as he got up and went towards the shelves. He grabbed 2 baseball bats and made his way back to Kyoko. He handed one to Kyoko while he kept the other for himself. Kyoko gulped and accepted the weapon. You have to kill those things to gain power, Daichi said and Kyoko reluctantly nodded her head. You can open your status window even if you call it inside your mind. And if you want to show me your status window, then you simply need to open your status window while touching me and you must be willing to show it to me, Daichi said and Kyoko nodded her head after a few moments. After that, Daichi thoroughly looked through the room for anything useful and found a box filled with pain relief spray, antiseptic lotions and another box filled with nutrition bars. Daichi shoved everything into a duffel bag and he also shoved a few towels just in case. He slung the bag over his shoulder and he finally opened the door. Just like he had thought, the whole corridor was filled with those creatures. Kyoko whimpered but she still held strong. Daichi approached a zombie, he remembered the notification calling them normal zombies. He noticed that the zombies couldn't see or if they could see, then they couldn't see that far. I need to test that, Daichi thought as he smashed the head of the zombie. It only reacted when Daichi was pretty close. You have gained the mana of normal level 0 zombie. Strength +1, agility +1, stamina +1. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. Kyoko meekly followed Daichi as he smashed another zombie's head with his bat. Daichi noticed that the zombies were pretty sluggish. That made it a lot easier to deal with them, but getting surrounded would obviously mean death. Daichi kept bashing the zombies, and notifications kept popping in front of his eyes. Daichi also discovered that the zombies were pretty sensitive to noise. You have gained the mana of normal level 0 zombie. Health +2, agility +2. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. All of your physical stats have reached the sum of 100. You have leveled up to level 1. You gained 10 status points to distribute freely. You have finally unlocked your skill page. For a moment, Daichi froze in shock, he immediately grabbed Kyoko's hand and rushed back towards the sports room. He gently closed the door and locked it from the inside. Kyoko gave him a really worried look. What happened? Kyoko asked in a worried tone. I finally reached level 1. I can finally use the skill I received, Daichi said excitedly. He knew he shouldn't be excited right now, but honestly, he couldn't help it. Skill? How did you get a skill? Kyoko questioned hurriedly. I got it when I killed a zombie near the gates, Daichi answered and Kyoko's gaze lowered in understanding as she clenched her fists tightly around the bat. While Kyoko was preparing herself to fight, Daichi decided to check out his skill. Skill page, Daichi called out inside his mind and a window appeared in front of his eyes. Black Summon, first tier skill, unique. Cost, 150 mana. You can summon a random black character as your partner. Your character could heal using your mana, if injured. If your character dies, then the character could be summoned again, but the mana cost would increase. Why do I feel I am being a racist? Daichi questioned dryly, but nobody answered him. There weren't a lot of details, but Daichi needed to take a chance. Having a good summon could drastically increase the chances of their survival, and there wasn't anything to lose. Daichi activated the skill. He just needed to think of activating the skill and it activated on its own, quite a handy feature. Daichi found himself standing inside a completely white space. It was a massive room and he couldn't see the end of it. As far as he could see, only a white ceiling and white floor were visible. Daichi's eyes finally landed on a woman standing a few feet away from him. The woman had thick, curly, and shining black hair, but one side of her hair had white streaks. The woman had long eyelashes and heavily hooded eyes. The woman was dressed in a black gown with a corset. The woman was one of the most beautiful women Daichi had ever seen. She isn't black, in fact, her skin tone is white, Daichi thought as his eyes landed on the woman's lips. The woman had applied red lipstick. It made her lips look quite enticing. The woman had a skull-shaped ring on the index finger of her right hand. She was also wearing a bird's skull as her necklace. The woman was intently staring at Daichi. A window containing the woman's details appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. He decided to greet the woman. After all, he had manners and shit. Hello. Chapter 5, BBB Bella. Back in Daichi's home. Roberta was contemplating if she should stall, follow Daichi so that she could protect him. After all, she must protect Daichi-sama from hussies. But she also didn't want to watch him being lovey-dovey with another woman. It was fine when Daichi-sama was being naughty with his mom. Roberta has gotten used to that sight, but she didn't know if she could keep watching Daichi-sama spending time with another woman. But on the other hand, she couldn't stop herself from getting excited while thinking about that prospect. She considered herself to be Daichi-sama's mistress, so it was obvious that she would be content if Daichi-sama was spending his time with another woman. She would simply please Daichi-sama with her body. That was a mistress's duty. All of a sudden, Roberta gasped as the wind was blown out of her lungs. She felt like someone smashed a sledgehammer into her gut. Roberta lurched forward while grabbing her gut. Roberta finally stabilized herself and she slowly stood up. The mana on planet Earth has awakened. The mana archive has arrived on planet Earth to ease the evolution process. You can view your status window whenever you wish. The status window will open on its own for the first time. Roberta furrowed her brows. Daichi-sama, Roberta gasped in horror. She immediately rushed towards the phone without bothering about anything else, but she froze when her status window appeared in front of her eyes. Rosarita Cisneros, Roberta. Level, 0. Race, human. Job, none. Title, The Bloodhound. Strength, 17, 10. Agility, 21, 10. Health, 18, 10. Stamina, 16, 10. Mana, 14, 10. Magic, 14, 10. Is this my status? Roberta wondered for a moment, but she quickly dismissed it. She had much more important things to deal with. She picked up the phone and she almost smashed the phone due to rage when she saw that there was no cellular network. I should have been beside Daichi-sama. I can't dally around anymore. Roberta thought as she started to rush towards the basement to get weapons. But before she could even reach the stairs, she heard a loud buzzing noise and she froze in her strides. Her head snapped back and her gaze landed on a huge housefly. The fly was big enough to be compared with an adult human's head. The fly beelined towards Roberta. Seeing no other way, Roberta smacked the housefly with the phone in her head. The phone was obviously destroyed, but the fly crashed on the floor and it started to twitch. Roberta raised her foot and smashed the fly with her heel. A wet squelch was heard and Roberta slowly raised her foot. Moments later, a white orb flew out of the fly's body and entered Roberta's. Once again, another string of notifications appeared in front of Roberta's eyes. You have gained the mana of mutated level 0 housefly. Strength +3, health +2. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. So, you can gain strength by killing things. Roberta easily grasped the concept. Now, she would be able to perform her duties with more efficiency. This made Roberta extremely excited and a sinister grin formed on her face. The killing wasn't anything new for her. She wouldn't even blink before killing children if it meant helping Daichi-sama. She was called the Bloodhound for a reason. Once again Roberta was brought out of her musings when another string of notifications appeared in front of her eyes. Mana Archive commends you for slaying your first enemy. Charge shot, first tier skill. You need to reach level 1 to activate the skill. First kill. This wasn't my first kill. Maybe it meant the first kill after the awakening of mana, Roberta concluded as she practically flew down the stairs. She had no idea how to reach level 1, but she could always worry about that later. She placed her palm over the pad and moments later, the door leading to the armory opened with a swish. Roberta looked down at herself. She didn't know if she was unlucky to encounter a mutated housefly or not, but she was sure that her maid uniform would become an inconvenience if she got herself involved in some sort of action. Roberta quickly stripped out of her maid uniform and placed it on a nearby table. Only after a minute, Roberta was dressed in a pair of black pants, black gloves and black shoes, along with a sleeveless white t-shirt and black leather sleeveless blazer. She let her hair loose with the bottom tied with a white string that showed her knee-length hair. She also took off her specs. Image here. The glasses were given to her by Kimona-sama, so she never took them off and she was extremely protective of the pair. She simply placed the glasses in a box and put them inside a bag. She grabbed various types of guns in the back of the Hummer. She also grabbed some grenades and a couple of C4 explosives too, just in case. She finally grabbed 2 Colt M1911s and instead of choosing normal magazines, she decided to go with drum magazines. She flung the backpack over her back as she quickly walked out of the armory, but not before setting up a lockdown timer for the house. Roberta walked out of the house and tossed the backpack into the back of the Hummer. She climbed into the driving seat and drove in the direction of Tokunosu City at full throttle. Takatomijima Island. When did this happen? Kimona growled in an annoyed tone. 3 hours ago, ma'am, a girl answered Kimona's question with a small stutter. She looked down at the small village and found all the residents roaming around aimlessly with a blank look in their eyes. The mana concentration in this area is pretty high, Kimona mused while tapping her chin. This scene reminded her of the time when she found Daichi. The scene was quite similar, but at the same time, very different. How should we deal with them? The girl beside Kimona questioned in a nervous tone. The fuck I know. Inform the higher-ups, Kimona grumbled menacingly. The girl beside Kimona practically shrieked and saluted before dashing away. All of a sudden, Kimona stumbled as she felt something shift inside her. She shook her head to clear her mind and found the girl who was previously standing beside her now was on the ground gasping for air. The mana on planet Earth has awakened. The mana archive has arrived on planet Earth to ease the evolution process. You can view your status window whenever you wish. The status window will open on its own for the first time. Ah, so, the geezers were right. There was a threshold, Kimona concluded as she grabbed the shirt of the girl from the back and pulled the girl up with a little bit of effort. Before Kimona could even question anything, the girl twisted her head and tried to take a bite out of Kimona. The fuck? Kimona questioned as she noticed that the girl's eyes had turned completely white and she looked quite sick. Kimona immediately moved back trying to make some distance between herself and whatever the girl had turned into. Marioleona Vermilion, Yazora Kimona. Level 1. Status points 10. Race human. Job none. Title The Undefeated Uncrowned Lioness. Strength 31, 10. Agility 24, 10. Health 35, 10. Stamina 35, 10. Mana 200, 10. Magic 200, 10. The sum of your physical stats have reached 100. You have leveled up to level 1. You gain 10 status points to distribute freely. You have finally unlocked your skill page. Mana Archive commends you for starting from level 1. You will receive an additional skill after slaying your first enemy. Kimona quickly scanned through her status and a vicious grin appeared on her face as she clenched her fists tightly. The girl lunged towards Kimona, but Kimona was ready for that. She swung her fist and it connected with the girl's head. Several cracks were heard and the girl dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. Mana Archive commends you for slaying your first enemy. Pyrokinesis, first tier skill. You can create and control flames with your mind. The effects of the skill depends on the user's magical power, mana, and imagination. Reinforcement, first tier skill. You can reinforce your body or any object you are touching with your mana. The synergy of your pyrokinesis and reinforcement skills is very high. You can use these two skills in perfect tandem. After reading the notifications, Kimona started to cackle in mad glee. She finally noticed that all her men subordinates have turned into those monsters along with all the villagers who were previously walking around aimlessly. Kimona raised her hand and her whole body was engulfed in flames. She felt power coursing through her body and once again she started to cackle in mad glee. To be honest, she never cared about her subordinates as most of them were really meek. Come. I will drown all of you in my flaming purgatory. Kimona exclaimed while cackling madly and the whole area was engulfed by a flaming inferno. Back with Yozora Daichi. A window appeared in front of his eyes containing the details of the woman. Bellatrix Lestrange, Level 1. Title, The Darkest Witch in History, Insanity Incarnate. Background, locked. You need to establish some sort of stable relationship with her to unlock her background, or you could always hear it from her. To make this character your summon, you are meant to reach some sort of agreement with the character. I don't know if the system is joking with me, but I don't know what type of stable relationship I can have with a woman who has titles like Insanity Incarnate, Daichi pondered internally. Daichi quickly clicked on the woman's titles. He wanted to check their perks before anything else. The Darkest Witch in History. Perk 1, she will be able to strike fear in anyone's heart with a glare as long as they are weaker or equally strong like her. Perk 2, evil creatures who are weaker than her will bow before her. Perk 3, all types of lethal magic would receive a 20% damage boost and 5% reduction in mana consumption. Insanity Incarnate. Perk 1, mental attacks or manipulation are useless as there isn't anything left to damage. Perk 2, can ignore pain, if necessary. Perk 3, unbound by morals, but bound by desires. Wow. I hit the jackpot, yay. Daichi cheered dryly, but not everything was lost. She is clearly older than me, so my title will be obviously affecting her, it might not be that bad, and she looks so sad. Maybe I will be able to cheer her up, Daichi concluded and gave himself a mental pat. Image here. Daichi finally decided to greet the woman. After all, he had manners and shit. Hello, Bellatrix Les. Daichi began to say but he was cut off by the woman. Black. Bellatrix Black. Say it. Say it. The woman screamed in hysterical anger while pointing a stick in Daichi's direction. The woman's face was etched with unbridled fury. Bellatrix Black, Daichi said with a small nod. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend the reaction and almost bolted out, but he decided to hold himself back. The woman's expression started to morph. Her whole body language softened and she slowly lowered her hand. A soft smile appeared on her face as the woman started to giggle. Insane, indeed, Daichi concluded inside his mind. What is your name, cutie? Bellatrix asked with a teasing grin on her face. Before Daichi could even answer, the woman cut him off. Ah, no need for silly names, from now on, I will call you cutie and you can call me Bella, the woman said and started to prance towards Daichi. By the way, my name is Yozora Daichi and I honestly don't know how to feel about being called cutie, Daichi said in a dry tone and Bellatrix, who wanted to be referred to as Bella, giggled like a schoolgirl. I like you. The woman exclaimed loudly as she raised her hands over her head and jumped in front of Daichi. You see, I killed my last husband, he was a bloody faggot. He left me on my marriage bed without even consummating our marriage, Bella said in a saddened tone and started to pout. I found the bloody faggot squealing like a pig with his pofter brother. Obviously, I killed them. You see, my bender of a lord wasn't happy that I killed them, he tried to kill me, but I killed that faggot too. Bella said and caressed Daichi's cheek with a saddened look on her face. Throughout my life, I chased older men and see where the fuck it got me. But when the screen appeared in front of my eyes telling me that someone young is trying to summon me, I accepted the offer without a second thought. You would love Bella, wouldn't you? Bella practically whined like a little child while making puppy dog eyes. Daichi placed his hand over Bella's hand which was caressing his cheek. He stared into Bella's eyes with a serious look on his face. You are awfully straightforward, have anyone told you that? Daichi questioned with a smile and Bella started to cackle in mad glee. A lot of people have said that, unfortunately, all of them died after I cursed them, but I won't curse you. You are my cutie, Bella finished with an excited grin on her face. A warning though. I have other women in my life, Daichi finished and a red beam passed by his head. That was probably not the best thing to say. Daichi pondered. Bella snarled in rage. Fine. If I can't have you for myself then I will share you with other women. Bella snarled in rage, but moments later, her rage disappeared into thin air. Maybe sharing my lover with other women would spice up my life, Bella said to herself and gave a curt nod. Yeah. Why do I have so much luck? I feel like I am walking on a fucking minefield, Daichi concluded dryly. How can you be so sure that I will be your lover? Daichi questioned, unable to hold himself back after he saw how confident the woman was. Bella grabbed her shapely boobs and pushed them up. They weren't anywhere large like Kyoko's or his mom's, but they looked impressive. I am sure that you will fall for my womanly charms, Bella said confidently. I am not going to lie, you are beautiful and attractive, so I am not exactly against the idea, Daichi said with a grin. This seemed to cheer up the insane woman. So, what do you say? Are you ready to become my summon? Daichi asked, and Bella seemed to think for a moment and started to tap her chin. Okay. I will become your summon and woman, Bella said with a childish giggle. A light surrounded both of us, and the next moment it was gone. Another notification appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. You have successfully created a bond with your summon. Now, you could see your summon status window and skill page. You will also receive 1/2 status points if you summon slays an enemy. The status points will be divided among summoner and summon if the two of them have worked together to slay an enemy. That's good, I guess. Now, I kind of understand how the black summon skill is an EX class skill, Daichi thought excitedly. He could feel a connection between himself and Bella, so he decided to check her status window first. Bellatrix Lestrange, Black. Level 1. Race, Human. Job, Black Summon. Title, The Darkest Witch in History, Insanity Incarnate. Strength, 20, 10. Agility, 25, 10. Health, 30, 10. Stamina, 30, 10. Mana, 750, 10. Magic, 750, 10. Damn. She is a witch for sure, her mana is so high. Daichi was slightly awed by her mana and magic. Since she is a level 1 being, she must have a skill, Daichi concluded and opened her skill page. As expected, there was a skill. Magical Focus. Why would you need a tool to use magic? From now on, your whole body is a magical focus. You would no longer need a tool to cast magic, Daichi said, and the insane woman who seemed to be playing with her stick, perked up. Tool. Bella tilted her head with a confused look and waved her free hand, and a green beam shot out of her hand. Bella started to shake, and moments later, she squealed like a little girl and started to jump around. This is the best. You are my lucky charm, cutie. I am never letting you go, cutie, Bella declared in a serious tone, and Daichi could only smile wryly. You couldn't leave me, you are already my summon. If you are done, then let's go back to my world, Daichi said, and Bella eagerly nodded her head like a kid who got a new toy. She quickly intertwined her arm with Daichi's and shoved his elbows in between her twin peaks. Not gonna lie. I like the feeling, Daichi thought to himself, and both Daichi and Bellatrix disappeared from the endless white room. The next moment, Daichi found himself in the sports room, and Bella was still burying his arm into the valley between her two peaks. This world is so colorful. Bella cheered with stars in her eyes. She looked around excitedly until her gaze finally landed on Kyoko, who was also looking at her. Bella glared at the woman's chest, and the woman cowered back in fear. Her title doing its job. Fucking cow. How the fuck did you make them so big? Bella questioned dangerously. Bella. Don't scare her. She is Kyoko. One of my special women, Daichi chastised the insane woman. Bella's glare shifted from Kyoko to Daichi. Bella's glare turned into pout, and moments later, her gaze softened. Okay, cutie. Bella chirped innocently and let go of Daichi's hand. Daichi-kun, who is this woman? Kyoko asked slowly, fear evident in her voice. Her name is Bellatrix Black, she is going to be our companion from now on, Daichi explained, and Kyoko could only nod her head nervously. Chapter 6, Insanity Incarnate. Status window, Daichi called out inside his mind, as haven't checked his own status after he leveled up. He directly went to try out the skill he had received after his first kill, and to be honest, he was really satisfied with his summon. The insane woman was currently playing with a ball with stars in her eyes. Yazora Daichi. Status points, 17. Level, 1. Race, Human. Job, None. Title, Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Strength, 26, 10. Agility, 22, 10. Health, 23, 10. Stamina, 30, 10. Mana, 352/500, 10. Magic, 500, 10. Whoa! Daichi exclaimed inwardly when he noticed that his mana and magic had increased drastically. He had spent 150 mana to summon Bella, and he could see that his mana was already regenerating. Daichi decided to keep the status points. For now, he could always use them on a later date. We should leave. I am sure that there are other groups of students too, they might grab food and water before us, Daichi said, and Bella immediately perked up after hearing Daichi's words. Kyoko, who was sitting beside Daichi, also stood up with a worried look on her face. Daichi-kun, shouldn't we wait for the government to help? They must be coming to help us, right? Kyoko asked in a worried tone. Daichi could see where the woman was coming from. Until an hour ago, the world was completely normal. Kyoko, I will be honest with you here. I don't think this was an isolated event. This shit is happening all around the world, so, we can't expect them to come and save us. I don't mean to say that they won't come, but let's say that they take weeks, or maybe a month. We can't even last a few days without water, we need to take care of ourselves, just in case. After gathering everything, we could always wait for the army to come and save us. How about that? Daichi explained softly. He was pretty sure that the army wouldn't be coming, but if he told her that, then there was a high chance that Kyoko might lose her mind. Okay. Kyoko meekly nodded her head and clenched her bat tightly. Ah, so sweet. Do you mind if I join in too? Bella chirped excitedly while waving her hand like she was in class. We are leaving, Bella. Remember, those monsters are very sensitive to noise. Daichi said, and Bella eagerly nodded her head. Oh, can I torture some other survivors? Bella asked excitedly. No, Bella. There won't be torturing anyone until I say so, Daichi said with a defeated sigh. Bella puffed out her cheeks and started to pout cutely. Fine, you meanie, Bella hemped, and Daichi almost rolled his eyes. She was going to be a handful, Daichi could already feel that in his bones. Bella, some of them are probably gathered outside the door, as soon as I unlock the door you will attack them, okay? Daichi asked, and once again Bella excitedly nodded her head. Daichi arrived near the door and took a deep breath and unlocked the door and jumped back before the door could even swing open. Just like Daichi had said, several zombies were gathered behind the door. Inferi? Bella questioned, but the next moment, a torrent of fire came out of her hand and engulfed the group of zombies. The torrent was so strong that the group of zombies were pushed back out of the door frame. You have gained 2 status points to distribute freely. A notification appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. He was going to get only 1/2 status points since Bella had done all the work, so he was fine with it. Moments later, he received another status point. Oh, I got so many status points. Bella cheered while clapping her hands. Moments later, she frowned. Now, what the bloody hell am I going to do with them? Bella questioned herself. I will help you with them later. Bella, you will be beside me, and Kyoko, you will stay behind me, Daichi ordered and walked out of the room. Bella started to skip beside Daichi and Kyoko diligently followed Daichi. The whole corridor was filled with zombies and they needed to reach the next hall to reach the cafeteria. Oh! I know the perfect spell to take care of them. Bella exclaimed, and before Daichi could even chastise the woman for being loud. Blue flames erupted out of Bella's hand and they started to engulf everything, including Daichi and Kyoko. The zombies were turned into dust in a matter of seconds, but surprisingly, the flames didn't harm Daichi or Kyoko. Bella, what are these flames called? Daichi questioned curiously. It is a spell called Protego Diabolica. It turns your enemies into ashes in a matter of seconds, but it is completely harmless to your allies. Isn't this spell great, cutie? Bella asked, and Daichi couldn't help but nod his head. You have gained 17 status points to distribute freely. A notification appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. Bella killed almost 34 of those zombies in one fell swoop. Yep, using a skill was the best thing he had done. The flames started to wither and moments later, the flames were gone. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Bella cheerfully exclaimed and started to drag Daichi. Bella, you don't even know where we need to go, Daichi pointed out dryly. You are, right. Then lead me where we must go, cutie, Bella said and started to giggle like a schoolgirl. Are you sure she is stable? Kyoko whispered from behind in a worried tone. I heard you, you cow. You dare mock Bellatrix Black. Bella exclaimed loudly as she glared at Kyoko. I will strangle you with your own innards, you mudblood. Bella exclaimed, but Daichi stopped the insane woman before she could attack Kyoko. Bella. She is important to me, apologize to her, Daichi said in a serious tone, and Kyoko was cowering behind Daichi. Bella fumed for a moment, but all of a sudden, the fury on her face disappeared. Oh, okay. Sorry. Bella said in a cheerful tone. Right now, Bellatrix Black looked really innocent. Kyoko fearfully nodded her head and Bella silently cheered while whopping her hands. Nah, she isn't stable, she is batshit crazy, Daichi said dryly, and Bella started to giggle. Oh, cutie. You are making me blush, Bella said, and started to blush like a schoolgirl. Kyoko decided that she was going to stay away from the insane woman. After all, survival was the main objective, and she didn't think that she would survive if the deranged woman decided to strangle her with her own innards. Yeah. I am going to stay away from her, Kyoko concluded internally. There was something Daichi noticed: he was no longer getting additional stats. It might be because he wasn't killing the zombies on his own. He decided that he needed more information before he could reach a conclusion. But for now, he decided to check Bella's status window. He wanted to know how much mana she had to spend to use those blue flames. Bellatrix Lestrange, Black. Status points, 41. Level, 1. Race, Human. Job, Black Summon. Title, The Darkest Witch in History, Insanity Incarnate. Strength, 20, 10. Agility, 25, 10. Health, 30, 10. Stamina, 30, 10. Mana, 436, 10. Magic, 750, 10. Damn. Nearly half of her mana is gone. That spell must have been mana consuming. I can't have her exhaust her mana reserve, Daichi concluded. Her power would be needed if they find a large group of zombies or something like that. Wow, she was able to gather 41 skill points. She killed a lot, but none of her stats has increased, Daichi mused. We aren't probably getting additional stat points because we have reached level 1 and all the enemies are level 0. That is the most viable reason I can think of right now, Daichi pondered. He just needed to try on his own to see if his theory was right or not. After all, Bella was a summon, so her stat mechanics might be different. They finally arrived in the next hall and the group found that there were only a few zombies lurking there. Bella was about to attack them, but Daichi grabbed her hand, making her stop before she could start attacking. We can take care of these, you stand back for now. We will need your help with much larger groups, Daichi said, and Bella pouted, but she still nodded her head. And there is something I need to test, Daichi added with a shrug and lunged towards the nearest zombie and swung his bat. Daichi splattered the zombie's brains and Bella started to clap after watching the display. That attracted the attention of the other zombies, but there were only a few of them. Daichi was confident that he could deal with all of them on his own. You have gained 1 status point to distribute freely. Looks like my theory was right. I have stopped getting additional stats because I am 1 level higher than them, Daichi concluded, and quickly dealt with the other zombies, leaving only 1, and he gained 5 more status points. Bella, can you cut off its legs and hands? Daichi asked, and Bella simply attacked the zombie with cutting spells. Moments later, the last zombie was a legless and armless thing lying on the floor. Kyoko, kill it, Daichi said softly, but Kyoko knew that it was practically an order. If she didn't do it, then there was a chance that he would leave her behind. Or worse, he might allow the deranged woman to have her way with me. Kyoko shuddered at that thought. Kyoko slowly made her way towards the growling zombie. She raised her bat with a determined look in her eyes and brought it down. She smashed the zombie's head. A white orb flew into Kyoko's chest. She really tried to keep looking, but her face turned green and she started to empty her stomach's contents. You have gained the mana of normal level 0 zombie. Strength +3, stamina +2. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. Mana Archive commends you for slaying your first enemy. Appraisal, first tier skill. You need to reach level 1 to activate the skill. A few notifications appeared in front of Kyoko's eyes, but she didn't care about any of them right now. Daichi quickly made his way beside Kyoko and started to rub her back to comfort her. After a minute, Kyoko finally raised her head. Are you okay? Daichi asked softly, and Kyoko only nodded her head. I am somewhat okay. Kyoko said, taking a deep breath. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria, we could talk there, Daichi said, and he gestured for Bella to follow them. Bella quickly arrived beside Daichi while skipping. The 3 of them finally arrived in the cafeteria and only found a couple of zombies lurking inside the cafeteria. It only took a minute for them to clear the cafeteria. Bella. Do you have some sort of spell that could stop sound from escaping this room, but we could still hear everything from the outside? Daichi asked as he sat down after pulling a chair. Kyoko went towards the fridge to get water bottles for everyone. Bella simply twirled her hand a couple of times. Done, can I get a kiss now? Bella questioned and Daichi simply grinned and nodded his head. Bella squealed in joy and jumped in front of Daichi. Bella lowered her head, so Daichi could reach him and she closed her eyes as she decided to wait for her kiss. She felt a pair of lips touch her cheek. Bella's eyes snapped open and she glared at the boy in front of her. That also counts as a kiss, Daichi pointed out in an amused tone and Bella childishly stomped her foot on the floor and puffed out her cheeks. Come here, take a seat, Daichi said and Bella jumped into his lap. Oomph. Daichi honestly didn't expect Bella to jump into his lap. Serves you right, cutie, Bella said with a smug grin on her face and rubbed her ass on his crotch. Fine. Daichi said and wrapped his arms around Bella's waist to stop her from moving. He didn't want to get a boner right now, yes, he wanted to have some action, but it wasn't the right time. Kyoko finally returned with 3 water bottles, one of them was already half empty. Kyoko, take a seat. What skill did you get? Daichi asked. Kyoko was much better now, but she was feeling kind of jealous. She wanted to be in Bella's spot. She had a pretty stressful day, maybe having some action might take her mind off everything that is happening outside. I got a skill named Appraisal, but I can't access it as I haven't reached level 1, Kyoko answered and Daichi nodded his head. A skill like that would be pretty useful for collecting information about others. Right now, Daichi didn't have any problems since there were only 3 of them right now. But he was sure that his group won't stay like that in the future, they would get more members and not all of them would be good guys. If he could learn their titles and skills, it would help him a lot to fight them, if necessary. Now, what should I do with these status points? Should I use them right now or should I use them later to level up if I am in a pinch? I also don't know if I would get status points for killing level 0 zombies. When I become level 2, Daichi pondered for a few moments, and decided to use a couple of status points to raise his agility. Just one scratch, and boom. You are a zombie. Status window, Daichi called out inside his mind and his status window appeared in front of his eyes. Yazora Daichi. Status points, 43. Level, 1. Race, human. Job, none. Title, Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Strength, 26, 10. Agility, 22, 10. Health, 23, 10. Stamina, 30, 10. Mana, 401/500, 10. Magic, 500, 10. Ah. Fuck it. Daichi thought as he raised his strength by 4 points, agility by 8 points, and finally, health by 7 points making all of his physical stats reach 30 points. He spent 19 status points to achieve that, leaving behind only 24 status points. Daichi suspected that if the sum of his physical stats reached 200 then he would reach level 2. Right now, the sum of his physical stats is 120. He still had a long way to go before he reached level 2. He was still happy with his development though, his mana reserve was also regenerating, so it was fine. His eyes finally focused on Bella who was still trying to rub her ass on his crotch. Bella, I am going to increase your physical stats, it will help you, Daichi said and Bella simply shrugged. So Daichi opened up Bella's status window. Bellatrix Lestrange, black. Status points, 41. Level, 1. Race, human. Job, black summon. Title, The Darkest Witch in History, Insanity Incarnate. Strength, 20, 10. Agility, 25, 10. Health, 30, 10. Stamina, 30, 10. Mana, 542, 10. Magic, 750, 10. Her mana regeneration seems to be faster than mine, it is okay though, Daichi thought and he added 5 points to her strength, agility, and stamina. Her strength reached 25 points, agility reached 30 points, finally, stamina reached 35 points. Daichi spent 15 status points, leaving behind only 26 points. Okay. I think we have rested enough. Let's gather everything we can and leave, Daichi said and Bella started to stomp her feet on the floor childishly. No. I want to shag. Bella practically whined and Daichi couldn't stop himself from rolling his eyes, but he didn't fail to notice the expectant look on Kyoko's eyes too. He was also pent up from all the stress but cafeteria wasn't a good place to fuck, other groups could arrive here any moment as everyone would try to hoard resources. Daichi released an over-exaggerated sigh. Bella, you are insanely hot and I really want to fuck you. I think your ex-husband was the dumbest bastard to leave you without even consummating the bond, but now is not the right time. Daichi said and kissed Bella's nape, sending multiple shivers down her spine. Kyoko, I will say the same to you too. I know you have been through a lot of stress. It is also the same with me, I really want to bend you two over and fuck the two of you into oblivion, but as I said it is not the right time, survival is more important right now. We can't fuck if we don't survive, Daichi said in a serious tone and lifted Bella from his lap. Bella pouted but didn't complain. Kyoko could only nod her head after hearing Daichi's words. So, what do you need to get? But I don't know how to use these contraptions, Bella said, pointing towards the vending machines. Okay, you can stay behind. Kyoko helped me get everything, Daichi said and pulled out a couple of extra bags from the duffel bag he had taken from the sports room. He knew bags were going to be useful so he grabbed a few more, being extra prepared never hurt anyone. Daichi smashed the vending machines with his bat and Kyoko quickly started to fill the bags while being careful about the broken glass pieces. Bella noticed that and vanished the glass pieces. Thank you, Kyoko mumbled a thank you and Bella started to cackle in mad glee for whatever reason. Daichi made his way towards the back of the kitchen and grabbed everything they had in stock. Daichi noticed that he didn't have enough bags to take everything, so grudgingly he decided to leave the rest. Now, Daichi needed to tackle another problem. They had to carry 6 bags. How are we going to carry them? Kyoko asked in a worried tone. Oh. I know. Bella said while raising her hand. She waved her head and shrunk all the 6 bags. You should have done that earlier, you know, Daichi said dryly and Bella started to whistle while looking away. Daichi simply shook his head and shoved all the bags inside his pocket. All of a sudden, they heard a loud scream from the floor above them, or at least, that is where they felt the scream came from. Let's check it out. Daichi said and Kyoko decided to follow his order without any complaints as he had been right until now, so there was no reason to doubt him and Bella was. Bella. With their new destination decided, the 3 of them walked out of the cafeteria. Chapter 7, Joining a Circle. Getting inside Tokanosu City wasn't as easy as Roberta had expected. The main highway was being blocked by the police for whatever reason. They were trying to stop the people from leaving the city, though Roberta couldn't fathom why. Must be ordered by the higher-up of some shit. Roberta decided to dismiss the matter as it wasn't important for her right now. So, she decided to enter the city without bothering to use roads, but as soon as she entered the city, she understood that she needed to abandon the Hummer. The roads were filled with abandoned vehicles and some of them were even burning. People were running on streets like maniacs, looting, ping, and killing other people. Roberta was already expecting something like this, people only needed a small push. This is the world where Roberta would perfectly fit. Roberta couldn't stop herself from grinning in excitement. But before anything else, she needed to reunite with Daichi-sama, after that she could always indulge in her desires. For a moment, Roberta stiffened. What if Daichi-sama starts hating me after he learns what I really am? Roberta questioned herself in horror. He still loves his mother. I am sure he won't hate you, the sinful part of Roberta's mind whispered inside her mind. Yes. I can finally be with Daichi-sama without hiding myself in this fucked up world. Roberta thought and started to cackle madly. No. I also want to be used by Daichi-sama. Nobody said that I cannot be beside Daichi-sama while being used by him. Roberta reached a very scary conclusion. A twisted grin appeared on Roberta's face and she finally started to cackle loudly. Takatomijima Island. Yozora Kimona walked over the scorched land with a disinterested look on her face. She had erased everything in her vicinity. Thankfully her chopper was parked near the coast or she would have melted that too. Then she would have to swim to the mainland. Kimona didn't mind, a little dip in the ocean was always good for health and she was always up for a challenge. Thankfully Kimona's ability didn't burn off her clothes, she might not care about modesty in front of her son, but she would have killed any other man, not that anyone was alive to see her right now. Only her son was allowed to look at her in her natural state. I wonder what he is doing right now, Kimona mused as she kept walking towards her chopper. She was pretty sure that her son was alive and kicking, and if not, then there was no reason for his world to keep existing. Shall I report back to the old geezers or shall I go and visit my lovely son? Kimona thought as she started to tap her chin with a thoughtful look on her face. She knew that they would call her back to the HQ, for the protection of some important politicians, of course. Fuck them. I am going to meet my son, they can suck each other off for all I care. Kimona fumed as she finally reached her chopper. She entered the chopper and powered it up. Just thinking about her son was making her so excited. It was wrong in so many ways, not that she cared. Back at Fujimi Academy. Daichi along with Bella and Kyoko rushed towards the staircase after leaving the cafeteria. They did find a few zombies lurking in their path. They were swiftly dealt with by the three of them. Even Kyoko was participating right now. After getting the first kill, her determination became stronger. Bella was using flame whips to deal with her enemies. After reaching the staircase, they only found a couple of more zombies. Daichi allowed Kyoko to deal with them as she would still get the extra stats unlike them and her skill would be useful for information gathering. After all, they were bound to meet other survivors. Daichi had earned himself 13 status points, 5 points came from Bella, on the way here, and Kyoko had earned several but she was still far from reaching the mark of 100 and Bella also slayed quite a few zombies, earning 11 status points. All of those status points might not seem a lot right now, but they will still help when stacked up. They heard several footsteps at some distance. It was like someone was fighting. They could hear some thuds too. I think there are other survivors. Kyoko, don't give them any details about our abilities, Daichi whispered hurriedly as they were almost there. But they. Kyoko was about to say something in protest but Daichi cut her off. Yes, I understand what you meant to say, but I am just saying that we don't know what type of people they are. Daichi insisted on being careful and Kyoko finally nodded her head. She didn't know what Daichi was so worried about, but she would trust Daichi. And Bella, don't curse any of them from the get-go, if they are bad guys then they are free game, Daichi said trying to satiate Bella's eagerness. Even though Daichi didn't know Bella for long, he did realize a few things about the insane woman. Number 1, the woman needed to get laid. She was thirsty as fuck. Number 2, she loves torturing people. Number 3, her mood swings are faster than disco lights changing colors. Bella pricked up and eagerly nodded her head. Patience was never her virtue, but Daichi had said that she could torture them if they were bad guys. Well, she could work with that. The three of them finally turned a corner and encountered 7 survivors. 6 students and one of them was a teacher. Daichi immediately recognized 3 faces among the gathered survivors. Firstly, a girl with straight and shiny thigh-length purple hair that had a triangular fringe at the front which barely touched the ridge of her nose. Her eyes were blue, and compared to other Japanese girls, she was quite tall too. Image here. The height difference also meant longer limbs, which contributed leverage to her powerful sword swings. Her name is Siko Busujima, and she is the captain of the Kendo Club at Fujimi Academy. Daichi didn't expect anything less from her as she was the daughter of Master Busujima. The next person Daichi recognized was a short and bespectacled tubby boy. Daichi saved him from a couple of bullies last year. That time, the boy was in his first year. Daichi wasn't friends with the boy or anything, but he knew the boy was a gun enthusiast. That is probably why he was currently holding a makeshift nail gun rifle in between his arms. Image here. And finally, he recognized the school nurse. There was no way that Daichi wouldn't recognize the airhead nurse. She seemed to be the only adult in the group. Her extremely large boobs were quite enticing and Daichi could never understand how those knockers didn't sag. They were probably wonder knockers. Image here. Daichi has never interacted with the woman. He never needed medical attention while he was in school, in fact, he never needed medical attention. Cuts and bruises were pretty common as Kimona was the one who trained Daichi, but aside from that, Daichi never felt sick. All of a sudden the said woman flinched away in fear. Daichi groaned as he already knew why the woman would react like that. Bella, can you please stop glaring at her? Daichi asked without even looking. She isn't a woman. She is a fucking cow. Cow, you are going to tell me how you made them grow that big right now, or I am going to cut them off from your chest. Bella shrieked in hysterical anger. Siko immediately pointed her wooden sword toward Bella. The whole group became defensive as they pointed their makeshift weapons toward Bella. Daichi knew that he needed to defuse the situation or it might get ugly. After all, he was going to save Bella. Bella, this is no place to ask such a thing. You can ask her later, Daichi said with a meaningful look on his face. Bella's features softened after a few moments and an innocent smile appeared on her face. Okay cutie, whatever you say. Bella chirped in an excited tone. Then Daichi turned towards the other group. Ah, forgive me if we came off the wrong foot. All of us are quite stressed with everything going on, Daichi said, trying to mediate the situation. Sensei. All of a sudden a brown-haired girl called out to Kyoko. The girl seemed to be carrying some sort of makeshift spear. Kyoko simply nodded her head. I remember you are Yozora-senpai, Siko said and put away her wooden sword. I don't think this is a good place to talk, we should leave this place, Daichi said and almost everyone nodded their heads. A pink-haired girl sniffed as she pushed up her specs. We are going to the staff room, if you want you could accompany us, the woman said, looking slightly haughty. For now, Daichi simply nodded his head. Okay, let's go, but why are you guys going to the staff room? Daichi asked as the whole group started to walk towards the staff room. As you can see, our group is too big to fit in a car, so we were planning to take the school bus. Siko Busujima was the one who answered Daichi's question. Daichi didn't ask anything else, for now, he simply nodded his head. I am glad you are okay, Marikoa-sensei. I thought I was the only one, Kyoko said in a somewhat excited tone. She seemed to have started a conversation with the ditzy school nurse. Oh. Busujima-san is the one who saved me, Shizuka Marikoa said in a cheerful tone. The rest of the trip was spent in complete silence. Daichi noticed that a couple of members were warily eyeing Bella, while there wasn't anything he could do to change that. They should be wary of Bella, for their own well-being, of course. Daichi's group had already cleared the staircase, so they didn't have any problems. Daichi's group had also cleared most of the ground floor, so the group easily made their way towards the corridor where the staff room was located. Only after reaching there did they find several zombies lurking around. Siko Busujima quickly made her way to the front and beheaded the zombies. With a fucking wooden sword. The fuck? She must be a level 1 with a skill, Daichi concluded in an instant, but he wouldn't be outdone by her. He also moved past the group surprising everyone including Siko Busujima with his speed and started smashing the heads of those zombies. Siko Busujima smiled and joined Daichi. The two of them quickly cleared off all the zombies. Right now, something else seemed to have caught Bella's attention as the insane woman playing with a ball. Nobody knew she got that from, and to be honest, everyone including Daichi was fine with it. No need to show off when you don't need it, and Bella was the only one who could deal with larger groups without breaking a sweat. The group finally arrived in front of the staff room. There was a male teacher growling inside the staff room. Obviously, he couldn't be called a teacher any longer as he was trying to take a bite out of his students. He was quickly put down by Kota Hirano. The two male students accompanying the brown-haired girl with the spear quickly barricaded the door. Nobody noticed it, but Daichi subtly gestured Bella to use that silencing spell she had used in the cafeteria. Bella did what Daichi asked and went to play with her ball once again. Daichi looked around and noticed that everyone was looking at each other awkwardly. Ah, now let's get introductions out of the way. Some of you might already know me. My name is Yozora Daichi. I graduated from this school last year. Daichi decided to break the ice by introducing himself first. Busujima Siko, I am a third-year student and was the captain of the kendo club. Siko Busujima decided to introduce herself next. She understood that Daichi was trying to remove the awkwardness among the group and she wasn't against the idea. Having someone who could accompany her to fight was always welcome. Egu Hisashi, I am a second-year student. The gray-haired boy with brown eyes accompanying the brown-haired spear-wielding girl introduced himself. Image here. I am Miyamoto Rei, I am also a second-year student and I was also a member of Sojitsu Club. The brown-haired girl with the spear introduced herself. Image here. Komuro Takashi, the other boy accompanying Rei Miyamoto said with a look of disinterest in his voice. Image here. Ha. It is nice to meet you again, Yozora-san, though the circumstances could have been better. My name is Hirano Kota and I am also a second-year student, Kota Hirano said in a sheepish tone while rubbing the back of his head. Edo, my name is Marikoa Shizuka. I am the school nurse. Nice to meet you all. The school nurse introduced herself in a slightly dazed tone. Daichi had noticed that the pink-haired girl was watching the whole group with some disdain in her eyes. He had never talked with her, nor did he care about her, but he could feel the, I am important, praise me kind of vibe coming off from her. All of you probably know me already. My name is Kyoko Hayashi, I was a teacher before. It happened. Kyoko introduced herself. She was currently looking much better than before. Everyone's eyes turned to Bella, but she was still playing with her ball. Automatically everyone's gaze shifted towards the pink-haired girl in the room. The girl snorted in disdain and pushed up her spectacles. I can't believe all of you acting like everything is normal, and she is even playing. I don't even know how to react after watching all of you act like that, the ranted, and after she was done, she sniffed. Oh, okay then, do whatever you like, Daichi said in a dismissive tone. The girl's eyes shook as her face twisted in fury. You think that you can order me around? The girl screamed hysterically. Takashi Komuro tried to placate the girl but she flinched away as soon as Takashi Komuro made contact with her. Don't touch me. The girl screamed while glaring at Takashi Komuro. I am a fucking genius. I don't need any of you to tell me what I should do. The girl exclaimed, and moments later, tears started to trickle down her eyes, and only after a few moments, she started to bawl her eyes out and Takashi Komuro quickly engulfed the girl in a hug. That wasn't dramatic at all. Daichi said dryly. Yeah. I couldn't help but agree with you, Siko Busujima said with a small smile as she looked at the pink-haired girl. She was currently sitting on the ground while sobbing and Takashi Komuro was still hugging her in a comforting manner. This is a shop opera, I am telling you, Daichi whispered in a low tone as he saw Rei Miyamoto staring at Takashi Komuro's back with a betrayed look in her eyes while she was holding hands with Hisashi Igu. Siko Busujima quickly followed Daichi's gaze and she had to stifle a soft giggle. Yazora-senpai, if you don't mind me asking. What were you doing around the school? Of course, I don't mean any offense, Siko questioned softly. I guess it doesn't matter anymore, I was on a date with Kyoko here. I was going to drop her off at school when this shit started, Daichi answered honestly. With the current situation in the world, he wasn't worried about his secret relationship in the least. Siko Busujima's eyes grew wide as she looked towards Kyoko, who seemed to be chatting with Shizuka right now, and then she returned her gaze towards Daichi. How interesting, Siko Busujima said with a soft smile, and Daichi simply shrugged, but a smile did make its way to his face. Cutie. What is that contraption? Bella whispered in a furious tone while poking Daichi from behind. Daichi followed where the said woman was pointing and found a TV mounted on the wall. Siko Busujima clearly heard the woman. She was surprised that the woman didn't know what a TV was, but she didn't say anything as the woman seemed to have mental issues. Ah, right. That is a TV, Bella, Daichi said, starting to look for the remote. He found the thing he was looking for and powered up the TV, but unfortunately, the TV network seemed to be out of service. Is mana interfering with the radio signals? That would also explain why the cellular network went out as soon as mana was awakened, Daichi thought while rubbing his chin. Hey, girly. What is a TV? Bella whispered into Siko Busujima's ear. For a moment, the girl had to think about how to answer the question. She was never good with these things, to begin with. It is a device which allows you to see moving pictures. Yes, that was the best explanation Siko Busujima could come up with. Bella gasped. Magical portraits. Bella said as she nodded her head and walked away from Siko Busujima with a satisfied smile on her face. Siko Busujima had no idea what magical portraits were, but she was happy that she was able to help the mentally challenged woman. Daichi finally turned towards the rest. They had spent a lot of time here. Forgive me if I come off as rude, but we need to make a decision quickly. It is already past noon and I don't think leaving after dark is a good choice, Daichi said, getting everyone's attention. The pink-haired girl sniffed and got up on her feet. She sniffed and rubbed her eyes with the sleeves of her shirt. I am Takagi Saya. I wanted to apologize for my previous behavior, the girl said with a small bow. Image here. I think we should leave the school and look for some other safe place, Saya Takagi continued. I think we should stay here. We are safe here and the army or the police will surely come to save us, Rei Miyamoto argued back. That is where you are wrong, it has been more than a few hours until this shit has started. Do you hear any helicopters? Daichi questioned, making some of the people inside the room shift uncomfortably. Chapter 8, Breaking the Circle. He is right. Yes, right now we are safe here, but we don't have food or water, Saya Takagi began to say, and Daichi noticed Kyoko's look, but he was quite glad that the woman didn't blurt out anything. And we can't expect them to just disappear, Saya Takagi said. Zombies, they are called zombies, Daichi added, and Daichi noticed a couple of members frowned after hearing that. How do you know that? Rei Miyamoto snapped. If you kill them then a notification will pop up. If any of you have killed them then you already know, Daichi answered calmly. He is right, Siko Busujima said with a small nod, and Kota Hirano also nodded his head. Okay, zombies. We don't know if they will ever die or stop moving, the mana might keep them moving if nothing else. We also know that anyone scratched or bitten would turn into zombies. I don't think this is an isolated event, this is happening all over the world and the army and police would try to help the bigger cities, Saya Takagi finished her explanation. Daichi was about to say something but he had to duck when he noticed something in his peripheral vision. A large wolf dog had burst into the room. The dog was insanely fast and strong. Before anyone could say or do anything, it lunged at Daichi for the second time. Daichi stopped the dog monster from sinking its fangs in his neck by placing the bat in between its mouth. Siko Busujima was already behind the dog. She slashed down her wooden sword, making a deep gash on its back. The dog howled in pain and this gave Daichi a chance. He kicked the dog with all the power he could muster right now. The dog was shoved back, and the dog's gaze shifted from Daichi toward Saya Takagi, who was completely defenseless and she was frozen stiff due to fear. All of a sudden a green beam hit the dog. The dog faltered for a moment but another green beam hit the dog and it dropped on the floor, completely unmoving. It didn't even seem to twitch. Bella started to cackle in mad glee, making all the weaker survivors in the room shiver in fear. 3 white orbs shot out of the dead dog and entered Daichi's, Siko's and Bella's bodies. You have gained the mana of evolved level 1 mutated dog. Strength +1, agility +2, health +2. You have gained 1 status point to distribute freely. Wow, that's a lot of stats for just 1 kill and the stats were divided among 3 members. I also did the least, Daichi pondered as he gave a grateful nod while looking towards Siko Busujima. Then he turned towards Bella. Thanks, Bella, he said gratefully. Oh. I can think of a couple of ways you could use to thank me. Bella cheerfully exclaimed and started to clap her hands. Though only after a second, she scowled while looking at the dog. It was supposed to go down with 1. Why didn't it go down with 1? Bella shrieked with a look of insanity marring her face. Maybe it had something to do with mana and being stronger than a normal human. Daichi proposed in an unsure tone. Bella tilted her head and gave a stiff nod. That is so unfair. Bella whined childishly as she stomped her foot with an indignant look on her face. I think I am going to leave. Clearly this place isn't safe like you have thought, Daichi said in a sarcastic tone. There are going to be more things like that lurking outside, Rei Miyamoto argued. You are free to stay if you want but I will be leaving. Daichi said. Kyoko, where do they keep the keys? Daichi questioned. I will get them, Kyoko said and opened the top shelf and took out a key. If you don't mind, I will be joining you, Siko Busujima said with a small smile. Edo then, I will be joining too, Shizuka Marikawa said while tapping her chin with a dazed look on her face. All of you can't be serious. Hisashi Igu whispered in a horrified tone. Yazora-senpai, I would also like to join you, Kota Hirano said nervously and gave a sidelong glance towards Saya Takagi. The bespectacled girl looked really conflicted right now. Then I would also like to join all of you, finally Saya Takagi said in a low tone. Saya. You can't be serious. You just saw how strong that dog was, we could hide somewhere and barricade ourselves. Takashi Komuro said in a pleading tone. Do you think I don't know that? You saw how strong that dog was, what if a stronger animal breaks through your barricade, then what? They are the fighters and if it wasn't for Hirano-san, then I wouldn't be here right now, Saya Takagi said while shaking her head. She is quite smart. Daichi mused. So, are you guys going to stay or come with us? Saya Takagi asked and started to tap her foot. Hisashi and I have decided to stay, Rei Miyamoto said while looking down at her feet. Takashi Komuro looked at Rei and he also looked down. Saya Takagi noticed that and sniffed. I suppose this is where we will be parting, Saya Takagi said and Takashi Komuro nodded his head and gave her an apologetic look. Daichi simply climbed the window frame and jumped outside. After that, he helped Kyoko and Bella to get down from the window. The others soon followed their example. Saya Takagi gave a last look towards the window but she quickly caught up to the remaining group. Busujima-san, you are level 1, aren't you? Daichi asked and the girl nodded her head. Yes, what about you and that woman? Siko Busujima asked as they slowly and carefully made their way toward the bus stand. There were nearly 20 zombies lurking around the bus stand, but with Bella's ability, they could easily deal with them. Yes, both of us are level 1, Daichi said in a firm tone. Siko Busujima was a fighter, and she had already helped him. Having another person to depend on was always welcome under these circumstances. Okay, there are nearly 20 zombies around the buses. We will get on the bus as quickly as possible. Bella, you will be the one to take care of the zombies. Use those blue flames, and Kyoko you will be driving, Daichi said and everyone nodded their heads. Oh. Can I have a princess dress? I always wanted to be a princess, Bella said with stars in her eyes. The whole group turned back towards Daichi and gave him a skeptical look. I will get you a princess dress and whatever else you want, but you have to deal with those zombies, Daichi said once more. Okay. Bella chirped excitedly. The whole group started to run towards the bus stand. Shizuka Marikawa started to fall behind. Daichi noticed that and stopped for a moment. He grabbed her by the waist and put her over his shoulder. The said woman squeaked and started to complain, but Daichi wasn't listening. The group finally arrived near the bus and blue flames erupted out of Bella's hand, engulfing everyone, but before any of them could scream, they sensed that the flames weren't hurting them. Instead, the zombies were turned into dust only in a matter of a few moments. The whole group quickly climbed on the bus and Kyoko practically dived into the driver's seat. Kyoko put the key in the ignition and turned the key. The bus roared to life. Without waiting, Kyoko put the bus in gear and stepped on the accelerator. Kyoko drove over the zombies without any remorse and they were almost past the gate when they heard someone scream from behind. Wait! All of them heard the scream and Daichi turned around to find the slimy bastard Koichi Shido waving at them while running. A group of students were following him. Daichi looked around and he could see that if they stopped then they would be surrounded in a matter of seconds. Then there was Shido. Don't stop, keep driving. If we stop then we will be surrounded from all sides and the bus will tip over if there are too many zombies. Daichi exclaimed hurriedly and Kyoko reluctantly nodded her head and kept driving. Daichi felt bad for the students, but there was no way he would allow that bastard Shido to step inside the bus. Daichi felt like he was punched in the gut and he felt sick. He slowly sat down in a nearby seat and palmed his face. He might have called the shots, but right now, he was feeling very bad. He wasn't regretting it, but he couldn't stop feeling guilty about it. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Daichi slowly raised his head expecting a slap or at least a look of disdain, but he was surprised. Siko Busujima was looking down at him with a smile on her face. You shouldn't feel bad, you know. You made the decision thinking for our best. You prioritized our safety over being a hero and that is the trait of a good leader. I am glad that I decided to follow you. I think the others also feel the same and to be honest, I never liked that bastard. Siko Busujima said with a soft smile. Daichi gave the girl a grateful nod and finally looked around. Yazora-senpai, I am glad that you didn't stop to help him. He is a bastard. Kota Hirano said while gritting his teeth. Daichi could see the malice in his eyes which was pretty out of character for the boy. I wouldn't be surprised if Shido was one of his bullies, Daichi thought. Saya Takagi pushed up her glasses. I never liked the man and I have also heard pretty bad things about him, Saya Takagi said and sniffed. I also never liked him, Shizuka Marikawa said with a thoughtful look on her face. Daichi smiled, at least his group was completely okay with his choice. The bus jerked as Kyoko ran over another zombie. Daichi-kun. I have reached level 1. Kyoko gushed out in an excited manner. Ho, so the mana archive considers the bus as Kyoko's weapon. What happens if someone else drives the bus? Daichi immediately started to rack his brain and his eyes focused on Kota. Daichi noticed that Kyoko's statement had surprised everyone. Hirano-san, have you reached level 1? Daichi questioned and for a moment, Kota Hirano was surprised but shook his head. Then take the driving wheel, Kyoko will help you. We must use all the chance we can get to level up, Daichi said and Kota Hirano stood up with an unsure look on his face. Upon Daichi's and Siko Busujima's urging, he went towards the cockpit of the bus. Kyoko had heard Daichi's words, so she stopped the bus and got up from the driving seat. Kota gulped and sat down. Kyoko decided to stay beside him and show him the ropes. At least the bus had power steering, so it wouldn't be hard. Kota Hirano gulped as he put the bus in gear and the bus slowly started to move. Daichi turned around to look at Shizuka Marikawa and Saya Takagi. I assume that the two of you haven't killed any zombies? Daichi asked and both Saya Takagi and Shizuka Marikawa nodded their heads. Don't worry, I will also give the two of you a chance to level up and gain skills but Hirano-san is a combatant, so I decided to level him up before you two, Daichi explained. I understand and I agree with your decision, Saya Takagi said with a neutral look on her face and the airhead nurse simply tilted her head. But I don't want to kill anyone, Shizuka Marikawa said and Daichi simply sighed. He wasn't annoyed or anything, but he was simply tired of motivating everyone. I also don't want to force you, but it is for your own good. You fell behind when we were making our way towards the bus, that difference will keep getting bigger as the others in our group keep getting stronger, Daichi explained softly. Shizuka Marikawa nodded her head with a determined look on her face. I will also become stronger, the woman added in a sing-song voice. My God! Kota Hirano gasped. Daichi turned around and saw that they could finally see Tokanosu City. The city was in ruins, multiple locations were burning and the streets seemed to be completely empty, except for the zombies. I can't believe our city turned into this, Saya Takagi said while shaking her head. There is no way, the police and army would come looking for survivors in the school with all that chaos out there, Saya said frantically while pointing towards the city. Daichi could see that she was shaking in fear. By the way, where are we going, Yuzora-senpai? Siko Busujima questioned all of a sudden. We will be going to our house. If we want to survive, we need more weapons, at least for now, Daichi said with a shrug. What type of weapons do you have in your house? Siko Busujima asked as she sat down on the opposite side. Guns, blades, explosives, you name it, Daichi said with a shrug. I don't think Mom would be angry if I took them for my survival, in fact, I think she should be happy, Daichi mused in amusement. The whole group was kind of gobsmacked after hearing something like that. Why you have all that in your house? Saya Takagi asked with a stutter. Yeah. My mom works for the government, she has a permit to keep weapons and explosives, Daichi wasn't sure about the last part, but he was sure that there must be something like that. Now I understand why your mom looked so scary, I could swear that I felt like she was about to break my neck when we met for the first time, Kyoko said in a scared tone as she rubbed her neck. Yeah, she does seem to have that vibe, Daichi added dryly. By the way, Kyoko, is your skill working? Daichi asked, trying to change the topic of the conversation. The bus jolted as Kota Hirano ran over a zombie. Yeah. I can see all of your status windows, I could even see some of the stats of this bus, Kyoko said and Daichi raised his eyebrows in interest. That is quite a useful skill to scout our enemies, Siko Busujima added calmly as with an impressed look on her face. Kyoko, can you see the stats of our weapons too? Daichi asked and Kyoko looked at her bat for a moment and nodded her head. Your bat is about to break. Kyoko added and now that Kyoko mentioned it, he could see multiple cracks on it and the mutated dog's bite didn't help matters and damaged the bat even more. Cutie. What is this thing called? I don't know but it feels so smooth and nice, Bella said with a smitten look on her face. That is a fire extinguisher. Before Daichi could say anything, Saya decided to answer the woman's question. Oh, can I keep it? Bella asked, looking like a kid asking for a toy. Daichi simply shrugged and the insane woman started to cuddle the fire extinguisher. Finally. I have also reached level 1. Kota Hirano cheered loudly. Kyoko helped him park the bus at the side of the road and Daichi immediately turned towards Saya Takagi. Saya Takagi understood what Daichi wanted to say, so she got up and made her way toward the cockpit. Once again, Kyoko started to help. Daichi felt that the girl was pretty nervous, but she was still willing to get strong. That was completely fine with Daichi though. Daichi quickly gave Kyoko the directions. Saya Takagi got her first skill but Daichi had no idea what it was. He would probably ask her later, he also didn't know what Kota Hirano's skill was, but he was sure that it was related to guns. I think we are going to have some problems crossing the bridge, Kyoko called out. Daichi immediately rushed towards the front of the bus and everyone except Bella did the same. But why? Why are the cops stopping the people? Kota Hirano questioned loudly. They are trying to screen people, I suppose. But I can't tell anything for sure, from here, they are also being pretty loud. I wouldn't be surprised if the zombies show up from the other side of the bridge, then they will have another problem to deal with. Those people would be pinned and I don't think jumping into the water is a good survival strategy, Daichi said with a complicated look on his face. They couldn't go around the city, it would take way too long and it would be dark only in a few hours. Daichi looked around and noticed that everyone was stressed and tired. They badly needed a break. We need to find someplace to spend the night. We really need to take a break, Daichi said as he looked toward the members of his group. Ah, I know a place. It is a friend's house, she has guns and a tank in her garage. I don't think she would mind, Shizuka Marikawa said while tapping her chin. I believe someone told me that guns were kind of illegal in our country, Saya Takagi said while glaring at Daichi and Shizuka Marikawa, but her glare didn't contain any sort of malice. She is some sort of police, I think, Shizuka Marikawa added, looking quite unsure. Okay, give her the directions, Daichi said in a serious tone. Daichi was pretty sure that the nurse's friend didn't have a tank. After all, if you could keep a tank in your house, then his mother would have been the first to get a tank in their basement. Okay, Shizuka Marikawa said in a cheerful tone, and the rest of the group headed back towards the seat. Daichi noticed that Bella had fallen asleep in her seat while cuddling the fire extinguisher. After half an hour, the bus finally stopped in front of a two-story house in the residential area. As expected, the place was littered with zombies. Thankfully, Daichi didn't see any mutated beasts or anything. He woke up Bella, who almost attacked him with the fire extinguisher. "Park the bus there," Daichi said while pointing towards the end of the street. Saya Takagi didn't know why he asked that, but she didn't argue and followed his command. She did get 2 more zombies before they finally parked the bus. "Okay, no need to attack the zombies if they aren't near you. Bella, you will be in the middle, Hirano-san, you will be at the back, and Busujima-san, you will be with me, at the front." Daichi quickly dished out the orders. Everyone nodded their heads and rushed out of the bus brandishing their weapons. "Please don't break until I reach the house," Daichi prayed, and fortunately, his bat didn't break and the whole group finally entered the house. They didn't have to deal with a lot of zombies as most of them were scattered around, even though there were a lot of them, and zombies moved slowly, which also helped. Daichi looked at his small group with a bright smile on his face. They were becoming a gold team. Daichi looked around the building and found that it was sufficiently fortified. Daichi released a relieved sigh. They were safe, for now. Chapter 9, A Bloodhound in the Town. Yuzuru Kimona crushed the radio with her bare hands. Right now, it was a complete piece of junk as the mana seemed to be interfering with the radio waves. It was a completely harmless piece of equipment, but for whatever reason, Kimona found the thing annoying. She finally arrived in front of her house and she slowly landed in the front yard. She quickly turned off the power as she didn't want to waste fuel unnecessarily. Kimona quickly realized that her house was under lockdown, which meant that Roberta was still okay. Kimona unlocked the door and entered the house. She needed to look for her son, but she was also hungry. So, she decided to treat herself to a meal. Even a lioness couldn't go on without food, of course. She also needed to use all the status points. Kimona quickly pulled out the ready-to-go food and practically shoved them inside the microwave. "Status window," Kimona called out inside her mind. Marioleona Vermilion, Yuzuru Kimona. Level 1. Status points 89. Race, human. Job, none. Title, The Undefeated Uncrowned Lioness. Strength, 31, 10. Agility, 24, 10. Health, 35, 10. Stamina, 35, 10. Mana, 200, 10. Magic, 200, 10. Kimona tapped on her title. The last time she was kind of busy. The Undefeated Uncrowned Lioness. Perk 1, renders mental attacks and mind manipulation useless, as you would never bend to anyone's whims, except your son's. Perk 2, your attacks will become more brutal, precise, and faster if you receive damage, and it will keep increasing with the more damage you receive. Perk 3, if your health reaches below 10% of your overall health, then you will become invulnerable for a whole minute and your attack stats would be boosted by 300%. I would have been disappointed if it was anything less, and I am glad that even the archive knows that I will only bend over for my son. Kimona nodded her head with a satisfied look on her face. Then Kimona started to increase her stats, starting with her agility. After a minute, Kimona was finally done. She wasn't sure about how many stats she needed to have to reach level 2, but she suspected it to be 200. Just like she had thought, she couldn't raise her stats as soon as the sum of her stats reached 200, and as expected, several notifications appeared in front of her eyes. Your physical stats have reached the sum of 200. You have unlocked the job function. You cannot reach level 2 without a primary job. Mana Archive has finished inspecting your records. You can choose one of these following jobs. Mage. Mechanic. Brawler. Berserker. Martial Warrior. Demon Queen of Flaming Purgatory. Ho. Mage, dull, mechanic, useless, brawler, dull, berserker, slightly less dull, martial warrior, interesting, demon queen of flaming purgatory, very interesting, Kimona thought as a grin formed on her face revealing her large canines. Kimona clicked on Demon Queen of Flaming Purgatory without thinking much. It was the most obvious choice according to her. You have chosen Demon Queen of Flaming Purgatory as your primary job. Demons are existences of purgatory. As a demon queen, your path will be filled with death and destruction. Demon queens are feared existences throughout the multiverse. To become a demon queen, you must traverse down a path only a handful few had traversed. Demon Queen of Flaming Purgatory is a specific job created for you by the Mana Archive. You must fulfill the given requirements to acquire the Demon Queen of Flaming Purgatory job. Kill 300 level 0 enemies with a single attack. 0/300. Kill 30 level 1 enemies while only using your fists and flames. 0/30. Kill 3 level 2 enemies while only using your fists and flames. 0/3. For a moment, Kimona gawked after she saw the requirements. After only a few moments, she started to cackle in mad glee. This is perfect. Kimona thought, as this was the challenge she has been looking for. With Roberta. Roberta was somehow able to maneuver the Hummer through the chaos-filled city. It became much easier after she reached level 1. She was pondering about leaving behind the Hummer and trek on foot, but that would have been disastrous. Not only was the Hummer a valuable resource, but it was also good for carrying things. Roberta finally arrived in front of a departmental store. So, Daichi-sama came here after Mana awakened? Well, there are a lot of resources here, as expected of Daichi-sama, Roberta thought fanatically as a twisted smile appeared on her face. But there was something nagging in her mind. This departmental store was quite far from Fujimi High School. Daichi-sama's bike is here. Roberta mused as she saw a faint yellow light entering the parking lot. This was a power related to her title. The Bloodhound. Perk 1, you can trace anything not living which is more than 1 kilogram as long as you have seen it for once. It will appear in the form of a faint yellow light in your vision. Perk 2, shadows are your allies. If you stick to the shadows, your stealth will be boosted. This ability is directly proportional to the amount of light around your surroundings. Perk 3, you are a remorseless killer and you will do anything to reach your objective. Roberta couldn't understand why her Daichi-sama would choose this location. Maybe, Daichi-sama choose another location for today's date. Roberta wondered, but for now, she decided to sneak inside the building and check it out. Status window, Roberta called out as she got out of the Hummer. Rosarita Cisneros, Roberta. Status points, 15. Level, 1. Race, human. Job, none. Title, The Bloodhound. Strength, 34, 10. Agility, 41, 10. Health, 37, 10. Stamina, 34, 10. Mana, 28, 10. Magic, 28, 10. I have grown a lot stronger, but I need to get stronger. That way, I will be able to become more useful to Daichi-sama. I can't stop myself from thinking about getting used by Daichi-sama. Roberta started to breathe heavily and a flushed look appeared on her face. Roberta shook her head to clear her mind. She could always dream later. Even though it was dark, Roberta wasn't worried about it. She had parked the Hummer in the corner of the street, and after that, she decided to stick to the shadows. The zombies moved past her. They didn't even register the woman. It was a 2-story building. Roberta noticed 2 guys stationed over the roofs, so she decided to climb from the other side of the building. Roberta reached the other side of the building and pulled out a rope from her backpack and threw it over the roof. She pulled the rope to check if it was properly lodged or not. Finally satisfied with the rope, she started to climb while sticking to the shadows. She quickly reached the roof and softly placed her foot. She collected the rope and shoved it under her bag. I can't believe that boss is getting to fuck her while we have sit here with our dick in our hands, Roberta heard one of the guys say in a lecherous tone. But as you said, he is the boss. He did say that we could fuck her after he was done with her, the second guy said and started to chuckle in amusement. Now, Roberta was pretty sure that Daichi wasn't here, and if he was here then he was being kept against his will. Roberta was a good maid, so Roberta would obviously save him, and in the process, she would get to slaughter some humans. It was a win-win situation for her. She slowly crept when the first guy pulled out her knife. Did you think the boss started with the copper we caught? The first man questioned and the second man shook his head. Nah, he had probably stripped her naked and he is making her watch while he RIPES that girl from the counter. The second man snickered and the first man joined him. All of a sudden, the first man started to gurgle, the second man turned around but it was too late, something smashed into his family jewels and at the same time, something was placed over his mouth, so that he couldn't scream. The first man slowly dropped on the floor while clutching his bleeding neck, but he could only choke on his own blood. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. The second man had his own problems as Roberta had knocked out his footing, making him drop to the floor. She twirled the knife in her hand and stabbed the man in his right thigh. The man howled but nothing was heard as Roberta's hand was firmly pressed over the man's mouth, and with Roberta's strength stats, there was no way the man could break out. Now, I will give you one chance to answer. If you tell me anything I don't want to hear or try to scream, then I will slice open your belly, and then pull the skin over your face. You won't die due to bleeding or anything, you will suffocate. I am really good at doing that and I really enjoy watching someone suffocating on their own skin, Roberta whispered with a manic grin on her face. The man peed his pants, but Roberta was expecting that kind of reaction. She pulled out her hand when he did that. Now, how many of you are there, and what is your boss's ability? Roberta's question was simple and straightforward as she didn't want to waste her time on these grunts. Roberta slowly removed her hand from the man's mouth. Five of us. There are only 5 of us and the boss's ability is super strength, the man gasped out while stuttering. How many of you have abilities? Roberta questioned and the man shook his head. Only the boss has an active skill, the man said in a fearful tone. PL please let me. That was all the man was able to say before Roberta slashed the man's neck. The man's eyes were filled with disbelief and hatred as life slowly left his body. Thank you, Roberta whispered with a grin and cleaned her knife on the man's clothes. Roberta slowly made her way towards the door. She entered the first floor and it didn't take her long to find where the boss was. Just like she had heard from the conversation of 2 goons, the boss was fucking a pretty lady and another was bound to the ceiling with a chain and a pair of handcuffs. That woman was also naked. Roberta decided to deal with the boss at last. He was currently busy, so he wouldn't notice her lurking in the shadows, not that he could. Roberta quickly searched the whole shop but didn't find any hostages, but she did find Daichi's bike inside the garage. She found several dead bodies in the parking lot. Thankfully, Daichi wasn't among them. She quickly disposed of the 2 goons who were guarding the ground floor. Then, she finally made her way towards the first floor. She slowly unlocked the door and she wasn't surprised when the bound woman, who was probably a cop, couldn't notice her, not that it mattered as the woman was gagged too. The man was still going at it, the pretty girl he was fucking was bound to the bed and the girl's eyes were completely dead. Roberta could guess what happened, it didn't take a genius. The girl's whole body was filled with bruises and cuts and her face was filled with bruises and tear streaks. Roberta's gaze shifted towards the cop, the woman also had some bruises around her chest and ass, but it seemed that the mob leader was yet to have a go with her. The cop also had slap marks on her face and she closed her eyes, she also seemed to have tear streaks marring her face. Roberta pulled out her gun and pulled the trigger while aiming her gun at the man's ass. She didn't forget to use her skill though. Charge shot, first tier skill. You can use your mana to create a bullet or you could use your mana to charge a normal bullet to act like incendiary ammo or explosive rounds. It was a pretty straightforward skill, but in the hands of someone like Roberta, it was insanely OP. Gah! The man screamed loudly and several cracks were heard. The girl under him spat out blood from her mouth. Roberta didn't care if the man pulverized the girl by his super strength. The girl didn't seem to react to the pain, so her mind was probably broken. The cop finally opened her eyes and noticed Roberta, the man turned around and he was pretty ugly. Now Roberta understood why he needed to force women. You bitch! The man snarled and was about to lunge at Roberta, but once again she pulled the trigger, and this time, her aim was on the most offending thing in the room. The man grabbed his crotch and started to howl in pain while rolling on the bed. The man glared at Roberta, his eyes were filled with utter loathing and Roberta couldn't stop herself from grinning, she was enjoying the man's suffering. I will kill you bitch. I don't know who you are but I will kill you. The man said, his voice was filled with pain. From where did you steal the Husqvarna bike? Roberta questioned the man and he decided to keep his silence. Roberta once again pulled the trigger and a bullet pierced the man's shoulder. She pulled the trigger for the 4th time and his other shoulder was also pierced by another bullet. The man started to scream again, his mind started to blur due to pain. Gihi, your screams are so beautiful. Keep screaming. Roberta blurted out with a twisted look on her face. Wait. Wait. I stole the bike from a parking lot near Fujimi High School, the man answered the question when he finally understood that the woman was probably insane and she was taking sick pleasure from his pain. Ahaha, too bad, you are too late, let's see if I can turn you into a beehive, Roberta gushed out in an excited tone and the man's scream was drowned by the sounds of Roberta's gunfire, this time she started to use real bullets to turn the man into a pincushion. Roberta kept grinning viciously the whole time. You have gained 1 status point to distribute freely. Moments later, Roberta received another couple of notifications. You have gained the mana of a normal level 1 human. Strength +5, agility +2, stamina +2. You have gained 1 status point to distribute freely. The girl on the bed was long dead, and when Roberta finally stopped shooting, she could only hear some muffled sobs from the cop. The cop started to frantically shake her head with fear and resignation etched in her eyes as Roberta approached the woman. Roberta pulled out the gag. Please. Please. Let me go. I have a little daughter. Please, I need to be there. I will do anything, please. The woman begged with a pleading look on her face. The woman seemed to be desperate. Ho! Roberta said and raised her gun. The woman closed her eyes. Sorry. The woman muttered, and a gunshot rang throughout the room. Moments later, chains dropped on the floor with a clank. The woman slowly opened her eyes, when she noticed that she wasn't feeling pain. She noticed that she was no longer bound, and tears of joy started to roll down her eyes. Thank you, thank you. The woman thanked Roberta, but Roberta simply clicked her tongue. I spared you because you said that you will do anything for me. Roberta said as she put her gun in the holster. The woman gulped in fear, but she still nodded her head. By the way, what is your name? Roberta asked. Marizato Chiba. The woman answered as she quickly gathered her clothes. Good, get dressed or don't, if you are into that, but we will be leaving the building in 5 minutes. I was too loud. Roberta commented as she noticed that the woman wasn't scattering her clothes. Marizato Chiba realized her state of undress, and she immediately blushed and started to gather her clothes. By the way, where are we going? Marizato Chiba asked. She finally found her clothes from a pile, but she couldn't wear them anymore as the vile man had ripped them off of her body. Where else, to save your daughter, of course, Roberta asked with her innocent smile on her face, but she wasn't saving the woman's daughter out of goodwill, she only cared about Daichi, and saving the woman's daughter would get her a faithful servant for her Daichi-sama. With Daichi. Well, it is not a tank, but I can't complain. It is a fucking Humvee M1025, it is the same model that JSDF uses. It looks customized though, Daichi said as he began to inspect the vehicle. He was more than impressed. I have to say, Mariko-san's friend's taste is pretty good. This thing is pretty decked. This is equipped with a deep water fording kit. It will allow this beast to function even if it is submerged 60 inches in water, Daichi explained and popped the hood of the Humvee. You seem to have pretty good knowledge about this car. Siko said in an amused tone. Yeah, you could say that. We also own a Hummer, but that is a commercial model and this is an army model, Daichi added, and Kota came and leaned beside Daichi. Odd, the rest of the vehicle is copper-plated to protect from EMP, but the power system isn't, Daichi muttered with a confused look on his face but shrugged. It won't hinder the vehicle, right? Siko asked, and Daichi simply shook his head. The vehicle is perfectly fine, and it won't have any problem until someone decides to drop a nuke, Daichi explained. Siko didn't know what a nuke was, but from Daichi's expression, she thought it must be something very bad. Are you being serious? You think someone would drop a nuke? Kota gasped, and Daichi nodded his head with a solemn look on his face. Tokyo's population is somewhere around 14 million. Let's consider that 10 million are people transformed. What do you think the government would do to control that? Daichi questioned, and Kota couldn't stop himself from shivering in fear. Siko decided to ask Daichi or Kota what a nuke was after they were inspecting everything else. Chapter 10, Popping Bella's Cherry. Art 18. Daichi along with Kota and Siko finally entered the house. Kyoko was already preparing food for everyone. Shizuka and Saya were helping the woman, and Bella was watching a movie on TV. There were some movie DVDs lying around, and Daichi thought that Bella might like movies, and he was right. The insane woman was engrossed in the movie. The whole group except for Kyoko and Bella was kind of surprised when Daichi pulled out bags filled with food out of his pocket. Kyoko decided to make some instant ramen as everyone was really hungry and way too tired to cook something heavy right now. Minutes later, Kyoko finally placed the food on the table while Bella took her food back to the couch so that she could continue watching the movie. Daichi and the others quickly sat down at the dining table. Ah, this is great. I can't believe instant ramen could feel so delicious, Kota said while slurping ramen. Nobody complained as everyone else was busy doing the same. Only after a few minutes, everyone was done. So, what are we going to do next? Saya asked while looking at Daichi. He took a deep breath and ran his fingers through his messy hair. Tomorrow, we will look around for medicine and other necessary resources. After that, we will look for our parents. I think that is what all of you want to do, right? Daichi asked, and only Saya was the one who nodded her head. My father is a jewelry merchant, he is currently in Amsterdam, and my mom is a fashion designer, she is currently staying in Paris. So, there isn't much I can do, Kota said with a shrug, but it was clear that he was really worried about them. Your family seems to resemble a manga, Shizuka pointed out cutely, and Kota started to laugh sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, actually my grandfather was a captain of a foreign cruise ship and my grandmother was a violinist, Kota revealed in a sheepish tone, leaving the whole group quite gobsmacked. My parents have passed away, Kyoko said with a small smile on her face. My parents have also passed away, Shizuka added. My father is out of the country for a defense conference, Siko said in a neutral tone. My parents are probably in the mansion. I think they might be helping other people right now. Saya said in a somewhat uncomfortable tone. She felt bad when she heard about other people's parents. What about you, Yuzora-senpai? Kota asked, and everyone's attention was now on Daichi. My mom will find me. I am pretty sure about that, Daichi said in a confident tone, and Kyoko couldn't stop herself from shivering. Are you okay? Hayashi-san? Shizuka asked when she noticed the woman shudder. No, no. I am fine, Kyoko said while shaking her head. I think we should turn off the lights or we might attract the attention of unsavory people, Daichi said, and everyone agreed. He had been a good leader up to this point, so there was no reason to doubt him. Takagi-san, I can only guess how much you are missing your parents, but we can't do anything about it as long as the police are barricading the bridges, Daichi said, and Saya could only nod her head. Oh, and what about the skills you two received? Daichi questioned when he suddenly remembered that Kota and Saya had reached level 1, which meant that they could use their skills now. Oh. My skill is named Eagle Eyes. I think it is a passive skill as my eyesight has increased drastically, but for whatever reason, the skill stops working as soon as I take off my glasses, Kota finished in a disappointed tone. It might be possible that your glasses were affected by the skill instead of your eyes, Daichi pointed out, and Kota started to ponder Daichi's words. I received a skill called Potion Creation. I can use my mana to create stamina recovery potions, healing potions, and buffing potions. Right now, I can't make healing potions as I don't have enough mana, Saya explained, and Daichi was impressed. Saya Takagi's skill was more than impressive. Let's decide the guard duty. I will be going first, then it will be you, Yusujima-san, and finally Takagi-san. I don't think that would be a problem, right? Daichi said, and once again everyone agreed with Daichi's order. Can we get a partner? I mean, it could turn out really boring, Saya asked, and Daichi smiled while nodding his head. Daichi finally got up from the table and turned towards Bella, who was still watching the movie. Bella, let's go. We have guard duty, Daichi said as he approached the crazy woman. The said woman perked up and started to glare at Daichi. I am watching this movie thingy. Bella practically growled, but Daichi wasn't intimidated. He simply grinned and leaned down beside the woman. You could watch it from where you left, and I thought that maybe you wanted to spend some time with me, but maybe I was wrong. Daichi asked in an amused tone, and Bella hatefully glared at the boy in front of her. Moments later, she shoved the remote in Daichi's hands. Daichi quickly turned off the TV and walked out of the room. Bella couldn't stop herself from giggling like a little girl. The rest of the group kept watching the duo with complicated looks on their faces as they left the room. I thought you were with him, Hayashi-sensei, Saya said, and Kyoko simply shrugged. I could never be with him alone, you know. I knew that from the beginning, but I am completely fine with it as long as I can be with him. I don't mind sharing him with others, Kyoko said, and Kota fainted. Everyone gave him a look and decided to ignore him after that. Are you really fine with it? Saya asked in a bewildered tone. No, of course not. I want to have him all for myself, but I can't. I am in my 30s and he is only 18. Since I don't want to lose him, I have to make sacrifices. Kyoko said with a complicated smile on her face. Takagi-san, you also must understand. Yuzora-senpai is a strong man. Several women would flock around him, that is something bound to happen, Siko said in a serious tone. You too? Shizuka asked as she tilted her head with a confused look, and a faint smile appeared on Siko's lips. Why not? He is a strong and dependable man, Siko said as she slowly got up from the table. I think we should take a bath, it has been a long day, Siko said, and all the girls agreed unanimously. The four females quickly left the dining room, leaving behind Kota Hirano, who was still knocked out. Some trigger warnings. Meanwhile, Daichi was sitting near the balcony while keeping an eye out for anything dangerous. He had also turned off the light and Bella had silenced the room. He didn't want to attract any type of attention. Bella was sitting on his lap and grinding her ass over his crotch with a teasing grin on her face. "Don't you find me attractive, cutie?" Bella questioned as she caressed Daichi's cheek. The messy-haired boy simply gave her a similar grin. "You already know I am attracted to you. You can feel it, can't you?" Daichi asked huskily, and Bella almost purred into his ears. Yes, she could feel his hardness poking her. Daichi grabbed Bella's ass and gave it a hard squeeze, burning a hiss of pleasure from Bella. "Oh, my. It seems you like it rough," Daichi said in an amused tone as he started to mash Bella's ass like it was pizza dough. Daichi slowly lifted up Bella and turned her around. Before Bella could say anything, Daichi pushed the woman against the wall. Daichi placed his hand on her back to keep her there. Bella growled in anger, but it turned into another hiss of pleasure when Daichi slapped her ass. "You know, young girls can be energetic and all, but I always preferred mature women. I simply can't resist their fullness," Daichi whispered into Bella's ear. Bella could feel the heat in her body rise to levels she never thought possible. Daichi's hand kept roughly groping and exploring the woman's body. Another hiss escaped Bella's lips as Daichi slapped her ass one more time. The sinful words of Daichi still kept churning inside her mind, making her mind go wild just thinking about the prospects. "Tell me, Bella. What do you want? Do you want to be treated like a newly married wife, or do you want something on the darker side, like being bred like a common wanton whore while being treated like a bitch in heat?" Daichi whispered, and Bella's body shivered, and moments later, her body started to shake. My Bella. I didn't expect you to come just from my words. Now, I know what you want, whore. You want to be bred like an animal from behind, don't you? Daichi asked, and Bella couldn't help but moan after hearing his words. She had never been this excited. "Please." Bella almost begged. "Please what, Bella?" Daichi asked and started to rub her crotch from behind. Moments later, he pulled back his back, so that he could take out his throbbing member from his pants. He already knew what Bella was going to say. Breed me like a street whore. Treat me like a bitch." Bella almost screamed, and Daichi slapped her ass with a lit more force this time. Before Bella could regain her mind, she felt slightly cold around her ass and felt something big, hard, and throbbing thing poking her. Daichi had lifted up Bella's dress and positioned his member between her ass cheeks. Daichi quickly slid off the woman's underwear and shoved his member inside her pussy without any warning. Bella gasped in surprise. "Why?" Bella couldn't finish her words before she felt the boy break through her hymen. Bella could only whimper at the sudden sting of pain. Daichi was surprised that the insane woman was still a virgin. She had mentioned it multiple times that her husband didn't consummate their bond, but he didn't expect her to be a virgin. Well, she did say that she wanted to be treated like a street whore. Daichi mused and started to pound Bella without giving her the time to adjust. "Yes. This is what I wanted." Bella squealed with a twisted look on her face. She also started to drool. Bella could feel Daichi's member hitting her womb while stretching her, shaping her insides with his glorious man meat. She didn't know how big it was, but it was pretty big, and he obviously knew how to use it. Humph. I shouldn't have expected anything else from a wanton whore. "Bitch, you refer to me as master from now on, or better, you could call me daddy if your whore brain is coherent enough." Daichi growled in her ear, and he felt Bella's inside clamp on his member as she reached her second orgasm. Oh, Merlin. Bella knew that accepting that screen's offer was the best thing she had ever done. "Daddy. Fuck my twat. Use your slutty whore any way you want, daddy." Bella did call him daddy. And Daichi would never say no to a challenge like that. His mom had taught him better. Daichi could feel that he was also getting close, so he increased his pace. Bella turned into a whimpering and moaning mess. Daichi couldn't hold it any longer, and finally released his load inside Bella. The insane woman's inside clamped down as she reached her climax too. "Daddy, will you become my lord?" Bella asked while taking deep breaths. "I thought you wanted to call me daddy." Daichi asked in an amused tone as he slowly pulled out of Bella. "That's inside the bedroom. I was asking outside." "I want you to be my lord," Bella said with a fanatic look in her eyes. Daichi didn't know what being her lord entailed, but he decided to agree with the woman. "Okay, if that is what you want," Daichi said, and Bella started to cackle. "I, Bellatrix Black, swear upon my body, magic, and soul that from now on, I belong to my lord, Yozora Daichi, so mote it be," Bella said with an insane look on her face, and a bright flash engulfed her body. "Okay." Daichi said while scratching his cheek. "My lord, from now on I am property. Isn't that great, milord? Bella asked in a fanatical tone, her eyes filled with insanity. Daichi didn't know how to react to that, but Daichi didn't mind taking care of the woman. He knew that she had a rough past, or it was impossible for anyone to turn out like this. She had said that she had killed her previous lord. He must have been a stupid fuck, Daichi thought. He wasn't sure if he loved Bella or not, but he was sure that he cared about her. Then, let me show you, Bella, just how pleased I am, Daichi said with a grin and shoved his dick inside her cunt, making Bella gasp in pleasure. Bella finally passed out due to exhaustion, and Daichi decided to take off her clothes, and after that, he placed her in the bed. Daichi slowly traced the scars on Bella's body with a solemn look on his face. He couldn't believe what they had done to her. He slowly covered the woman with a sheet. Daichi knew that Bella's background was unlocked. So, he decided to find as much as he could about the woman. But he honestly never expected to see this. The story of Bellatrix Black. As the eldest daughter of the Black family, everyone had high expectations of her. She was regularly tortured by her mother and father to toughen her up, but she held strong. All of that changed when a man named Tom Marvolo Riddle, masquerading as Lord Voldemort, decided to recreate their world. The Black family supported that man. The Black family had 3 daughters, Bellatrix Black, Andromeda Black, and finally Narcissa Black. Bellatrix Black's father wanted all of his daughters to support that madman. Andromeda Black didn't agree and decided to run away. To protect her youngest sister from her parents' wrath, Bellatrix Black took the whole brunt of their torture, and it finally snapped her. Bellatrix Black started to go insane while blaming Andromeda Black. That hate turned into madness, leaving behind only a hollow husk of what was once known as an extremely brilliant witch, Bellatrix Black. Bellatrix Black lost any desires except for a good sex life. Her husband wasn't interested in women. Bellatrix Lestrange caught her husband sleeping with his blood brother, and Bellatrix Lestrange tortured them to death. She also went back to her parents and tortured them to death along with her aunt for making her marry such a man and giving her such a disgusting last name. The madman named Voldemort found this out and sent his minions to punish Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix Lestrange retaliated vehemently and ultimately became the doom of the man she was being groomed to serve. Bellatrix Black was treated like a monster by everyone, even her own sisters. She didn't have anything to live for until she was summoned by Yozora Daichi. Now, she is happy and content that she can finally serve a perfect and fitting lord who would also take care of her. Yozora Daichi clenched his fists in anger, but his expression softened as his gaze landed on the sleeping woman. With a history like that, he wasn't surprised that she was mad. Yozora Daichi vowed that he was going to take care of her from now on. Daichi slowly got up and checked the time. It was almost midnight. He decided to check his surroundings once more before leaving the room. He wanted to see what the others were doing and if they were still up. Daichi finally arrived inside the kitchen and saw a scene he wasn't expecting. Siko was leaning in front of the oven while only wearing a thong and an apron. She had her ass perked up, making her look more enticing. Siko's body was lean and firm with perfect curves in the right places. Her pink nipples were almost poking out of her apron. Image here. Before Daichi could say anything, Siko noticed him, but surprisingly, she didn't bother to cover herself or anything. She simply gave him a smile and slowly stood up. Siko obviously noticed the glint in Daichi's eyes, but she simply giggled. "I hope you like what you are seeing," Siko said in a teasing tone. "Yes, very much. Just out of curiosity, why are you dressed like that?" "I am completely fine if you are into that," Daichi teased back, and once again Siko giggled softly. "We decided to wash our clothes, and I didn't find anything for my size except for this," Siko said while stretching the apron in front of her chest. "You do look extremely good in that. By the way, where are the others?" Daichi asked as he approached Siko. For a moment, Siko wondered if Daichi would make the first move or not, but Daichi didn't. Siko didn't mind, but she was kind of disappointed. "All of them are sleeping, they kind of got drunk," Siko said and stirred the pot. Daichi leaned down over the pot and saw that the girl was making curry. "I guess I can't blame them, everyone was stressed out of their minds," Daichi said while nodding his head. "Yes, I think we shouldn't wake them," Siko said, and Daichi nodded his head in agreement. "By the way, where is Bella?" Siko asked and turned off the flames as the curry was done. "Do you want some?" Siko asked, and Daichi nodded his head. "She is asleep, she was really tired," Daichi said with a grin and helped Siko with the plates. "I can wonder," Siko said and laughed softly. "Well, she is an amazing and beautiful woman," Daichi said, and he finally sat down on the table with his plate and Siko sat down on the opposite side. And what about me? Siko asked softly while looking into Daichi's eyes. I will add the paragraph comments in this paragraph, so please like the option you prefer. Can anyone guess the MC's second summon? There will be a small gift for the one who could make the correctly guess the name. Chapter 11, A Midnight Hunt. And what about me? Siko asked softly while looking into Daichi's eyes. For a moment, Daichi simply played with his chopsticks as he stared at the girl in front of him. I find you to be extremely beautiful and an amazing girl, Daichi answered with a smile. He knew what the girl was trying to do and Daichi found that he wasn't bothered by it. By the way, you know what you are getting into, right? Daichi questioned with a grin as he started to eat his food. Siko softly smiled. I have already heard about it from Hayashi-sensei, you have other lovers too. To be honest, I don't mind. You are a strong man, women flock around strong men, and with the current state of the world, let's just say you are going to be quite famous in the future, Siko answered back with a similar smile on her face. Oh, but you are also a strong woman. Would you really like to share your man with other women? Daichi questioned as he continued eating. You are stronger than me, that much is clear. I think Bella is somewhere around my strength but she is a magician, so I can't compare, Siko said with a shrug. And in this messed up world, I do want to have someone to depend on, Siko finished as she continued eating. Daichi didn't say anything for a few moments. I see, and you are right. Most people hate change, and I think Mana brought more than enough change for everyone. Everyone will be searching for any sense of normality, Daichi said with a nod of his head. Siko smiled after hearing his words. I would have asked you out on a date, but it is kind of hard right now, Daichi said with a chuckle and Siko joined him only after a moment. After that, both of them kept eating in silence. Daichi knew Siko wanted to start a relationship, but she was also nervous about something. Let's go, we have to keep an eye out for the time being, Daichi said and Siko nodded her head. Both of them reached the room from where Daichi was keeping watch. Bella was still snuggled in between the sheets. Siko glanced towards the woman in the bed and she gave Daichi a sly grin, but she didn't make any comments. Both of them finally entered the balcony. It was still summer, so Siko wasn't going to have problems with her naked apron getup and everything was dark around them, so nobody was going to be able to see them. The number of zombies have increased, Siko said as she sat down on the floor. Daichi also sat down beside the girl. They have been slowly trickling in. I don't know why they are coming here, but I suspect they can see too, Daichi pointed out and Siko seemed to ponder his words. It is possible that their eyesight gets better during the night, Siko said and Daichi simply hummed. See how they are gathered wherever the light is. It is possible that they can see the light at least, Daichi argued and Siko simply nodded her head. She was never good at her academics. Do you think there are people inside those houses? Siko asked while pointing at some nearby buildings. The houses were surrounded by zombies who kept banging on the walls, doors, and windows, trying to gain access to the inside. Unfortunately, yes. They have probably made noise to attract the attention of the zombies, Daichi said and Siko simply sniffed. What do you think will happen to our world? Siko asked softly and Daichi knew that this was a loaded question. I don't know. I guess we have to keep growing stronger and see where it goes. Daichi said in a solemn tone. Since the enemies seem to have levels too, I think they can get stronger too. I don't know if they have skills or not, but some are strong like that dog from the school, Daichi added and Siko also solemnly nodded her head. Do you think you could have defeated that dog on your own? Siko asked and Daichi shook his head. I could have, but I would have been severely injured in the process, Daichi answered with a frown. Do you think we could help the people trapped in those houses? Siko asked and Daichi seemed to ponder for a few seconds. I won't be inviting them here, but we could kill some zombies and earn ourselves some points. We will be helping them in a roundabout way, Daichi said and Siko softly smiled as she got up from the floor. Daichi followed her example and both of them headed downstairs. Daichi knew that his bat couldn't be used anymore, so he decided to grab a metal pipe from the garage and Siko had her kendo stick in her hands. Daichi carefully opened the gates, not wanting to attract the attention of the zombies. Busujima-san, be careful, we don't know if they can see in the night or not and there might be some mutated animal lurking in the shadows. Daichi added, he didn't want to lose someone like Siko due to carelessness. Siko nodded her head with a smile and raised up her kendo stick. She took a stance and attacked the zombies. The scene would have been quite impactful if Siko was wearing actual clothes. Yet, the scene was impactful but in a very different way. For a moment Daichi kept watching the almost naked girl slaying zombies with a kendo stick. He etched the memories in his mind. He took a deep breath and attacked the zombies too. He was moving along with Seiko. Daichi's movements were somewhat untrained while Seiko's movements were beautiful and perfect. It was like watching a dance of death, but oddly enough, the two of them seemed to be some sort of tandem. Just like Daichi had guessed, the zombies could see the light, and that is how they were being attracted to this area. Other than that, the zombies didn't seem to have any other types of improvement. Right now, zombies were simply mobs, at least the level 0 ones were. For a moment, Daichi's eyes flickered towards the beautiful purple-haired girl fighting beside him. He noticed the girl's grin as she kept beheading her enemies. He knew that grin very well, his mom always had that grin when fighting. Not that Daichi cared. Instead, this attracted him even more. Seiko continued slaying zombies with a wide smile on her face. It was clear that the girl was enjoying herself. I think we should take a break. It has been half an hour and it would be better if we could catch our breath, Daichi suggested, and Seiko immediately agreed with him and retreated towards their house. They had killed a considerable amount, but there were still a lot remaining. It was like there was no end to them. Daichi leaned on the wall and Seiko leaned beside him. There seems to be no end to them, Seiko pointed out while taking deep breaths. Daichi simply hummed. How many did you get? Daichi asked and Seiko raised her delicate eyebrows after hearing the questions. I didn't know we were having a competition. Seiko asked with a teasing grin. We weren't. I am just curious, but we could always have a competition next time, Daichi answered with a similar grin. I got 25 and yes, let's have a small competition next time, Seiko said. I got 22, looks like next time I need to work harder, Daichi said with a fake hurt look on his face. Seiko couldn't stop herself from giggling, she started to giggle softly while covering her mouth. She didn't want to attract the zombies by being too loud. By the way, how many free status points do you have? Daichi asked, wondering if he should use them to reach level 2 or should he keep grinding with Seiko. The girl was a good grinding partner. 63, how many do you have? Do you want to use them right now? Seiko asked curiously. She didn't mind telling Daichi about her skill or status, but since he didn't ask anything before, she hadn't bothered telling him. I think I will use them tonight, but for now, let's get as many zombies as we. Daichi was saying, but he stopped when he noticed something. That is a big fucking snake. Daichi and Seiko followed his gaze and found a massive snake trying to swallow a zombie they have killed. It must be level 1, do you want to hunt it? Seiko asked and Daichi immediately nodded his head. Stay clear from its head, and since it is eating a dead zombie, we have to consider that the snake is also zombified. We need to be careful, Daichi said as he along with Seiko made their way towards the snake. The snake was only halfway through its meal and hadn't noticed either Daichi or Seiko, possibly due to its zombification. The snake finally sensed that it was in danger and attacked Seiko with its tail. It still had the zombie stuck in its mouth, so it couldn't use its mouth to attack. Daichi slammed down the metal pipe on the snake's head. Surprisingly, the snake didn't die and started to shake its head. Daichi had to jump away as he didn't want to get scratched. Even a scratch from a zombie meant that you died. Seiko used this chance and lunged towards the snake's head. With a wet squelch, Seiko's sword pierced the snake's skull. The snake's body kept twitching for a few moments, but Daichi and Seiko knew that the fight was over. Daichi couldn't stop himself from grinning when a couple of notifications popped in front of his eyes. You have gained the mana of a zombified level 1 evolved snake. Strength +5, agility +2, health +4, stamina +3. You have gained 1 status points to distribute freely. I am sorry for your sword by the way, Daichi said in an apologetic tone as Seiko's sword had cracked due to the pressure she had exerted on it during the last attack. It wasn't a sword to begin with, but somehow I feel bad, Seiko said with a complicated look on her face. I can understand. Does your skill need a sword to work with? Daichi asked while looking toward the pipe in his hand. I haven't tried, Seiko answered honestly. So Daichi simply handed over the pipe to Seiko. The girl clearly wasn't comfortable with it, but she still decided to give it a swing, but nothing happened. Not that Daichi would notice it. The skill didn't even activate, Seiko said in a disappointed tone and returned the pipe to Daichi. I think your skill needs some sort of sword to activate. Looks like we will be making a trip towards the museum tomorrow, Daichi said and Seiko nodded her head. Let's go back. Zombies are already gathering around us. The snake made a lot of ruckus, Daichi added while looking around and Seiko quickly retreated towards their house followed by Daichi. The two of them entered the house and Daichi made his way towards the room where Bella was sleeping. Siko promptly followed him inside the room. Daichi gave her a glance but didn't say anything. He had yet to take a bath as he was busy with Bella when the others were bathing. Daichi decided to continue their teasing game as Siko didn't seem to mind it and he was really having fun. In this messed up world, the byplay in between them was a breath of fresh air for him. Even though it didn't seem like it, Daichi was extremely tired, mentally. I am going to take a bath, you are free to join me, you know, we must save water, Daichi said with a grin and entered the bathroom attached to the room. He quickly stripped out of his clothes and entered the shower, and turned on the tap to fill the bath. He wasn't surprised when the door opened only after a few seconds and Siko entered the bathroom and took off her apron revealing her boobs for Daichi to see. From the looks of it, Siko didn't seem to be bothered by having a naked boy standing in front of him while she was also almost naked. Siko grabbed the knots of her thong and pulled them, finally revealing her sacred garden. It wasn't much of a garden as Siko was clean-shaven. Siko placed her apron and thong in the basket along with Daichi's clothes. Siko got under the shower hole placing herself in front of Daichi. You are beautiful, Busujima-san, Daichi said from behind her and Siko giggled softly. I noticed that, Siko said. Her gaze was fixed on Daichi's manhood which was rock hard. But I think we should now be on a first-name basis, wouldn't you agree? Siko added and Daichi nodded his head. Yes, you are right, Siko, Daichi said and turned off the tap as the bath was filled. Siko grabbed the soap bottle and extended it towards Daichi. Would you help me with the soap? Siko asked, giving the boy a meaningful look. Only if you return the favor, Daichi said and grabbed the bottle. Siko softly giggled. Of course, I would love to, Siko said and Daichi started with her shoulders. Daichi moved on to explore her whole body, moans and gasps kept escaping Siko's lips as Daichi's hands kept traversing her body. Daichi rubbed soap on her boobs and he didn't forget to give them a pinch making a loud moan escape Siko's mouth. Daichi also didn't forget to rub the place between her legs. When Daichi was finally done with Siko, the girl turned around and started to give the boy the same treatment she had received. Daichi maintained his body as his mom liked it. Siko explored him with her hands and she didn't forget to apply soap on Daichi's crotch. Daichi groaned in pleasure as she caressed his dick and balls. Siko giggled when Daichi's member throbbed in her hands. This was the first time she saw a man completely naked. She had read books, of course, but she reached a conclusion, books didn't do justice to the real thing. She found Daichi's body to be exactly what she wanted her man to have. Siko turned on the shower and helped Daichi wash off the soap from his body and Daichi obviously returned the favor, after all, he was a gentleman. Daichi finally stepped into the bath after turning off the shower. He felt the warm water untie the knots in his body. Siko rummaged through the cupboard and found a bottle of whiskey and a glass. Siko stepped into the bath and sat in between Daichi's legs. Siko did leave some space for Daichi's member, but when she leaned back over his chest, his member was pressed against her ass. To be honest, she liked the heat from the throbbing organ pressed against her body. Daichi groaned and wrapped his arms around the girl's waist and pulled her closer to him. In the process, his member was completely pressed against her body. How did you know where the alcohol would be? Daichi asked softly as Siko poured a small drink for him. Marikawa-sensei mentioned it, Siko said and held up the glass for Daichi. He grabbed the glass and tipped it inside his mouth in one go. Moments later, the burning feeling was gone and by that time Siko poured another drink and gulped it down. She closed the bottle and placed it outside the tub along with the glass. Do you think I did the right thing? Daichi asked in an uncertain tone. Siko slightly turned her head. I meant leaving the three of them behind. I think Takagi-san was close to them, Daichi elaborated. You gave them a choice, it is not like you didn't ask them. They decided to stay behind, you didn't force them, Siko answered softly. It is hard, you know. I mean being the leader and all, what if I make a mistake, what if I call a wrong shot, someone might end up losing their life with a simple mistake, Daichi added sullenly. He might have acted like a charismatic leader, but he was just a normal college student until all this happened. Yes, he had questionable relationships, but it was still in a normal world. And that is what makes you a good leader. You question yourself. You aren't treating anyone like a pawn, you are also helping the others to get strong. We could have ended up with a much worse leader, Siko said with a soft smile. Well. I guess that's good then, Daichi said with a chuckle. For a moment both of them decided to remain silent. Siko picked up the bottle and glass and poured another drink for Daichi. He accepted the glass and gulped it down in one go. Siko, why do you hide your true self? Daichi asked and he felt the girl stiffen for a moment. Siko gulped down her own drink and placed the bottle and the glass outside the tub. It happened 4 years ago. I was only 13. I was returning home after kendo practice. I always carried my wooden sword. One day a molester cornered me. I could have retaliated from the beginning. I didn't. I lured him in, acting like a weak and meek girl, and when he was finally about to touch me I finally attacked him. I broke him so badly that he had to be carried off using an ambulance. I could have stopped. I should have stopped, but I didn't. That day, I realized something about myself. I liked causing pain, having control over someone's life. Siko said in a self-deprecating tone, but before she could continue Daichi decided to cut her off. You know, that shouldn't be a problem, at least not in this messed up world. You might think that you are undeserving or unworthy, but you are completely wrong. Your darker side is also a part of you, you should embrace it, Daichi said in a firm tone. Before Siko could make another comment, Daichi turned her torso and placed his lips on hers. Siko's eyes grew wide in surprise, but moments later, she simply closed her eyes and melted into the kiss. A lone tear rolled down her cheek. She could feel that Daichi meant what he said, and to be honest, she felt relieved. She had thought that he would hate her after he came to find her real personality. Surprisingly, he didn't. After a few moments, both of them finally separated. Siko had a flushed look on her face and Daichi was intently looking into her eyes. You know, you looked extremely beautiful when you were killing those zombies. I couldn't stop myself from stealing glances, Daichi added with a grin, and Siko smiled after hearing his words. Then make me yours, Daichi-kun, Siko requested while staring into Daichi's eyes. Chapter 12, Popping Siko's Cherry and Selecting Jobs. Art 18. Then make me yours, Daichi-kun, Siko requested while staring into Daichi's eyes. Then, let's change locations. Daichi said and picked up Siko like a bride. Daichi entered the room and gently placed Siko on the bed. Siko gasped when she felt Daichi's finger slip inside her and at the same time one of her breasts being enveloped by Daichi's mouth. For Siko Busujima this was a dream come true. Nobody beside her knew this, but Siko had developed feelings for Yozora Daichi when he was still in school, but she could never gather up enough courage to tell him as she felt herself unworthy of him due to her darker side. She heard some rumors that he had some sort of relationship with Hayashi-sensei, and even though she felt bad, she convinced herself that it was probably for the best as she felt that she didn't deserve happiness and she would only ruin his life with her darkness. When Daichi showed up at the school, she was elated. Even though he had 2 women beside him, she felt glad that he was okay. Once again she felt her dream coming true when she saw the boy she had feelings for fighting beside her. After arriving at this house, she finally learned from Hayashi-sensei that Daichi had other women in his life too. That is why she decided to give it a try. She was expecting that Daichi would come down after he was done with Bella. It was just a gut instinct, but she was right. She started a teasing game, which led them to a midnight zombie hunt. She joined Daichi in the shower and that was a dream come true, but she honestly never expected that he would notice her sadistic tendencies. Siko wanted to jump over the moon when he accepted her as a whole. She couldn't stop herself and decided to give herself to him. Siko moaned in pleasure as Daichi kept fingering her while sucking on one of her breasts while groping the other. Siko had touched herself multiple times while thinking about Daichi, but this was on a completely different level. Siko could feel that she was about to come, but much to her horror Daichi stopped. Her eyes snapped open but the next moment she gasped when she felt something slithering enter her. She looked down only to find Daichi burying his head in between her legs. Siko moaned as her back arched up and she finally came. Daichi slowly raised his head and licked his lips. Siko-chan, you taste amazing, Daichi said with a grin and positioned the tip of his dick in front of her entrance. Siko slightly blushed at his words. Daichi-kun, I can't wait anymore. Make me yours. Siko said and Daichi slowly pushed forward. You don't have to worry about it. I have broken my hymen while training, Siko said after a gasp. Daichi finally sheathed his whole length inside her. He leaned down and placed his lips on hers. He started to move slowly. You are so tight. Daichi gasped while kissing the girl. Siko simply moaned. Ha harder, Siko moaned loudly and Daichi wasn't someone who would disappoint a woman, so, he increased his pace. Siko shivered as she reached her second orgasm. She felt Daichi's member shaping her insides to match his member and she didn't have any problems with it. Hard harder, please, Siko gasped and once again Daichi felt her insides become tighter. I am close, Daichi groaned and Siko simply locked her legs behind him, making it impossible for him to pull out. Inside, mark me as yours, Siko gasped and she felt her insides clench for the third time. Daichi also couldn't hold himself any longer and ended up painting her insides. Siko moaned in pleasure. I am yours, Dana-sama, Siko said with a satisfied smile and promptly fell asleep. Daichi gaped at her words. He slowly pulled out of her. God! Why do I keep attracting these crazy women? Daichi said as he placed Siko on the other side while he decided to place himself between Bella and Siko. Daichi really wanted to check his stats, but he was extremely tired. He could always use those stat points tomorrow. With Roberta. Do you know any other way around to your house? Roberta asked in a stoic tone and the woman sitting beside her shook her head in denial. We are really close. Can't we, abandon the car? The policewoman suggested nervously, but Roberta simply leaned back in her seat. It seems that you still haven't understood what is happening around you. If it were only zombies, then it would have been fine, but there are various types of mutated beasts lurking around. Some of them only hunt at night. I will be fine, but for someone like you, that is plain suicide, Roberta replied in a monotone. Masato Chiba clenched her fists tightly as tears started to roll down her eyes. She wanted to scream and rage, but she knew doing that would only get her thrown out of the car. Even though she wanted to complain, she knew that the psychotic woman was right. We will leave on foot first thing in the morning, it is pretty late, let's find a place to rest, Roberta said and parked the Hummer in a nearby park. Only zombies could be seen lurking around, but there were just a few of them. Roberta pulled out some food and shoved some of them toward Masato Chiba. The woman gratefully accepted the food. After finishing her meal, Roberta decided to close her eyes, but her hands were on her gun. Masato Chiba tried to sleep, but she simply couldn't, she simply kept staring in the direction where her house was. The woman didn't know how, but she was glad that it was already morning. Roberta's eyes also flickered open due to the sunlight. Roberta stretched her limbs and got out of the car. Masato Chiba also followed the other woman's example and climbed down from the car. Roberta looked at the former policewoman. Do you want to pee too? Roberta asked and for a moment, Masato Chiba gaped, but finally nodded her head. So, after taking care of their business, the two women made their way toward the Masato residence. Masato Chiba was feeling really nervous. Roberta made sure to avoid any sort of confrontation, she was an assassin, she liked slitting throats and torturing people if her job needed her to. Just like Masato Chiba had said, their house wasn't that far from the place from where they had turned around last night. It was a normal-looking apartment building. Most of the apartments seemed to be looted, which didn't help the former policewoman's anxiety. They finally arrived on the first floor and found that only a few houses were looted. Most of the houses were perfectly fine. They finally reached the second floor. Masato Chiba quickly led Roberta towards their house, but to her horror, the house was empty. Masato Chiba broke down and started to weep. The woman wanted to blame Roberta for taking so long, but blaming her would have been wrong. She wouldn't have even made it this far if it wasn't for Roberta. While the matron of the house was weeping, Roberta decided to look around the house and found a note on the table. She quickly read the note and a grin appeared on her face. Looks like your husband took your daughter towards the bridge. He heard from someone that the government had created some sort of shelter there. Roberta handed the note to the woman who quickly wiped off her tears and read the note. She felt somewhat relieved after reading the note. Okay, let's grab everything we can before leaving, Roberta said and Masato Chiba nodded her head with a determined look on her face. With Daichi. Daichi woke up only to find an extremely amusing and satisfying scene in front of his eyes. Both Bella and Siko seemed to be trying to give him a blowjob. Daichi obviously wasn't against the idea and to be honest, he felt amazing when their tongues danced around his manhood. His mom also liked to wake him like that from time to time. Both Bella and Siko noticed that Daichi was up, so they increased their pace. After only a few minutes, Daichi released his load over Siko's and Bella's faces. The insane woman grinned and licked her lips. I can't complain if I wake up to such a beautiful sight every day. Daichi said with a grin and sat up. We thought that you needed some attention. Siko said in a meaningful tone. Moments later, the three of them entered the shower. The three of them helped each other wash their bodies. Bella ended up asking for a quick shag, which continued for quite some time until both Siko and Bella seemed to be satisfied. After last night's sleep, Bella and Siko seemed to have become even more energetic and it was the same for Daichi. The three finally stepped into the bath after cleaning themselves as they wanted to relax a bit. They decided to enjoy themselves as much as they could as Daichi knew that it was going to be a long day. So, Bella, how did you become friends with Siko-chan? Daichi asked in a curious tone. He was quite surprised that Bella didn't try to curse the younger girl in the bed after waking up. "Milord, you decided to allow her in your bed, that means she is worthy, and she promised that she would play with Bella," Bella answered in a sheepish tone. She answered like a girl was being scolded by her parents. Daichi gave Siko a questioning look and the girl simply smiled. Daichi was leaning on one end of the bath, while Bella and Siko were leaning on the opposite side. "Daichi-kun, is there a way I can show you my status window?" Siko asked and Daichi nodded his head. "Yes, but you don't need to," Daichi said, but it was pretty clear that Siko wasn't going to budge. Apparently, Siko had found out a few things about Bella. Firstly, Daichi could see the woman's status whenever he wanted along with her skill page, and secondly, the woman wasn't a resident of this world. With all the fucked up shit happening outside, Siko quickly got over the fact that she was completely naked in front of a similarly naked insane alien woman. Additionally, they shared a common lover. In this messed up world, it was perfectly fitting. So, Daichi quickly explained how to show your status window to someone else. Daichi internally mused and decided to return the gesture as a form of trust. Well, he was kind of embarrassed about his outrageous title. Moments later, a status window appeared in front of his eyes. Siko Busujima. Status points 64. Level 1. Race human. Job none. Title none. Strength 31, 10. Agility 39, 10. Health 35, 10. Stamina 31, 10. Mana 40, 10. Magic 40, 10. Daichi was expecting a status window like this. Siko was faster than him, but to the others, it wasn't that noticeable and at the same time, he was slightly stronger than her. Daichi's stats were more balanced, and Siko's stats were leaning towards agility. "Wow, you are fast," Daichi said with a whistle and Siko softly chuckled. She had to use all of her status points to reach the sum of 200. She ended up with 48 points in her strength, 56 points in agility, 47 points in health, and 49 points in stamina. Once again, notifications appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. Your physical stats have reached the sum of 200. You have unlocked the job function. You cannot reach level 2 without a primary job. Mana Archive has finished inspecting your records. You can choose one of these following jobs. Knight. Martial Warrior. Swordswoman. What do you think? Siko asked while staring into Daichi's eyes. Daichi took a deep breath and seemed to contemplate Siko's option. Knight was something pretty straightforward. Martial Warrior might have been added due to Siko's discipline, but Daichi thought Swordswoman would be more fitting. How about the last one? Daichi asked Siko, and she directly selected the job without even bothering to think about it. Daichi wanted to palm his face so badly. Crazy women indeed. You have chosen Swordswoman as your primary job. Swordswomen are basically female knights. But the Swordswoman job is only available for the ones who are extremely skilled in the art of handling some specific types of swords. You must fulfill the given requirements to acquire the Swordswoman job. Kill 100 level 0 enemies with a single attack. 0 out of 100. Kill 10 level 1 enemies by beheading them. 0 out of 10. Kill 10 level 1 enemies without using your skill. 0 out of 10. The requirements aren't that hard to fulfill if you have a good katana, but the problem will be finding level 1 enemies. They are pretty rare. Daichi said with a thoughtful look on his face, but he was sure that it would change in the future. I also want to be level 2, Bella whined and started to pout. Don't worry Bella, I am sure you will reach level 2 today, Daichi said in a reassuring tone, and that seemed to brighten up the insane woman. Okay. I guess it is my turn now, Daichi said and called out status window inside his mind. Moments later, a window appeared in front of his eyes. Yazora Daichi. Status points 73. Level 1. Race human. Job none. Title Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Strength 36, 10. Agility 34, 10. Health 36, 10. Stamina 33, 10. Mana 500, 10. Magic 500, 10. Daichi ended up spending 61 status points, leaving behind only 12 points for later use. He ended up with 53 points in his strength, 48 points in agility, 49 points in health, and 50 points in stamina. Your physical stats have reached the sum of 200. You have unlocked the job function. You cannot reach level 2 without a primary job. Mana Archive finished inspecting your records. You can choose one of these following jobs. Brawler. Mage. Summoner. Black Summoner. Not many options, and the last job does seem to have my name's skill name. My skill is an EX class skill and at the same time unique. I am pretty sure that this job is going to be something special. Daichi thought and selected the Black Summoner. You have chosen Black Summoner as your primary job. A unique job created by the Mana Archive specifically for you. Not much is known about a Black Summoner, except that he could summon black characters from other realities. You must fulfill the given requirements to acquire the Black Summoner job. Form a stable bond with your first summon accomplished. Kill 100 level 1 enemies with the help of your summon. 0 out of 100. Kill 10 level 2 enemies with the help of your summon. 0 out of 10. Pretty tame requirements considering I got a unique job, Daichi mused calmly, but in truth, he wasn't calm. Where the hell was he supposed to find 100 level 1 enemies and for that matter, 10 level 2 enemies? Can he even slay 10 level 2 enemies? Siko gasped after she saw the requirements and she gave Daichi a pitying look. It seems that we have a long day in front of us, Daichi said, trying to change the topic. Daichi slowly got out of the bath followed by Siko and Bella. Siko didn't have anything to wear besides her thong and apron, so Bella magnanimously transformed some clothes inside the wardrobe to fit her. Bella expected some head pats, which she received from both Siko and Daichi. He could have sworn that he saw a tail wagging behind Bella's back. The three of them quickly left the room and found everyone else was waiting for them at the table. Kota had tissues stuffed inside his nose while Saya was giving the three of them a glare while Shizuka was acting like her usual ditzy self. Kyoko looked heartbroken and Daichi already knew why. Slowly the three of them sat down at the table. Siko and Bella decided to sit beside Daichi. It is almost noon, Saya said in a disapproving tone and Daichi simply shrugged. We were having a bonding moment, Daichi said with a small nod of his head. Saya glared at him, but it was clear that she didn't have any sort of malice behind her glare. Hirano-san, you are going to stay here and keep an eye out while I will be taking Bella, Siko-chan, and Kyoko with me, Daichi said, but nobody missed how Daichi referred to Siko Busujima. Nobody complained and they started to eat. Yesterday Kota Hirano found a lot of new toys to play with. He had found the locker where the weapons were kept and since then, he had never parted from the weapons. Now that he had real weapons, he could easily guard the house on his own. Real weapons were always a deterrent. After that, Daichi left the house along with Bella, Siko, and Kyoko. Daichi decided to take the school bus. Kyoko sat behind the driving wheel and Daichi sat down beside her. Where are we going first? Kyoko questioned as she drove out of the residential area. First, we will be visiting the museum. Siko-chan lost her weapon last night, so she needs a new 1-inch, Daichi ordered in a firm tone. Kyoko nodded her head and they slowly made their way toward the museum. Today, Kyoko wasn't even bothered in the slightest when she crushed the zombies with the bus. With Kimona. A huge mansion finally came into Kimona's view. The mansion was barricaded pretty nicely and she also noticed roadblocks on the road, but all of that would be meaningless if a horde of 1,000 zombies decided to visit the mansion. She passed over the bridge where the police had decided to put the barricade. A lot of people and cops waved at her but she simply flew away. She couldn't bring herself to bother with them. After all, none of them were trying to become strong. Kimona slowly lowered her chopper into the front yard. Everyone started to run away like a headless chicken when they saw that the pilot wasn't bothered by the fact that he or she was about to land on top people. The owners of the mansion were waiting with unhappy looks on their faces. The landing gears of the chopper finally touched the ground and Kimona powered off the chopper. She opened the door and jumped down. Immediately several guns were pointed in her direction, but she wasn't bothered about them. She made her way toward the owners of the mansion like she owned the place. Takagi Soichiro. I see, you are still playing a hero, Kimona greeted with a huge grin on her face, revealing her large canines. Chapter 13, Going Around. Takagi Soichiro. I see, you are still playing a hero, Kimona greeted with a huge grin on her face, revealing her large canines. Soichiro Takagi is the don of the Tokunosu Prefecture's ultranationalist organization. He along with his wife, Yuriko Takagi were the owners of the Takagi mansion and they were also the parents of Saya Takagi. Images here. My, what an unpleasant surprise. Soichiro Takagi said in a dry tone and the purple-haired woman beside him sniffed. This wasn't the first time Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi were meeting Yozora Kimona face to face. Yuriko Takagi didn't have anything against the woman, but she simply couldn't bring herself to like the woman because her husband hated the woman. Hated would be putting it mildly, he loathed the woman with his very being. Yes, Soichiro Takagi loathed the existence of Yozora Kimona, there were various reasons for that. Soichiro Takagi knew that the woman worked for the government, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't find anything related to her job description. Secondly, the woman had murdered more than a dozen and that was all they knew about, she had probably killed many more and she had walked away scot-free from all of her criminal charges, that was the hardest pill to swallow and just for that, Soichiro Takagi would never forgive her. The woman's name was Kimona, which translated into beast. The woman indeed acted like a wild beast, she once broke a man's arm when he had tried to touch her, he was some political big shot from his group but the next day, the man disappeared. Obviously, Yozora Kimona was the main suspect, but no matter how much Soichiro Takagi tried, he couldn't get the court to produce an arrest warrant and the cops wouldn't even try to touch her without a warrant. It is a nice place, but it could have been better with some better hospitality, but what can you expect if their leader is someone like you, Kimona said with a feral grin on her face and everyone became tense, everyone started to glare at the woman hatefully. Soichiro Takagi gave a glance towards his men and gestured them to calm down. Why are you here? Soichiro Takagi asked with a straight face. He didn't want to entertain this woman any longer than necessary. Like many of his men, Soichiro Takagi had awakened a skill, the skill allowed him to see the chances of his victory in percentage against his opponent. Soichiro Takagi clenched his katana tightly, he believed he was strong, but in front of this woman, he was nothing, he had 0% chance of winning against her. I knew you would be going around saving people, so I simply wanted to ask if you have saved my son or not. Kimona asked with a shrug. Kimona knew that the chances of Daichi being here were very low, but she still wanted to check it out on an off chance, and if her son wasn't here, she could start looking around the city. No, I don't know if he is here, his name is Yozora Daichi, right? This time it was Yuriko Takagi who asked the question and Kimona simply nodded her head. Yuriko Takagi turned towards another woman who shook her head in denial. I am sorry, but your son isn't here, Yuriko Takagi answered in an apologetic tone and Kimona simply gave the woman an appreciative nod. I am surprised that someone like you cares about their child, Soichiro Takagi said in a somewhat disdainful tone, this surprised Yuriko Takagi. Kimona simply raised her brows after hearing Soichiro Takagi's words. Of course, I care about my son, but coming from you? I can understand, Kimona said with an understanding grin on her face. Both Soichiro and Yuriko Takagi frowned at that. What was that supposed to mean? Soichiro Takagi growled and Kimona simply shrugged in a dismissive manner. Oh. I mean, you are playing the hero while your daughter is probably in school or something. It tells me all I need to know about how good of a parent you two are, Kimona snorted, but internally she grinned. She had no idea if their daughter was here or not, she simply took a gamble, but from the sour looks on Soichiro and Yuriko Takagi's faces, she knew that her deduction was spot on. She never liked Soichiro Takagi, she would have killed him, but he was a good source of entertainment. How dare you? One of the mindless followers screamed from the side and Kimona grinned. Did I say anything wrong? Kimona questioned in an innocent tone. You are right. We haven't tried to save our daughter. I tried, but the police have barricaded the bridge, there is no way of going around, Yuriko Takagi said, making everyone loyal to Soichiro Takagi somewhat uncomfortable. Even the said man was slightly uncomfortable. Oh, hello. I have a huge chopper here, Kimona said with a grin. For a moment, Yuriko Takagi seemed to contemplate, but Soichiro Takagi couldn't believe that his wife was even contemplating an option like that. Yuriko, you can't be considering her offer, Soichiro said in a horrified tone. Do you have any other ideas? Yuriko questioned in an almost desperate tone, but Soichiro Takagi simply shook his head. No, I will never compromise with that woman even if it means that I could save my daughter, Soichiro said, shocking his wife. You mean to say that your pride is more important than our daughter? Yuriko asked in a low tone and Soichiro didn't bother to answer. His silence was enough. Yuriko simply shook her head as she clenched her fists. Fine. I will be going to save my daughter, Yuriko said in a determined tone. Yuriko glanced at some people. Some stepped forward while some averted their gazes. Yuriko Takagi started to approach Kimona. Yuriko. If you step into that chopper then don't bother coming back. Soichiro Takagi said in a firm tone. For a moment, Yuriko stiffened and she froze in her stride, but once again, she resumed making her way towards the chopper. After hearing Soichiro's words, some more men turned around and returned to the crowd. Finally, only 4 people including Yuriko Takagi climbed into the chopper. Kimona gave Soichiro a last look before making her way to the chopper. Kimona climbed into the chopper and powered it up. Yuriko had decided to take the co-pilot seat. The chopper finally started to rise up in the air, and that is when Soichiro Takagi turned around before entering his mansion. Kimona finally turned the chopper towards the other side of the city. "How do you plan to look for your son?" Yuriko asked through the microphone. "We will start with Fujimi High School. My son was on a date with someone when all of this shit started. I think your daughter would probably be there." Kimona answered, and Yuriko nodded her head. That was a good place to start. With Daichi. It has been half an hour since the group had left the residential area. Daichi had noticed that Kyoko had something on her mind, but she simply couldn't bring herself to say it. Daichi released a deep breath and decided to start the conversation. "What is on your mind?" Daichi asked softly, and Kyoko stared at him with wide eyes. It is nothing," Kyoko hurriedly said as she shook her head. "You know, you don't need to lie to me. Is this about yesterday?" Daichi asked softly, and after a few moments of silence, Kyoko finally nodded her head. "Do you no longer want me in your life? If that is it, then I am fine." "I will understand," Kyoko said with a lot of stuttering. It was pretty clear that she wasn't fine. Daichi placed his hand over Kyoko's and gave a gentle squeeze. "It is not like that, Kyoko. I had already planned to spend some time with you, but when I finally went downstairs, I heard that you were knocked out after getting drunk." Daichi explained with a calm look on his face. Kyoko's eyes grew wide and her head snapped towards Daichi, so that she could watch his expressions. Moments later, a mischievous grin appeared on Daichi's face. "If you don't mind, then the 2 of us could sneak off for a bit." "I don't think Bella and Siko would mind," Daichi said with a grin on his face. He noticed that Siko was playing rock, paper, and scissors with Bella, and the insane woman seemed to be pretty taken by the simple game. Bella was nuttier than a fruit cake, but she was Daichi's fruit cake. Daichi couldn't stop himself from smiling after watching the scene. You mean, do it outside?" Kyoko asked in a somewhat nervous tone. "Not exactly outside, but I wouldn't mind if you have something on your mind," Daichi said in a sinful tone. Kyoko licked her lips. I always wanted to do it in a back alley," Kyoko said in an unsure tone, and Daichi couldn't stop himself from grinning. "I didn't know you had such dark fantasies, Kyoko-chan." "We will have some private time in a back alley," Daichi said with a meaningful smile on his face. A pink flush appeared on Kyoko's face, but she also started to smile due to excitement. The group of 4 finally arrived in front of the museum. It took them a lot of time due to the abandoned cars and the undead. Thankfully they didn't come across any other human groups for now. Humans can be pretty outrageous if they are desperate enough, and the current situation is pretty desperate. "Bella dear, is there any spell to see if there is someone inside the building or not?" Daichi asked, and the woman eagerly nodded her head. The woman flicked her hand, and moments later, she scowled. "Milord, I can't seem to get anything conclusive from the spell," Bella said in an apologetic tone, and Daichi simply shook his head. "You don't have to worry about it, Bella, the building is probably filled with undead. That must be why your spell didn't work." Daichi mused as he led the group towards the museum. Just as expected, the building was crawling with zombies. "Someone probably broke something and the alarm started to blare, attracting all these zombies in here," Daichi said with a scowl. There was no way they could deal with so many without getting scratched or eaten. Well, he did have Bella. She was perfect for these kinds of situations. Bella needed to get some kills to raise her stats, and Siko also needed a weapon. So, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but if Bella ended up using all of her mana, then they needed to be careful afterwards. "Bella, use those blue flames and get rid of these rude zombies," Daichi said, and Bella didn't need to be told twice. Blue flames erupted from her hands and it slowly engulfed everything inside the building. "With Roberta. Why are we stopping here?" Marizato Chiba asked in an unsure tone when Roberta stopped the car on the road leading to Fujimi High School. "There is a chance that the person I am looking for is staying here. You stay in the car and lock it from the inside," Roberta said as she climbed down from the Hummer. "By the way, if you dare to steal the car, then I promise that your end would be anything but good." "You wouldn't want that, would you?" Roberta asked with a wide grin on her face, and the former police woman frantically shook her head in denial. Without saying anything else, Roberta dashed towards the school. Roberta decided to threaten Chiba even though the other woman couldn't steal the car. After all, you needed a code to start the car and Roberta was pretty careful while entering the code. With Roberta's agility, it only took her a couple of minutes to enter the campus. There were several groups residing inside the school. One group stood out as they were quite big and some members could access their abilities. The leader seemed to be pretty strong, as the man seemed to have some sort of transformation ability. Roberta didn't find Daichi or Kyoko, but she found that a small group did leave the school after taking a school bus. The group also decided not to stop for Koichi Shido and his group. That is something Daichi-sama would do, Roberta thought as she knew that Daichi hated that man with a passion. Roberta decided that she needed to ask some questions. She found a good target as a lone girl made her way towards the washroom. The girl could access her skill, but Roberta knew how to deal with that skill. Roberta sneaked behind the woman and the girl stopped moving when she felt something sharp against her throat. I know you are a screamer. Do you think you could still scream after I slit your throat? You don't want to test that, do you? Roberta asked and the girl shook her head fearfully. The girl was clearly afraid as the girl was shaking in fear. The girl was a screamer, her skill allowed her to create high-frequency screams. The girl was one of the strongest of this group as she had learned how to produce screams without attracting zombies. Then tell me about the group that took the school bus, Roberta said. She didn't want to waste a lot of time as otherwise it would be mostly useless. I have heard that there were 7 members. Hayashi-sensei and Marikawa-sensei were among the group along with Busujima-san and Takagi-san. Yazora-senpai was also among them, the girl answered nervously and Roberta had everything she needed to hear. Thanks, Roberta said and chopped the nape of the girl with her other hand, knocking her out. Roberta slowly laid down the girl on the floor and dashed outside the school, without bothering to waste any more time. He must have wanted to return home to take weapons, which means he was headed towards the bridge which is being barricaded by the police. Roberta started to think as she made her way towards her car without bothering anything else around her. Not that she needed to. There is no way that Daichi-sama could have crossed the bridge, it is very unlikely that he decided to go around the city, then he must be staying somewhere around the bridge, Roberta contemplated as she finally arrived in front of the car. She entered the car only to find that Chiba was about to keel over due to her nervousness. No more stops, we are going to the bridge, Roberta said and Chiba almost hugged the purple-haired woman, but somehow she refrained herself. Hayashi Kyoko's apartment just like Shizuka Marikawa's apartment is quite far from the bridge, the Busujima dojo is also pretty far, and Takagi mansion is on the other side of the bridge. Wait. Shizuka Marikawa has a buddy who works for the prefecture police, Roberta thought as she started the car. Now there was a good reason why Roberta knew all of this and where everyone's houses were. She was Daichi-sama's maid, as a good maid, she obviously needed to know the addressees of the women who were interested in Daichi-sama. Technically Marikawa Shizuka wasn't interested in Daichi-sama, but she was an airhead, so she could decide something on the go and she could take him to her friend's house too. Her house is pretty close to the bridge, and she also owns weapons. The airheaded nurse might have led the whole group there, her friend also owns a Humvee, that is where I am going to look first before going anywhere else, Roberta decided internally as she started to drive towards the bridge. With Daichi. Unlike popular belief, alarms don't keep ringing continuously after getting triggered. After some time they stop on their own, it simply depends on what type of alarm it is and what type of building it is being used in. That is what happened inside this particular museum. Someone might have triggered the alarm by accident when the whole shit started and after that, everything is history. Daichi really loved those blue flames to be honest, they only destroyed the zombies and left behind everything completely intact. It was pretty brilliant. And there, now, we can take anything we want, Daichi said as he ripped off the whole alarm system from the wall inside the security room. How do you know all this? Siko asked curiously. My mom taught me a few things when I was in high school, Daichi answered with a smile. Okay, Siko, I don't know much about swords, so, you take whatever you need. Bella, you stay with Siko while Kyoko and I are going to look around the building, Daichi said with a straight face. Okay. Siko is a good girl, so she is fine, Bella cooed and Siko gave Daichi a meaningful look while smiling. Daichi and Kyoko quickly made their way out of the museum and went towards the back alley. They are going to shag, right? Bella asked Siko with an innocent look on her face and Siko nodded her head with a soft giggle. Yes they are, Siko answered. I also want to be shagged outside in the rain. Bella muttered with a longing look on her eyes. I am sure Daichi-kun wouldn't mind. Maybe I should join in too, if you don't mind, of course, Siko said with a smile and Bella looked thoughtful for a moment. You have been good to Bella, so, Bella doesn't mind, Bella answered in third person. Meanwhile Daichi and Kyoko finally found themselves in the back alley. Do you think they know? Kyoko asked and Daichi simply shrugged. My guess is, yes, they know, Daichi answered and Kyoko decided to shrug as she had other matters at hand. So, how are we going to do this? Daichi asked and Kyoko answered him by getting down on her knees. She started to fiddle with his belt and after only a few moments, she pulled down Daichi's pants along with his boxers. I have missed this so much, Kyoko cooed softly while caressing Daichi's member. Daichi couldn't help but groan in pleasure as Kyoko started to lick his member while gently stroking it. Daichi was rock hard in only a matter of seconds with Kyoko's ministrations and only after a few moments, Kyoko started to deep-throat him. God! I love it when she does that. Daichi internally mused as he decided to enjoy the blowjob. Chapter 14, Groom. From the corner of a back alley, flesh-slapping sounds could be heard along with some moans, gasps, and grunts. Kyoko Hayashi was leaning against a wall with her hands, her shirt was open and her bra was pushed up, that is why her tits were swinging out in the open due to the thrusts. Her hair was also a mess and she was biting her lips to stop her moans from escaping. Her skirt was pushed up and her panties were lying around her ankles and Daichi was shoving his dick inside her sopping wet pussy from behind, creating ripples around her ass along with the flesh-slapping sounds. Kyoko. I am close, Daichi said and he kept pounding the woman from behind. Inside. Daichi-kun, do it inside, Kyoko stuttered out as her eyes started to roll back due to the pleasure. With a hard thrust, Daichi finally came inside Kyoko and at the same time, Kyoko reached her orgasm too. After a few more thrusts, he slowly pulled his member out of Kyoko's pussy. Daichi was ready to go again, but unlike Daichi, Kyoko was extremely tired, and she couldn't take it anymore. Kyoko pulled out a roll of napkins from her pocket and Daichi simply gave the woman a questioning look. Kyoko simply shrugged with a grin. Women like to keep those, in case of an emergency, Kyoko said and handed one of the rolls to Daichi. The boy accepted the roll with a grateful smile. Both Daichi and Kyoko quickly fixed their clothes after cleaning themselves. Kyoko tried, but her clothes and hair were pretty disheveled, just one look and anybody would know what she had done. Kyoko Hayashi wasn't a schoolgirl, so she was pretty proud that someone like Daichi had messed her up and she was never shy about it. Thankfully their activity wasn't interrupted by the zombies, or both of them would have thrown a fit before continuing. Kyoko and Daichi arrived where Siko and Bella were. Apparently, Siko had decided to take all the katanas, after all, she was going to put them to much better use. As soon as Bella noticed Daichi's arrival, a fanatical grin appeared on her face as she made her way toward Daichi. The insane woman was about to kneel, but Daichi stopped her. Just after that, she remembered that Daichi had asked her not to kneel. Her smile became even wider after she remembered that. She was so happy, she only needed to get herself a princess dress after this. Milord, my physical stats have finally reached the sum of 200, but I went straight into level 2. I didn't even get to pick a job. Bella started with an excited glint in her eyes, but she finished with a sullen look on her face. Daichi felt like he was dealing with a child who lost her candy. She already seems to have a job, that must be why she went straight into level 2 without having to get a primary job, Daichi mused and he finally decided to reveal his theory to Bella or she might continue to pout. Bella, you already have a job. That must be why you didn't get the option to choose 1-inch, Daichi explained with a calm look on his face, but it seemed that Bella had some completely different ideas. No. Bella wailed and childishly stomped her foot on the ground. I wanted you to choose a job for me. Bella continued to throw a tantrum and then she glared at Siko, but moments later her features softened. Once again, Daichi felt like he was walking in a minefield. A very dangerous undetectable minefield. You are nice to Bella, so even though Bella feels hurt that her lord was able to give a job to his other lover, Bella will drop the matter, Bella said sullenly while looking at Siko. The former kendo club captain had no idea how to answer that question, so she simply inclined her head with a smile. Daichi placed his hand over Bella's head and started to give her a head pat. Bella's mood immediately did a 180 and she looked extremely pleased. Getting head pats from her lord was one of the favorite things for Bella. Bella, can I still see your status window? Daichi asked and Bella eagerly nodded her head. After only a moment, Bella's status window appeared in front of his eyes. It was much different from what he had seen last night. Bellatrix Black. Status points, 53. Level, 2. Race, human. Job, Black Summon. Title, The Darkest Witch in History, Insanity Incarnate. Strength 44. Agility 55. Health 49. Stamina 52. Mana 1500. Magic 1500. The fuck? Even after using so many points to raise her stats, she still has more than 50 status points. There must have been nearly 100 zombies inside this building, Daichi concluded as he continued to stare at Bella's status window. There was something else Daichi noticed. Bella's last name had also changed. Previously her last name was Lestrange and Black was inside a bracket, but now Lestrange was gone and only Black was left. So, now Bellatrix had somehow regained her maiden name. It might be because she decided to swear her whole being to me, Daichi wondered internally. Since Bella already had a job, Daichi decided to check it out. Daichi wanted to see if the job had any functions like the titles or was it completely useless. So, he clicked on Bella's job. Black Summon. Perk 1, All Speak. This gives the character the ability to speak, understand, and write all the languages existing in this world, even the ancient languages aren't exempt. Perk 2, Existence. This allows the character to exist in a foreign world without creating any type of paradox. Perk 3, Temporal Immunity. This allows the character to become completely immune to any sort of temporal manipulations. Wow. That is some high-level stuff right there, Daichi concluded as he decided to move on. Now that he was done checking out her job, he decided to ask her to dismiss her status window. They still had a long day in front of them and it would be completely useless to dally around anymore since they already had what they came for. I think we should head out now. We still need to take care of a lot of things, Daichi ordered, and everyone nodded their heads and started to follow Daichi out of the museum. The streets were mostly empty since Daichi and others had cleared the street. Only a couple of zombies could be seen lurking around. So, the group didn't have any problems reaching the bus, and Kyoko went straight for the driving seat and started the engine. So, where are we going now? Kyoko asked while turning back from the driving seat. There is a small pharmacy nearby, let's go there, Daichi said, and Kyoko started to drive while following Daichi's directions. They finally arrived in front of the store and found it looted. So, Daichi decided to move on to the next store. After all, this wasn't the only pharmacy in this area. By some strange miracle, the fourth shop was still intact, which meant that there were going to be survivors inside the shop. Kyoko gently stopped the bus in front of the store. Daichi along with Siko climbed down off the bus and Daichi asked Siko to clear the undead lurking around the street. The girl obliged with a huge grin on her face, and Kyoko also decided to join as she needed some status points too. Daichi slowly approached the store entrance and all of a sudden he stopped with a deep frown on his face. There were skid marks leading to a residential-looking side door near the shop entrance. Daichi looked at the building with a hint of wariness in his eyes. The skid marks were made up of dried blood. True, it was possible that someone wounded was brought here, but if that was the case then there would have been only one track of dried blood. It was also possible that the said wounded person was bitten by a zombie, but then again there should have been only one track of dried blood if that was the case. From all the skid marks, it was quite clear that more than one wounded person had been dragged inside. If he had to guess, the side door likely lead to the store owner's apartment. Something fishy was going on here, or the store owner was way too generous and took in all the wounded who showed up in front of his store. Bella also noticed the wary look on Daichi's face. "Milord, do you want me to blow up the door?" Bella asked in a chirpy tone, and Daichi hurriedly shook his head. Bella's offer was pretty tempting, but before accepting the generous offer, Daichi decided to confirm his suspicions. "Bella, can you use that spell to see how many people are actually inside?" Daichi asked, pointing at the side door. Bella bobbed her head up and down like a little girl. Hominum revelio, Bella flicked her hand towards the building and moments later, she blinked. "There is only one human inside, milord," Bella said while looking at Daichi. "I see." Daichi muttered. "I was right, there is something definitely fishy going on here, but should I allow Bella to destroy the door? I am pretty sure that there is a murderer in there, but Bella's spell also can't sense the zombies. It is probable that the store owner tried to help them, but they turned into zombies." Daichi wondered and he immediately shook his head in denial. That was unlikely to be the case. There was likely a murderer inside. The store owner had probably killed everyone who came to his shop. That was probably why the shop wasn't looted. Daichi took a deep breath and decided not to take any risks. He glanced toward Bella and he finally decided to accept her offer. Being safe was much better than being sorry, and if the person inside was a good guy, then Daichi could always offer to take him or her with them. "Bella, break the door," Daichi said in a firm tone, and Bella basically jumped in joy as soon as Daichi gave her the green light. Bella jabbed her hand towards the door and the door exploded inwards, earning a pained scream from inside. Without wasting any more time, Daichi made his way towards the side door followed by Bella. As soon as he arrived at the doorway, he noticed a man lying down at the end of the hall groaning in pain. The man had a machete in his hands, and Daichi didn't miss the dried blood on the machete. "Bella, is there any spell to knock him out and bind him?" Daichi asked, and instead of answering, Bella pointed her finger towards the man on the floor, and moments later, the man's body straightened and his legs were clasped together while his arms were clasped against his waist. Moments later, a red beam shot out of Bella's finger and hit the man square on his chest. After getting hit by the beam, the man's body slackened. "Done." Bella cheered loudly and clapped her hands cheerfully. "Good, let's go inside and check the apartment," Daichi suggested, and he didn't know if Bella even heard anything he said or not, but she still followed him nonetheless. There was a reason that Daichi wanted to check the apartment before calling Siko or Kyoko. The man was the only human inside the building, but there were several tracks of dried blood in front of the doorway and in the halls too. It was clear that the bodies had been dragged down the hall. The man also had a machete in his hands and the machete was coated with dried blood. Overall, it wasn't a good picture. Daichi wasn't a naive fool, he knew what sort of messed up shit people were capable of. He had heard lots of stories from his mom and Roberta. The world was filled with fucked up people, and now that the basic systems have collapsed, there were no laws to stop these sorts of crazy people. Certain people basically needed a small push in the wrong direction, and the arrival of mana was more than a small push. Psychos were bound to come out of the woodwork, now that there were no laws trying to restrict them. Siko and Kyoko finally finished clearing the street, so they decided to join Daichi and Bella. The two of them had also noticed the explosion, so they wanted to know what happened. Siko and Kyoko entered the apartment and froze. After that, the two of them slowly approached Daichi while being careful, trying not to step on the dried blood tracks on the floor or the splinters. "What happened?" Kyoko asked worriedly, and Daichi simply gave her a complicated look. "No idea, but I don't think I am going to like what I will find," Daichi said while shaking his head. "Siko, Kyoko, both of you stay here. Bella, you come with me," Daichi said while looking at Siko and Kyoko. Siko simply gave him a nod while Kyoko seemed slightly reluctant, but she still nodded her head in understanding. Satisfied with their agreement, Daichi and Bella made their way down the hall. The two of them passed by the downed man. Daichi opened the door connecting the apartment to the store. Everything inside the shop seemed to be completely normal, except for a few scattered medicines on the desk. Daichi decided to leave the shop for later and for now, follow the blood tracks. The tracks led the duo straight to the basement. Daichi and Bella could hear soft growls even when they were standing outside the basement door. Daichi took a deep breath and opened the door. Now, he already had an idea of what was inside the door, and Daichi desperately wanted it to be something else. It seems that Daichi's pleas went unheard. As soon as he entered the basement, his face turned slightly green and he had to cover his face and nose due to the disgusting smell inside the room. The whole room was smeared with blood and humans. Well, dead humans were hanging from the ceiling. A human was butchered on the table and a couple of severed limbs could be seen lying around the room, but that wasn't everything. A woman was bound to a chair in the middle of the room. Well, technically she couldn't be called a woman any longer. She should be called a zombie woman. The remains of a human, like the bones, could be seen lying beside the woman. So, the man had been feeding humans to this zombie woman. She must have been really close to the man. Maybe a sister or a wife, Daichi concluded inside his mind. While Daichi was having a really hard time keeping the contents of his stomach inside his stomach, Bella didn't seem to be having any problems. Bella giggled like a schoolgirl. "Oh, someone has been very naughty." Bella cheered and continued to giggle. "It has been some time since Bella had dismembered humans," Bella continued to giggle cheerfully. It was like watching a little girl inside a toy store, which was filled with her favorite dolls. "This is fucking messed up. I am going to be sick," Daichi muttered as he made his way toward the bound zombie woman. It was growling at Daichi and Bella. Daichi slammed his pipe on the zombie's head. The zombie's head caved in and it became completely motionless. "Let's go," Daichi said as he started to return towards the stairs. Bella also followed him while skipping cheerfully. Daichi locked the basement as soon as he and Bella were out. He didn't want Siko or Kyoko stumbling into the basement by accident. Yes, they could still take a peek by simply unlocking the door, but this way, they won't be unexpectedly getting a glimpse of the horrors inside the room. Daichi and Bella climbed up the stairs. Daichi grimaced as soon as his eyes landed on the man lying on the floor. Daichi had no idea how to deal with the man. Either he could kill him with his own hands or he could give him to Bella. "Bella, can you wake him up for a bit?" Daichi requested, and Bella simply snapped her fingers instead of answering. Once again the man groaned. Daichi slowly approached the man and leaned down beside him. The man glared at Daichi as soon as he noticed Daichi leaning over him. "Do you have any regrets about what you have done?" Daichi asked softly. Daichi could already guess the answer, but he still wanted to hear the answer from the man. True, he wasn't a naive fool due to his upbringing, and he knew very well how messed up this world was, but this was the first time that he was going to kill a human or order their death. Yes, he had left Koichi Shido and his group, they were probably dead, but that was very different from what he was going to do. He was going to order an execution. So, he needed to know, just for the sake of his own conscience or simply because he wanted to harden his resolve. He simply wanted to convince himself that he was doing the right thing, and it was necessary if he wanted to survive in this world. Daichi was sure that this wasn't the only nutcase he was going to meet. "Regret?" the man asked with a confused look on his face. "Haha. Regret? What the hell is that?" the man yelled after laughing like a madman. Daichi noticed a certain type of glint in the man's eyes. He had seen this glint in Bella's eyes too. Bella was certifiably insane, which meant that the man had probably gone around the bend. "Why the hell should I feel regret for hunting food? All of you are just food. My wife's food. Our food." Hahaha, the man continued his insane rant. Siko grimaced after hearing the man's words, and Kyoko gasped in horror. Daichi simply closed his eyes as he made the decision to hand over this man to Bella. That would be a fitting end for this man. "Bella, take him to the basement and you can torture him to death or whatever, but please silence the room if you can," Daichi said while looking at Bella. Bella's face morphed into complete joy and she clapped her hands while cheering loudly. With a wide grin on her face, she respectfully bowed her head. "Thank you, my lord. Bella is not going to disappoint you. I am going to make his death legendary." Bella exclaimed with a grin, and with a flick of her hand, she levitated the man and withdrew to the basement along with the floating body behind her. Chapter 15, Reunion, I. As soon as Bella was gone, Daichi sat down on the floor with his face in his hands. He was tired. Siko finally noticed how pale and bothered Daichi was. So, she grabbed a water bottle from Kyoko's backpack and handed it over to him. Daichi accepted the bottle with a grateful smile on his face. "Are you alright?" Siko asked softly as she caressed his cheek. Instead of answering Siko's question, Daichi uncorked the bottle and chugged down a lot of water. "No. I am not," Daichi finally answered Siko's question in a solemn tone after he slowly lowered the water bottle. He wasn't okay. Nobody should be okay after witnessing something like that. "I understand," Siko said softly and pulled Daichi's head into her bosom. She had a pretty good idea about what her lover saw down there. Kyoko was also standing beside the duo with a horrified look on her face. She had also realized what Daichi had seen in the basement. His wife was no longer a human, right? Kyoko softly asked in a terrified tone, and Daichi simply gave her a hesitant nod. Kyoko immediately covered her mouth with her hand and her face instantly turned green. Kyoko had to lean on the wall to support herself. After a few minutes, Kyoko also leaned down and joined the hug. After nearly half an hour, Daichi finally separated from Siko and Kyoko. He gave the two of them a grateful look. "Thanks for that," Daichi said and placed a soft kiss on both Siko's and Kyoko's lips. "I am yours, so it is obvious that I will help you," Siko said in a gentle tone, and Kyoko also nodded her head in agreement. After that, Daichi slowly got up from the floor and glanced towards the door connecting the apartment and the shop. "We have wasted a lot of time, let's go and grab everything," Daichi said, and both Siko and Kyoko nodded their heads with determined looks on their faces. So, all three of them quickly made their way towards the shop. They quickly placed the empty bags on the floor and then they started to shove everything on the shelves into the bags. Thankfully, Bella had silenced the basement so that Daichi and the others couldn't hear her torturing the insane man. Daichi glanced towards Siko and Kyoko and made a vow inside his mind, "I need to stay strong for the others. This is just the beginning, we will see even more fucked up shit in the future." Daichi clenched his fists tightly as he continued to help Kyoko and Siko with kimona. That doesn't sound good, Yuriko Takagi said with a worried look on her face as she looked at the blinking red light in front of Kimona's console. The light was blinking along with a beeping noise. We are low on fuel, there is nothing to worry about, Kimona answered in a dismissive manner. What the hell do you mean by, there is nothing to worry about? We are about to run out of fuel. Yuriko screamed and Kimona simply shrugged off the other woman's concern. Don't worry, we will make it to the school in this. Kimona answered in a reassuring tone, but Yuriko still kept giving the woman skeptical looks. Thankfully the others inside the chopper weren't able to hear Kimona or Yuriko as they didn't have headsets, or they would have been freaking out. All of a sudden, Kimona noticed something and turned the chopper in that direction. Kimona shoved her hand out of the window and a bird made out of flames appeared in her hand. The bird immediately dove down towards the yellow Hummer maneuvering through the street. Why are we following that car? Yuriko was also inside the cockpit with Kimona, so she easily noticed the change of direction. That's my Hummer, only 2 people can drive that thing, my son and my maid, Kimona said as she continued following the Hummer. It was heading towards the bridge. How can you be so confident? Someone could have stolen it, Yuriko suggested with a confused look on her face and Kimona simply grinned. You need a code to start the car, Kimona added and they saw that the Hummer stopped. Moments later, Roberta jumped down from the Hummer and started to wave her hand. Kimona looked around and found a nice roof to land the chopper. Why are we landing here? Someone asked from the back and Kimona didn't bother to answer the man, so Yuriko was the one who decided to answer. We were low on fuel, fortunately, she found someone who could help us, Yuriko explained. She didn't have the patience to explain the whole thing, so she slightly modified it. Kimona finally landed the chopper. Kimona leaned down under the console and pulled out some fuses. Can't have anyone taking my chopper. Without these, you can't even start this thing, so refueling it would be useless, Kimona said with a grin and jumped down from the chopper. The others didn't have any other options, so they simply decided to follow her. With Roberta, a few minutes ago. Roberta was driving the car when all of a sudden a bird made out of flames started to knock on her window. This obviously caught Roberta's attention. Moments later, the bird transformed into the face of Yuzora Kimona surprising Roberta, and after only a few moments, it changed into a chopper. Roberta immediately understood that Kimona was inside the chopper flying over their heads. So she stopped the car. Why are we stopping here? Chiba asked and Roberta simply pointed towards the chopper and jumped down from the Hummer. Chiba didn't know what to do, so she decided to watch everything from the sidelines. She was restless, but she wasn't stupid. She knew her only option was to stay with Roberta. Several loud explosions were heard from inside the building. After nearly 10 minutes, Yuzora Kimona finally arrived along with her group. Roberta instantly recognized Yuriko Takagi and the rest were completely unimportant to her. Do you know where my son is? Kimona asked without wasting any time. Yes, I suspect that he is staying at the home of Rika Minami with a small group of survivors, Roberta said and Kimona seemed to frown as she tried to remember who the fuck this Rika Minami was. The way Roberta mentioned the name, Kimona was supposed to know who this Rika Minami was. That tan chick with a Humvee? Kimona asked with a confused look and Roberta nodded her head. I was currently heading there. Roberta began to speak, but Kimona cut her off. Fuck that. I am driving, Kimona said and Roberta's face soured after hearing that. Roberta was not a fan of Kimona's driving, but Kimona was her mistress, so she simply allowed Kimona to take the wheel. What about my daughter? Yuriko questioned from the side. Your daughter is with Daichi-sama, I know that she was with him when they escaped from Fujimi High School, Roberta answered with a straight face and Yuriko could only nod her head after hearing Roberta's words. Everyone climbed into the Hummer and slowly flames started to erupt out of the Hummer as soon as Kimona ignited the engine. Kimona's flames and abilities depended on her imagination. She remembered watching a movie where a flaming skeleton would transform all the vehicles he touched. According to the description of her reinforcement skill, she should be able to do that too, so she decided to give it a try. The Hummer started to transform and the wheels also caught fire, but before anyone could say anything, Kimona started to cackle in mad glee as she stepped on the throttle. It was almost dark when Daichi and his group finally returned to their temporary base. After the medicine store, they decided to raid a clothes store as everyone needed new clothes as Bella couldn't keep transforming clothes for everyone and the transformation was only temporary. Clothes stores were practically left untouched as clothes weren't anything valuable, as of right now. So nobody decided to loot them after the world went to shit. Bella had a complicated look on her face, she was confused if she should be cheerful or she should continue pouting. So, she decided to do both. Apparently, they didn't find a princess dress inside the clothes store, that is why Bella wanted to pout. At the same time, she was really cheerful because she tortured someone to death. It was Saya Takagi who opened the door and welcomed everyone inside. Did anything happen? Daichi asked as he made his way towards the kitchen. We have noticed a lot of people going towards the bridge, except that, nothing has happened, Saya answered, and Daichi finally sat down after grabbing a water bottle from the freezer. I suppose that is good. Takagi-san, can you call Marikawa-san? We need to check the medication we found, Daichi said, and Saya sauntered out of the room with a small nod of her head. I think I am going to check the clothes we brought, Kyoko said, looking towards Daichi, and the said boy simply shrugged. He knew how women acted after getting new clothes. You could never change some things even in the apocalypse. Yay, clothes! Bella loudly cheered and decided to join Kyoko, leaving only Siko and Daichi inside the kitchen. Siko also had a water bottle in her hand. Aren't you going to join them? Daichi asked curiously. I have already seen them. As long as I can fight while wearing them, I am fine with them, though, I might need some help with my underwear, Siko finished with a teasing grin on her face, and Daichi couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Of course, but we have to put it off for now, Daichi said, and Siko simply smiled as she shook her head with an amused look on her face. Moments later, Shizuka Marikawa along with Saya Takagi came down the stairs. Wow, that is a lot. Did you guys loot a whole store? Shizuka said while looking at the pile of bags filled with medicine lying across the kitchen table. Something like that, Daichi said dryly. He didn't want to go into the details as he was trying his best to forget the horrors he witnessed in there. Where are the others? Saya asked, looking around the room. They went to check the clothes we brought, Siko answered in a dismissive manner. Can we go too? Shizuka asked excitedly in a sing-song manner. Fine, Daichi answered after thinking for a few moments. They were not in any sort of hurry. Let's go and check on Koda, that guy must have been bored out of his mind, Daichi said, and Siko simply followed him with a smile on her face. Hirano-san is very good with firearms, he could have surprised a lot of his classmates, Siko said in an amused tone. Yes, but they would probably try to take a bite out of Hirano-san if they meet him now, Daichi added in a dry tone, and Siko started to giggle in a sadistic manner. The duo finally arrived at the place from where Koda was keeping an eye outside. How are you, Hirano-san? Daichi asked as he approached the bespectacled tubby boy. I am great, Yuzora-senpai, but I think there are less zombies lurking around us, Koda answered, and Siko gave the boy a confused look. Isn't that a good thing? Siko asked with a confused look on her face as she looked at Koda. Depends. Technically it is a good thing, but the zombies are attracted by sound and probably light, so they are going somewhere else. Daichi pointed out, and Siko finally nodded her head after a few moments. How is the city? Koda asked, and both Daichi and Siko grimaced after hearing the question. It is pretty fucked up. Streets are filled with zombies and people are also going around the bend, Daichi answered after a few moments of silence. He could have lied too, but that would have been counterproductive for the whole group. Koda gulped loudly after hearing Daichi's words. So, the government is not coming, right? Koda asked, and Daichi didn't know how to answer. Honestly, I don't know. The thing is, communications are completely out of order. Maybe there is a government base on the other side of the bridge, who knows? For now, we are on our own, Daichi said in a solemn tone, but his voice was also filled with determination. Siko slowly intertwined her fingers with Daichi's and gave his hand a small squeeze while Koda gulped loudly due to his usual nervousness, but after a few moments, he clenched the gun in his hands tightly with a determined look on his face. Where are the others? Koda questioned suddenly as he got up from his chair. They are checking out the clothes we have brought. Daichi answered. Hirano-san, why don't you take a break? Daichi offered, and Koda shook his head. No. I am perfectly fine. It is not a big deal, I suppose. It was much harder for all of you, Koda said, and neither Daichi nor Siko denied that. Yes, but that doesn't mean that you can't take a break. Daichi insisted, and Koda seemed to finally relent. Okay, then I will return after grabbing a couple of beers, Koda said, and ran off before Daichi could even deny the offer. Siko softly giggled. I am going to leave the two of you. I think I should take a bath before the other girls are done with the clothes, Siko said, and Daichi smiled as he pecked the girl softly on her lips. Sure. Daichi said and gave Siko's ass a soft squeeze. The girl gave him a wink and walked away. Koda finally returned after a minute with 3 bottles in his hand. He found that Siko was gone, but he decided not to ask about it. Hirano-san, tell me about the guns you found, Daichi said while taking a sip from the bottle Kota handed him. Daichi didn't want to discuss something dark and gloomy, so he decided to ask about something Kota was interested in. Daichi also knew about guns, but he wasn't enthusiastic like Kota. Oh. This is the Springfield M1A1 Supermatch. This is fully custom and a lot of parts have been modified. I suppose whoever did this knows their stuff, Kota gushed out excitedly. Then he picked the shotgun beside him. This baby is the Ithaca M37, this is a pump-action 12-gauge shotgun. It was used by the Americans during the Vietnam War, Kota gushed out and chugged beer from his bottle. This is also fully custom, Kota added after he finished gulping down the beer. I am glad that you like them, you are a very important part of the team Hirano-san, Daichi said and started to nod his head with an impressed look on his face. Kota froze and started to look down at his hands. You are giving me too much credit, Yazora-senpai. You, Busujima-senpai, and Bella-sama are the ones who are really strong, without the three of you, I couldn't have made my way out of the school, Kota said sullenly. Daichi didn't miss the fact that Kota referred to as Sama and he shivered when he mentioned her name. Now that he thought about it, the reaction was pretty understandable. Kota had been bullied in high school, so he expected that he was bullied in the middle school too, and Bella was pretty scary. She could make anyone weaker than her cower in fear with a simple glare. Daichi could understand his pain, but there was not much he could do. Kota felt Daichi's hand on his shoulder, so he finally looked up only to find Daichi smiling at him. You are selling yourself too short, Hirano-san. Without you, it would have been harder for us. You are our marksman, you watch our backs, and I am happy that someone like you is watching my back when I am engaging with the zombies in close range, Daichi said and started to slowly sip his beer. What type of guns do you have in your house? All of a sudden Kota asked, probably trying to change the topic of their conversation. There are a lot. We got a lot of variations. My mom isn't picky in that regard, Daichi said with a thoughtful look on his face. They had a lot of weapons, and they had a huge variety. Even Daichi didn't know all of them by their exact model names. The guns in their house were separated by categories. Like handguns, submachine guns, assault rifles, machine guns, LMGs, miscellaneous, and finally explosives. Ooh, they also had various types of rocket launchers, along with a grenade launcher and a damn minigun. Yeah, you can't forget the minigun. All of a sudden, both Daichi's and Kota's heads snapped towards the street when they heard a loud revving noise coming from the end of the street. What the hell? Daichi couldn't help but curse when a flaming yellow Hummer came into the view. Kota gaped like a fish out of the water, and to be honest, it was a pretty good reaction. The Hummer came to a screeching halt right in front of their current base. The flames covering the Hummer started to recede. That's our Hummer, Daichi finally recognized the vehicle when it started to lose its flames. The others except for Siko also came running as the Hummer was pretty loud. The door finally clicked open and Kimona was the first one who jumped down from the car. After only a second, it was Roberta who jumped down after her and she looked pretty different, but Daichi felt that it was a good kind of change. I have missed you, my son, Kimona said, and without bothering about the others around her, she smashed her lips on her sons, making everyone around her, except Roberta and Bella, do a very comical version of a spit take. The son and mother duo started to make out in front of the others like no tomorrow. He is your son. A woman accompanying Yuriko stammered out while pointing a finger toward Daichi and Kimona. Adoptive son, Roberta pointed out from the side. This seemed to slightly lessen the awkwardness, but it was still awkward nonetheless. Kimona finally separated from Daichi as she caressed his cheek with a soft smile on her face. Then her head snapped back towards the others in the room who were still gaping. We have a special bond, Kimona said with a feral grin, and everyone decided that they shouldn't argue with that. Come on. Let us go inside, this is no place to talk, Daichi said in a cheerful tone as he led everyone towards the kitchen. Chapter 16, Reunion, 2. I am so happy that you are alright, Saya. I am so relieved, Yuriko said while smothering Saya with an extremely tight hug. Mama! Saya exclaimed with a red face, looking completely embarrassed, but she still hugged back the older woman. I see, you are alive too, Kimona said while looking at Kyoko. The bespectacled woman fearfully nodded her head. Yeah. Daichi-kun protected me, Kyoko nervously answered and Kimona gave her a stiff nod. At least, he can protect his own women. I shouldn't have expected anything less from him. Son, now you can get even more women, Kimona said and started to laugh boisterously while smacking Daichi's back with an impressed look on her face. Daichi could only rub the back of his head nervously. Everyone except for Bella and Roberta gave the mother and son duo weird looks. "Milord, is this woman your mother?" Bella asked curiously as she kept looking at Kimona with narrowed eyes. "Yes, she is," Daichi answered with a sigh. "Oh, and why are you calling my son, milord?" Kimona asked curiously and the group finally arrived inside the kitchen. "He is my lord, that is why I call him milord," Bella answered in an obvious tone like it explained everything. Kimona turned towards her son and grinned. "Oh. I already like her," Kimona said with a grin and Daichi simply shrugged. He knew his mom was slightly unhinged, so it was pretty understandable that his mom would get along with Bella. "I will tell you more about her later," Daichi said and plopped down on a seat. The others also sat down and those who couldn't get a seat decided to keep standing. "By the way, how did you guys even find me?" Daichi questioned in a curious tone. "I was heading towards your high school with Mama Takagi and some of her associates," Kimona said and jerked her thumb towards Yuriko. "That is when I saw our Hummer on the road," Kimona explained, and if the glare meant anything, then Yuriko wasn't happy about the nickname. "I had visited the school and found that you had already left with a small group. I quickly deduced where you could have gone and that's it," Roberta explained with a stoic look on her face. Daichi knew that Roberta wasn't telling him everything, but it didn't matter. "By the way, I will take you to the bridge tomorrow, so that you can look for your daughter and husband," Roberta added while looking toward Marizato Chiba. The woman nodded her head in understanding, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't calm herself. "Mom, let me introduce you to everyone." "You already know Kyoko," Daichi said and Kimona nodded her head. Then Daichi pointed towards Bella. "Her name is Bellatrix Black, but she goes by Bella," Daichi said and then he pointed towards Kota. "He is Hirano Kota, he is extremely good with guns," Daichi introduced Kota who slightly cowered when Kimona's gaze focused on him. "She is Busujima Siko, as expected she is extremely skilled with a katana," Daichi said pointing towards Siko, who was dressed in a completely fresh set of clothes. "It is nice to meet you, Yazoradano," Siko greeted Kimona with a small bow. "I know your father. He is one of the strongest men I have ever met," Kimona said with an impressed smile on her face. A proud smile appeared on Siko's face, after hearing Kimona's words. "Moving on, her name is Shizuka Marikawa, she was our school nurse. This is her friend's house," Daichi introduced the airhead nurse. "Hello," Shizuka gave a small wave and her boobs jiggled. Kimona wanted to glare at the woman, but for now, she stopped herself. "Yes, I know. This is Rika Minami's house, right?" Kimona asked and Shizuka cheerfully nodded her head. "And that is Saya Takagi." With that Daichi finally finished the introductions. Then Daichi turned towards the other four people who came along with his mother, they seemed to be with Yuriko Takagi. Kimona noticed her son's gaze. "They came along with Mama Takagi," Kimona said with a straight face and Yuriko growled in annoyance. "Can you stop using that disgusting nickname?" "My name is Yuriko," Yuriko asked and Kimona started to cackle in mad glee. Yuriko simply started to rub her temple, but she still decided to introduce the people who had decided to accompany her from the Takagi mansion. "This is Aoba Kenji, he can handle weapons if necessary, but he is a good electrician," Yuriko introduced the man standing to her right. Then she pointed toward the man standing beside Aoba. "This is Tsukumo Seiji, he used to be one of my bodyguards," Yuriko introduced the second and he simply grunted. "This is Sarah Yui, and this is Ko Imiko. Both of them worked for me before all of this started," Yuriko introduced the two women who had decided to accompany her. Now that the introductions were finally over, Saya decided to ask one of the most important questions on everyone's mind. Yazora-san, you work for the government, right? So, what can you tell us about the rescue missions, if any?" Saya asked in a polite tone. To be honest, she found Daichi's mother to be quite intimidating. Even her mother seemed to be quite wary of the woman. "I worked for the government and I decided to quit as soon as this shit started. My whole team turned into zombies, so obviously, I killed them. That means even the army isn't exempt from this so-called undead rampage. Right now, all types of communication are out of order, so there is no way to know for sure," Kimona finished with a shrug. "And no matter what, the army wouldn't be planning to rescue people like us. Right now, there is no order, the higher-ups would never allow the army to save normal people. They would want to keep the army around to protect themselves. They don't like losing their sense of security," Kimona finished with a grin. Everyone in the room except for a few like Bella, Daichi, Roberta, and Siko shifted uncomfortably after hearing Kimona's words. So, we are on our own? Yuriko asked and Kimona simply shrugged as it was the obvious answer. Yuriko and the others could only grimace after they finally understood what was going on. First, we need to find ourselves a bigger place. Don't get me wrong, this place is probably enough for us, but it wouldn't be after we get a few more members in our group, Daichi said, surprising everyone. The morale of the group was down after the conversation and he couldn't have that since he wanted to survive. The government might be too busy to help us, but that doesn't mean that we should stop living or trying to survive. We will do whatever needs to be done. It is pretty clear that the food won't last for eternity and at the same time, our enemies will keep becoming stronger due to mana. I have already faced level 1 evolved beasts. Bitching and moaning about the unfairness of the world won't help us survive and depending on the army to save us isn't going to help. We need to keep getting stronger if we want to survive. If we want to survive then we need to keep fighting until we are the baddest and meanest out there, Daichi said in a firm tone with determined flames burning in his eyes. Kimona beamed after hearing her son's words and slapped his back with a proud look on her face. That's my son. Kimona said with a bright grin and Daichi could only smile after being praised by his mother, but he still rubbed the back of his head. The others slowly started to nod their heads as they came to agree with what Daichi said. Mama, why didn't Papa come with you? All of a sudden Saya asked and the smile on Yuriko's face disappeared. He is busy being the ideal leader, Yuriko said with a tight smile on her face. She couldn't bring herself to tell Saya how her father had tossed her aside just for the sake of his wounded pride. Even though Yuriko was extremely cryptic with her words, Saya realized what her mother was trying to say and she simply couldn't believe it. Daichi also realized what was going on and to be honest, he wanted no part in the family drama. Okay, we should get back to the first floor, we need to keep an eye for any evolved beasts or zombies, Daichi said, quickly changing the topic. Kimona decided to accompany her son as she wanted to spend some time with him and she also wanted no part in the Takagi family drama. Daichi was about to move towards the stairs and that is when he froze as he remembered something very important. So, he slowly turned around towards the others. Wait, how many of you can cook? Daichi questioned as he knew that they needed people who could cook since the size of their group had increased. Yuriko and the 2 women she had brought with her raised their hands. The woman who was accompanying Roberta also raised her hand. Daichi already knew that his mom could cook, but she avoided raising her hand as she wanted to spend some time with him. Roberta wasn't a good cook, so she also refrained from raising her hand. Can you all prepare dinner for everyone? Daichi politely asked those with their hands raised, and after receiving a nod from each of them, Daichi decided to tell them where all the ingredients were kept. The raw ingredients are in those bags along with various types of dry ingredients and seasonings. Prepare something with meat, Daichi explained. Daichi suspected that he was going to need as much energy as possible. Chapter 17, Reunion, 3. I will help them, Siko said as Daichi started to climb the stairs. He would have liked it if Siko had accompanied him, but since Siko wanted to help with the food, he decided to let her be. It has been a stressful day for both of them. So, without wasting any more time, Daichi started to climb the stairs followed by Kimona, Bella, and Roberta. Koda and the others have decided to stay in the kitchen. Maybe, Koda wanted to check the clothes they had bought from the city. Hygiene was going to be a huge problem in the future. Water and electricity are going to run out, it was just a matter of when. This time, they were finally able to reach the first floor without any more interruptions. Daichi had noticed that Roberta had dressed differently as soon as he had laid his eyes on her, but he decided not to say anything before since the others were around. He might not be ashamed of his relationship with Roberta, but that didn't mean that he would advertise the fact to everyone. You look really different, Roberta-chan. I like the new you even more, Daichi said and wrapped his hand around the purple-haired woman's waist and pulled her closer. He gently placed his lips against Roberta's lips. Kimona wasn't bothered by the sight as it was something pretty common in their house. Daichi and Roberta finally separated after a few seconds. I am glad you like my new getup, Daichi-sama. I was really worried, Roberta said meekly and Daichi tucked a string of purple hair behind the woman's ear. You were always beautiful, Roberta, Daichi said with a grin. They were the only ones up on the first floor, so Daichi finally decided to tell Kimona about Bella. Daichi had already started to consider Bella as a part of his eccentric family. Bella was his summon and she had sworn her everything to Daichi. He could at least consider her a part of his family. Mom, Bella is actually my summon. I got the ability to summon people, Daichi explained, and Kimona raised her brows as she seemed to inspect Bella. The insane woman noticed the inspecting gaze, so she decided to twirl around while giggling so that her mother-in-law could inspect her better. "Son, you have great taste in women," Kimona said with a grin, but Daichi decided to explain more. "Mom, she is much more than just a summon though. She is someone very special to me," Daichi said with a serious look on his face. Kimona couldn't help but feel impressed with her son. Her son had grown up into a man. Bella squealed after hearing Daichi's words and threw herself into his arms. "Bella is someone special to you, Bella is very happy, milord," Bella squealed while rubbing her head on Daichi's chest while giggling like a schoolgirl. "Bella is not worthy of your affection," Bella said as she continued to smother Daichi. From the side, Kimona couldn't help but smile. She already liked Bella, and as long as Bella was loyal to her son, she wasn't going to have any problems with her. Roberta didn't show any outward reaction, but she continued to inspect the look on Kimona's face. Roberta knew that it wasn't her place to make any comments about Daichi-sama's love life, especially when she considered herself to be a mistress. As long as Daichi-sama wanted her around, she would continue to please him. The only reason she was watching Kimona was because her mistress liked to critically inspect all the women around Daichi. Daichi continued to pat Bella, and the insane woman finally separated from him after she was satisfied with the head pats. Daichi leaned down and captured Bella's lips. After a short kiss, the two of them finally separated, and Bella seemed to be extremely cheerful after receiving the head pats and kiss. Daichi and the group finally arrived at the balcony. The whole group turned towards the bridge due to all the noises emanating from there. "Weak-minded fools." Kimona spat out in disdain, and Daichi released a sigh while shaking his head. "True, they are weak, but not everyone will be able to survive in this world. Now that the laws supporting our world are gone, the rules of the jungle have come into play. It will be survival of the fittest," Daichi said with a hard look on his face. He had seen enough to know that much. Kimona grinned after hearing her son's words. She slung her arm over her son's shoulder and pulled him closer. "Too true, son, too true," Kimona said with a proud look on her face. "So, what is your plan, son?" Kimona asked, and Daichi looked at his mother with a confused look on his face. "I only gave that speech to raise everyone's morale. I don't want to continue being a leader now that you are here," Daichi said while shaking his head, and Kimona growled after hearing Daichi's words. "I am not a leader," Kimona declared with a huff. "You have done a good job with the group, and I don't mind being ordered around by you. I love it when you are in charge," Kimona added in a husky tone, and Daichi simply cleared his throat to distract himself. He didn't want to pop a boner right now. His mom could always get him hard with simple things. "You said that you were the leader of the Mana Research Division," Daichi reminded Kimomo, who simply scoffed after hearing Daichi's argument. "They made me the leader of the Mana Research Division because I am not good at following orders, and I was the baddest and meanest they had for that department. They wanted someone who didn't have any qualms over dirtying their hands when needed," Kimona explained, and Daichi knew how his mom was, so he realized that his mom was probably right. She was a poor leader. "Fine, fine. I will continue being the leader of the group." Daichi decided to surrender himself to his fate. Being a leader was an extremely hard job, especially in a world like this, but he knew that if he wanted to survive, then he needed to form a group, maybe a colony. Daichi looked at the side and found that Bella was already playing with a ball. She must have grown bored. He also needed to take care of his mom, Roberta, Bella, Siko, and Kyoko in this world. He knew that his mom was probably stronger than him, while Bella, Roberta, and Siko were probably somewhere around his power level, but he still wanted to be strong enough to protect them or at least fight beside them. He might be a summoner, but he didn't want to hide behind his summons or his mom or any of his women. For that, he needed to be strong. If he joined another group, he had no idea if the leader would allow him to grow stronger or not, and in a messed up world like this, there must be some leaders who are scum. He wouldn't put it past them demanding his women for the so-called protection fee or admission fee for their groups. Daichi would rather die fighting than allow something like that to happen. Not only that, making his own group would give him more freedom to act. True, there will be lots of responsibilities, but nobody said that he couldn't hire a secretary to manage all of his duties. Daichi was brought out of his musings when Kimona decided to speak up. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Kimona repeated her previous question. She was quite curious about that. "I am planning to raid a shopping complex or something like that. I am also planning to help the others reach level 1". Daichi answered with a thoughtful look on his face. True, they still had a lot of food, but their group had also increased in size. Additionally, the stock wasn't going to last forever, they would need more food sooner or later, and Daichi decided to deal with it as soon as possible. Kimona nodded her head in acknowledgement. Good, do you have any plans for saving gas or something like that? Kimona asked, and Daichi realized that they also needed to stock some gas if they didn't want to travel on foot. Can you take care of that? Daichi asked Kimona, but before she could give him an answer, he shook his head. Your skill is related to fire or something like that, right? Daichi asked, and Kimona grinned as she nodded her head. Then it would be a disaster if I send you to the gas station. You are going to raid a shopping complex for food and every general commodity necessary for daily life, Daichi said in a commanding tone. If that is what you want. Kimona shrugged with a grin. Good. I will reveal the plan to the others during the dinner, Daichi said with a nod of his head. And I also need to add some ground rules for the group, or our group won't survive long due to internal strife, Daichi added with a tired sigh. Being a leader was such a chore. Chapter 18, Interlude. Dinner was finally over, but the whole group was still packed inside the kitchen. Since the table was not that big, some were standing near the walls. Daichi had asked everyone to stay after dinner so that he could inform all of them about the plan. Some were yet to have dinner, but they could always eat after the meeting was over. Bella and Kimona were sitting on either side of Daichi, while Roberta was standing behind Daichi with a stoic look on her face, and finally, Siko was sitting beside Bella. The rest of the seats were occupied by Kota, Yuriko, and she was flanked by her daughter and her former bodyguard. That is a body definitely worth guarding, Daichi internally mused. He wondered how Yuriko maintained that killer figure. He wasn't going to start lusting after her or anything, but there were no rules against appreciating beauty. Assuming that rescue is not coming, we need to look out for ourselves. We do have some food, but it will be not enough if we want to keep the whole group well fed. We need to raid a few stores before we run out of food or any other necessary commodities for daily life, Daichi spoke out in a firm tone. Wait. Who made you the leader? You are still a teenager, you aren't fit to be a leader. Yuriko's former bodyguard, Tsukumo Seiji, questioned in a skeptical tone. Daichi could understand where the man was coming from, but Bella clearly wasn't a social butterfly. Bella's face morphed in fury and whipped her hand towards the imbecile who had dared to question the authority of her lord. How dare! Bella snarled in fury, but Daichi grabbed her hand and stopped her from continuing. Bella, no need for violence. It is a genuine question, Daichi said softly, but his eyes were burning with determination. Bella lowered her hand without any resistance and looked at Daichi with awe in her eyes. Daichi glanced toward the others in the room, and he could see the people who had accompanied Yuriko were glaring at Bella, and even Yuriko was looking at Bella disapprovingly. They can glare all they want, but if they decided to pick a fight with Bella, then it was their funeral, but Daichi would try to avoid any infighting within the group. You have made a good point. I am a teenager and I am quite young, but that doesn't mean that I can't lead the group. Why don't we decide the leader with a vote? That is fine with everyone, right? Daichi suggested politely. Now was not the time to be imposing, everyone was quite stressed and even a small argument could lead to a fight. He needed to deal with everything with a cool head. Tsukumo Seiji glanced toward Yuriko. Daichi wasn't a fool, so he easily realized that the whole thing was suggested by Yuriko. He would have been a fool if he had not expected this. An adult would never like to be ordered around by a teenager, especially in this apocalyptic world. That will be fine, I suppose, Seiji said with an unsure look on his face. Daichi gave him a nod. Raise your hand, if you are fine with me being the leader. Daichi asked without wasting any more time. He would be fine if the others decided to choose Yuriko. Being the leader was a huge responsibility. The survivability of the whole group would be resting on his shoulders. Daichi was surprised to see that the whole group he brought from Fujimi Academy raised their hands in his favor. He didn't expect that Saya would choose him over her mother or any of the other adults for that matter. Daichi wasn't surprised to see that his mom and Roberta raised their hands in his favor. Yuriko could only grimace when she saw Saya decided to support Daichi. There was no use in continuing the vote as the majority had already cast their votes in favor of Daichi. If you are not okay with listening to the orders of a teenager, then you are free to leave, but you can't take anything from us. All the resources belong to the whole group, so if you want to leave the group then you are on your own, Daichi said in a firm tone, without leaving any room for arguments. No matter how much Yuriko tried, she couldn't find any fault with the argument. Yes, it was immoral and probably inhumane, but in the current situation of the world, the argument was completely logical. Though, Yuriko noticed that the people who had accompanied her were not happy. Now, as I was saying before, we need to gather more resources if we want to survive, Daichi said, getting back to the initial topic. We would also need gas if we want to keep using the vehicles, so tomorrow, I will be taking a team with me to the nearest gas station while my mom will be leading a team to a nearby shopping complex. Daichi revealed the plan. What about survivors, if we find any? One of the women Yuriko had brought with her asked. Daichi believed the woman's name to be Sarah Yui. You are free to bring them here, but before inviting them, don't forget to mention that this group does not run on charity, Daichi answered sharply. The adults who came along with Yuriko frowned after hearing Daichi's words, but surprisingly, Yuriko nodded her head in understanding. You mean that you are going to force everyone to work? The man named Aoba Kenji asked accusingly, and Daichi looked at the man like he was a fool. From the corner of his eyes, Daichi noticed that the woman who came along with Roberta didn't seem to disagree with him. From Roberta, Daichi knew that the woman was a former policewoman, so he expected her to disagree with his rules, but she was yet to make any comments. True, she didn't raise her hand during the vote, but he couldn't complain since it was understandable. An adult would not trust an unknown teenager with their life. Of course, Daichi snapped at the stupidity of the man named Aoba Kenji. People are always forced to work. Before the awakening of mana, people were forced to work for money, but now money has lost its value, so they need to work for food. Daichi said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. When Kimona noticed the horrified looks on their faces, she snorted in disdain. Sometimes, people could be so naive and stupid. She wasn't surprised by their reaction though. Before the calamity, these people worked for Soichiro Takagi, the so-called hero of society. I can't believe all of you are so naive. Kimona said while looking down at them like she had stepped in something filthy. Before any of them could complain or retort, Kimona decided to tear them a new one. I am a fighter, I will be fighting in the front lines, and you expect me to be fine with getting the same amount of privileges as the lazy weaklings? Kimona growled menacingly. Daichi knew that her mother despised people who couldn't stand up for themselves. If they want to be protected, then they need to give something in return. When the rebellious adults were finally cowed, Daichi decided to hit the final nail in the coffin. Since money has no value, if they can provide food for free or weapons for the group, then they don't have to work as long as the resources last, Daichi said with a shrug. I agree with Daichi-kun and Kimona-dano. We can't help everyone or we will raise discontent among the group, just like Kimona-dano said. If the fighters and the people who aren't doing anything are treated equally, then slowly the fighters would become dissatisfied with the group. Without the fighters, a group won't survive, Yuriko explained calmly, and the people she had brought along with her looked like they had swallowed a lemon. Don't worry, I am not a devil, so I won't ask the children below 12 or the people older than 65 to work. I think that would be fine, right? Daichi glanced toward Kimona. After thinking for a bit, Kimona gave her son a sharp nod. Then Daichi looked back toward the rest of the group. By the way, how many of you are level 1? I need to know so that I could divide the groups for tomorrow, Daichi questioned. I am level 1, but I don't think that my skill will be useful for combat, but I could handle weapons. Yuriko was the first one to break the silence after Daichi asked his question. I can sense treasures, at least that is what the description of my skill says, but I don't know how it works or what is considered treasures. Yuriko revealed her skill without a hint of worry in her voice. Following her example, the others also decided to reveal their levels. I am still level 0, Aoba Kenji said while looking slightly embarrassed. I am level 1 and my skill is called Wall. It allows me to tank a blow. Tsukumo Seiji revealed his skill, and Daichi immediately realized that the man wasn't saying everything. Daichi suspected that the man's skill wasn't absolute and it had some limitations. Both of us are still level 0, Sarah Yui said while pointing toward herself and Ko Imiko. Both of them looked quite embarrassed. Daichi immediately started to rub his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. I see, that will be all. I will be assigning the groups tomorrow morning. With that, Daichi finally dismissed the meeting. Chapter 19, Mother and Son. Art 18. Come on, son, show me how much you love me, don't need to be shy. Kimona grinned viciously as she tore off Daichi's shirt. Daichi, who wasn't one to be outdone by his mother, returned the favor, and tore off Kimona's military uniform. With his current strength stats, doing something like that was pretty easy. Daichi grabbed Kimona's nipples and pinched them hard. Kimona moaned loudly and wrapped her arms around Daichi, pushing his head into her bosom. Daichi snaked his hands behind Kimona. Then he lifted her up by her ass and shoved her against the wall. You are so hot, Mom. I want to ravage you till morning. Daichi breathed out huskily as he bit down on her right breast, leaving a hickey. On. You say such sweet things, son, Kimona moaned loudly as she shoved her hand inside Daichi's pants. Daichi finally stopped groping Kimona's beautiful breasts, he grabbed the hem of his pants, and then with a swift motion, he pulled down his pants along with his boxers. Meanwhile, Kimona wasn't idle, she also followed her son's example and pulled down her pants, but she left on her thong. She knew how much her son loved sliding them aside and then shoving his man meat inside her. It was a secret that she also loved when he did that. Daichi licked his lips in lust as he placed his hand over Kimona's honeypot, which was only covered by a flimsy piece of clothing. He roughly rubbed the spot and felt the dampness through the thin piece of clothing. He slowly slid aside the thong and then without any warning, he shoved his dick inside Kimona's dripping pussy. Kimona gasped and bit down on Daichi's shoulder in pleasure. Meanwhile, Daichi continued to piston inside Kimona without any mercy. Kimona didn't complain as she loved it just like that. Fuck. Fuck me raw. Kimona demanded as she started to trail kisses down her son's jaw while she was running her fingers through his hair. You are acting like a bitch in heat. I love it, Daichi growled and captured Kimona's lips with his own and started to kiss her roughly. Kimona moaned inside his mouth, she liked it when her son was going wild with her. Not bitch, more like a lioness in heat, Kimona breathed out between the kisses. Yes, whatever you like, Mom, Daichi muttered in a dismissive tone as he pulled back his head and leaned down to reach Kimona's beautiful breasts. He enveloped the peak of Kimona's left breast with his mouth and started to suck on it. Kimona threw back her head in pleasure and she felt her insides tighten. Son, I am close. Kimona panted in pleasure. Daichi heard his mom's words and decided to increase his pace. Daichi continued to piston inside her while sucking on her breast. All of a sudden, he bit down on one of her nipples, earning a jolt of pleasure from her. The jolt finally sent Kimona over the edge and she started to come, she howled in pleasure as her insides clamped down around her son. Daichi was already almost at his limit, so when Kimona's insides clenched around his member, he couldn't hold it back anymore and he ended up giving his mom a cream pie. Both Daichi and Kimona started to breathe heavily, trying to catch their breaths, but neither of them felt tired as they had done before the awakening of mana. So, the stamina stat was the real deal. Daichi continued to kiss Kimona on her lips and he slowly pulled out of her, both of their mixed cum started to trail down her legs, but neither of them cared about it. Kimona raised her brows, Daichi was being way too lovey-dovey, not that she was complaining, but usually, Daichi didn't act like that after they fucked. So, Kimona wanted to ask her son if something was wrong, but Daichi beat her to it. I have missed you, Mom. I have been so worried about you, Daichi said softly as he gently wrapped his arms around Kimona and pulled her closer. Kimona's eyes grew wide in surprise and after a moment, a soft smile appeared on her face. She hugged back her son as she placed her head in between the crook of his neck. Both of them kept hugging each other for a few minutes, neither of them said anything, both of them enjoying each other's naked company. After only a minute, Daichi was hard again and Kimona was being poked by her son's member, but she decided to wait for it. Right now, her son needed her support. Hihi, were you worried about your mom's safety? Kimona asked and Daichi finally separated from her and shook his head in denial. Yes, but I knew that nothing was going to happen to you, Daichi answered and placed a soft kiss on his mom's lips. Kimona snorted with an amused grin as she wrapped her hands around her son's erect member. Why don't we put this to good use? Kimona asked with a grin as she led Daichi towards the bed. Let's make love, son. I want to show you how much I love you, Kimona said softly and lied down on her bed and encouraged Daichi to be on top of her. I love you, Mom, Daichi said and gently kissed Kimona as he slowly pushed his member inside her. Now, he was glad that he had made Bella place silencing spells around the room before he started getting with his mom. With the others. Roberta had been carefully watching Bella for nearly an hour. She had quickly realized that Bella was touched in the head. She would have compared the woman with herself or her mistress, but Bella's insanity was on a whole other level, but as long as Bella was loyal to Daichi-sama, she was going to treat the woman as her new mistress. After the dinner, the females decided to sit around and have a drink while sharing stories since they had nothing better to do. Tsukumo Seiji and Aoba Kenji were keeping an eye on the outside. Before going upstairs, Daichi had told Kota to take a break because he had been keeping an eye on the outside throughout the day. He needed to take a break too. Hayashi-san, how long have you been dating Yozora Daichi? All of a sudden Yuriko asked Kyoko. The said woman blushed brightly and everyone turned towards Kyoko wanting to hear the answer. For the first time, Bella decided to pay attention to somebody besides Roberta or Siko. Siko had been teaching Bella how to play cards. Kyoko looked around the room and released a sigh. I have been going out with him since he was in his second year, Kyoko answered, and once again she started to blush. She knew it was immoral and everything, but going out with a younger and dashing man like Daichi had been one of her guilty pleasures. She had been unsatisfied with her life, but Yozora Daichi had given her much-needed happiness. Hayashi-sensei, you are so naughty, Shizuka cheered loudly with a giggle. While some of the women, such as Sarayui, Ko Imiko, and Marizato Chiba didn't know what to think of Kyoko, since the woman was a teacher and she just admitted to having an intimate relationship with one of her students. Meanwhile, the others simply nodded their heads in understanding. Except for Yuriko and the newcomers, the others already knew about Kyoko's affair, so they didn't have much of a reaction. Yuriko simply wanted to know more about Yozora Daichi, as from now onwards, the boy was going to be their leader. Yuriko knew that, after Roberta, Kimona, and Bella, Kyoko was probably the one who knew most about Yozora Daichi. Yuriko had no plans of going back to Soichiro. The man had decided to abandon his daughter so he could be a hero. She could understand where he was coming from, and she had fallen in love with his righteous personality, but putting random people before the life of their daughter. That was something unacceptable for Yuriko. Today Soichiro had decided to choose his pride over his daughter. How can she be sure that she wouldn't abandon Saya tomorrow because she didn't have the power to be a hero like him? Yuriko was so hurt that she wanted to cry, but she knew that she had to be strong for her daughter. She had loved Soichiro for so many years and his betrayal had hurt her a lot. It hurt her when she decided never to return to Soichiro, but what other options did she have? How could she ever go back to a man who could abandon his own daughter just for the sake of his pride and some random people? So, Yuriko could only stay here. Yuriko wanted to become the leader so that she could keep her daughter safe, and she thought that she could do that better since she was an adult. If Kimona had decided to take the leadership, then she wouldn't have made her move, but since her son had decided to take the leadership, she decided to try her luck, and Tsukumo Seiji made the move on her command, but it seemed that even her daughter trusted the boy over an adult. So, for now, Yuriko decided to sit back and watch. She had to agree that the rules made by the boy might seem to be immoral and inhumane, but in the current situation, they were perfect. That is why Yuriko had decided to learn everything about their leader. Before they could continue the conversation, someone started to hysterically knock on their door. Since everybody was decent, Roberta stood up and decided to open the door. Something must have happened, or why else someone would be knocking on the door in such a manner. Nobody stopped Roberta as she made her way towards the door. She opened the door and she found Aoba Kenji standing on the other side of the door, breathing heavily. Ha! Ha, all of you need to see this, Aoba said with a grave look on his face. Chapter 20, To Be Humans, I. What is happening? Siko asked as Roberta told everyone that something was going on outside. Please, hurry. Kenji Aoba added with a pleading look on his face. After that, nobody asked anything else. They believed that something serious must have happened for the man to act in such a manner. The whole group finally arrived on the balcony. At first, the newer arrivals didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, but that was until Tsukumo Seiji, who had been waiting for everyone's arrival at the balcony, pointed in a certain direction with a mix of horrified and disgusted look on his face. Everyone turned their heads only to find a bleeding man leaning on a wall, while a little girl seemed to be kneeling in front of the man. From the looks of it, it seemed that the little girl was the daughter of the man, who seemed to be bleeding to death. The man didn't seem to be bitten, instead, the man seemed to have been stabbed. The duo was in the front yard of a nearby building. Thankfully the metal grill in front of the house was closed, or the zombies would have swamped the whole front yard of the house. They must have made a lot of noise, though everyone except for Aoba Kenji and Tsukumo Seiji started to wonder how could something like this happen. Though one person within the group was affected the most after watching the sight in front of her. Marizato Chiba shook her head with a look of anguish mixed with disbelief on her face. Unable to hold back her tears, she rushed towards the railing, but Roberta grabbed her hand from behind to stop the woman from jumping off. Kenji! Chiba screamed without caring about the consequences, and the man who was bleeding to his death only a few houses away looked up. Even the little girl turned around to look where the voice came from. Alice! Stay right there. Mama is coming for you. Chiba screamed loudly, but that was the last thing she did. Roberta chopped the back of her head and knocked her out. Both the girl and the dying man had obviously recognized the woman who had screamed at them. Unfortunately, Marizato Kenji no longer had the power to say anything, or he would have reassured his daughter that they were going to be saved, no matter how low the chances were. Mama! Marizato Alice yelled out to her mother in complete joy. She had not seen her mother since yesterday, but now she was so happy to finally be able to see her mother again. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Everyone was surprised by Roberta's action. Roberta simply ignored everyone's reaction and handed over the knocked-out woman to Ko Imiko. "Why did you do that?" Ko Imiko finally gained back her voice and questioned Roberta with a bewildered look on her face. "What's happening? What is all this ruckus about?" Before Roberta could give an answer, Daichi came out from the back while putting on a t-shirt, followed by Kimona, who was wearing a large bathing gown. It wouldn't take a genius to realize what the two of them had been doing, especially when Kimona had admitted to having an intimate relationship with her adoptive son. Even Koda, who had been sleeping on the couch in the living room, came up running due to all the ruckus. Roberta was a diligent maid, so she stepped forward and decided to answer Daichi-sama's question. "Daichi-sama, they are the husband and daughter of this woman," Roberta said as she pointed towards Chiba, who was in Ko Imiko's arms. She was unable to hold back her emotions, and she ended up screaming, so I knocked her out. "She was trying to jump from here," Roberta explained the whole situation. Daichi glanced towards the woman and then he glanced towards the stranded father and daughter. The father seemed to be barely clinging to his life. With so many zombies gathered around that house, it would be very difficult to save them, but not impossible if nothing goes wrong. The damn zombies were also gathering around their house due to the ruckus, not that Daichi could blame Maruzato Chiba. Anyone in her place would have done the same, but that didn't mean that he wasn't annoyed. "Hirano-san, I want you to cover us from here. Mom, you take Siko-chan with you and clear the zombies around this house. Tsukumo-san, you can give the two of them cover, right?" Daichi questioned while staring at the said man. Seiji simply nodded his head with a perplexed look on his face. Daichi looked like any other teenager, but now all of a sudden, he was looking like an imposing leader. "Bella, Roberta, the two of you are with me," Daichi ordered while looking toward Bella and Roberta. Then he turned toward Sarah and Ko. "The two of you, take her inside and lay her down on the bed." Daichi finally finished dishing out the orders. Kimona was grinning like a loon. She loved it whenever her son was being commanding. Bella was practically bursting in joy. Right now, her lord was so hot. After getting a determined nod from everyone, Daichi nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. "Okay, then. Let's go," Daichi said as he started to make his way towards the stairs, followed by Bella, who was skipping in excitement, and Roberta, who looked stoic as ever, but soon her mask was going to come off and she was really worried about it. "Wait. What are we supposed to do?" Yuriko asked and Daichi stopped for a second. Then he turned back and looked at the woman. "I am sorry, I don't know what you are good at. If you can handle weapons then please provide us cover along with Hirano-san and Tsukumo-san," Daichi replied as he left along with Bella and Roberta. Kimona then turned towards Siko, who was staring right at her with a katana clutched in her hands. "You heard what my son said. We need to kill some zombies," Kimona said with a vicious grin as she cracked her fingers. "After you, Yazoradano," Siko answered politely as the two of them also started to make their way towards the stairs. While climbing down the stairs, Siko decided to ask Kimona something. She wanted to ask the question for quite some time. "Yazoradano, do you think you will be fine? I mean dressed like that?" Siko asked with a confused look on her face. Kimona seemed to ponder the question for a bit. "I won't be moving around too much, so I think it will be fine," Kimona shrugged dismissively. Siko simply accepted the answer. She had thought that Kimona was a melee fighter, but if she was a magician like Bella, then she wouldn't need to move much, so it was probably fine. "Did you want to ask something else?" Kimona asked when she noticed that Siko was still staring at her. After hearing Kimona's question, Siko was pulled back into the real world. She quickly shook her head to clear her mind. "Sorry. I was lost in my thoughts," Siko quickly apologized. Then she started to wonder if she should tell the woman about her relationship with her son. Siko also knew what Daichi and Kimona had been doing, but she had already come to terms with the fact that she wasn't going to be the only woman in his life. Siko decided to do her best so that she could impress her mother-in-law, and she needed to work extra hard because the other woman was not only Daichi-kun's mother, she was also one of his lovers. Yes, it might sound weird, but it didn't bother Siko in the least. Meanwhile, Daichi was making his way toward the father and daughter duo along with two extremely deranged women in tow. He already knew that Bella was nuttier than a fruitcake, but he honestly didn't expect Roberta to be the same. Now the new clothes of Roberta made a lot more sense. Roberta had started to shoot zombies while giggling like a demented pervert. "That is hot as fuck. Well, as long as she doesn't shoot me. I seem to get turned on by psychotic women, maybe I am also a demented pervert," Daichi wondered as he continued to Roberta, who seemed to be having the time of her life. Right now, Bella was simply skipping with a spring in her step behind Daichi. Since Daichi had told her to stay put, she decided to treat the whole mission as a nighttime stroll. The sounds of the gunshots have started to gain the attention of the zombies. Daichi smiled and brandished his metal pipe. He also needed to get a better weapon in the future. Bella, let's go and kill some zombies. Daichi grinned as he glanced at Bella from the corner of his eyes. Bella immediately cheered and clapped her hands in joy. Let's go. Let's go. Bella cheered and Daichi finally lunged toward the incoming horde of zombies. Roberta was still shooting, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't fire 10 bullets instantaneously. She needed a small break before she could shoot again. Daichi bashed the head of one zombie with his pipe, killing it instantly, and kicked a nearby zombie. The zombie flew back and smashed against a nearby wall. That zombie also stopped moving. Bella swung her hands creating 2 flame whips. She beheaded 2 zombies near Daichi from the back. Bella knew that her lord needed to kill zombies along with her to complete his primary job requirement, that is why she decided to support her lord from the back, instead of taking the lead. The 3 of them continued to massacre the zombies without any difficulties. With their current stats, a zombie horde only this big was nothing more than garbage. Chapter 21, To Be Humans, 2. It took them somewhere around 3 minutes to clear the horde and reach the house. Yuriko and Kota had been a huge help even though they didn't need it. Roberta, Bella, and Daichi could have managed it on their own. Daichi unlocked the front gate and entered the front yard without wasting any more time, but he found that he was too late. The father was already dead and the little girl was wailing in front of her father, begging him to get up. Daichi felt really bad for the little girl. He couldn't fathom what she was going through right now, but he was sure that it wasn't anything good. Daichi kneeled down beside the girl and she finally noticed his presence. Her tear-filled eyes focused on Daichi. Mister. Please help my papa. He isn't getting up. The little girl wailed and she started to tug on his sleeve. The girl had a small dog in her arms. Daichi had no idea how he was supposed to tell her the truth. He gulped down a lump in his throat. Mister, please. My father is not getting up. The little girl continued to tug at his sleeve. Daichi swallowed again and wrapped his arm around the girl. Everything will be fine, you don't need to worry. We will help your father. Your mama is waiting for you in that house. Daichi turned around and pointed towards their temporary base. The girl sniffed audibly, trying to stop her sobs, and then she hiccuped. Mama, the girl called out and continued to sob again. Daichi gently scooped up the girl in his arms while the dog was still in her arms. The dog was trying to cheer up the girl by licking her face, but it wasn't working. Then he turned towards Bella. Can you bring him to the house? Daichi softly requested and Bella nodded her head with a solemn look on her face. After observing the solemn look on her lord, she mirrored his expression. She didn't want to have fun when her lord looked so saddened. She could always cheer him up later. With a snap of her fingers, Bella levitated the corpse. Roberta didn't make any comments and simply followed Daichi, but internally she was glad that the husband kicked the bucket. Now Chiba would be able to serve Daichi-sama without having any misplaced feelings of guilt. The trio returned to their base in complete silence. Well, not technically a trio anymore, since Daichi was carrying the little girl and the small dog in his arms. The girl has been continuously sobbing on the way. The street in front of their base has also been cleared by Siko and Kimona, so they weren't going to have any problems even though the girl was crying loudly. Siko and Kimona easily read the mood and decided to remain silent as Daichi entered the house followed by Bella, who was using magic to carry the late father of the girl. Daichi was almost knocked over by Chiba, who came rushing at him with her arms extended. Alice. Daichi immediately understood what she wanted, so he gently handed over the girl to her mother. Maybe Chiba would be able to comfort her daughter. Mama. The little girl exclaimed somewhat excitedly, but nobody missed the pain in her voice. Chiba tightly wrapped her arms around her daughter in a protective manner. Mama. Father is not waking up. The little girl said as tears continued to roll down her eyes. The little dog was still in Alice's arms and right now, the dog seemed to be whimpering in sadness too. As soon as the words left the little girl's mouth, Bella also entered the house with the body of her late father in tow. Chiba almost broke down when she saw the sight, but she knew that she needed to stay strong for her daughter and she could always cry later. Chiba placed the little girl on the floor and wiped her tears with her hands. Don't worry, Alice. Everything will be fine. Your father is simply tired and decided to fall asleep, Chiba lied, everyone present in the room could only sympathize with the whole situation, but they couldn't do anything else besides that. Despite Chiba's efforts attempting to console her daughter, Alice continued sobbing, until after a few minutes, she finally fell asleep. Chiba picked up the girl along with the dog in her arms, and then she turned towards Daichi. "Thank you for bringing his body. I will at least be able to give him a proper burial," Chiba said in a neutral tone, but everyone knew that she was barely holding up. After that, Chiba quickly left the room with her daughter and the dog in her arms. Daichi decided to place the body in the backyard and then a sheet was placed over the body. Now that everything was finally taken care of, Daichi decided that it was prudent to have a small chat with Tsukumo and Aoba with everyone present. He would have preferred if Chiba was here too, because he was sure that she would have liked to know how her husband had died, but Daichi wasn't cruel enough to ask her to attend the meeting. "So, what exactly happened?" Daichi questioned with a serious look on his face. The whole group was gathered inside the kitchen. Tsukumo and Aoba looked at each other and Tsukumo decided to start explaining after clearing his throat. The father was probably trying to find a safe place to spend the night. He was dropping by all the houses. They finally arrived at the house from where you... Tsukumo paused. He was about to say save them, but the father had died and they were only able to save the daughter. He was quite grateful for that. Save the daughter. We don't know exactly what happened, but from the expressions of the father, it seemed that a few angry words might have been exchanged. The people inside the house finally opened the door and it happened so fast that we didn't even understand what was happening for a few moments. It seemed that someone inside the house stabbed the father. Tsukumo's voice trailed off with a pained look on his face, so Aoba decided to add the last few bits of the story. After that we decided to call all of you. You know the rest, Aoba added. His part was completely unimportant, but Daichi decided not to say that out loud. So, the residents of the house are responsible for killing the man? Daichi heard them the first time, but he simply wanted some clarification. Yes, Tsukumo answered immediately. So, what are we going to do? Yuriko asked from the side and Daichi simply released a sigh. Personally, I want to go and knock down their door and leave the zombies to feast on them. Daichi answered in an indifferent tone and some of the members of the group looked completely aghast after hearing his answer, but most of the members seemed to agree with Daichi. Unfortunately, it is not my place to decide what to do with them. It depends on Maruzato Chiba. If she wants revenge, then I will help her and if she decides to let them go, I am fine with it too, Daichi shrugged. This time everyone in the room agreed with Daichi's decision. Some were still not happy with the whole revenge thing, but realized that they would also probably want revenge if they were in her shoes. It is quite late, we can discuss everything tomorrow morning. The two of you get some rest, I will keep an eye on the outside, Daichi said while looking towards Tsukumo and Aoba. The two of them gave him a grateful nod. Daichi stood up from his seat and he was about to leave, when he noticed that Bella had raised her hand, like she was in class. Yes, Bella? Daichi asked. He didn't say it out loud in the current atmosphere, but he found her actions quite amusing. Can I accompany you, my lord? Bella asked in an excited tone. By this time, the whole group knew that Bella was unhinged and quite insane, and almost all of them found her downright scary too. So, without making any comments on her attitude, they quickly scurried out of the kitchen. Sure. Daichi accepted her offer. He really liked spending time with Bella. Then I am going to sleep. If you need me then wake me up. Let's go Roberta, Kimona said and after giving her son a peck on the lips, she left the room. Roberta tried to leave the room with Kimona, but Daichi grabbed her hand and pecked her on the lips. Only after that did he allow her to leave, but he didn't forget to give her a smack on the ass. You are such a womanizer, Daichi-kun, Siko softly giggled and Daichi simply grinned. What can I say? Blame my manly charm, Daichi grinned and wrapped his arms around Bella and Siko. He was about to leave, but Siko stopped him. Daichi-kun, let me get some tea. I will join the two of you after that, Siko suggested and Daichi simply hummed in agreement. He pecked her on the lips and finally left the kitchen with Bella in his arms, who was busy rubbing her face over Daichi's chest while sniffing deeply. Chapter 22, Another Midnight Hunt, Daichi was sitting along with Bella in his arms on the balcony. Bella was sitting in front of him and she was leaning back on his chest with a content look on her face. While Bella had her eyes closed, Daichi was quite vigilant and he kept looking around for any signs of an enemy. Daichi had decided to consider everyone outside his group as enemies until proven otherwise. It didn't mean that Daichi would go out of his way to create enemies or he would treat anyone outside his group rudely without any reason. Daichi decided to consider everyone outside his group as hostile because he didn't want anybody in his group to get hurt. It wouldn't hurt anyone if he decided to stay vigilant. It might save someone's life too. After all, nobody could say for sure that the person standing in front of him didn't have any sort of ill intentions. Though it doesn't mean Daichi will always keep looking at someone with critical eyes. Within the group, Daichi trusted quite a few people. Besides his mom and Roberta, he also trusted Bella, Siko, and Kota. While he didn't mistrust the others, he didn't trust them like the ones just mentioned. Status window, Daichi called out inside his mind. It has been some time since he has taken a look at his status, and he also wanted to see if the zombies he killed some time ago were counted by the system for the job requirements or not. Yazora Daichi. Status points 12, locked. Level 1. Race human. Job none. Title Heartthrob of One-Sands. Strength 53. Agility 48. Health 49. Stamina 50. Mana 500. Magic 500. Form a stable bond with your first summon accomplished. Kill 100 level 1 enemies with the help of your summon. 1/100. Kill 10 level 2 enemies with the help of your summon. 0 out of 10. In the case of his status window, not much has changed. He had only killed level 0 zombies and he knew that he wasn't going to get additional system stats from them, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be getting the free status point for killing a zombie. After all, with the help of Bella, he had killed at least one level 1 zombie, but nothing on his status screen had changed. It is possible that I am not receiving the free status points because I am going through the job acquiring process, Daichi wondered internally, but he quickly realized that there was a way to confirm if his theory was right or not. He had Bella in his arms and unlike him, the woman wasn't going through the job acquiring process. After all, she already had a job. So, Daichi decided to open her status window. Bellatrix Black. Status points 53. Level 2. Race human. Job Black Summon. Title The Darkest Witch in History, Insanity Incarnate. Strength 44. Agility 55. Health 49. Stamina 52. Mana 1500. Magic 1500. Daichi's eyes grew wide in surprise. Bella's stats were exactly the same he had seen last time. Even her status points were also the same. Daichi knew that she had killed a lot of zombies after reaching level 2, but why didn't she receive any free status points? Bella? Daichi called out softly. Yes, my lord. Bella asked softly as she perked up after hearing Daichi call her name. Bella, did you stop receiving status points after killing those normal zombies? Daichi asked softly, and moments later, Bella's face twisted with a grimace and her eyes started to fill with tears. Daichi immediately became worried, but before he could say anything, Bella started to speak up. My lord, forgive me, I should have told you, but I forgot. Bella whined with a pitiful look on her face. Daichi was sure that she was going to start crying if he didn't do anything. So, he quickly wrapped his arms around Bella and pulled her closer. Shoo, shoo. I am not angry at you, Daichi said as he started to caress Bella's back soothingly. I am just asking you if you stopped receiving the free status points or not, Daichi clarified. After hearing Daichi's words, Bella sniffed and slowly a smile formed her face. Oh. Well. Yes, I kind of stopped receiving those after I reached level 2. Bella answered with a sheepish look on her face. Daichi simply patted her head after her answer, which led Bella to giggle like a small girl. So, my theory is right. After reaching level 2 you stop receiving the free status points for killing level 0 enemies, Daichi concluded inside his mind. Yes, he did have very little information and it might be something completely different, but this was the most plausible explanation. After that neither of them said anything as they were just enjoying each other's company. Bella was extremely happy with her current life, she didn't care for anything other than her lord and his women, so she wasn't even bothered by the ruined world. In fact, Bella was going to thrive in this world. After a few minutes, Siko arrived beside them with a small tray in her hands. Do you want some tea, Bella? Siko offered, whilst placing the tray on the floor. Bella wrinkled her nose in displeasure. No. Bella doesn't like tea. Bella huffed with an annoyed look on her face. Siko softly chuckled after watching her reaction. Since Daichi didn't complain when she said that she was going to bring tea, Siko guessed that Daichi wouldn't mind having some, so she simply poured him a cup. So, what were you thinking about? Siko asked softly as she handed Daichi a teacup. She had noticed the pondering look on Daichi's face as soon as she arrived near the balcony. Daichi gave Siko a grateful smile and accepted the teacup. After taking a quick sip, Daichi revealed his theory to Siko. Then leveling up after reaching level 2 is going to become quite difficult, Siko muttered with a complicated look on her face. True, it will be hard. I don't have any proof, but I think that we can only get status points from beings one level lower than us, Daichi added with a thoughtful look on his face. But if that is true, then why aren't we getting the points? We are still level 1, right? Siko asked with a confused look on her face. That might be, but according to our status window, the status points option is locked. Bella here is already level 2, and her status points aren't locked. It might be locked because we are going through the job acquiring process, but once again it is just my speculation, Daichi released a tired sigh. There is going to be a bloodbath, all of a sudden, Bella blurted out as she giggled like a schoolgirl, surprising both Daichi and Siko. What? Daichi questioned with an unsure look on his face. He had clearly heard Bella, but he didn't understand why she blurted out something like that. Well, it is my premonition ability. I had to sacrifice 3 virgins for the ability. It allows me to sense massacres and danger preemptively. Right now, I am sensing there'll be a massacre from that direction, Bella explained with an excited grin on her face as she pointed towards the bridge. Daichi and Siko looked at each other and it was Siko who decided to ask the first question. You sacrificed virgins? Siko asked with an incredulous look on her face. Bella excitedly nodded her head. Yes, I have sacrificed a lot of them. Once I sacrificed 2 virgin lovers to create a cursed dagger. Getting a single scratch from the dagger would cause a fatal wound, resulting in a very ugly and drawn-out death. I love that dagger, Bella sighed with a longing look on her face. Yep, she's really messed up in the noggin, Daichi concluded. You could get a lot of things by sacrificing virgins. My lord, if you want, Bella can sacrifice virgins for you too, Bella offered with a hopeful look on her face. No, thank you, Daichi declined the offer without missing a beat. Bella huffed and started to pout in disappointment. I am glad that I am no longer a virgin, Siko commented dryly and Bella started to cackle in mad glee. Don't worry, Bella wouldn't have sacrificed you even if you were a virgin. You are my lord's lover and you have also been very nice to Bella, Bella corrected Siko with a bright smile marring her face. Siko had no idea how she was supposed to react to Bella's words, so after thinking for a bit, Siko simply gave Bella a grateful nod. Bella, from now on if you are planning to sacrifice virgins, please ask for my permission beforehand, Daichi ordered with a deep frown on his face. He was completely fine with torturing someone to death, but he needed to draw the line somewhere. Sacrificing was a big no-no. At least, for now. Bella said that you could achieve great things by sacrificing virgins, so he might need to achieve something similar in the future. Of course, my lord, Bella accepted Daichi's command with a smile. She didn't know why her lord asked something like that from her, but she didn't care. Since it was her lord's order, she was going to carry it out with a gleeful look on her face. Good. So, you are saying that a lot of people are going to die near the bridge? Daichi asked. Now that he dealt with the problem of sacrificing virgins, he decided to focus on the initial problem. Bella had mentioned that there was going to be a massacre on the bridge. Bella simply nodded her head with an excited grin. Daichi closed his eyes for a bit, then he finally came to a decision. We are going to the bridge. Daichi revealed with a nod of his head. Chapter 23, Another Midnight Hunt, 2. What? Why would you want to go to the bridge when we know that there is going to be a bloodbath? Siko asked with a confused look as soon as she heard Daichi's words. Well, none of the guns we used were silenced, so the zombies should have been attracted toward here, but there are no zombies on the streets, Daichi pointed out. Siko nodded her head in agreement. Now that Daichi mentioned it, Siko realized that Daichi was right. The streets were completely empty except for the carcasses of the zombies they had killed. It was really odd, they were pretty loud during the rescue, so the zombies should have been drawn here, yet there were no signs of any zombies. However, Siko still couldn't understand the reasoning behind Daichi's plan to go to the bridge. According to Bella, there is going to be a massacre on the bridge, which means that the zombies probably headed there instead. Now that we are much stronger than normal humans, we can easily deal with a small horde of zombies, and if we get surrounded by any chance, then Bella can always save us using her flames, but if we can take full advantage of the situation, then we should be able to complete our job requirements, Daichi explained, and Siko finally recognized the opportunity Daichi saw. That is a good plan, but do you think everyone will agree with your idea? I mean, they might argue that we need to save the people who are trapped on the bridge, Siko asked with a confused look on her face. I will curse them so badly that they wouldn't know the difference between their faces and their bollocks. Bella screeched with a look of fury etching her face. Daichi placed his hand over her head and started to caress her scalp soothingly. It won't be necessary, Bella. By the way, can you tell us when the massacre finally begins? Daichi asked curiously and Bella eagerly nodded her head. Good, then we tell everyone after it starts, Daichi said in a grave tone. Daichi knew that he was being cold and heartless, but there was nothing he could do. He was responsible for the safety of those in his group, and nobody else. If they went there with the goal of trying to save everyone, it would mean fighting their way through the middle of the horde. Even if the horde was composed of only 200 zombies, they still wouldn't be able to save anyone as they'd be busy saving their own hides. Trying to save anyone in that situation would be extremely stupid and they'd just be committing suicide. Realistically, he thought 200 zombies was underestimating the horde. The horde would probably be composed of at least 1,000 zombies. Daichi knew that he might be out of his depth. After all, he was planning to go against a horde that large, but the bigger the risk, the bigger the rewards. If he attacked the horde from the back, then they should easily be able to reap the rewards. For now, let's wait. Bella, tell me as soon as the massacre starts. Daichi stared off towards the bridge and Bella gleefully nodded her head. They didn't have to wait that long. After only a few minutes, Bella gave the signal. Siko-chan, go and call everyone to the meeting room. I will get my mom and Roberta, Daichi said, and Siko quickly left after giving him an understanding nod. After a few minutes, everyone beside Marizato Chiba was gathered in the kitchen. Siko informed Daichi that she didn't call Chiba because she felt that the woman would like to stay by herself. Daichi simply waved off her worries and said it was okay. Daichi looked around the room and some of the members did look annoyed, but it was understandable since they had a meeting only half an hour ago. So, without wasting any time, Daichi quickly revealed the plan, but he did twist a few facts. First of all, Daichi refrained from telling everyone about Bella's premonition ability. He simply said that Bella was using magic to keep an eye on the bridge. Secondly, Daichi kind of ignored telling everyone about the fact that the people on the bridge were already being massacred. What are we waiting for? We need to help them right now. Aoba Kenji exclaimed hurriedly and Daichi also cracked a smile. He knew that there were righteous bastards within the group and he knew that as soon as he mentioned that there were zombies heading towards the bridge, they would immediately be all for a rescue mission without even thinking twice, and he wasn't disappointed. Wait. I wouldn't ask about the validity of the information since it came from Bella-san, but how big is the horde? We need to know that before we plan anything. Saya pushed up her specs with a haughty look on her face. Daichi wasn't offended by the question, he already knew that someone smart within the group would end up asking that. Bella was unable to see the exact size, but the number of the zombies was easily more than 500. Daichi answered back in a grave tone while shaking his head. Siko would have ended up gaping like a fish if her mind was any weaker. Daichi was extremely good at acting. Now, Siko finally realized why Daichi wasn't worried about convincing everyone. At that time, Daichi had avoided answering her question, now she finally understood why. She couldn't be any more proud of her lover. A leader needed to be manipulative when necessary. 500. Saya and a few others gasped in surprise after they heard the number and the ones who had decent heads on their shoulders only grimaced. The odds were completely against them, the stamina parameter in their status window was there for a reason. Yes, as you grow stronger, dealing with zombies becomes easier, but you simply can't keep on fighting forever. You will become tired and your attacks will become slower and lose power as the fight goes on. Even though fighting zombies becomes easier, it is still very risky to keep fighting them. Only one scratch is enough to get you infected. They had no idea if a single scratch could infect a person who had reached the pinnacle of level 1 or not. Even if someone was interested to find out, nobody would be willing to test it. Aoba Kenji looked around and frowned. How can we simply give up like that? When I was small, my father used to say that you shouldn't do what is easy, you should do what is right, Aoba declared with a proud look on his face. Daichi and a few others had to force themselves to stop laughing like maniacs after hearing that, but Kimona wasn't someone who cared about what was polite and what was rude. She did whatever she wanted to do. Bwahaha. Did you really just say that? That is golden. Getting an abortion would have been the right thing, but here you are. Your father did the easy thing, instead of the right thing. Bwaha. Kimona continued to laugh and after hearing Kimona's words, the others who were barely holding their laughter started to laugh too. Aoba clenched his fist and he murderously glared at Kimona and the ones who were laughing, Daichi was among that group too. Don't you dare say anything bad about my father. Aoba roared in anger and Kimona simply scoffed. Or what, weakling? Kimona growled and the temperature inside the room increased by several degrees. You are a weakling. There is no place for weaklings in this world, so what the fuck are you spouting for? Kimona questioned menacingly and for a moment, Aoba held his ground and continued to glare at Kimona, but he ended up cowering in fear. Kimona nodded in satisfaction. The horde consists of 500 zombies. I would be surprised if you could even kill 50 of them before you keel over, so don't go throwing around big words, especially when you don't have the power to back them up, Kimona explained calmly, but nobody missed the seriousness of her words. Just like my mom pointed out. If we are going, then remember that this is going to be extremely dangerous and you must know how to pull your own weight. Do not engage in the fight expecting someone else to pull your ass out of trouble, and remember there is a high chance that you might meet your end if you go, Daichi said as he glanced around the room. After hearing Daichi's words, everyone had serious looks on their faces. Kimona's interference has been the masterstroke for Daichi's plan. We will try to save as many as we can, but please avoid putting your life on the line unnecessarily. We will see a lot of people who can't be helped anymore, so don't blindly jump into the fray. Oh, and if someone decides to stay here, then I won't be angry with them. After all, this is going to be the riskiest thing we have done. With that, Daichi finally finished his speech. Most of his speech was complete bullshit he had put together a few seconds ago. He could already guess who were going to join him, but he needed to scare them beforehand to prevent any of them from trying to become a hero. All of the fighters he had in the group were extremely valuable and losing them wasn't going to be favorable for the group as a whole. Daichi looked around and nodded his head in satisfaction. Good. Now that I have my point clear, who wants to join the rescue team? Daichi asked as he slowly stood up. Chapter 24, Another Midnight Hunt, 3. The group arrived near the bridge without much hassle. The streets were practically empty except for a few zombies here and there, and most of them met the same fate of getting crushed by Rika's military Humvee and the Hummer belonging to the Yazora household. Image here. Kimona was driving the Hummer, which was in the front while the Humvee was following behind. Kimona was using her reinforcement skill to reinforce the vehicle. So, crushing the zombies under the wheels wasn't such a big deal for them. Daichi asked Kimona to stop the vehicle in front of a tall building. The group finally arrived near the bridge and almost everyone gaped at the size of the horde. The horde consisted of at least 2,000 zombies rampaging on the bridge. Daichi was already expecting a number like that, so he only grimaced. Are we really going to go against a horde like that? Yuriko asked from the back in a horrified tone. Yuriko had decided to board the Hummer, along with Daichi and his closest. Yes, the guns team is going to engage while the melee team will be protecting the guns team, Daichi answered back without missing a beat. Before boarding the vehicles, Daichi had divided the volunteers for the rescue mission into two teams. Guns team consisted of all the volunteers who used guns, while the melee team consisted of all the volunteers who didn't use any type of firearms. So, obviously, the guns team was bigger than the melee team, not that Daichi cared. After answering Yuriko, Daichi turned toward Roberta. You have suppressed all the guns, right? Daichi questioned and Roberta simply nodded her head. Daichi had asked her to suppress all the weapons. Even though Roberta hadn't been using a suppressor for her weapon, she had brought various types of firearm suppressors with her. Good, Daichi gave her a satisfied nod. Daichi jumped down from the car and the others quickly followed his example. Ha ha ha. Son, I love how you are taking charge, Kimona laughed loudly as she started to pat her son on the back. Daichi simply released a tired sigh. Why was his mom so boisterous? Yazora-senpai, are we really planning to go against a group that big? Koda asked in a worried tone as he pushed up his specs. The members who were in the Humvee also started to climb down from the vehicle and approached Daichi and his group. All of them seemed to be completely horrified over the prospect of going against such a large horde. Thankfully, the zombies were still busy carrying out their assault on the people trapped on the bridge. Right now, none of them could see the massacre but they could clearly hear the cries for help and the gunshots coming from the other side of the bridge. The police were probably trying their best to deal with the zombies, but no matter how much they tried, they wouldn't be able to save the people trapped on the bridge. Yes, we are going to engage. We came this far and I am not going back without reaping any benefits, Daichi shrugged. Meanwhile, Roberta started handing over the suppressed guns to all the members of the guns team. Aoba Kenji, who wanted to help the people, could only stare in the direction of the bridge with a look of anguish on his face. Daichi glanced toward the man and internally sighed. He would be grateful if the man didn't try anything reckless. Right now, he was the only electrician in the group and Daichi didn't want to lose the man due to his stupidity. Do not try to recklessly save anyone. If we are in a position to help someone, then we will do so, Daichi declared for the last time, then he turned back towards the bridge. Everyone get in position, Daichi called out and slowly everyone got into position, their guns pointed toward the bridge. Shoot! When Daichi finally gave the command, Roberta, Kota, and Yuriko were the only ones who followed his command without missing a beat. Kota might have been quite weak and timid, but Daichi could clearly notice the changes. He will be growing into be a dependable fighter in the future, of that Daichi was quite sure. For a moment, Aoba and Tsukumo simply looked at each other, but they also joined in. The zombies at the back started to drop dead and even though the guns were silenced, they were still making quite a lot of noise. At least, from the perspective of zombies. The zombies at the back started to turn around and approach the group while growling. Aoba and Tsukumo were absolutely the worst when it came to aiming, and even Yuriko was average at best. Kota's accuracy seemed to be a lot better than hers, although his skill might be helping him, his accuracy was better than the other three regardless. When it came to Roberta, credit where credit's due, her aim was absolutely the best. Daichi, do you mind if I go off and have some fun on my own? Kimona questioned and Daichi inclined his face with a soft smile on his face. Kimona felt her hopes rising up. I refuse. Daichi answered without losing the soft smile marring his face. Kimona almost choked after hearing the answer, sometimes her son could be such a spoilsport. There are too many of them. We can't keep up with their numbers. Yuriko screamed and Daichi had to admit that even with 5 gunners with assault rifles, they were going to get overwhelmed. Daichi glanced toward Roberta, the woman had a feral grin marring her face, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Roberta might be the best with guns, but Daichi wasn't expecting her to complain in the first place. Let's go and decrease their burden, Daichi declared while looking toward Kimona, Siko, and Bella. Daichi simply didn't want Kimona going off on her own because he knew for sure that she would end up going overboard and she might end up collapsing the bridge for all he knew. Kimona grinned excitedly and lunged towards the horde of zombies with flames erupting from her hands. She can handle herself, but let's stay close to her. I don't want her biting off more than she can chew, Daichi said while looking towards Bella and Siko. After getting a nod from them, the 3 of them dashed towards the horde. Daichi swung his trusty metal pipe and bashed in the head of one zombie, while Siko, who was right beside him, beheaded a zombie with a simple swing of her katana. Daichi's movements were completely untrained and animalistic, while Siko's movements were like a form of practice dance. The whole scene was pretty awkward, but at the same time, extremely effective, especially with Bella behind the 2 of them. Bella flicked her hand and released a lightning bolt, creating a hole through an unfortunate zombie's head. The trio slaughtered through the throng of zombies with ease. Now that they were no longer receiving the notifications for the free status points, they were feeling slightly weird. Well, except for Bella, of course. She was feeling gleeful, happy, and ecstatic. Her mind, or what was left of it, worked in a completely different manner. Bella started to cackle in mad glee as she cleaved her way through the zombies without much difficulty, but she was keeping an eye on her lord too. She didn't miss even a second of her lord's magnificence. The way he moved, the way he was crushing the heads of the zombies, and the way sweat was trickling down his face was making Bella really wet. She rubbed her thighs together as she felt the wetness in between her legs increase. Meanwhile, Siko was beheading the zombies with such grace that she was making it look extremely easy. Unlike Bella, Siko was mild-mannered and completely sane, so she wasn't cackling in mad glee, instead, she was grinning like a glorified villain, who was finally able to defeat the hero of the said story. Unlike Bella and Siko, Daichi wasn't smiling, grinning, or cackling. Even though he never had a normal family, his life had been quite normal until yesterday or the day before yesterday. Since it was already past midnight, he had no idea what term he should use. Daichi might have been trained by his mother on how to defend himself, but that didn't mean that he enjoyed fighting, but at the same, he didn't detest it. Daichi only came here for only one reason, he came here to grind. He knew the necessity of growing strong, and to grow strong, it was necessary for him to complete the job requirements, only after that he could reach level 2 and keep growing strong. He might have a summoning skill, but that didn't mean that he had to rely solely on his summons, even if he was going to have pretty dependable companions just like Bella. Daichi didn't want to just sit on the sidelines, he wanted to actively participate in the fights. If the leader of a group wasn't strong, then his group wasn't going to be respected by anyone. Now, Daichi wasn't like a young master from a cultivation world, but that doesn't mean that he would allow others to look down upon him. Daichi swung his pipe to bash in the head of another zombie, but much to his horror, the zombie caught the pipe. When Daichi noticed that this zombie's eyes didn't seem to be unfocused like the others, he couldn't help but curse inside his mind. He has finally found a zombie which was not a level 0. Fuck. Daichi cursed loudly, as the zombie swiped his free hand toward Daichi. Chapter 25, Another Midnight Hunt, 4. Fuck. Daichi cursed loudly as the zombie swiped his free hand toward him. His eyes grew wide in surprise and fear. In a situation like this, fear was a natural emotion, however, fear is a double-edged sword. While it may break a person, there is also the possibility they'd be able to face that fear and exceed their limits. If they could achieve that breakthrough, then they would be able to push themselves even harder, until they could finally overcome what they feared. That is what happened with Daichi right now. He was afraid, but instead of freezing in fear, he decided to push himself harder. I can't die here. I am still way too young to die, and there are so many mature women out there who need my love. Daichi screamed inside his mind and he forcefully raised his leg even though his position shouldn't have allowed him to do so. Daichi placed his leg on the zombie's chest and used all the points in his strength parameter to push the zombie away from him. Daichi winced in pain as pain shot throughout his leg. He was sure that he'd severed some of his muscles and cracked his bones in a couple of places with his last stunt, but at least that had saved him from getting scratched by the zombie, as both the zombie and Daichi were blasted in opposite directions. Daichi didn't need Kyoko's appraisal skill to know that it was a zombie, who just like him, had reached the pinnacle of level 1. Daichi barely landed on his feet and leaned on his left leg as his right leg was probably useless for the time being. Daichi winced in pain, but there was nothing he could do right now. Right now, he wished Saya could use her skill to create healing potions. That would have been really great. Thankfully, Siko and Bella arrived beside him to give him support. Daichi-kun, are you alright? My lord, are you okay? Both Siko and Bella asked Daichi, looking really worried. Siko was really good at handling her emotions, but Bella was a completely different story. She had started to release her bloodlust, which was directed toward the zombie. To be honest, both Daichi and Siko were taken aback by the potent bloodlust Bella was releasing, especially Daichi. Daichi had witnessed his mom's bloodlust and he thought that his mom was a monster, but her bloodlust was nothing compared to Bella's. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of atrocities Bella must have committed for her to have this amount of bloodlust. It was simply insane. Darkest witch in history indeed, Daichi repeated inside his mind. He finally understood that her title wasn't just for show. Daichi finally returned to his senses. He immediately shook his head to clear his mind. Right now, he had much more important things to deal with. Even though Bella was a monster, he wasn't going to stop taking care of her and he even might end up loving her in the future. She might be a monster, but she was his monster. Daichi chuckled humorlessly. I might have injured my leg, but otherwise, I am fine, though that zombie seems to be in a better condition than me, Daichi said while shaking his head as the level 1 zombie finally stood up. The zombie might seem to be injured, but it wasn't. That is how zombies generally were. It seemed that even after leveling up, the zombies still stayed in their usual decaying state. Bella, do you have a spell to heal my leg? Daichi asked in a hopeful tone. Now he was sure that he had cracked his leg in at least a couple of places. So, if he really wanted to fight, then he needed to heal his leg. The zombie was dangerous, he needed to heal his freaking leg. No, Bella answered with a sullen look. Though I do know a spell which will numb all the pain in your leg, it will only work for an hour and you will end up injuring your leg, even more, when everything is over. Bella answered slowly with an unsure look on her face. The zombie wasn't a gentleman, so he decided to use this chance to lunge at the trio. Okay, cast the spell. Daichi yelled out hurriedly and it was Siko who decided to face the zombie until Daichi and Bella were ready. Siko's katana clashed against the zombie's claws, creating sparks. Without wasting any more time, Bella cast the spell on Daichi and he felt the pain disappear instantly. Bella seemed to be slightly reluctant, but she still cast the spell on Daichi. Siko, be careful. That isn't a normal zombie, Daichi screamed and dashed towards Siko while Bella decided to stay back to help the duo. The zombie roared and pushed back Siko. Bella wanted to help the duo, but right now, she was in no position to help them. She needed to keep the other zombies away from the fight. When Siko was pushed back by the zombie, Daichi jumped in front of the zombie to stop it from attacking Siko. The zombie growled menacingly and both Daichi and Siko grunted when an invisible pressure descended on them. He has a damn skill. Daichi yelled as Siko also jumped into the fray. Both of them could feel that the invisible pressure was trying to hold them down. Even though Daichi wasn't feeling pain in his leg, he was trying to push too much pressure into that leg. Siko swung down her katana as she activated her skill. The zombie was strong, but it wasn't that strong. Her katana sliced through the zombie's arm like it was cutting through butter. Daichi wasn't going to miss the opening Siko had created in the zombie's defense. He swung his metal pipe using all of his power and smashed the pipe on the side of the zombie's head. Several cracks were heard and the head of the zombie cracked open like a watermelon. You have gained the mana of a level 2 brawler zombie. Strength plus 5, agility plus 7, health plus 5, stamina plus 6. You have gained 1 status point to distribute freely. Daichi blinked in confusion, and then he cursed inside his mind. It wasn't a level 1 zombie, who had reached the pinnacle of level 1. It was a fucking level 2 zombie. That was something Daichi wasn't expecting. The zombie even had a job. That must be why the zombie seemed to be so strong and it needed both Siko and Daichi to deal with it. Mana Archive commends you for slaying an existence 1 level higher than you. You have gained an additional skill slot. Once again, Daichi's eyes grew wide in surprise. He didn't even know that someone could have more than 1 skill, but it seemed that they could. Daichi shook his head and glanced toward Siko, who seemed to be similarly surprised just like he was a couple of moments ago. Siko, did you also receive an additional skill slot? Daichi asked and Siko simply nodded her head. By the way, what are those? Siko asked pointing toward 2 orbs lying beside the unmoving corpse of the level 2 zombie. Daichi couldn't call it dead since it was already dead when it was a zombie. Daichi slowly leaned down and picked up one of the orbs and as soon as he did that, a small screen appeared in front of his eyes. Skill, static. When the skill is activated, an invisible pressure descends on the enemy or the enemies making them slower. The effect of the skill would decrease with the number of enemies, but the effect of the skill will increase if the agility of the user is the highest parameter. Crush the orb to acquire the skill. Siko, your agility is the highest parameter, isn't it? Daichi asked as he glanced at Siko from the corner of his eyes. Siko looked at Daichi with confusion, but she still nodded her head. The skill was perfect for Siko, the skill would have been good for Daichi too, but the effect of the skill would increase with agility as the highest parameter. So, even if Daichi acquired the skill, he wouldn't have been able to use the skill to its full potential. Right now, Daichi had no way of increasing his agility parameter, and unlike Siko, he wasn't a martial artist, he was a brawler. So, Daichi tossed the orb toward Siko. Crush it, Daichi said, and Siko caught the orb on pure instinct. Daichi noticed that her eyes became unfocused and after only a couple of moments, she crushed the orb. Daichi smiled and grabbed the second orb lying on the ground. Once again, a small screen appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. Weapon, Zombie Claws. A weapon created from the claws of a level 2 zombie. The weapon contains zombie infection. The zombification can be avoided if the victim is 1 level higher than the user and the special effect of the weapon will be nullified if the enemy is level 4 or higher. As soon as Daichi read the weapon description, something clicked inside his mind. He had no way of confirming his theory at this moment as he had much more important things to deal with. So, he quickly shoved the weapon into his pocket. Then he turned toward Siko, who was staring at him expectantly. Siko-chan, let's go and help Bella. We can't let her have all the fun, Daichi said with a grin and Siko softly chuckled and inclined her head after hearing his words. But before the two of them could even take a step, the whole bridge shook and a huge explosion erupted from their side of the bridge, making everyone freeze in shock and surprise. Chapter 26, Another Midnight Hunt, v. While Daichi was fighting against the level 2 zombie, Kimona was having the time of her life. She had no idea why her son was held up, but for whatever reason, he and his buddies had been stalled. So, right now, Kimona was having the time of her life. She had been finally able to sneak away from her son. She loved her son in more than one way, but sometimes, her son could be so unfun. That wasn't the only reason she had to sneak away from her son. First of all, she wasn't a team player. When she fought she tended to forget about her surroundings and now with her new powers, she was going to become even worse. First, she needed to gain perfect control over her flames or she might end up hurting her son by some accident. That wasn't something Kimona would allow. Secondly, she needed to complete her job requirements. All of her job requirements needed her to kill enemies without any assistance. Now, Kimona didn't mind being helped by her son, after all, he was the only man she was going to acknowledge in her life, but that is where the problem was. Daichi was not only her lover, he was also her son. So, she needed to protect her son too. Her motherly instincts were screaming at her to protect her son. That was fine and all, but she needed to grow stronger if she wanted to continue protecting him. She could get stronger if she continued to level up, but if she wanted to level up, then she needed to complete the job requirements. Society would frown upon her mentality, but she didn't care about them and society had already collapsed. Flames burst out of her hands as she punched a nearby zombie, blasting it into smithereens. She swung her feet, releasing a wave of flames at the zombies, turning more than a few zombies into nothing more than ashes. Wahaha! Come on! Kimona exclaimed and jumped in the air. Her feet alight with her flames, she was using her flames to propel her higher. After a few moments, she finally twisted her body and started to head toward the surface of the bridge. Kimona slammed her fists on the ground, creating a massive explosion, rattling the whole bridge. Kimona slowly stood up and everything was charred around her. After witnessing the destruction around her, she couldn't help but smile. She had always been destructive and violent. She never lied about those facts, but right now, she found herself oddly at peace. She felt like it was the most natural thing to do. Kimona would have thought her job was affecting her, but she knew that wasn't it. First of all, she was yet to complete the job requirements, so she didn't have the job. Secondly, she knew herself very well. Her true personality was finally coming out now that there were no pesky laws binding her. Even before the world was turned upside down, she never cared about laws. From time to time she killed people and she walked away because of the government, but now, she was completely free to do whatever she wanted. There was nobody to stop her. Well, if Daichi asked, then she would restrain herself, but she knew that Daichi would never ask her to limit herself. Well, at least as long as she didn't go overboard. Kimona had finally succeeded in getting the attention of the rest of the zombies rampaging on the bridge. She raised her hands in the air and several spears of flames appeared in the air. She brought down her hands and launched the spears toward the horde of zombies. Moments later, several more explosions rang throughout the bridge, creating several cracks on the bridge. Kimona decided to check her job requirements. She was sure that she killed more than a couple of hundred zombies, but there were still too many and she wasn't sure if either her stamina or mana would last that long or not. Her skills were quite strong, but at the same time, they were quite mana hungry. Even if mana would get restored with time, her stamina wasn't going to get restored in such a short period and she didn't want to find out what would happen when her stamina ran out. Status window, Kimona called inside her mind. Moments later, a familiar screen appeared in front of her eyes, but Kimona instantly noticed some changes in her status parameters. When she was rampaging, she was so indulged in the fun that she forgot to notice if she received any notifications or not, but it seemed that she had indeed received some welcome notifications. Marioliona Vermilion, Yazora Kimona. Level 1. Status points, 43. Race, human. Job, none. Title, The Undefeated Uncrowned Lioness. Strength, 65. Agility, 53. Health, 59. Stamina, 23 of 60. Mana, 57 out of 200. Magic, 200. Kill 300 level 0 enemies with a single attack. 300. Kill 30 level 1 enemies while only using your fists and flames. 19/30. Kill 3 level 2 enemies while only using your fists and flames. 1/3. After she saw the status of her job requirements, she couldn't help but feel giddy. She had unknowingly killed 19 level 1 enemies, along with 1 level 2 enemy, which was of course a zombie. Wahaha! This is such a nice haul. Kimona laughed loudly. Did you have your fun? All of a sudden she heard her son's voice from behind her, his voice was filled with irritation. She slowly turned around only to find her son staring at her with an annoyed look on his face. Kimona beamed at Daichi with a wide grin on her face. She was going to start boasting to show her son how awesome she was. The rest of the horde was still quite far from the two of them, so it would take them a lot of time to reach here. Son! I killed a level 2 zombie without even knowing, see how awesome your mom is. Kimona slung her arm around her son's shoulder and started to boast shamelessly. I know, Mom. We also killed a level 2 zombie, so we know that only level 2 zombies would drop orbs like those, Daichi muttered dryly as he pointed towards a couple of orbs lying a few meters away from them. Kimona glanced where her son was pointed and she had to admit that she didn't see them until Daichi pointed them out. Kimona decided to change the direction of her boasting since her son had also killed a level 2 zombie. Ha! I expected nothing else from you, my son, Kimona laughed wildly as she rubbed her son's head. Good, so what are those orbs? Kimona asked curiously, as Daichi started to head toward where the orbs were. Since Kimona had her arm wrapped around her son's neck, she easily felt that her son wanted to head in the direction of the orbs, so she decided to accompany him. I think one of those contains a skill, while the other contains a weapon. At least, that the what our level 2 zombie had left for us, Daichi shrugged. They could still hear the gunshots coming from the other side of the bridge. Even though Kimona had rampaged over the bridge, she had only been able to kill a quarter of the whole horde. Unfortunately, the horde was restoring their numbers. The people who had been bitten by the zombies were slowly joining the ranks of the zombie horde. There were nearly 1,000 people who were stuck on the bridge. A few brave people among them must have jumped into the river as soon as the horde had pinned them on the bridge, and a lot more of them had followed their example. That was the best survival plan, and their only real chance at survival. Some of the people who had dared to jump into the river might have died, but most of them had probably survived even though they were swept away by the current. If they were lucky, they might have washed up somewhere nearby, or they would probably arrive in some place that is crawling with zombies. Daichi and Kimona arrived in front of the orbs, and Daichi picked one of them while Kimona picked up the other. Due to the resounding gunshots, the zombies who were approaching Daichi and Kimona had decided to return their attention toward the cops on the other side of the bridge. Daichi had no idea what sort of orders they had received, but it seemed that they were pretty determined to hold the bridge. From Kimona and Roberta, Daichi knew that the other side of the bridge was also bustling with zombies, so he couldn't understand why they were so determined on holding the bridge. By trying to hold the bridge, they were simply dooming themselves. After all, the sounds of gunshots were bound to attract the zombies from the other side too. So, there was a high chance that another horde would be formed on the other side, and when that horde arrived, the cops would be pinned on the bridge just like the civilians. Daichi simply shook his head. He wasn't naive enough to think that he could save everyone. Daichi's attention returned to the screen in front of his eyes. Weapon, a common knife. A knife without any special qualities, attributes, or functions. Daichi released a sigh in disappointment. What did you get? Daichi questioned his mom, who gave him a toothy grin and handed over the orb to him. Chapter 27, Persuasion, I. A small screen appeared in front of Daichi's eyes as soon as Kimona placed the orb into his hand. Skill, Rampage. The skill allows the user to boost all of their physical status parameters by 200% in exchange for mana for 5 minutes. The cost of the skill will vary depending on the user's health status. The lower the user's health, the lower the cost of the skill. Cooldown time 3 days. Daichi's eyes grew wide in surprise. The skill was quite OP if the user was smart. Yes, he knew that there was a risk since the user needed to have low health to lower the cost of the skill, but if the skill was used in the right situation, then the user would be able to change the tide of the battle on their own, and 5 minutes was a lot of time when it came to a fight. A lot could happen in a span of 5 minutes. Are you sure you want to give me this skill? Daichi questioned as he glanced toward his mom from the corner of his eyes. Meanwhile, the said woman was staring at her son with an expectant look in her eyes. I already have something like that, and it is cute that you worry about me so much, but you need to remember that your mom isn't helpless. Kimona grinned and ruffled her son's hair. Since his hair was always a mess, he never cared when his mom or if any of his women ruffled his hair. His hair seemed to have a mind of its own. Kimona had shown her status window and skill page to Daichi, but she hadn't shown him the effects of her title. Moments later, the perks of her title appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. The Undefeated Uncrowned Lioness. Perk 1, renders mental attacks and mind manipulation useless, as you would never bend to anyone's whims, except your son. Perk 2, your attacks will become more brutal, precise, and faster if you receive damage, and it will keep increasing with the more damage you receive. Perk 3, if your health reaches below 10% of your overall health, then you will become invulnerable for a whole minute and your attack stats would be boosted by 300%. As soon as Daichi finished reading the perks, he couldn't help but whistle. The effects of the title were quite impressive. True, he didn't like the fact that his mom could only boost her power when her health went below 10%, but nonetheless, the perks of her title were still impressive, and the name of the title was also fitting. My mom does kind of look like a lioness, especially with those canines, Daichi commented internally. He was also happy over the fact that his mom loved him so much that she was ready to bend to his whims. Well, he did like it when his mom literally bent herself for him. I see, then I will be taking the skill, Daichi muttered and crushed the orb in his hand. Moments later, his skill page opened in front of his eyes, and his new skill was already there. Milord, what skill did you get? All of a sudden, Bella decided to pop up near the mother and son duo. Fortunately, Daichi had gotten quite used to Bella's antics, so he simply placed his hand on top of her head and opened his skill page. For a moment, Bella's eyes became unfocused, and after only a few seconds, a face-splitting grin appeared on her face. "I shouldn't have expected anything less from you, my lord," Bella blurted out in a devoted tone. "She seems to be quite devoted to you," Kimona muttered without missing a beat. Daichi was about to say something, but he stopped when he saw Siko clear her throat from the back. "Daichi-kun, they have found a couple of survivors near the shore," Siko said, and Daichi immediately narrowed his eyes. He didn't have any problems with finding survivors, but he didn't want Aoba making any stupid promises. They also needed to return quickly. Even though he wasn't feeling any pain from his leg, it was still becoming hard for him to physically move his leg. He knew that he must have damaged his leg even more during the fights, and whenever Bella's spell wore off, he was going to be in a world of pain. Even though Daichi wasn't looking forward to the pain, he couldn't do anything to stop it, it was inevitable. He could only prepare himself for the pain, and he could choose where the spell wore off. To be honest, he wanted to be far away from this bridge when it did. He had gained a lot tonight, and he didn't want to give in to greed and end up kicking the bucket. If he wasn't injured, then it would have been a completely different story. "Okay, let's go back then," Daichi said and turned around. Kimona still had her arm wrapped around Daichi's neck, so she also turned around and started to leave with Daichi. She would have liked to have some more fun, but her stamina and mana were kind of low and she didn't want to risk it, especially now that Daichi was with her. How did they find the survivors when the shore is under the bridge? All of a sudden Daichi questioned as he glanced toward Siko. Siko simply released a tired sigh. Aoba-san went to look for survivors under the bridge as soon as Kimonodano started to rampage on the bridge, Siko answered in a monotone, and Daichi couldn't help but rub his face in frustration. There was no helping these self-righteous bastards, they needed to learn their lessons the hard way. Right now, Daichi wasn't planning to say anything to the man, but he was sure that a situation like that was bound to pop up, and that is when he would rub the fact in Aoba's face. "Ha! I was already expecting him to do something like that." Daichi shook his head in disappointment. "I will make him pay." Bella screeched in anger, but Daichi quickly placed his hand over her head and started to pat her. "Not today, maybe someday in the future." Daichi muttered as he continued to placate Bella's unbridled fury. "Son, are you limping?" Kimona asked as she pulled Daichi towards herself so that she could support him. "Yeah, I did something my body wasn't designed to do," Daichi started to chuckle sheepishly. The group finally arrived at the edge of the bridge where they had parked their vehicles. Daichi immediately noticed the 3 new faces in the group. The people who were gathered around the vehicle also noticed the arrival of Daichi and his group. "Have you told them the rules of our group?" Daichi questioned, not looking towards anyone in particular. 2 of the new survivors were male and both of them looked like pushovers. The 2 of them seemed to be the type of guys who would create fan clubs obsessed with some girls in school. It was clear that the 2 were high school students as they were still wearing their high school uniform. Daichi didn't exactly remember the name of the school, not that it mattered. The girl was the most interesting among the trio. She seemed to be from the same school the boys were from, and the girl had a typical egotistical high school student aura surrounding her. The other students must have revered her when she was still in school, and it showed. She still seemed to be quite haughty. "Who are you?" the girl asked with a sniff. "My name is Yozora Daichi and I am the leader of this group," Daichi answered in a neutral tone. "I see. You are going to accept me into the group," the girl declared arrogantly, and Daichi couldn't help but frown at her haughty tone. Daichi was about to scoff, but all of a sudden he froze. "Listen to what she says, listen to what she says, accept her into the group, you must listen to her." All of a sudden he started to hear a multitude of his own voice inside his head. Daichi had no idea where the voices came from. He tried to squash them, but they kept getting louder and more assertive. Daichi started to shake his head to clear his mind, and he finally started to regain control. "You bitch! Crucio!" Bella snarled in rage, and the voices inside his head disappeared like they were never there. The girl dropped to the ground while screaming like someone was skinning her alive, and within a span of a few seconds, a lot of things happened before Daichi could even realize what was happening. As soon as Bella attacked the girl, the 2 boys beside her and Aoba Kenji jumped toward Bella and Daichi, but Kimona was already moving. She couldn't believe that she was so late to realize what was actually happening. Her respect for Bella increased. Kimona's fist slammed into Aoba's face, earning a crunch. Aoba dropped to the ground while holding his face in his hands. Kimona kicked one of the boys, sending him several meters away, and the other boy was stabbed by a knife, in the back by Roberta. Yuriko and Tsukumo finally regained their bearings. "What the hell are all of you doing?" Yuriko demanded and tried to raise her gun, but she froze when she felt cold metal pressed against her neck, and Tsukumo also froze when he found that Roberta had her gun pointed at his head. Meanwhile, Koto was the only one who was left standing with a dumbfounded look on his face. Everything happened way too quickly for him to do anything, and he could only gulp in fear when he finally realized what was happening in front of his eyes. Chapter 28, Persuasion, 2. Sato Ichika always knew that she was very different than the other people around her. She was more intelligent, more refined, and simply better. That is what her parents always told her, and how could her parents have been wrong when the evidence was right in front of her eyes? Since she was small, she had been extremely good at academics and excelled in school. She quickly understood everything her teachers told her. She became the best among her classmates without much difficulty. This led her to gradually grow apart from the rest of her peers. She simply couldn't relate or connect with them, nor could they with her. The other children of her age were just not mature enough to hold a conversation with her. This quickly led to her becoming a recluse. She stopped talking with everyone except for the teachers. Her parents encouraged her behavior since they believed that she was superior to her peers and she shouldn't mingle with riffraff. Her parents weren't the richest, but they were pretty well off. Her peers slowly started to hate her as the teachers simply adored her while their parents always compared them with her. So, Sato Ichika started to get mocked by her classmates. They tried a lot, but they could never get a rise from her since she never cared what the others said about her. She knew that they were insignificant and they could only scream from the sidelines. After her peers saw that they weren't getting any results, they started to increase their efforts, and slowly Sato Ichika started to get bullied. It didn't last long as the teachers quickly caught on to what was happening. Since the teachers adored Ichika, they stepped up without wasting any time and called the parents of everyone involved. Some of the main instigators were expelled, and Sato Ichika's parents decided to enroll Ichika in a dojo so that she could learn how to defend herself. Once again, Ichika found that she was better than her peers. She quickly became the best student in her age group. That is when everything started to change for Sato Ichika. She found that instead of being hated like before, she was being revered and respected by the others. There were still some who hated her, but they kept their distance from her since, unlike before, she wasn't weak. After that, nothing much changed for Ichika, except for she learned how to better associate with others, and deal with the people who looked up to her, without ostracizing herself. Within the next couple of years, she became a model student. She became a student all teachers could be proud of. Her parents couldn't be any more proud of her, so they enrolled her in the best high school in Tokyo. It didn't even take her a year to cement her place as a model student in that school. Even her seniors looked up to her, and that was a huge achievement for her. The teachers also adored her, so it wasn't a surprise when Ichika was elected as the student council president as soon as she entered her third year. Yesterday started completely normally for her, but all of a sudden everything went to shit. She was in the student council room, signing off some papers, and that is when the shit hit the fan. Some of the students who looked up to her came to save her, and they succeeded too. Ichika might have a sheltered life, but she knew that if she wanted to survive then she needed to kill the zombies. That is how she gained the skill persuasion. The skill allowed her to persuade anyone, but the skill had a lot of limitations too. She could only use the skill twice before she ended up completely depleting her mana, and then she had to wait for her mana reserve to regenerate again. Then she could only use her skill on a single person at a time, and she also needed to have eye contact with her victim. She had a really hard time reaching level 1, but she knew that she was superior than everyone around her, so she simply couldn't give up. She finally reached level 1 and started to use her skill to make the strongest boys in her group absolutely loyal to her. She obviously helped them reach level 1 too, but unfortunately, their skills weren't anything special. It didn't take her long to realize that staying in Tokyo would be disastrous for her. So, she decided to escape the school along with her 2 loyal followers. She abandoned the rest of the group and quickly made her escape, and it turned out to be a good decision, as after arriving in the Tokunosu city, she found that the number of zombies in Tokunosu city was much lower. Unfortunately, her house was on the other side of the bridge, so she got stuck on the bridge, and since the cops were protecting the bridge, she decided to wait. They had some food and water with them, so waiting wasn't going to be a problem for them. Everything could have been better, but she didn't have any problems, but all of that changed when a massive horde of zombies arrived at the bridge. She knew that she would be eaten or turned into those monsters, so she decided to jump into the river. Obviously, her loyal followers also followed her example and jumped into the river. Since all 3 of them were level 1, they survived and were able to swim to the shore before getting swept away. They heard several explosions coming from over the bridge, so they decided to wait for everything to settle down before heading up. After some time, a man named Aoba Kenji came to look for survivors under the bridge. From the man, she learned that it was their group who was responsible for the explosions. Sato Ichika immediately realized that their group must be strong, so she decided to use her skill on Aoba and join the group. The chance was simply way too good to pass up. Persuading Aoba Kenji to take them in was laughingly easy. Aoba took them towards the rest of the group and some of their members were still fighting on the bridge, so she decided not to use her skill for the second time. From Aoba, she had learned that he wasn't the leader, so she was planning to use her skill on the leader of the group to get admitted without any difficulties, and after that, she would not only get to join a strong group, but she would also get multiple strong fighters for the price of one. Ichika didn't miss the fact that all the members of the group she had seen were carrying guns with them, and it seemed that they were using military vehicles too. She quickly realized that the group wasn't as simple as she had initially thought, which was good from her point of view. When the other members of the group finally returned, Ichika was glad that she hadn't used her skill for the second time. Two of the women among the new arrivals looked extremely scary, one of them seemed to be wild and feral while the other one seemed to be insane. Ichika expected one of them to be the leader of the group, but she turned out to be wrong when a young boy, named Yozora Daichi, stepped up as the leader of the group. At first, she was taken aback, but she quickly gathered her bearings. Throughout the years, she had learned how to maintain her emotions since she couldn't lose control in front of others. Even when she was annoyed, she could only smile and bear it. The leader of the group was young and she could use it to her advantage. With that thought in her mind, she used the skill on the boy only a couple of years older than her as she told him to invite them into the group. That is when everything went wrong. For a few seconds, nothing happened, but all of a sudden the boy started to shake his head, and before she could even realize what was happening, the insane woman screamed something and she drowned in the world of pain. She had never felt so much pain in her whole life. She didn't even notice when she lost her footing and dropped to the ground. She felt like her skin was being peeled off by a blunt knife and her insides had been set ablaze. She felt like her head was going to explode due to pain. She felt like someone was stabbing red-hot needles in her eyes and she could no longer keep her eyes open. It was simply impossible for her. She wanted to beg them to stop, but no matter how much she tried, only screams were coming out of her mouth. Whatever was happening to her finally stopped and she felt like hours had passed since she had been screaming. Her body was still spasming due to pain. She was completely unbothered by the fact that she had soiled herself, she was simply glad that the pain was gone. She finally opened her eyes and found the boy. She no longer remembered his name, but she remembered that he was the leader, leaning over her with a neutral look on his face. For the first time in her life, she was about to beg, but she didn't mind it. She would even allow him to toy with her body if it meant that she won't be feeling that horrible pain again. PL, please, no more, she breathed out with a lot of difficulty. She felt like her throat was on her fire from all that screaming. She would swear herself to him even if he was a devil in disguise if it meant that she could avoid that horrifying pain. Chapter 29, Aftermath. Daichi had no idea what Bella had done, but from the looks of it, the girl who seemed to have used some sort of skill on him was rolling on the ground howling in pain. Anger bubbled inside his mind. He wasn't happy over the fact that the girl had tried to manipulate him using a skill. In other words, she had tried to take his free will. Yes, he knew that he was a pot calling the kettle black since he also manipulated the people in the group just before coming here, but he didn't try to brainwash them. At the same time, he also couldn't blame the girl. She was obviously desperate to live, so it wasn't a surprise that she would use everything at her disposal to survive. Daichi could understand where she was coming from, but that didn't mean that he had to be happy about it. So, Daichi decided to stop Bella only after he was finished dealing with the girl's underlings. One of them was knocked out by his mom and the other one was stabbed in the back by Roberta. He also needed to deal with this as quickly as possible because the 1-hour deadline was coming to an end, and he had no idea if he would still be able to move after the pain relief spell expired. According to the mana archive, the health parameter also represented the healing factor of a person. Daichi currently had 54 points in the health parameter, but how would that translate to the real world? Anyway, he could feel the swelling of his leg decreasing, so it might be healing already. "Son, are you alright?" Kimona asked with a hint of wariness in her voice. Yes, I am fine right now," Daichi said with a small nod of his head. "Daichi-senpai, what happened?" Kota asked nervously while tightly clenching his weapon. Daichi could respect the fact that Kota decided to know what happened before pointing his gun toward anyone, which already made him better than Yuriko and Aoba. It might be because he was a timid guy, but still had a gun in his hand and at least he had the guts to decide for himself. Yuriko gulped loudly. "That is something I would also like to know," Yuriko muttered in a low tone. She tried to hide it well, but she was also nervous. Who wouldn't be nervous when the blade of a katana was pressed against your jugular? I will answer your questions after I am done. Daichi trailed off and he glanced toward Roberta. Can you close his wound? I don't want him dying if possible. We do need some grunts for odd jobs, Daichi spoke in an indifferent tone. He would prefer if the boy didn't die, but he wasn't a doctor, so he couldn't say if the boy would live or not. Yuriko was unsatisfied with the answer, but there was not much she could do in her current state, and for now, she decided to wait as Daichi seemed to be a good leader and there must be a genuine reason why they reacted in such a violent manner. Meanwhile, Kota Hirano reacted completely differently. He decided to trust Daichi and wait. Even if there wasn't a valid reason, he still decided to trust him and stand behind him. Yes, the knife had missed all the organs and from what I can see, I didn't cut an important artery or anything by accident. Roberta answered with a stoic look on her face, though I don't know what would happen if I pull out my knife. Roberta grinned viciously and yanked out the knife. The boy screamed in pain, and blood started to gush out of his wound. What are you doing? He will die. Yuriko wailed in horror after she saw the blood gushing out of the wound, but she didn't dare make a move. The boy was somewhere around her daughter's age. How could she stay quiet when a boy just as old as her daughter was bleeding to death right in front of her? If you are so worried, then why don't you keep him company? If you stop the bleeding, then he might live? Roberta questioned indifferently. She looked like she was talking about the weather. The vicious look on her face from a moment ago was completely gone. Yuriko glanced towards Siko, who was holding the katana at her neck. Siko simply removed the katana from her neck without any emotion on her face, and Yuriko immediately rushed towards the boy, bleeding on the ground. She quickly took off the boy's blazer and then used it to keep pressure on the wound. Daichi finally turned toward Bella, who was still torturing the girl. The screams were simply horrifying and Daichi decided that it was enough for now. Bella, you can stop, Daichi spoke nonchalantly as he slowly approached the girl writhing on the ground. Bella, who had a euphoric look on her face, finally stopped as soon as she heard Daichi's order. It was pretty clear that she enjoyed causing pain, but right now, Daichi wasn't going to complain. Daichi arrived near the girl. Tear streaks ran down the girl's reddened eyes and she had also soiled herself. "Milord, are you all right?" Bella asked in a worried tone and Daichi simply waved her off. "I am fine. Thank you for worrying," Daichi answered back with a smile and Bella beamed at the praise. Daichi was sure that if she had a tail then she would have been wagging it right now. Oh. Bella is not worthy of such praise when she couldn't stop. Bella's whole demeanor changed as she glared at the girl lying on the ground. "That bitch from trying to ensnare you, milord. Just give Bella a chance and she will rectify her mistake by gifting you boots made from her skin," Bella gushed out with a fanatical look on her face. Her voice was filled with awe, reverence, and fanatical devotion. Daichi was left completely speechless. For a couple of seconds, Daichi simply opened and closed his mouth, gaping like a fish, unable to form any sort of reply. Daichi finally closed his mouth with a click. First of all, Daichi wasn't a fan of leather shoes, and even if he was going to wear something made out of leather, it wasn't going to be made out of human leather. "Bella, I would have to refuse your offer, and I don't blame you in the first place," Daichi said softly, and after that, he finally turned towards the girl and kneeled down beside her. The girl seemed to be still twitching in pain. Daichi had no idea what Bella had used and how much pain it might have caused, but Daichi was extremely glad that he had Bella as his summon. "PL, please, no more," she breathed out with a lot of difficulty. Yes, whatever spell Bella had used had caused a lot of pain to the girl. "What is your name?" Daichi asked softly in a polite tone. The girl's eyes trembled for a moment before she opened her mouth to answer. Sato Ichi Ka," the girl stuttered out. It was difficult to understand her words, but not impossible, and Daichi could clearly guess what she was trying to say. "Sato Ichika, what is the name of the skill you used on me?" Daichi asked, and this time the girl's whole body trembled. Her eyes shook as once again she opened her mouth to answer, but before she could continue, her eyes rolled back and she passed out. Daichi simply released a sigh. "How dare she pass out when you decided to grace her with your presence? Let me teach you how to respect your betters." Bella screeched in indignation and raised her hand, but once again, Daichi simply waved her off. "That won't be necessary, at least, not for now. Bella, can you use magic to clean her?" Daichi asked as he slowly stood up and turned around to look at Bella. Bella glanced toward Ichika and glared at her for a moment before she finally nodded her head. "Good. Clean her and put her inside our car." After that, Daichi turned toward the others. "We are returning. Get everyone." Daichi ordered and started to head towards the Hummer. Kimona grinned and followed her son. "You know, Bella looks up to you like you are her god, right?" Kimona asked with a sly grin on her face, and Daichi simply released a sigh. "Yes, I know." Daichi shook his head and climbed into the vehicle. Bella levitated the girl into the back of the car after she cleaned her. After that, Kimona, Bella, and Siko also climbed into their car, while Daichi asked Roberta to travel in the other car with Yuriko and the others. Since Yuriko was busy putting pressure on the stab wound, she couldn't drive, and even though Kota had learned how to drive, he didn't want to risk anything by allowing a novice to drive at night. Only after a couple of minutes of their departure, the spell finally wore off and Daichi couldn't help but grit his teeth in pain. He felt that someone had bashed his leg with a sledgehammer. Even though it was quite painful, the pain wasn't unbearable and it was slowly subsiding. So, Daichi decided to be a man and bear the pain for the time being, not that he could do anything else. Chapter 30, Black Label. A blonde-haired and blue-eyed woman dressed in a blue business suit entered a moderately lit room. The room was pretty large and the room appeared to be made of steel. The room seemed to be completely empty except for a few pieces of furniture. There were a couple of couches and some flower pots around the room. The most noticeable thing inside the room was the imposing man seated behind the desk. There was also a massive screen behind the man. The man looked up from whatever he was staring at. "Is there something you needed, Fiona?" The man questioned softly, but there was a hint of sharpness in his voice. The man had long dull gray hair hanging behind his back and his sharp gray eyes were completely focused on the woman approaching him. The woman had a stoic look on her face, but she seemed to be slightly worried for some reason. "I think you need to see this," the woman said in a monotone and gestured toward the screen. The man immediately turned around so that he could look at the screen. Moments later, a video started to play. The video seemed to have been taken from a CCTV camera somewhere around the bridge. Most of the CCTV network wasn't working as it was mostly wireless, but some of it was still hardwired. One of the functioning CCTV cameras seemed to have caught something very interesting. A woman surrounded by fire seemed to be laying ruin to a massive horde of zombies on a bridge. It didn't take long for the man to recognize the woman on the screen. The woman finally stopped after destroying almost a quarter of the horde, and after that, the woman was approached by a boy, who the man also recognized in an instant. After a few moments, both of them walked out of the camera's range. With that, the video finally ended. The gray-haired man pressed his lips together and rubbed his temples. The man's name is Masamiya Mochizuki and he is the chairman of the Mochizuki General Hospital, but that was his public identity. The man had another identity in secret. He is the founder of the Black Label organization. Black Label is a secret organization that consisted of some of the hospital staff and some of the high school students from the nearby Mochizuki High School. Image here. They tasked themselves with killing undesirable people. They dubbed them as cancers of society and then they eliminated those said cancers with extreme prejudice. The Black Label organization was a completely autonomous organization, they didn't have any connections with the country's government. In other words, it was a vigilante group. To their organization, Yuzuru Kimona was considered one such cancer and she needed to be removed for the betterment of society. Even though they didn't have any connections with the government, they were extremely good at information collection. They had compiled a full list of crimes the woman had committed, and had previously tried to eliminate her, but the mission failed. The mission was a complete disaster and he was lucky that all of his agents were able to return alive. The woman was a monster, well, the exact description was not a monster, but a wild beast. After that, their organization came very close to being discovered. Unfortunately, Yuzuru Kimona was quite involved with the government, and after the failure of the mission, he decided to put off her killing order for the time being. They couldn't risk getting caught by the government, if they did, then they would have been turned into examples and all the good they had achieved would have come undone. But now, the situation was quite different. Previously, they had compromised with evil since their hands were tied and they didn't have any other options, now there was no more government to support such evil, and the laws of society had already collapsed. It was up to them to protect what was left of the ruined world, and Yuzuru Kimona was a cancer who didn't have any place in it. Yes, she might have a skill, but their agents also have skills. This was the best chance of getting rid of the cancer named Yuzuru Kimona, otherwise he had no idea how much mayhem she was going to spread. Her son, Yuzuru Daichi, might have been infected by her mindset too, and if so, he also needed to be eliminated. They needed to be dealt with before they could become too strong. "Call everyone," the man said as he slowly turned around to look at the woman. The woman's name was Fiona Ran Winchester and she is the director of the Mochizuki General Hospital. She was also an important member of the Black Label organization, in secret, of course. Her specialty was information collection. Image here. Okay, Fiona replied with an expressionless look on her face and left the room. Masamune Mochizuki released a tired sigh as soon as the door closed after Fiona left. He knew that this mission wasn't going to be easy. The Yozora household had a third member, a maid, but no matter how they had tried they had failed to find any information on her. It seemed that the woman was completely normal, but since she worked for Yozora Kimona, he expected her to be far from normal. They have never accepted defeat in the face of evil and they weren't going to accept defeat now. It might be hard, but he was sure that they were going to prevail. After all, good will always prevail over evil. With Daichi. It was already late but Daichi and the people who had joined him for the midnight hunt were still awake. Daichi knew that now that they were back, he needed to answer some questions, or the other members, namely some of the adults might misunderstand the whole situation by drawing their own conclusions. That was something he couldn't have at this stage. He was yet to get a grip over the whole group and although they might seem to be useless, they did have some importance. That is why Daichi decided to sit and answer the questions, even though his leg was killing him. As soon as they returned, Yuriko went straight to Marikoa Shizuka's room so that she could get the boy in her arms treated. Aoba and the other boy were awake by that time and both of them were quite confused. Well, the boy was way more confused than Aoba, but after Yuriko promised them that they would get some answers, they decided to calm down. Shizuka was a simple school nurse, so she could only stitch the wound and apply some bandages. Anything more than that was simply beyond her. Right now, Aoba was getting his nose treated by Shizuka. I need to get a doctor, or even multiple doctors for the group, Daichi decided inside his mind. Everyone except for Chiba and her daughter was sitting around the table, waiting to hear everything. Sato Ichika. That is the girl's name and from what I understand, she has a skill that allows her to use some sort of mind manipulation attack. I think you. Daichi said and pointed toward the boy who was also sitting at the other end of the table. And Aoba-san were being controlled by that girl, but I can't say for sure why the skill stopped working. Daichi shrugged at the end. He could make a few guesses regarding why the skill stopped working, but since he couldn't say anything for sure, he refrained from making any comments. Then she must have used that skill on you, right? That is why Bella-san reacted so violently, right? Yuriko guessed and Daichi nodded his head. Bella-san. Why are you calling me Bella-san, Mama Takagi? Bella asked innocently as she pointed at herself. A tick mark appeared on Yuriko's head, which everyone noticed, but Yuriko forcefully quashed her anger. Bella was extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Additionally, Yuriko couldn't understand why, but she was afraid of Bella. That is an honorific, Bella, Daichi pointed out nonchalantly and Bella oat after hearing the answer. She never thought that researching Eastern culture would be important or relevant to her life, so she had no idea what it meant. After that Daichi turned toward Yuriko. Yes, she used the skill on me, though I was able to fend off her skill and after that, you know what happened, Daichi answered and Yuriko sagged in her chair with a defeated look on her face. So, what are we going to do with her? We can't keep her here. If she can brainwash an adult, then she can easily brainwash some of us, Saya pointed out as she crossed her arms under her breasts, making them stand out even more. We simply can't toss her out. Ko Imiko protested and Daichi finally decided that enough was enough. He needed to put his foot down or the stupid idealist adults would keep questioning his methods. Even though Daichi wasn't planning to toss out the girl because her skill had a lot of uses, it was his decision as leader. The leadership of the group wasn't a democratic position, it was a dictatorship and he needed to make his position clear. That is not up to you. Daichi said coldly and Ko Imiko immediately turned towards Daichi to chastise him, but Daichi cut her off. You might be an adult, but you are fucking dumb. This is no longer the world you knew. This guy. Daichi pointed towards Aoba, went to rescue people and he was brainwashed. What do you think would have happened if she had successfully brainwashed me? Daichi questioned with a growl. You are a fucking weakling. You get a say when you reach my level. Daichi spat with a look of disdain as he glared at Imiko. The woman flinched back in fear. Chapter 31, Aftermath, 2. You are a fucking weakling. You get a say when you reach my level. Daichi spat with a look of disdain as he glared at Imiko. The woman flinched back in fear. Daichi was about to continue to dress her down, but he was cut off by Sarah Yui, and Tsukumo Seiji, both of them had furious looks on their faces. That's too much. Sarah Yui wailed with a furious look on her face. How could you say something like that to her? Apologize, right now. The man thundered in rage, but Daichi simply stared at him with an unimpressed gaze. I refuse. Why would I apologize to a weakling who can't even protect herself? It is the same with you too. Daichi said as he stared at Sarah Yui. No matter how much nonsense you blather, you are also a weakling who can't protect themselves either. Daichi shrugged and both Ko and Sarah flinched back like they were physically struck. How dare? Tsukumo began to speak, but Daichi cut him off. Yes, I dare because I am strong. The three of you can spout all the bullshit you want, at the end of the day, it is not going to matter. Daichi simply waved them off in a dismissive manner. Then all of a sudden his face hardened as he turned his head to look at Aoba Kenji. You can spout all the bullshit you want, I wouldn't mind, but if something like today happens again then I will break every bone in your body and then toss you out on the street, Daichi snarked coldly. What? Tsukumo gasped in horror as he shot up to his feet. He tried to help someone, how could you say something like that to him? Tsukumo exclaimed while pointing his finger at Daichi. Daichi simply released a tired sigh, he felt like he was dealing with children. He put the whole group at risk because of his stupid heroism. He ended up getting brainwashed by a high schooler. He could have waited for our return, but no. He had to be a hero, Daichi mocked Aoba Kenji who could only look down in shame. I think that's enough, Yuriko spoke up from the side. Daichi turned toward the woman and looked down at her with pity in his eyes. That is the problem with you adults, you can't face your own faults. Tell me what would have happened if that girl would have succeeded at brainwashing me? Daichi questioned as he leaned down on the table. Yuriko frowned and shook her head. I don't understand why that is relevant. Yuriko questioned with a frown. Yes, it is quite relevant, but it is not as simple as you might think. If that girl would have succeeded then she would have used our group as her own personal guard dogs, like she was using him and the other boy. Daichi said as he pointed at the boy who had been accompanying Ichika. She wouldn't have hesitated to sacrifice us if necessary, Daichi added, and the adults who had been acting like fools finally understood Daichi's reasoning. Daichi couldn't help but smile condescendingly. Now you finally understand what I am trying to say, and the reason I am calling them weaklings is because they are. Can you prove me wrong? Daichi asked with a snort, and the ones he called out couldn't do anything but look away in shame. You might think that I am being cruel and sadistic, but in reality I am not, I am simply adapting to the system of this world. Do you think that you can survive in this new world? Daichi questioned as he stared at Sarah and Ko intently, but neither of them dared to meet his gaze. The zombies and mutated beasts aren't the most dangerous enemies we are facing. Right now, humans are, Daichi said, and Kimona nodded her head with a grin. My son is right. Right now, humans are cornered. So, they will go to any lengths to survive. I would have done the same too. Kimona shrugged. Today you risked the safety of the whole group. What do you have to say for yourself? Daichi questioned Aoba, and the said man could only fiddle with his fingers with a heartbroken look on his face. I simply thought that I might be able to save them. I simply wanted to help people. Aoba muttered with a pained look on his face. Then all of a sudden he looked up with a hard look on his face. I didn't know something like this would happen. You can't blame me. Aoba defended himself. Then who the fuck am I supposed to blame? You are the one who wanted to act like a hero. Did Yuriko tell you to go? Did Roberta? Or was it Tsukumo-san who encouraged you? Just tell me the name of the person who asked you to play hero and I will blame them, Daichi exclaimed calmly, and Aoba simply gaped like a fish after hearing his words. He gulped loudly and looked around for some support, but none of his friends were willing to help him out. Aoba-san, if you do something again like this then I will break your bones and feed you to the zombies, keep that in mind, Daichi said coldly and slowly stood up. The whole room was completely silent. Kimona couldn't help but smile proudly at her son had grown so much. Bella was beaming in delight, she couldn't help but be awed by the magnificence of her lord. Roberta might be looking completely stoic, but internally she too was bursting with joy. It was the same with Siko. She might look completely normal on the surface, but she was extremely proud of the man she had fallen in love with, and Kyoko was simply glad that Daichi was okay. Kimona, Bella, Roberta, Siko, and Kyoko also stood up, planning to follow Daichi. Meanwhile, Daichi was already making his way out of the kitchen, but all of a sudden he stopped and turned around to look at Yuriko. Takagi-san, I think they are doing whatever they want because they think that you will protect them and the world still runs on the old laws. Please correct their delusions and keep them on a tighter leash. Daichi said in a cold tone with an indifferent look on his face, and before Yuriko or anyone else could say anything, Daichi turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Saya felt really bad for her mother, but she wasn't going to side with her mother here. Daichi-senpai always tried to protect their group, and for the same reason, he also didn't stop for Koichi Shido when they were escaping from the school. She simply huffed and left the kitchen along with Shizuka and the others. Kota also left the room. He already trusted Daichi, and with the latest meeting, his trust deepened further. Daichi stopped near the stairs wanting to talk with the boy accompanying Ichika. He decided to send his mom and the others before him. The boy was accompanying Kota and he seemed to be kind of out of place. Daichi could only imagine his plight. After all, he wasn't brainwashed by a classmate. Hello, as you might have already guessed, I am the leader of this group, Yozora Daichi. Daichi introduced himself and extended his hand toward the boy. The boy smiled grimly and accepted the extended limb. My name is Umko Anoi. I used to be a third-year high school student. I would have liked to meet under better circumstances, but... The boy trailed off with a thin smile, and Daichi could only nod his head with a similar expression on his face. Yes, I understand what you are trying to say. By the way, how are you holding up? Daichi asked, and the boy couldn't help but grimace. I am confused as hell and my stomach is also hurting, though I am really glad that someone hit me, or else I wouldn't have returned to my senses. Anoi said sheepishly, and even Kota couldn't help but chuckle sheepishly. I see. Then I wouldn't take much of your time. It must have been quite a hectic day for you. If you want to know something then you can ask someone. I am also really tired, it has been quite a long day. Daichi said with a smile and started to climb the stairs, leaving behind Kota and Anoi. After that, Daichi quickly made his way toward his own room. According to Bella, even if Ichika woke up then she won't be able to go anywhere. Bella had said that she had used the Cruciatus curse on Ichika and the spell caused unimaginable stress to the victim. She had said that due to the post-Cruciatus effects, Ichika won't be able to move much as her muscles and nerves won't be functioning correctly. That is why Daichi wasn't worried about Ichika running away. Daichi finally entered the room he was staying in and found all of his women including Kyoko were waiting for him. Unfortunately, Daichi was extremely tired, so he wouldn't be able to enjoy their company as much as he would like, and from the looks of it, the others also looked similarly exhausted. Chapter 32, Aftermath, 3. While Daichi and the others left, Yuriko's group decided to stay back in the kitchen for the time being. How dare he? How dare he talk to us like that? Tsukumo growled in anger. He simply couldn't believe how a teenager walked all over them like they didn't even matter, and what was even more shocking was that nobody tried to support them. Nobody stood up for them, and that hurt his pride even more. They were simply trying to help others. How could a mere boy who was yet to see the world ask them to stop? He was taken aback by the fact that the majority of the group, including several adults, agreed with the boy. Now Tsukumo could finally understand why Tsuchiro-sama hated Yozora Kimona. From the looks of it, the woman was extremely ruthless and brutal. The woman was also completely immoral and inhumane. She even had an intimate relationship with her own son. Yes, the boy wasn't her own son, but their relationship was still immoral. Now that he had seen the boy closely, the boy was just like his adoptive mother. Yozora Daichi was equally as nefarious as his mother. Why else would he demand they stop saving humans? He even threatened to feed them to zombies if they didn't listen to him. If this wasn't tyranny then he didn't know what was. The way he talked with Ko was extremely insulting too. Plus, the boy also seemed to have an intimate relationship with a lot of women at the same time. There was a reason why he thought that a teenager wasn't fit to be a leader. When Yuriko told him that an adult should lead them, he completely agreed with her. After all, he believed that in a ruined world like this, only an adult was mature enough to lead, but he was surprised to find that even adults voted for a boy who was only slightly older than a high schooler. Now, after just a short period of being in charge, they had ample proof that a teenager wasn't fit to lead. With the help of his colleagues, he needed to do something, or else they risked becoming just as deranged as Yozora Daichi and Yozora Kimona. It wasn't going to be an easy task, especially with that Busujima girl and that insane woman always around the boy. The maid was also not someone simple, but he was sure that they would somehow prevail. He just needed to show the others that only an adult was fit to lead. Then all of a sudden, he was brought out of his musings when Yuriko broke her silence, especially when she ended up saying something he was expecting. He is right, Yuriko said with a grim look on her face. Tsukumo, Aoba, Sarah, and Ko couldn't help but smile after hearing Yuriko's words. All four of them were expecting Yuriko to speak up as she was quite a charismatic person, not as much as Soichiro Takagi, but it was okay. She was more charismatic than the four of them combined and they needed a leader like her if they wanted to take control of the group. Excellent. Now we only need to plan on how to take over. Sarah cheered happily and Yuriko looked at them with a grim look on her face before she started to shake her head. The four of you misunderstood me, I was saying that Yuzora Daichi is right, Yuriko corrected them, and the others in the room were completely taken aback by her words. They simply couldn't comprehend what Yuriko was trying to say. How could you? Sarah questioned with a gasp. Because I have a daughter. Yuzora Daichi might seem to be immoral and heartless, but he prioritizes the safety of the group before anything else. My daughter is a part of this group and as long as she is here, I will support him since the safety of the group is his priority. I also feel bad that we can't help others, but as a mother, my daughter is more important than everyone out there, Yuriko said while looking down at her own hands. After hearing her words, the others in the room simply gaped at her like she had grown a second head. Yuriko shook her head for the second time and slowly stood up from the seat. Then she finally raised her head to stare at them with a pleading look in her eyes. Please, I am begging you not to try anything, he might follow through with his threat and I don't want that. All of you decided to accompany me from Takagi Mansion and I sincerely don't want to lose any one of you, Yuriko pleaded, but from the looks of it, her pleading didn't seem to have worked. Yuriko smiled humorlessly. I see. Yuriko sighed and walked out of the room without saying anything else. There was nothing else to say on her part. If she couldn't convince them with all that she had said already, then there was no way that she could convince them. Tsukumo snorted in disdain as soon as Yuriko left the room. I can't believe that she just said that, Tsukumo shook his head with a scowl. Ha! We don't need her. We can do it without her, Sarah proclaimed haughtily and the other two also nodded their heads in agreement. Yes. Now, we only need a plan. Aoba trailed off with a smile and the others hummed in agreement. All three of them started to talk about various scenarios to carry out the coup, but none of them noticed the purple-haired woman listening to their conversation from outside the window with a creepy grin on her face. How are you feeling? Daichi asked Ichika the next morning. He was informed by Shizuka that the girl they had brought with them was already awake, but she was still very weak. The girl won't be able to leave the bed, but at the same time, she won't have any problems talking with the others. The boy was also awake, but he was very weak right now and Shizuka insisted that the boy needed more rest so she had put him to sleep. Shizuka wasn't a doctor, she was only a school nurse, but she still knew quite a few things in case of emergencies. Like some students have nerve diseases, so if anything happened, she needed to handle the situation until the emergency services arrive. Similarly, she didn't know how to treat stab wounds, but she knew how to stop the bleeding. She knew that the boy who was stabbed had lost a lot of blood so he needed rest and it was pretty clear that the girl was having nerve problems. Daichi still had some time before they needed to leave for today's mission, so he decided to have a chat with Ichika before leaving. Ah. I am a lot better than yesterday, thank you for asking, Ichika answered with a small stutter. Daichi didn't miss the fact that Ichika was still twitching from time to time. I see, that is good to hear. So, what can you tell me about your skill? Daichi asked without beating around the bush. He seemed to be acting very polite, but that didn't mean that he was going to show any mercy to the girl. It was not that Daichi was still angry with her, but he simply didn't want a talent like Ichika slipping from his grasp. Her skill was going to be extremely useful in the future and he wanted to see what type of skills or powers she would be able to awaken after leveling up. Ichika couldn't help but grimace as soon as she heard the question. She simply released a sigh. She was already expecting this as soon as she heard that the leader of the group wanted to talk with her. The name of my skill is persuasion. Using my skill I could persuade anyone, but as you already know that my skill is not absolute, I failed to persuade you with my skill, Ichika explained with a grimace. True. Daichi inclined his head. What are the limitations of your skill? Daichi asked curiously. Ichika was a smart girl and she prided herself on being superior to others, so she obviously knew what was going to happen to her. At least, she had a suspicion. He wants to know the weakness of my skills so that he can control me. Ichika concluded inside her mind. If her situation was different she would have told him to screw off. I have to listen to everything he says. Not that I have any other options. I will do anything as long as it means that I don't have to feel that pain again, Ichika decided with determination. I can only use the skill on one person at a time and I also need to have eye contact with the said person. Due to my mana reserve, I could only use the skill twice in quick succession before I need to wait for my mana reserve to regenerate, Ichika answered honestly. She could have lied, but she had no idea if they had any means of detecting lies or not. It was better to be safe than sorry. Daichi rubbed his chin. Even with the limitations, her skills should be extremely useful, but there is no way that I am going to trust her. Daichi decided. After waking up in the morning he had a small discussion with Bella. He wanted to know if there was a way to keep Sato Ichika in check or not. Bella obviously had an answer for him. I see. I have decided that I will allow you to join our group, but there is something you need to do before that can happen. Daichi smiled politely and Ichika knew that there was no way that she could refuse. If she did, then there was a chance that he might throw her in front of the zombies. So, Ichika simply nodded her head in agreement. Good. Bella, please come in, Daichi called out. The door opened with a click and Bella entered the room with a vicious grin on her face. Bella waved at Ichika, who became as white as a sheet as she laid eyes upon the source of her pain. Chapter 33, A Short Revenge Plan. Status window, Daichi called out inside his mind. Last night he was way too tired to check his status screen and after waking up today, he had to spend quite some time paying attention to Bella and Roberta. Bella was just like a child, an extremely dangerous child, who was always looking for his attention, and Roberta was simply Roberta. The purple-haired bespectacled woman wouldn't have said anything on her own, but Daichi would never leave her aside. So, he decided to pay some attention to the woman while taking a bath. Kimona didn't say anything since she was the one who had been pushing him to get more women. After all, her son deserved all the good women and Bella was a good woman. Additionally, she got to spend some time with her son yesterday. Yozora Daichi. Status points, 13, locked. Level, 1. Race, human. Job, none. Title, Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Strength, 58. Agility, 55. Health, 54. Stamina, 56. Mana, 500. Magic, 500. Form a stable bond with your first summon accomplished. Kill 100 level 1 enemies with the help of your summon. 11 out of 100. Kill 10 level 2 enemies with the help of your summon. 1 out of 10. Daichi frowned as soon as he saw his job requirements. He had only killed 1 level 2 enemy and he was pretty sure that he had killed the zombie with Seiko's help while Bella was holding back the other zombies from approaching them. Did the mana archive count that as help? Daichi wondered inside his mind. Well, if it did count then it was a good thing from his point of view. The level 2 zombie gave me a couple of good things. So, killing a level 2 zombie would give you a skill orb and a weapon orb? Daichi wondered, but he already knew the answer. The problem was, that he knew that level 2 zombies or beasts aren't going to be that common, but at least, the level 1 enemies have started becoming pretty common. Getting Ichika to become Bella's slave wasn't that hard, not that the girl had any other options. As soon as the girl stopped freaking out, she agreed to become Bella's slave, albeit reluctantly. Bella knew a nifty spell to turn humans into her slaves with a little bit of blood. Well, it wasn't exactly a spell, it was a ritual to be exact. That is what Bella had said. Even though Ichika had become Bella's slave, Daichi had promised her that she would be treated like everyone else. The slave seal on the back of her palm was just for insurance. Bella had been pouting since then, she wanted to play more with Ichika, but Daichi had decided to put his foot down. Finally, Bella had stopped pouting and whining as she didn't want to displease her lord. Ichika was still not fit to join their excursion or even leave her bed for that matter, so after finishing the ritual, Daichi had ordered her not to use her skill without his permission through Bella. Though he wasn't a cold-hearted person, so he had decided to add an exception clause, in case of self-defense. After that, he left her room with Bella following behind him with a pout on her face. Now that he had dealt with the most demanding matter at hand, he wanted to have a chat with Maruzato Chiba. She still hasn't left her room, and Daichi wanted to talk with her about the body lying in the backyard of the house. He knew that the body wasn't getting back up as a zombie, but it will start smelling if kept like that for long. If Chiba wanted to bury the man, then she needed to do it today. Hygiene was already a problem. Then there was also the matter of revenge. He wanted to know if the woman wanted revenge for her husband or not. If not, he needed to deal with them on his own. Yesterday, he might have said that he would let them be if Chiba didn't want to enact her revenge, but that was a plain white lie. He might have a pretty normal life before the awakening of mana, but that didn't mean he was a naive fool. Yesterday, when he said that he would let the zombies feast on the people inside that house, a lot of the members of the group looked quite uncomfortable with his suggestion, and when he said that he would allow Chiba to have her revenge on the murderers of her husband, they looked similarly uneasy. At that time, he didn't want to create a division within the group, so he had said that he would let them be. After the incident of last night, he knew that he had already created a division. He wouldn't be surprised to find out that Tsukumo and Aoba were already planning to get rid of him. Well, their time would come and Daichi would deal with them when the time comes. Returning to the previous topic, Daichi would deal with the murderers today. It didn't matter if Chiba wanted to participate or not. He knew that they might have killed the man to protect their family in some twisted way, but that didn't mean that he would let them be. For Daichi, his family was the most important thing, followed by his group, and the people living in that house was a threat to him, his family, and his group, so they needed to go one way or the other. "What are you thinking about, milord?" All of a sudden Bella asked, bringing Daichi out of his internal musings. "I was planning someone's demise," Daichi muttered as he finally arrived in front of room where Chiba was staying with her daughter. Bella clapped her hands and silently cheered like a small child. Just like he said previously, Bella was like a child, an extremely dangerous child. "You don't need to say anything, let me do all the talking," Daichi said, and Bella immediately closed her mouth. She raised her hand and did a zipping motion in front of her mouth, and after that, she decided to stand to attention. Daichi couldn't help but chuckle after watching her reaction. He slowly raised his hand and knocked on the door. Daichi and Bella heard some shuffling noises from inside the room before Chiba finally answered the room. Chiba was the one who opened the door, and from the looks of it, the woman didn't seem to have slept that well last night. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes. "Daichi-san, how can I help you?" The woman asked Daichi with a fake smile plastered on her face. "I know that this is a hard time for you and your daughter, but there was something very important I wanted to talk to you about," Daichi spoke in an apologetic tone. Chiba had no idea what Daichi wanted to talk about, but she decided to let him in. Alice was soundly asleep. Yesterday had been quite hard for her. "Please, come in," Chiba invited Daichi and Bella inside the room. Daichi immediately noticed that the little girl was sleeping. That was a good thing since the topic was going to be quite dark. "Do you want to hear what exactly happened to your husband?" Daichi asked without beating around the bush, while Bella was already looking around the room, trying to look for any new contraption that might catch her eye. After hearing Daichi's question, Chiba's face hardened. She simply nodded her head as she gritted her teeth in anger. After all, her husband wasn't killed by zombies, he was murdered. He had been asking for help by going house to house. "Your husband seemed to have talked with the people in that house, and when the door was opened, someone stabbed your husband from the inside. Though, I don't know what they talked about." Daichi trailed off and Chiba clenched her fists in anger as tears started to roll down her cheeks. "Those bastards!" Chiba gnashed her teeth in anger. "There is a reason I am telling you this. I am planning to get rid of them. They are a risk to our group and they have already killed once, they could kill again. So, I wanted to know if you wanted to take revenge on them or not. They will be killed, with you or without you. Since this is not an easy decision to make, I am giving you some time to decide." "You have till evening to make your decision," Daichi said, and even though Chiba wanted to interrupt him, she held herself back and allowed him to speak. "I don't need to think about anything. I will be joining you," Chiba said with a determined look on her face. "Those bastards murdered my husband and left my daughter to eaten by zombies. I will be damned if I didn't pay them back," Chiba gushed out with an enraged look on her face, and Daichi could clearly understand her anger. "Good. There is another thing I wanted to talk about. Please don't think that I am being disrespectful or anything, but when are you planning to bury your late husband?" Daichi asked politely. He didn't want to come across as being rude or disrespectful. Chiba grimaced after hearing Daichi's words. She could understand what he was trying to say. "Possibly today. Now I have an unenviable task of telling my daughter that her father is dead," Chiba muttered in a defeated tone, and she finally wiped away her tears. "She probably knows already, but it will be still extremely hard for me," Chiba smiled morosely. Daichi smiled grimly and nodded his head. "Then we will be doing it someone around this evening. Now, I will be excusing myself, and please don't tell anyone about the revenge plan. It is still a secret and there are a lot of members who would try to stop us if they found out," Daichi said as he walked out of the door, followed by Bella, and Chiba nodded her head in understanding with a determined look on her face. Chapter 34, The QR Code, I. "So, those fools are planning to get rid of my son and me?" Kimona asked with narrowed eyes as she glanced towards the purple-haired woman standing beside her. Kimona and Roberta were having a chat behind the garage while the others were preparing to leave for their small excursion. "No, not exactly. They are simply planning to remove Daichi-sama as leader. They think that by removing him from the position, they would be able to control you," Roberta explained with a stoic look on her face, and Kimona stared at Roberta like she had grown a second head. After a few moments of silence, Kimona burst out laughing. "Wahaha! Really? They really think that they can control me? Kimona wondered aloud. She couldn't believe that these people were so delusional. Even the government couldn't control her, so how were these weaklings supposed to? This was the best joke she had ever heard. That is what they think, Kimona-sama, Roberta added in an indifferent tone, but the corners of her lips were twitching violently. She really wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She was a diligent maid, she couldn't break her character all of a sudden. Ha! I see. So, how are they planning to carry out this coup? Kimona asked in an amused tone. For now they have decided to lay low. They are waiting for Daichi-sama to mess up, and when he does, they will speak up and try to get everyone to see the truth that he wasn't a fitting leader from the beginning. Roberta revealed their plan, but she couldn't hide the venom in her tone. How dare those weaklings plan against Daichi-sama? She would slice up those two bitches, and then make those bastards eat the pieces. Roberta-chan, you are leaking your killing intent, Kimona reminded the maid, and the purple-haired woman quickly regained her composure with an embarrassed look on her face. For now, keep an eye on them. If their plan changes into something lethal, then I will snap their necks, consequences be damned. Kimona growled menacingly as her flames erupted from her hands. So, we are not going to do anything to them? Roberta asked as she tilted her head in confusion. After all, this wasn't how Kimona usually dealt with problems. Roberta-chan, you are not getting the whole picture. Haven't you heard the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer? That is what I am doing. Killing them would have been less bothersome, but they are pretty amusing. I am going to let them live as long as they can amuse me. As soon as they stop being amusing, I will turn them into ash. Kimona grinned viciously as the flames around her hands intensified. Roberta simply nodded her head and decided to follow Kimona-sama's orders. But if their plan changes into something lethal, get rid of them. All of a sudden the smile on Kimona's face vanished and she spoke in a cold tone. Now, this was the Kimona-sama Roberta knew. Roberta softly smiled and nodded her head. Roberta-chan, I want you to stay behind and guard our base, Daichi said, and even though Roberta didn't show it on her face, she was frowning on the inside, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel excited. This is what she wanted, being used by Daichi-sama and tossed away when he no longer needed her. Thankfully, Daichi had no idea what was going through Roberta's mind, so Daichi decided to explain why he wanted her to stay back. Listen, the reason I am asking you to stay back is because I trust you, Daichi said with a serious look on his face. Roberta felt her heart flutter at the compliment. She knew that Daichi-sama trusted her. This wasn't the first time he had said this to her, but no matter how many times she had heard it, she couldn't help but feel giddy. Either Daichi didn't notice the glee in Roberta's eyes or he simply ignored them and decided to continue. After last night's incident, I am sure that I have created a division within the group and there is a good chance that they might try something. I need someone like you to keep an eye on them. Additionally, Unko-san is also staying behind, and to be honest, I don't trust him. He might try something with Sato-san. No matter what she had done, she is now an asset of our group and I don't want my asset damaged, said Daichi, and his features finally softened. There is something else I want you to do. Roberta was slightly surprised by Daichi's sudden tone change. You were an assassin, right? Daichi asked and Roberta's eyes grew wide in surprise. Roberta's thoughts immediately started to spiral down to the negative side. She started to wonder if Daichi would start hating her, now that he knew her old profession. Daichi-sama, I. Roberta began to speak, but Daichi placed a finger on her lips to stop her from speaking anymore. Even though she knew that it wouldn't mean much, she still wanted to apologize to Daichi. There is no reason to apologize or feel bad, Roberta-chan. I always had a suspicion, but I never said something. Did you really think that I would start hating you all of a sudden just because I discovered that you were an assassin? Daichi raised his hand and flicked her forehead for being stupid. Roberta was completely taken aback by Daichi's reaction, but at the same time, she was extremely happy. I love you, Roberta-chan, Daichi added and captured Roberta's lips with his own. After a short but affectionate kiss, Daichi finally pulled back. I want you to check the people living inside the house where Murasato-san's husband was killed. Daichi finally revealed what he wanted her to do. Roberta immediately nodded her head in understanding. Good, then I will be going. Take care, Roberta-chan, Daichi said and he pecked Roberta on her lips before walking away. Roberta continued to watch Daichi's retreating back, and slowly a gentle smile appeared on her face. After that, without wasting any more time, Daichi quickly divided the groups. Daichi knew that Bella would have been more useful with his mom as Bella could shrink down objects, making it easier for them to carry, but if Bella wasn't with him then he wouldn't be able to finish his job requirements. So, Daichi decided that his team will rendezvous with his mom's team after they were done with their own task. Daichi's team consisted of 4 members including himself. The other members of his team were Bella, Siko, and Yuriko. Daichi would have taken either Tsukumo or Aoba, but the 2 of them were extremely annoying, so Daichi decided to send them with his mom. They wouldn't dare annoy her, and if they did, then good riddance. After all, it was for the greater good. Kimona's team also consisted of 4 members, and Kota was also a part of Kimona's team. At first, Daichi wanted to bring the other members too, but ultimately he decided against it. Level 1 zombies have become pretty common, and level 2 zombies have also started to show up. They would be slaughtered in a matter of a few seconds if they fought against a level 2 zombie. Since Kimona has been fighting with her bare hands, Daichi decided to give her the zombie claws. She could at least find some use for them, and for the time being, he decided to keep the knife for himself. So, where are we going? Yuriko asked as she grabbed the driving wheel. Daichi decided to take the Humvee while his mom decided to take the Hummer. For now, they decided against using the school bus since they didn't need it in the first place. How well do you know this city, Takagi-san? Instead of answering Yuriko's question, Daichi questioned back. Daichi was somewhat familiar with the city, but there was no way that he knew everything here. Yuriko thought for a moment before answering. I think I know this city pretty well, Yuriko answered with a thoughtful look on her face. Okay, then take us to the biggest gas station you know, Daichi said, and without wasting any more time, Yuriko shifted the gear and pressed down on the throttle. Surprisingly, the streets were pretty empty, only a few zombies were lurking here and there, but due to the abandoned vehicles, maneuvering through the city was quite hard. They also got to see quite a few people running down the alleys. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived near a massive intersection, and there was something weird floating right in the middle. Stop! Daichi exclaimed, and Yuriko also slammed her foot on the brake pedal after hearing Daichi's order. The fuck is that? Daichi said and pointed towards the thing floating in the middle of the intersection. Yuriko had also seen it even before Daichi pointed towards the thing, but at first, she had thought that it was probably nothing important. That looks quite similar to a QR code. At first I thought that it was some type of advertisement balloon, but now that I have seen it closely, I don't think that it is the case, Yuriko muttered as she continued to stare at the QR code floating at the middle of the intersection. QR code? Bella asked from the back with question marks floating over her head. Daichi wondered if that was also a spell or his imagination. I will explain later, let's check it out, Daichi said and jumped down from the car with his trusty pipe in his hand. After all, if he wanted to check out the QR code, then he needed to deal with the zombies roaming on the streets. Chapter 35, The QR Code, 2. With his current status parameters, Daichi found that killing level 0 zombies was as easy as squashing ants, but no matter how easy it was, he knew he couldn't lower his guard, which turned out to be a good thing, especially when a level 1 or 2 mutated zombie decided to take a bite out of his trusty metal pipe. Daichi stared at his trusty pipe before staring back at the mutated zombie. The zombie looked like any other zombie he had encountered, kind of dead and rotting, but Daichi couldn't shake off the feeling that the zombie looked somewhat smug. After only a moment, Daichi realized that he wasn't mistaken, the zombie did look quite pleased with himself. Moments later, the zombie's skin was covered by a metallic sheen. What ridiculous power! Daichi gaped as he swung down his weakened pipe toward the zombie. The pipe collided against the zombie's head and a loud clang was heard. Since the pipe was already weakened, the pipe broke. The zombie's lips twitched and it roared in anger. Ah, shit! Daichi exclaimed and jumped back, dodging the zombie's claw. I can't believe this shit. Daichi whined as he pulled out the common knife. He couldn't believe that the zombie had the ability to take the properties of something it ate. Daichi looked down at the knife in his hand and grimaced. His metal pipe broke, what the hell was he going to do with this pathetic knife in his hand? The zombie roared for the second time and lunged toward Daichi. There was something Daichi was really glad about, the zombie was pathetically slow. Daichi could easily dodge the blows without much difficulty, but the zombie's defense was extremely strong. There were 2 weak spots Daichi was able to find, but both of them were quite guarded. If Daichi really wanted to target them, then he needed to be quite close to the zombie's mouth, and he wasn't comfortable getting that close to its mouth. The eyes of the zombies were only the weak spots Daichi was able to find. Should I take a risk? Daichi wondered. The zombie was quite slow, so he did have a huge advantage over the zombie. After a few seconds, Daichi finally decided to take a risk and make his move. With a swift motion, Daichi stepped forward, getting quite close to the zombie. The zombie also decided to take this chance and take a bite out of Daichi. Thankfully for Daichi, Kimona had taught him how to handle a knife. He wasn't an expert or anything, but he was way better than any street thugs who used knives to threaten people. Daichi twisted his arm and stabbed the zombie through one of its eyes before it could take a bite out of him. The zombie reared back and Daichi couldn't help but grimace. The blow wasn't strong enough to take down the zombie. He placed his other hand over the knife and used all the stats in his strength parameter to put pressure. With a loud crunch, the knife finally went through the zombie's skull and the troublesome zombie dropped to the ground, completely motionless. Daichi yanked out the knife from the zombie's skull while breathing heavily. Daichi looked down at the zombie and there were no orbs or notifications, which meant that it was a level 1 zombie. Yesterday, he had killed so many level 1 zombies without even noticing, and today a level 1 zombie gave him so much trouble. Skills could make a lot of difference, Daichi concluded inside his mind. The zombie was only able to give him so much trouble because of his ridiculous skill. Daichi was glad that the zombie was only level 1 or he would have been in deep shit due to having lower stats, but at the same time, he was also displeased. It was a nice skill, he would have liked having that skill for himself. Daichi looked around and found that the intersection was almost clear. Daichi's pipe was no longer usable, so he had to keep using the knife to kill the zombies. Daichi quickly realized that he could easily behead the level 0 zombies even with the knife. He would no longer call it pathetic, the knife helped him kill the troublesome level 1 zombie and it was still helping him to survive. After nearly 10 minutes, they finally cleared the intersection from all zombie nuisances. Daichi was sure that some zombies were probably still lurking around, but they were of no consequence. Status window, Daichi decided to check his status window. Yazora Daichi. Status points, 13. Level, 1. Race, human. Job, none. Title, Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Strength, 58. Agility, 55. Health, 54. Stamina, 29 of 56. Mana, 500. Magic, 500. Form a stable bond with your first summon accomplished. Kill 100 level 1 enemies with the help of your summon. 15 out of 100. Kill 10 level 2 enemies with the help of your summon. 1 out of 10. He had spent nearly half of his stamina and when he checked his job requirements, he was sure that even though Bella wasn't helping him directly, the mana archive considered that Bella was helping him since she was keeping away the other zombies from him. That was quite hectic, Daichi commented as he looked at Yuriko. The mature purple-haired woman looked like she was about to pass out. Are you fine? Daichi asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Yes, I am simply tired, Yuriko said, trying to dismiss Daichi's concern, but Daichi decided to keep a close eye on her for the time being. There was a chance that she might have been infected and Daichi couldn't deny the fact that Yuriko was beautiful, so watching her wasn't going to be something unpleasant as long as she is alive. Let's go and check out the QR code, Daichi said, and all of them made their way towards the QR code floating in the middle of the intersection. What is this QR code? Is it tasty? Bella asked with an innocent look on her face. It is something hard to explain. Think of it like a coupon, Daichi said. That was the best explanation he could think of right at this moment. Daichi was pretty sure that Bella didn't know what a smartphone was, so she obviously wouldn't know what a QR code was. Well, QR codes have been used for quite some time, but they only became famous after the arrival of smartphones. Bella tilted her head in confusion and decided to drop the matter for the time being. She felt that it was probably nothing important. The group of 4 finally arrived in front of the QR code and immediately a small screen appeared in front of their eyes. Scan the QR code with your smartphone. What? Is this someone's skill? Daichi wondered and his hand instinctively went towards his pocket where he used to keep his smartphone. Unfortunately, he had stopped carrying his smartphone since it was nothing more than junk right now. I don't have my mobile, I left it in the Takagi mansion, Yuriko said with a small pause. She still wasn't comfortable talking about the place she had left. She had talked with Saya and right now, she didn't have any plans of going back to the mansion. Ah. My mobile is in the backpack in the car, Daichi sighed. At least, he had his phone at hand and from the looks of it, Siko also didn't have a mobile on her person. Wait here, I will get your mobile, said Siko as she started to make her way back toward the car. What is a smartphone? Bella asked innocently and Daichi finally started to explain what a smartphone was in simple terms. After Daichi finished his explanation, Bella was left completely shocked. Muggles can do that? Bella questioned in a bewildered tone. Daichi was about to answer, but Bella was already lost in something else by that time. She thought that it wasn't that important and decided to look around while Daichi and the others were busy with the QR code and smartphones. Yuriko had been watching Bella from yesterday and there were several questions in her mind regarding that woman. I know that she hasn't lost her memory, so what is her problem? Yuriko asked as she continued to stare at Bella, who was skipping while dancing and humming a song. Obviously, Daichi wasn't going to tell her the whole truth. She is insane. Well, that would be putting it mildly, she is nuttier than a fruitcake, but she is my fruitcake. Daichi grinned and Yuriko didn't know what to think about Bella anymore. She had already realized that Bella had a few screws loose in her head, but she didn't know that Bella was simply insane. Don't say that to her face, or else you will experience what she did to Ichika yesterday, Daichi warned her and Yuriko gulped loudly as she shivered in fear. Siko finally returned with Daichi's mobile and a water bottle in her hand. Thanks. Did you also not bring your mobile? Daichi asked Siko, who pulled out her mobile from a pocket in her skirt. I don't think I can scan that with my mobile, Siko said as she opened her flip phone. No, I don't think that is going to work, Daichi commented dryly as he stared at Siko's mobile. He released a sigh and scanned the QR code with his mobile. For a moment, Daichi didn't even realize what was happening, but finally, a notification popped up on the screen of his mobile. Mana Archive Community app has been installed on your phone. Chapter 36, The QR Code, 3. Mana Archive Community app has been installed on your phone. Mana Archive Community? The fuck? Ha. I shouldn't be surprised any longer. I just hope that the app doesn't track my shit. Daichi dismissed the notification and tapped on the app icon. Image here. Please register a username, your username will be public. Just like any other typical community app, Daichi mused inside his mind. He started to wonder if he should put his real name as the username or go with a nickname. After thinking for a minute, Daichi decided to enter a nickname. In a world like this, Daichi was sure that he was going to make a lot of enemies and it would be useful if he maintained anonymity. Daichi never had 8th grade syndrome, so he didn't have any nicknames to call himself inside his mind. So now, Daichi needed to decide on a nickname. Black Summoner would have been a good nickname but would be too stupid of me. I would be giving away my skill. Daichi started to rub his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. He needed a nickname that wouldn't have any sort of hint or connection with his skill. What happened? Siko asked from the side, bringing Daichi out of his musings. After scanning the QR code, an app called the Mana Community app was installed on my phone, and just like any other typical community app, it is asking me to set up a nickname, Daichi sighed. Siko wasn't familiar with community apps since she still used a flip phone, but Yuriko was quite familiar with what a community app was. So, what's in the app? Yuriko asked with a hint of eagerness. Daichi noticed that Yuriko didn't look sick anymore, so he couldn't stop himself from releasing a sigh. It seems that she was simply tired, but Daichi didn't feel bad for suspecting her and keeping an eye on her. You could never be too much careful, and Yuriko was quite nice looking even though she was slightly older than his own mom. It is asking me for a nickname. Daichi trailed off, and that was enough for Yuriko to understand what the problem was. Since she was familiar with the community apps, she also knew how tedious it was to choose a nickname. Most of the time, she simply entered her real name, but on some sites, she needed to use a nickname for anonymity. Even though Daichi didn't want to advertise his name or skills, he still wanted to have an impactful nickname. It might seem childish, but people were going to recognize him by his nickname, so he needed a name people could trust. He needed people to flock behind his name. There was a reason he was thinking so hard for a simple nickname. Usually, nicknames or usernames could be changed at a later date, but he had no idea if that would be possible with the Mana Archive Community app or not. After racking his brain for a few moments, he finally decided on a nickname. He decided to go with the nickname, General Neo. Yes, he knew that it was kind of egotistic to call himself a general, but he could very well become a general in the future. Not that anybody had the right to complain or anything, after all, he was simply picking a nickname. Even though his choice might seem random, it wasn't random in the least. Daichi had decided to go with the nickname after thinking for quite some time. No matter what the others said or hoped, Daichi knew for sure that their world wasn't going back to its previous state. This was a new world, and he wanted to take the lead in this world. New also translated into Neo, and that is why he decided to pick the name, General Neo. So, without wasting any more time, Daichi entered his nickname and tapped the enter button. Moments later, the main page of the Mana Community app finally appeared on his mobile screen. 1. Notice board. 2. Dungeons. 3. Server rankings. 4. Live stream. 5. Streaming channels. 6. Pawn shop. There were only 6 options on the main screen of the app, so Daichi decided to click on the notice board. As expected, the Nache board was empty. Daichi was kind of sure that he wasn't the first one to download the community app, so he wondered why nobody had posted anything on the notice board. With the current situation in the world, he was sure that people would be trying to reach out to the others. Since the notice board was empty, Daichi decided to post something himself, and that is when he realized what the problem was. As soon as he tapped on the blank space so that he could start writing, a small notification popped up on the screen. You don't have enough units to create a thread. For a moment, Daichi gaped. He started to wonder if the Mana Archive community app was like one of those paid chatting and dating apps. Units must be the currency used by the Mana Archive community app, Daichi thought as he returned to the main page of the community app. The second option, Dungeons, was faded, so he guessed that the option was still inactive, and he was right. When he tapped on the Dungeons option, nothing happened. The third option, Server Rankings, was also faded, which meant that the third option was also inactive. So, Daichi finally clicked on the fourth option, Live Stream. As soon as he tapped on the fourth option, a prompt appeared on the screen asking him if he wanted to create a streaming channel. Of course, creating a streaming channel wasn't free, but this time he seemed to have enough credits to create a channel. Do you want to create a streaming channel? 100 units will be deducted from your account. Yes/no. For now, Daichi decided to click on No. He had no idea how many units he had in his account, and he didn't want to blow them away without knowing anything about how to earn them. So, Daichi clicked on the fifth option, Streaming Channels. The name was kind of self-explanatory, but Daichi wanted to know if someone had streamed anything or not. Daichi found that there were already a lot of channels, but none of them had streamed anything. So, after returning to the main screen of the app, Daichi tapped on the sixth option, Pawn Shop. Once again, the option was kind of self-explanatory, but Daichi still wanted to check out the option. You can sell any dropped items to Mana Archive in exchange for units. Just hold the item over your mobile screen and the Mana Archive will give you a price for the item. There will be no bargaining. The words appeared on the screen as soon as Daichi tapped on the sixth option. Daichi immediately decided to test it out, so he pulled out his knife and held it over the screen. Moments later, a notification popped up on the screen. Do you want to sell our common knife for 20 units? Yes/no. Once again, Daichi decided to tap No. First of all, Daichi didn't have any other weapons besides the knife, so he couldn't sell it, and he was kind of sure that he was making a loss in the deal. He already knew all of that, but he still wanted to see how the option worked, and that is why he had decided to check out the option. Daichi returned to the main page of the app and he finally noticed a bell icon at the top right corner of the screen. Daichi was sure that the icon wasn't there before he had clicked on the sixth option. There was another new icon just beside the bell icon. The second icon looked like a wallet. That must be my account, Daichi concluded, but before checking out his account, he decided to tap on the bell icon. A bell icon was usually used for notifications, so it must be the notification section of the Mana Community app, and there was a red dot on top of the bell icon, signifying that he had new notifications. Daichi was right, he did have 3 new notifications waiting for him in the notification app. First notification. Welcome to the Mana Archive Community app. The Mana Archive doesn't provide any additional services besides helping the residents of a planet with getting used to mana, so the services of the Mana Archive Community app are not going to be free. Units are the currency used by Mana Archive. You can earn units by streaming videos or selling dropped items in the pawn shop. Good luck. Second notification. You have received 100 units as a welcoming gift from Mana Archive. Spend them wisely. Third notification. The server rankings will be displayed in 4 days. The top 10 rankers will receive various types of discounts and coupons according to their rankings. Mana Archive wishes everyone luck. That is a lot to take in. I only had 100 units in my account. I think it was a good thing that I decided to wait and not blow them in one go by creating a channel. Top 10 rankers, looks like I need to stop lazing around. Daichi mused with a grin on his face. Chapter 37, The Group Grows. After Daichi was finally done checking out the interface of the Mana Archive Community app on his own, he decided to explain the interface to the others. Bella was Bella, so everything simply went over her head, and Siko also wasn't that different. Siko had never used a smartphone, so she also didn't know most of the terms Daichi was using during the explanation. I think it would be better if we get a smartphone for ourselves as soon as possible, Yuriko pointed out, and Daichi couldn't help but hum in agreement. Now that all types of communications were out of order, the community app was sure to make a huge hit. Additionally, Daichi had no idea if additional functions would be added in the future or not, and then there was the server rankings. Daichi suspected that someone without the community app couldn't be on the rankings. That would be a huge loss for his group. Maybe some of them like Bella might be able to slip into the top 10. What? Why? Bella doesn't know how to use this smartphone. Bella whined and childishly stomped her foot. You can always learn how to use a smartphone and it will be important, Daichi insisted, and Bella simply huffed like a spoiled princess. Unlike Bella, Siko wasn't against the idea of getting a smartphone and learning how to use it. From Daichi, she knew that the Mana community app is going to be the only means of communication, and communication was always important. Additionally, Daichi had also mentioned that there are going to be rankings and the top 10 rankers would get discounts and coupons. All of those were not that important to her. She simply wanted to be in the top 10 rankings. Fine. Bella puffed out her cheeks and started to pout as she finally agreed to get a smartphone. She didn't like Muggle contraptions, but since her lord had asked her to get one, she will get one even though she didn't like it. So, what about the gas station? Yuriko asked curiously. She wanted to know if they are still going to the gas station or if they are going to get smartphones. We can get the smartphones later, but first we need to secure gas, Daichi answered without missing a beat. Yuriko simply nodded her head as she agreed with his opinion. Milord, it seems that we have company, shall I kill them? All of a sudden, Bella gushed out in a hopeful tone as batted at eyes at Daichi. Of course not, and I have already noticed them, Daichi said, and he inclined his head towards one of the tall buildings near the intersection. If I remember correctly, then that used to be a nice hotel before the shit hit the fan, Daichi mused internally as he watched a group of survivors approach him nervously. From their looks and complexion, Daichi immediately realized that they must be foreigners, and from their age, they were probably somewhere around Daichi's age, probably somewhat older. This is going to be a real bother, Daichi couldn't help but sigh. Daichi was quite proficient in English, but besides that, he was a complete sucker when it came to foreign languages. If they didn't know English, then he would have to depend on Bella to communicate with them, and that was not something Daichi was looking forward to. Bella is not a communicator even on her good days. At best, she would end up cursing them if she got bored, and she was bound to get bored if he used her as an interpreter. They look like foreigners, Siko muttered in a low tone. They must have been trapped here due to the disaster. Poor kids, Yuriko sighed in sympathy. The group of foreigners finally arrived in front of Daichi's group, and all of them looked kind of weary and tired. Nothing out of the ordinary considering the current situation. Hello, my Anthony Reeds, the man at the front extended his hand toward Yuriko as he introduced himself. Well, Yuriko was the oldest, so it wasn't a surprise that they thought that Yuriko was the leader of the group. Thank God they speak English. On the other hand, Daichi couldn't help but release a relieved sigh. He wasn't enraged over the fact that the group had made a mistake. It was pretty normal for them to think that Yuriko was their leader. Yuriko's lips thinned as she extended her hand toward the offered limb. To be honest, she had no idea how Daichi was going to react due to this misunderstanding, and then there was Bella. She quickly needed to clear the misunderstanding before the insane woman thought that she was trying to steal the leadership. Hello, my name is Takagi Yuriko, and he is the leader of our group. Yuriko hurriedly introduced herself and cleared the misunderstanding in one go. From the corner of her eyes, she noticed Bella was still glaring at her. The group of foreigners was taken aback when Yuriko pointed toward Daichi, but right now they had more important things to deal with. Anthony Reeds approached Daichi without wasting any more time. Hello, as you have already heard, my name is Anthony Reeds and I am the current leader of our group. Do you mind if we have a small chat? Anthony extended his hand as he spoke in a polite tone. Right now, Daichi didn't have any time to spare, but at the same time, he simply couldn't blow off the polite offer. Some of the members of their group obviously looked nervous, but some of them seemed to be quite aware of their surroundings. Anthony was also one of them. He might look like he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings, but he was constantly looking around. He is at least level 1, but I don't think that he is a level 2, Daichi concluded inside his mind. Sure, but please make it quick. We are in a kind of hurry, Daichi answered back in English. Anthony simply nodded his head in understanding, and from his reaction, he didn't seem to be displeased. That is enough. Have you heard anything about the army or any rescue mission? I couldn't help but notice that your group arrived in a military vehicle, Anthony asked politely, but he still couldn't hide his anxiety. From the way Anthony was acting, he was trying really hard to keep a strong front to stop the others from breaking down, but at the end of the day, he was also in their shoes. Daichi cringed due to the way Anthony was speaking. He felt like he was dealing with one of those fancy politicians. Well, Daichi didn't have any experience with real-life politicians, he simply knew how politicians acted from stories and TV shows Kyoko liked to watch. You can speak formally, and my name is Yuzora Daichi. As for your question, right now, I don't know anything about rescue missions and the Humvee is private property, Daichi replied, and then he slowly turned toward Yuriko. Takagi-san, can you get the Humvee? Daichi requested and Yuriko left after giving him a nod. I am sorry if I made you uncomfortable, my bad, I thought that I might end up offending someone if I am not being polite, Anthony smiled softly. Actually, can you do me a favor? Anthony asked with a smile. After hearing Anthony's words, Daichi simply released a tired sigh. I am sorry I can't. Right now, I am in no position to do you a favor, Daichi couldn't help but shake his head. I am not asking for something over the top. We simply want to join your group. That is the favor I wanted, Anthony hurriedly explained the favor he wanted from Daichi. Daichi couldn't help but raise his brows. Why? I don't think your group would have any problem surviving. You already have a couple of level 1s including you. Daichi trailed off, but this time instead of Anthony, a girl stepped forward to answer Daichi's question. My name is Joyce Bell, and even though we have some level 1s among us, we were barely able to survive up to this point. The building is completely lurking with zombies, we were barely able to get out, the girl quickly introduced herself and explained their situation. I see. So, you want to join our group because you think you won't be able to survive for long? Daichi asked as he tapped his chin. Anthony simply snorted. Yeah. First of all, we don't know shit about this region, we arrived here the night before the world got fucked by this mana and our guide took off as soon as the shit started. Then we have also run out of food, we were stuck near the first floor since this started, Anthony explained, finally losing his cool. Ah. All of you are welcome to join our group, but if you want to be a part of our group, then you need to follow the rules of my group. If you can't, then I will simply toss you on the street. I am not running a charity. With that, Daichi started to explain the rules. Some of the members of Anthony's group looked unsatisfied with the rules, but there was nothing they could do as Anthony himself agreed with the rules as he found them quite reasonable, especially in the current situation. Daichi didn't miss the unsatisfied looks, but he knew that there was nothing they could do since their leader had accepted the conditions. Now, their only option was to leave the group, which was like a death sentence to them at this moment. Good, so how many of you know how to drive? Daichi asked and all of the new members raised their hands. If nothing else, I got a bunch of drivers for my group, Daichi wondered while scratching his cheek. Chapter 38, vs Wolves, I. Daichi decided to indefinitely borrow a minivan for the newer members of their group. Anthony's group consisted of 7 members including Anthony. Before leaving the intersection, Daichi was introduced to all the members. Anthony Reeds, Joyce Bell, Dylan Carver, and Candace Spencer were the only level 1s who had any sort of combat abilities, but none of their combat abilities was anything special. Anthony Reed's skill allowed him to use super strength. It was kind of self-explanatory, but it was useful as long as he maintained distance, at least, in the case of zombies. His future was kind of bleak if a zombie took a bite out of him. Joyce Bell's skill allowed her to use water magic, which was mostly useless while dealing with zombies as Joyce was unable to form any sort of bladed or pointed weapons using her magic. At best, she could only push back the zombies at the moment. Dylan Carver's skill allowed him to harden his skin. His skill was just like the zombie Daichi dealt with before scanning the QR code, but unlike the zombie he simply needed to touch the material instead of eating it, but the material would turn to dust after he used his skill on it. Candace Spencer's skill allowed her to use her super speed. Well, calling it super speed was more of a stretch, it was more like speed boost. Her skill allowed her to boost her agility by 10%, so obviously, her skill was dependent on the agility parameter. Well, it wasn't much, but anything was better than nothing. Then there were the last 3 members of their group. The 3 of them were mostly useless in combat. One of them was even level 1, but he wasn't for combat. Matthew Hyde was a level 1, but he was much more useful in the back line because of his skill. His skill's name is Mana Cook and the food cooked by him would regenerate your health, stamina, and mana. His skill was kind of similar to Saya Takagi's skill, but there were some glaring differences between their skills. Christine Becker and Giselle Lark were completely useless when it came to combat. They were so scared of the zombies, that they would break down or start to shiver while hugging each other if a zombie appeared in front of them. Well, Daichi could always make them work in the kitchen or the laundry. They could at least do that much if they really wanted to survive in a world like this. From Anthony, Daichi found out that they were visiting Japan for a college trip. They were staying at this hotel when shit hit the fan. There were a lot more students from their group on the upper floors too, but with the zombies lurking around the hallways and the staircase, there was no way that they could come down. Daichi could rescue them with help of Bella and Seiko if he wanted, but if he did that then he would have to give up his trip to the gas station, and that was something Daichi wasn't willing to give up. Daichi could always save them at a later date, and after hearing about their condition from Anthony, Daichi knew that they weren't going anywhere if nobody among the rest decided to become a hero. Not only that, the rest of their college group was trapped inside a building with nowhere to run. If anything went wrong during their escape then they would end up getting eaten by the zombies, and slowly the zombies were also leveling up, so dealing with zombies was not going to be easy anymore. Anthony decided to travel on the Humvee while Matthew was going to drive the minivan. Since all of the new members had their smartphones on their person, Daichi made them scan the QR code too. All of them received the same amount of units, which wasn't that surprising. Daichi didn't stop any of them from creating a streaming channel. Daichi wanted to see if they needed to use units if they wanted to stream, and it seems that Daichi was right. Even if someone was broadcasting, he or she needed to pay 10 units per hour. Right now, Daichi didn't know if you also needed to pay to watch streams too or not, since nobody was streaming at this moment. Though Daichi was hoping for it to be free. Things are going to become even more troublesome in the future. I also need to look for a new base. Our current base is not big enough. Daichi sighed as stared out of the window. What's eating you up? All of a sudden, Seiko questioned, bringing Daichi out of his musings. We are going to need a new base, Daichi answered without missing a beat as he slowly turned towards Seiko. There is a place I know we could use, Yuriko, who was driving the Humvee, spoke from the front. Daichi simply told her to continue. It is a building under construction. It was supposed to be the tallest and strongest building in this city when finished. It is mostly finished except for the exterior, Yuriko explained, and Daichi hummed with a thoughtful look on his face. Where is it? Daichi didn't mind that the building wasn't finished. According to Yuriko, the interior was done and the interior was the most important thing. Daichi decided to reserve his judgment until he saw the building. It is a few blocks away from the Tokanosu City Police Station, Yuriko answered with a small frown. Then we will check it out tomorrow, I suppose. Daichi waved his hand in a dismissive manner. The police station was on the other side of the bridge, and even though the bridge was probably empty after last night's incident, Daichi wasn't planning on visiting the other side of the bridge today. Now that the block on the bridge was gone, Daichi was also planning to visit the police station. If the cops were hunkered down in there then he would simply leave them, but if the police station was empty then he was going to help himself with their armory. Daichi didn't have any shortage of weapons since Roberta had decided to bring some toys with her, and it didn't even put a dent in their whole collection. They could always go to his house to get more weapons, but he didn't want the weapons in a police station lying around. A gun made it extremely easy for even a normal person to take a life, and in a world like this, Daichi didn't want other groups to have guns. Was Daichi acting heartless and selfish? Heck yeah. But it was for the greater good of his group, and if he had more guns, survivors would be wanting to join his group in droves because guns were a sign of power. Is this the gas station you were talking about? Daichi asked as a massive gas station finally came into the view. Daichi remembered that Kimona had probably brought him here some time. Yuriko simply nodded her head. Then it would be better if you stopped the car here, Daichi added with a scowl on his face. Yuriko immediately stopped the car without any arguments. Those dogs are huge. Anthony gasped in horror. The gas station was being guarded by a few mutated beasts. Those are not dogs, my friend, those are wolves, Daichi corrected Anthony with a grimace, and Anthony paled in fear. Milord, we are going to fight them, right? Bella asked in an excited tone, and Daichi simply nodded his head. You can't be seriously thinking of fighting them. That's suicide, man. Anthony tried to dissuade Daichi from throwing away his life. Daichi, I agree with him. They are just too many, let's get out of here before they notice us. We can find another gas station. Yuriko also tried to dissuade Daichi from doing something foolish, but Daichi has already made up his mind. Daichi wasn't going to lie, he was scared. He was sure that all of them were probably level 1, and he wouldn't be surprised if the leader of the pack was a level 2. Daichi easily noticed that one of the wolves was much larger than the others, but he still decided to fight. Daichi knew that it was kind of stupid, but now he could no longer gain any stats from level 0 or level 1 enemies. Additionally, he also needed to finish his job requirements or he would never reach level 2. He needed to keep moving forward or else he would lose his drive. Bella, can you make a weapon for me? Daichi asked and Bella nodded her head with stars in her eyes. What type of weapon do you need, milord? Bella asked with a fanatical grin on her face. Can you make a battle hammer for me? Daichi asked in an excited tone. Daichi could handle a sword or spear too since Kimona had taught him the basics, but Daichi felt that a blunt weapon was more suitable for his fighting style. Bella eagerly nodded and started to create a battle hammer for Daichi. Takagi-san, I want you to retreat as soon as leave the car. Siko, you are going to accompany us, right? Daichi said while looking at Yuriko, and after that, he turned towards Siko. Siko softly smiled. I wouldn't have done anything else. Siko answered with a smile. Daichi, please, there is no reason. Once again Yuriko tried to convince Daichi, but he simply cut her off. I understand your concerns, and I am scared too, but this is something we need to do. We need to finish our job requirements so that we can reach level 2. Just trust me, Daichi implored with a determined look on his face, and after Yuriko saw the determined look on Daichi's and Siko's faces, she could only agree with them, albeit reluctantly. Chapter 39, vs Wolves, 2. Even though Daichi was quite determined to deal with the wolves, he couldn't help but feel some unease. Usually, the senses of wolves are quite sharp, they were quite far from the gas station, but they should be still inside their range, right? Additionally, the wolves were clearly mutated, so their senses should have been sharper, right? That is how it was supposed to be, right? After all, leveling up meant getting stronger, and since the wolves had leveled up, they were obviously stronger than before. Daichi wondered if the wolves were trying to set a trap for their prey by acting unguarded or if their senses have dulled after leveling up. The former option seemed to be more plausible than the latter. Get out of here as soon as we leave the car, wait around the other end of the street. If we don't return then you don't need to wait for us, Daichi said with a hard look on his face. He knew that he raised several flags, but he always wanted to say something like that. Yuriko bit her lip, but she still nodded her head. Daichi then turned toward Bella and Siko. Bella was almost done with his weapon. It took Bella a couple of more minutes to finally finish the weapon. Bella beamed as she handed over the hammer to Daichi. Milord, please be careful, it will disappear after a couple of hours, Bella warned, and Daichi simply smirked. The fight will be over by that time one way or the other, Daichi grinned and Bella eagerly nodded her head like a little girl. Good, let's go then, Daichi said with a small nod of his head as he glanced towards Siko, who also gave him a similar type of nod, just before the two of them jumped out of the Humvee at the same time, followed by Bella. As soon as the three of them got down from the car, the heads of all the wolves visible snapped in their direction. That's much more like it, Daichi mused internally as he continued to stare at the pack of wolves guarding the gas station. On the other hand, Yuriko without wasting any time put the Humvee in the reverse gear and retreated, followed by the minivan. Like always, you are on the support, Bella, Daichi called, and the wolves finally stood up and started to growl while looking at Daichi, Siko, and Bella. There were at least 8 wolves guarding the gas station, and no matter how Daichi looked at it, they seemed to be guarding the gas station, which was quite odd. If it was a slaughterhouse then Daichi would have understood, but this was a freaking gas station. The largest wolf let out a weird bark and moments later, all the wolves lunged toward Daichi and his 2 accomplices. Fast. Daichi grimaced as swung his hammer without any hint of hesitation. The wolves were upon him within a matter of seconds. Several bone-snapping noises were heard when his hammer landed on the head of one of the wolves. Siko slashed her katana using her skill and sliced one of the wolves right from the middle. The other wolves howled in rage and slashed at Siko and Daichi, but Bella with a flick of her hands, created a translucent shield behind Siko's and Daichi's backs to protect them from the claws of the wolves. Using this chance, one of the wolves lunged toward Bella with its fangs bared towards her throat, but Bella was already ready for a move like that. She raised her hand towards the incoming wolf, imitating a gun. Confringo! Bella exclaimed, and the front part of the wolf exploded, splattering the innards. Bella grinned viciously and conjured several silver spikes in the air with a wave of her hand and banished them in the direction of the rest of the wolves. Bella started to reminisce the time when she had hunted down Fenrir Greyback and his pack back in their world. It was one of her sweetest memories. Those foolish puppies had come to hunt her, and by the end of the night, she ended up hunting them. They were kind of cute, so she wouldn't have minded putting a collar around their necks, but all of them seemed to be way too prideful, so they chose death rather than becoming her pets. Bella couldn't help but pout at that memory. Maybe she could convince her lord to get her a new pet. Most of the wolves dodged the silver spikes without any difficulties as they were quite nimble, but one of the wolves was not that lucky as one of the silver spikes pierced through one of its legs. The wolves howled in pain, but the howl came to a sudden stop when Siko stabbed the wolf through its neck, ending its life. Meanwhile, Daichi was having a hard time, landing another hit. The wolves were extremely nimble and their senses were also quite sharp, but he was fast enough to keep the wolves away from him. "Milord, above you." He heard Bella scream from behind and moments later he heard a wolf's whimper from above him. Daichi looked up only to find a wolf coming down at him with several silver spikes lodged in its body. As soon as Bella saw the wolf, she conjured several more silver spikes and banished them towards the said wolf. Since the wolf was in the air, it couldn't dodge the spikes. Since the wolf was already at death's door, Daichi didn't have any problems bashing its head with his hammer. Before Daichi could celebrate his kill, the pack leader finally decided to make its move. Kaya! Siko shrieked in pain as she was flung away several meters away. The leader of the pack was so strong that it broke through Bella's barrier like it was made of glass. Thankfully, Siko was able to bring her katana in front of her to protect herself, but the power behind the wolf's claw was still enough to send her flying several meters. "Fuck!" Daichi muttered and lunged towards pack leader with his hammer over his head. The said wolf snarled and clawed towards Daichi, but an orange beam hit the claw. The reaction was instantaneous, the wolf whimpered in pain as its paw started to melt off. Using this opening, Daichi swung down his hammer, earning a loud cracking noise from the wolf. Once again, Daichi was about to celebrate, but a light green glow surrounded the wolf and its claw started to heal. Daichi was sure that its bones were also healing. "What the hell?" Bella screeched hysterically and attacked one of the other wolves with some sort of blue beam. As soon as the beam hit the wolf, it started to shrivel up. "It can heal itself." "Bella, be careful," Daichi yelled as the pack leader lunged towards Bella as soon as it finished healing. From the corner of his eyes, Daichi noticed that the last wolf beside the pack leader running towards Siko, who was still lying on the street. Daichi didn't even need to think, he was already running towards Siko. He was confident that Bella could handle herself for some time. As Daichi was making his way towards Siko, there was something he realized: the wolf was a lot faster than him, so there was no way that he would be able to reach Siko before the wolf took one or two bites out of her. So, Daichi decided to try something very risky. He twisted his whole body and threw the hammer just like the sportsman threw the weights. A/N, I am talking about the weight throw event. If you want you can look it up on Google for better understanding. The hammer smashed at the right hind leg of the wolf. The wolf immediately dropped to the ground as its right hind leg was completely destroyed. The wolf howled in pain, but this time, Daichi didn't even think of celebrating as he didn't want to jinx himself. Even though the wolf was injured, it started to make its way towards the downed form of Siko, but the wolf didn't make it too far before Daichi was already over the wolf with his knife in his hand. Without wasting any time, Daichi plunged the knife into the wolf's throat. The wolf whimpered and put up a little struggle before Daichi pulled out the knife and stabbed it again. The wolf lost all of its power and life slowly left its eyes. "You shouldn't have targeted her," Daichi growled as he slowly stood up and started to make his way towards Siko. Daichi kneeled beside Siko. Just as he expected, she had sustained quite a lot of wounds. Daichi wasn't a doctor, so he had no idea of the whole extent of her injuries, so he simply decided to leave Siko for now and help Bella with the pack leader. As quickly as he finished the battle, he would be able to get help for Siko. So after getting his hammer, he started to make his way toward the battle. Bella seemed to have a gash around her left shoulder, but she cackling in mad glee. "Kakaka. This is fun. Come on Wolfie, let me put a collar on you." Bella exclaimed with a gleeful grin on her face, and Daichi had to use all of his willpower to stop himself from palming his face. Insane indeed, Daichi shook his head as he started to make his way towards the last remaining wolf and Bella. Even though Bella was clearly stronger than the wolf due to her huge arsenal of spells, the fight was quite balanced due to the wolf's instantaneous healing skill. "We need to fight as quickly as possible, or we might run out of stamina," Daichi decided, and he tightened his grip on the hammer. Chapter 40, vs Wolves, END. This is fucking crazy. Daichi groaned as he had to take back a couple of steps due to the force behind the pack leader's lunge. Daichi defended himself by bringing the hammer in front of him, or else the wolf had taken a bite out of him. Bella and Daichi have been fighting the pack leader for nearly 5 minutes and the wolf was still going strong. "Milord, I can't go on for much longer," Bella said with a tired look on her face. Daichi was also in a similar situation, his stamina was also running low. They needed to finish the fight as quickly as possible or the two of them would end up inside the pack leader's belly. Bella had tried almost everything except for her arsenal of flame spells. They were around a gas station and Daichi had already warned her off from using any of those spells or it would have been a lot easier. Bella had also used something called a killing curse, which was supposed to be a one-hit kill spell, but the spell turned out to be completely useless. Bella had previously used the same spell to kill the dog in the Fujimi Academy and that is when she discovered that the spell was no longer a one-hit kill spell and that is why she didn't use the spell against the wolves from the get-go, but now that nothing was working, she decided to give it a try too, but it didn't work out. Bella looked kind of disappointed after the spell failed even though she didn't have any high hopes. "Don't worry, Bella. The wolf is also getting tired," Daichi said, trying to alleviate Bella's worries, and it was true, the wolf was no longer being reckless and it was also tired. Previously, the wolf continued to attack without bothering about its life, but now the wolf was being careful, which meant that the wolf was probably running low on mana. Since the wolf was being careful, attacking it had become quite difficult, but they simply needed to land a few more hits. Additionally, the attacks of the wolf have also become quite sluggish, as Daichi only needed to take a couple of steps back when he defended himself. Daichi was also kind of running low on mana. Bella had been injured multiple times during the course of the whole fight. As she had realized that her wounds were getting healed on their own, she didn't mind throwing herself in front of Daichi to defend him even though he didn't need it. She only stopped after Daichi told her not to do it anymore. Daichi had tried to turn off the feature, but he had been unsuccessful. The wolf lunged toward Bella. The wolf had long realized that Bella was more dangerous than Daichi due to her long-range attacks and that is why the wolf had been constantly trying to attack Bella and that is also why Bella had sustained more injuries than Daichi. So, Daichi also rushed toward the wolf. Whenever the wolf attacked Bella, Daichi would use the opening to attack the wolf. Daichi had also realized that the wolf was quite intelligent or it wouldn't have realized that Bella was the one who posed a bigger threat to its life. So, the wolf knew that Daichi was going to attack as soon as it attacked Bella. All of a sudden, the wolf placed its front paws on the ground and twisted its body. The wolf wanted to take Daichi by surprise, but Daichi had been expecting the wolf to attack him by surprise and he had been waiting for a chance just like this. Daichi already had his hammer ready and he swung the hammer with all of his might as he didn't want to miss the opportunity. The hammer landed at the side of the wolf's head, earning several bone-snapping noises from the wolf. The wolf was flung towards the side, but it was still alive. Bella used this chance and conjured several silver spikes and banished them in direction of the wolf. The spikes pierced through the wolf's skin without any difficulty and the wolf dropped to the ground, barely breathing. "Milord, I am going to take a nap," Bella said as she slowly lay down on the ground. Daichi also dropped down to his knees, breathing heavily. He was also running low on stamina, but he could still stay up for quite some time. So, he slowly made his way toward the pack leader, who was still alive, albeit barely. The wolf was staring at him with malice and hatred in his eyes, but it was clear that it could no longer do anything. Daichi raised his hammer and brought it down, bashing in the head of the wolf. "You have gained the mana of a level 2 mutated wolf. Strength +7, agility +7, health +8, stamina +9. You have gained 1 status point to distribute freely." Whistle, that's quite a lot of status points. The wolf was a lot stronger than the level 2 zombie from the bridge, Daichi mused. He was waiting for the third notification, so he could finally check out his status window. Mana Archive commends you for slaying an existence 1 level higher than you. You have gained an additional skill slot. Sweet. Status window, Daichi called out inside his mind as he slowly made his way towards the 2 orbs lying on the ground. The familiar yet slightly different status window finally appeared in front of his eyes. Yozora Daichi. Status points 14, locked. Level 1. Race human. Job none. Title Heartthrob of Wani-sans. Strength 65. Agility 62. Health 58 to 62. Stamina 1965. Mana 47/500. Magic 500. Form a stable bond with your first summon accomplished. Kill 100 level 1 enemies with the help of your summon. 21 out of 100. Kill 10 level 2 enemies with the help of your summon. February 10th. Wow, so, 6 wolves were added to my level 1 list. Daichi asked himself even though the answer was already in front of him. Both his stamina and mana were quite low, so he felt tired, but right now he couldn't rest. He needed to help Bella and Siko. He needed to get them somewhere safe, he couldn't leave them lying on the street no matter how safe it looked. Daichi had some minor scratches and bruises, so his health was slightly lower than the full parameter. That is also why Daichi was unable to use his rampage skill. Due to Bella getting injured, his mana was quite low, so if he needed to activate the skill, then he needed to bring down his health too. Daichi was never going to do that willingly. If he could have activated his skill, then the hunt would have become a lot easier. Well, no need to cry over spilled milk. Daichi shrugged and picked up one of the orbs. Weapon, Mutated Wolf Fang Dagger. A weapon created from the fangs of a mutated level 2 wolf. The weapon increases the attack power of the user by 6%. Daichi crushed the orb to get the weapon and he was quite impressed with the dagger. It was a bone-white dagger and it was much bigger, sharper, and sturdier than the knife he had been using. Though Daichi couldn't help but wonder how the dagger was so big, especially when the biggest fong of the wolf was as big as his pinky. Maybe the Mana Archive created the dagger by combining the teeth, or the Mana Archive is using a fake name. Daichi rubbed his chin for a moment, but then he shrugged it off since the weapon was quite good. Daichi tucked the dagger around his belt. He didn't want the dagger poking him in questionable places. Then he picked up the second orb. Daichi was extremely giddy about this. He was sure that this was going to be the skill. Daichi hoped that it was the instantaneous healing skill the wolf had. As soon as Daichi grabbed the orb, a huge maniacal grin appeared on his face. Skill, instant heal cost depends on injury, minimum 100 mana. When the skill is activated, any wound sustained by the user will be healed instantly. If the brain of the user gets destroyed, the skill will activate on its own, but if the user doesn't have enough mana, then the skill won't activate. Crush the orb to acquire the skill. Even though Daichi was extremely happy, he couldn't help but frown. According to the skill's description, the user needed to use at least 100 mana. The wolf had used the skill more than 20 times and sometimes, the wounds were quite grievous, so the wolf must have used more than 100 mana to heal from those wounds. Even if the wolf only needed 100 mana each time, the wolf's mana reserve should have been somewhere around 2000, which was kind of absurd. Let's fill up my newly acquired skill slot. Daichi grinned and crushed the skill orb in his hand. The skill was simply way too OP to give away. He was sure that his family members, Bella and Seiko, would understand. Bella would never complain since she was a fanatic and it wasn't like that she needed the skill in the first place. Even if she died, Daichi could resummon her. Now that he was done with everything urgent, he decided to take Seiko and Bella to the gas station. With his strength parameter, it was going to be a piece of cake. Chapter 41, Protective Mother, I. While Daichi was dealing with the wolves, Kimona and her group were having their own problems. Kimona was having an extremely hard time dealing with Tsukumo and Aoba. She was this close to snapping both of their necks and tossing them aside. She had thought that Kota was also going to give her some problems, but he had been quite nice. Hirano, you wouldn't mind if I kill them, right? All of a sudden Kimona asked, making Kota sputter in shock. I know you wouldn't have any problems, but you aren't going to babble top anyone, right? Then I would have to kill you too. My son seems to favor you. So, I would prefer not to kill you. Kimona spoke sweetly, but several chills ran down Kota's spine. Kota gulped loudly, then he glanced toward Aoba and Tsukumo, who were looking for survivors inside the mall. Kimona simply wanted to fill the bags and wait for her son, but Aoba and Tsukumo did not agree with her plan. According to them, there must be a lot of survivors inside the mall, and if the two of them wanted to help them, they also wanted to leave resources for them instead of taking everything. So, Aoba and Tsukumo simply disregarded her order and went off to look for survivors so that the two of them could help the people residing in the mall. As of now, they didn't even know if anybody was living inside the mall or not. They were yet to see any survivors, and Aoba and Tsukumo wanted to waste their time by looking for survivors. Kimona didn't like the fact that they disregarded her order. Additionally, they were already in deep water. They were planning to take the leader position from her son. That wasn't going to fly, and no groups or organizations should have more than one leader. Kimona knew that as long as Aoba and Tsukumo were alive, they were going to create problems. She decided to nip it in the bud. I don't have any problems with that. I will also not say anything to anyone, but can I ask you something? Kota asked nervously. Kota knew that he couldn't win against Kimona and he already trusted Daichi. He wasn't going to go against Daichi right now. Sure, go ahead. Kimona waved her hand. She knew that Kota wasn't going to make a move against her. The boy might look quite timid and all, but he wasn't one of those nice guys. I understand that they are quite annoying and they are useless wasting our time, but is it really necessary to kill them? Kota asked warily. Kimona stopped walking and turned to look at Kota. The boy gulped audibly, but he held his ground. Kimona smirked. Now she understood why Daichi liked the boy. Think of it like I'm nipping it in the bud. You see, our group is going to become an organization in the future as we keep growing big. Tell me, Hirano, can an organization have two leaders? Kimona asked with a grin on her face. After thinking for a bit, Kota shook his head in denial. See, that is the problem. Right now, my son is the elected leader, but Aoba and Tsukumo are continuously undermining my son's orders. He clearly made me the leader of our team, but did they listen to me? No. They disregarded my order and went on their own. Kimona growled, and Kota couldn't help but agree with her. He was also starting to see the problem. Right now, they don't have any support within our group, only Sarah and Ko support their ideals, but that might change in the future as our group keeps getting bigger. They might find like-minded people, who knows? What do you think would happen after that? Kimona asked in an amused tone. She wanted to see if Kota could reach the conclusion on his own or not. After thinking for a bit, Kota finally reached the conclusion: a second faction will form within the group. It would like having an opposition party within the group. That could be disastrous for us. They might even pull a coup in the future, Kota answered in a sullen tone. Kimona chuckled after hearing the way he explained the problem. I didn't take you for someone who follows politics. Kimona laughed and Kota blushed in embarrassment, but after only a few moments, he finally gathered back his bearings and looked down at the weapon in his hands. I usually don't, but sometimes, I like to watch what the politicians are up to. You can say that it was a form of amusement for me. Kota smiled softly. I see. I never liked politicians, I always find them way too slimy for my liking, and your answer was spot on. That is what would happen in the future if they remain in our group. Now, we could also get rid of them in a less violent way. We could exile them, but if we do that, then they could try to get back at us at a later date. Kimona explained, and Kota nodded his head in understanding. So, you are planning to cut off the snake's head before it could even bare its fangs, Kota pointed out, and Kimona started to cackle. Yes, that's it, Kimona nodded her head while cackling. I see, how can I help? All of a sudden Kota's demeanor changed and he asked in a grave tone. Once again, Kimona found out why her son favored the boy. With Daichi. When Siko finally opened her eyes, she found her head lying over Daichi's lap. Siko was about to snuggle closer as she wanted to enjoy this chance to her fullest, but she cringed in pain and let out a loud hiss. Her left shoulder was killing her. Daichi also had his eyes closed, but after hearing Siko's hiss of pain, his eyes snapped open on their own. After bringing Siko and Bella inside the office of the gas station, Daichi pulled the two of their heads over his lap, and then he decided to lean on the wall. Daichi was also tired and decided to take a small break while the girls were resting. Even though he was resting, he didn't fall asleep. He knew that falling asleep in a place like this was too dangerous for their safety. Daichi was glad that one of the girls was finally up, and from the looks of it, Siko seemed to have healed quite a bit. The bruise on her face was almost gone. How are you feeling? Daichi asked softly, and Siko grimaced after hearing his question. I feel like I dropped from a 3-story building, Siko grumbled with a grimace. This was the first time Daichi saw Siko acting like this, and he couldn't help but smile at her antics. Siko had been composed all the time, but today she finally showed one of her rare emotions. Completely unaware of Daichi's thoughts, Siko decided to continue speaking. Daichi-kun, I think I have dislocated my left shoulder, can you put it back in place? Siko requested, returning to her usual demeanor. Daichi simply nodded his head and placed one of his hands over her left shoulder, while he placed his other hand behind her back. He had also dislocated his shoulder a lot of times, and Kimona or Roberta wasn't always there to set them back in place. Well, most of the time, Kimona was the one responsible for dislocating his shoulder, but that was beside the point. So, Daichi had to learn how to fix his shoulders if they get dislocated. Daichi snapped Siko's shoulder in place with a loud crack. Siko groaned and curled up her knees due to the sudden jolt of pain, but that was all. Siko finally smiled and snuggled into Daichi's lap. Thanks. Did you guys get all of the wolves? Siko asked in her usual tone. Yes, we got all of them, but it was quite a tiring battle. Both Bella and I ended up exhausting ourselves. Bella fell asleep as soon as the fight ended. Daichi explained, and Siko hummed in understanding. Sorry, the wolf was quite fast and I didn't have the time to dodge even though I saw it coming. Siko finally turned so that she could look into Daichi's eyes while speaking. Shoo, no need to apologize. It is fine and it wasn't your fault in the first place. Daichi placed a finger on Siko's lips as he spoke. I also decided to take the skill dropped by the wolf without asking for your opinion. You don't mind, do you? Daichi asked with a smile, and Siko shook her head in denial. You and Bella are the ones who killed the wolf, the skill belonged to either of you and I am sure that Bella is not going to complain, Siko answered back with a grin. What sort of weapon did you get? Did you get a katana? Siko asked with an excited glint in her eyes. No, this is what I got, Daichi said as he pulled out the dagger he got after slaying the wolf. Siko sighed in disappointment. You can keep it. I am not into daggers, Siko said while shaking her head. Thanks, Daichi commented dryly and Siko grinned in amusement. Those are not the only things I got. I am sure that you are going to love what I found, Daichi couldn't help but grin as he spoke. Chapter 42, Mana Stone. By the way, how long have I been out for? Siko questioned as she finally got off of Daichi's lap. Bella just got up a few minutes ago, and after snuggling for a few more minutes they finally decided to get up as they thought that they have wasted a lot of time. They also needed to inform Yuriko that they had survived or she would worry unnecessarily. Nearly an hour, Daichi answered as he also got up and stretched his body. His body had become quite sore due to the hard surface. Milord, please forgive Bella, all of a Bella bowed her head and started to ask for forgiveness. Daichi simply raised his brows in question. What are you asking forgiveness for, Bella? Daichi asked with a sigh. Bella was an oddball so he honestly had no idea what was going through her head. You have to take care of Bella even if it should have been Bella's duty to take care of you, Bella spoke sullenly with her head still bowed. Daichi simply released a sigh as he shook his head. I may be your lord, Bella, but that doesn't mean that I can't take care of you. In fact, I like taking care of you, Daichi said with a grin and then he grabbed Bella's shoulders to pull her up. Daichi slowly lowered himself and captured Bella's lips with her own. For a moment, Bella was taken aback, but she quickly gathered her bearings and she started to kiss back Daichi with full gusto. After a few seconds, Daichi finally separated from Bella, who had a flushed look on her face. Then he slowly turned toward Siko. Come here, Daichi grabbed Siko's arm and pulled her into his arms. Siko simply smiled and lifted her head, so that Daichi could kiss her easily. Daichi didn't disappoint Siko as he placed his lips on Siko's. Unlike Bella, Siko gently returned the kiss. After a few more seconds, Daichi finally separated from Siko. You said that there was something you wanted to show us? Siko questioned with a smile. Yes, come here. After entering the fuel pump I finally found what those wolves were trying to protect, Daichi said with a cheeky grin marring his face. The wolves were trying to protect something. Bella tilted her head in confusion. Yeah, and that is why the wolves only attacked us when we got down the vehicles. Though I think it would have been better from their perspective if they attacked us when we were still inside the vehicles, Daichi explained with an unsure look on his face. Well, I am not a specialist when it comes to wolves, so I can't say for sure, but they were surely protecting this, Daichi said as he pointed towards a shining stone placed over the counter. Is that a diamond, milord? Bella asked in a cheerful tone. No, read the description, Daichi commented dryly as the three of them moved closer to a stone. It looked exactly like a fist-sized diamond. As the three of them finally arrived over the stone, a small screen appeared in front of their eyes. Mana Stone. A mana stone is the solidified form of mana. Mana stones could form somewhere around large reserves of fossil fuels. Mana stones could also be found inside dungeons and tombs. A mana stone could be used to permanently increase the mana capacity of an existence, but overuse might lead to various problems, including death. The mana archive will inform the existence when it has reached the limit. Impressive, right? Daichi asked with a grin and Siko stared at him like he had killed a puppy. We could use this thing to increase our mana capacity? Siko questioned with a frown on her face. Yes, at least, that is what the description says. So, who wants to give it the first go? Daichi asked and Bella immediately raised her hand and started to wave it in front of Daichi. Me. Me. I want to go first. Bella cheerfully exclaimed. Daichi turned towards Siko, who simply shrugged. She didn't have any problems with Bella going first. So, Daichi turned back toward Bella and gave her a nod. Bella cheerfully clapped her hands and grabbed the mana stone with her hands. Moments later, the mana stone started to glow brightly. It's working. It's working. Bella cheered excitedly. Daichi decided to open Bella's status window and it was working just like Bella had said. Bella mana parameter was going up, but Daichi noticed that Bella's magic parameter was still the same. Previously Daichi never wondered about the magic. He wanted to know how the mana was different than magic. So, Daichi tapped on the mana parameter on Bella's status window. Mana. The mana parameter represents the amount of mana the user can contain in their body. Well, that is what I expected, since that the parameter which is increasing right now, Daichi mused, and then he finally tapped on the magic parameter on Bella's status window. Magic. The magic parameter represents the amount of mana the user could use during a single instance. If the user's magic is low, then they won't be able to use a skill that has a high mana cost even if they have the necessary mana to activate the skill. Ah, so, that's what the magic parameter means. Having high magic is going to be very important if you want to cast high-level magic spells or any area of effect attacks. Are there any area of effect spells in this world? Daichi thought as he rubbed his chin. After a couple of minutes, the warning finally appeared in front of Bella's eyes, and even Daichi could see it as he had her status window opened. Warning. You have reached your limit. You cannot increase your mana anymore in your current level. Bella also understood the meaning of the warning, so she quickly placed the mana stone on the table. Daichi looked at the stone. It looked slightly duller than before, but it wasn't anything noticeable. "Milord, check my status window." Now, Bella can use magic for longer periods of time. Bella cheered excitedly, and Daichi could only nod his head in agreement. Bellatrix Black. Status points 61. Level 2. Race Human. Job Black Summon. Title The Darkest Witch in History, Insanity Incarnate. Strength 54. Agility 65. Health 59. Stamina 47 of 60. Mana 3500. Magic 1500. Bella's stats have also improved a lot since the last time I have checked her status window. Unlike us, she could still receive free stars points by killing level 1 enemies. Maybe we could also get those points after we finally reach level 2. Right now, we are kind of hanging in the middle of some sort of limbo, Daichi thought as he turned towards Siko. I will go at last, Daichi said, and Siko grabbed the mana stone after giving him a small nod. Just like it was with Bella, the mana stone started to glow brightly in Siko's hands, and after a few minutes, Siko was also done as she placed the stone on the counter. Daichi-kun, check my status window, Siko suggested. Bella might have a lead in this department since Daichi could open her status window any time, but Siko wasn't going to lose. Daichi understood what was going on between Bella and Siko since he had already seen it yesterday. So, he simply grabbed her hand and Siko's status window appeared in front of his eyes. Siko Busujima. Status points 1. Level 1. Race Human. Job None. Title None. Strength 53. Agility 64. Health 34 of 50. Stamina 46 of 55. Mana 400. Magic 40. Siko's stats haven't improved since she didn't get to kill any more level 2 enemies. After all, she wasn't involved in the hunt of the level 2 wolf, Daichi thought as he finally let go of her hand. Your mana has increased by a lot, now you can use your skill without worrying about mana, Daichi grinned and Sakio hummed in agreement. I guess, it is finally my turn, Daichi said and grabbed the mana stone from the counter. Moments later, a notification appeared in front of his eyes. Daichi started to wonder if the notification had appeared for both Bella and Siko. Do you want to permanently increase your mana reserve by absorbing mana from the mana stone? The mana archive will inform you when you reach your limit. Do you want to start? Yes/no. Obviously, Daichi selected, yes. The mana stone started to glow brightly. Daichi could feel that something inside his body was growing, but he couldn't exactly describe the feeling. Status window, Daichi called out and started to see as his mana reserve continued to grow. After a couple of minutes, he finally reached his limit and a notification appeared in front of his eyes. Warning. You have reached your limit. You cannot increase your mana anymore in your current level. Ho. Daichi released a sigh and placed the mana stone on the counter. Bella, can you keep the mana stone for safekeeping? Daichi asked and Bella eagerly nodded her head. Oh, and don't speak about this in front of the others, Daichi added as Bella pulled out a purse from her pocket. The purse was quite big, so Daichi started to wonder how Bella had kept that purse hidden in her pocket. Chapter 43, Protective Mother, 2. So many dead, I wish that we could have helped them. Aoba couldn't help but shake his head. Both Aoba and Tsukumo were silently moving through the first floor of the shopping complex. The ground floor was completely overflowing with zombies, so the two of them concluded that there were no survivors on the ground floor. Don't lose hope. There is a chance that we might find a cure in the future. Then we would be able to save all of them. Tsukumo tried to comfort his friend. There is nothing we could do for them at this moment, Tsukumo added with a shake of his head. I don't think there are any survivors on this floor, Aoba said while shaking his head. Kenji, I think we should head back or that woman would complain about us to her son, then our esteemed leader would get another opportunity to humiliate us. Tsukumo pointed out but Aoba simply shook his head. Can we look for a bit more? We still need to check the second floor and the third floor. I am sure that there will be survivors on those floors. The shopping complex must have been filled with people when everything started. I refuse to believe that everyone was turned, Aoba said in a determined tone. There is something else, Yozora Kimona had to knock down the door to the first floor, and do you see any zombies? There are bloodstains, but there are no zombies. We haven't encountered even a single zombie. Aoba added as he gestured with his hands. Now, that Aoba pointed it out, Tsukumo also realized that they were yet to encounter even a single zombie after they arrived on the first floor. You are right. Let's look for a bit more before returning. Tsukumo decided to agree with Aoba as he also wanted to help people, but he also understood the importance of their mission. If they didn't find anyone on the rest of the first floor, then he would somehow convince Aoba to return for now. After looking for a few more minutes, all of a sudden the two of them froze as they heard some sort of noise from the other side of the wall. What's that noise? Tsukumo asked Aoba with a confused look on his face. It seemed that the noise was getting louder. Aoba tilted his head towards the wall so that he could clearly hear the noise. They sound like heavy footsteps, Aoba guessed with an unsure look on his face. That was his best guess. Now that the sound was getting louder with each passing moment, both of them decided to move away from the wall, but they weren't even able to take a step back before the wall exploded outward and a familiar person came out of the wall. What the heck? That was all Aoba was able to say before Kimona's foot smashed on his chest. Aoba broke through the railing and dropped to the ground floor, which was completely crawling with zombies. Aoba didn't even have the time to fight back before all the zombies were on top of him, slowly ripping him apart. You bitch! Tsukumo snarled in rage as he raised his gun so that he could gun down the woman who just killed his friend, but from Kimona's perspective, the man was moving in slow motion. Kimona simply grabbed the gun with her left hand and her right fist smashed on Tsukumo's face, breaking his jaw along with several of his teeth. Tsukumo felt like he was hit by a freight train, his whole mind went completely blank. You are slow. Too fucking slow, Kimona grinned as she snatched the gun from his hands with a strong yank. Your friend is already dead, and since I am extremely generous, I am going to send you to meet him. Kimona grinned viciously as she dropped the gun and grabbed the man's throat with her right hand. Kimona lifted the man from the ground with close to no difficulties. Why? The man breathed out with a lot of difficulty, but a bit of hope flickered into his eyes when he noticed Kota coming in their direction. So, he decided to try buying some time. He knew that Kimona was going to answer his question so that she could mock him. That is how she was. Maybe you shouldn't have planned to get rid of my son, behind my back, or maybe you shouldn't have disregarded my orders. Who knows? Now, don't worry, I will be sending those two bitches behind you if they don't become useful. Kimona smiled softly and after hearing Kimona's words, rage flared inside Tsukumo Seiji's mind. Tsukumo's hand shot towards his hip, he had a knife tucked into his belt. He pulled out the knife and swung it towards Kimona's throat, but Kimona easily grabbed his arm and twisted it. Tsukumo's arm broke like a twig and Tsukumo's whole body trembled due to the pain. Even though he wanted to scream, he couldn't as Kimona's grip around his neck tightened. Tsukumo's world started to turn black, he started to choke, and with his good hand, he grabbed Kimona's hand, trying to pry her fingers from his neck, but he simply wasn't strong enough. Even though Tsukumo was at death's door, he had to stop himself from smiling when he saw that Kota was standing right behind Kimona. He knew that Kota was going to attack any moment now and he would be saved. Tsukumo kept waiting but the attack never came and a loud crack was heard, signifying that Kimona has snapped Tsukumo's neck. Just before Tsukumo closed his eyes for the final time, he realized that Kota was along with Kimona from the start. As soon as Tsukumo breathed his last, Kimona tossed the corpse aside like it was a thrash. I didn't think that I will be able to remain calm after watching two people getting murdered. Kota gasped in horror and Kimona looked at Kota with amusement in her eyes. Am I a psychopath? Kota questioned aloud and this time, Kimona wasn't able to stop herself and she ended up laughing. No. I don't think it is anything like that. I think that you have simply adapted to the current world. It is a kill or be killed world. Just like my son had said yesterday, now that the society has collapsed, the rules of a jungle have come into play. Kimona explained with a grin. Right now, there is only one rule. Might is right. Kimona added with a smile, and Kota felt like his eyes had been opened. He felt like he had been enlightened, which was truly ridiculous. Yozora-san, do you think we should clear the ground floor? Kota asked in a nervous tone, and Kimona immediately looked down at the ground floor. After thinking for a bit, Kimona decided to go to the ground floor even though the ground floor was crawling with zombies. Most of the food courts along with some of the grocery stores were on the ground floor. She would also get to kill a lot of zombies if she went to the ground floor. After all, she still needed to kill a lot to complete her job requirements. Yes, we will be going down to the ground floor. You stay here, you can gun them down from there, this is a good vantage point for you, Kimona explained. You will be fine on your own, right? Kimona asked even though she already knew the answer. Kota gave her a determined nod. After getting the confirmation from Kota, Kimona placed her hand over the railing and jumped over. Flames erupted from Kimona's hands and feet and she landed with a loud explosion. Nearly 30 zombies were engulfed by her flames. Kota also didn't waste any more time and started to shoot down zombies. This was a good chance to earn some free status points and Kota didn't want to miss this chance. Meanwhile, Kimona was turning the zombies into ashes while cackling in made glee. With Daichi. Man, I still can't believe that you killed all of them. Anthony muttered with a look of disbelief etched on his face. They didn't drop dead on their own, Daichi pointed out from the side. I am fucking glad that Ant decided to join your group, Candace looked completely gobsmacked. No shit, Candace. If we stayed in a hotel then we would have been fucked, Dylan shook his head in despair. He might have killed zombies when push came to shove, but it was pretty clear that he wasn't a fighter. I say joining them was the best decision since this shit started, Giselle muttered, looking really nervous. Yeah, Christine completely agreed with Giselle. She knew that she wasn't a fighter, but at the same time, she also wanted to live. For that, if she needed to sleep with the leader of the group, she would happily agree with it, and it was the same with Giselle too. I think, it will be a complete waste to leave them here. Though I wonder how the wolf meat is going to taste. Matthew wondered out loud, making everyone freeze in shock. Chapter 44, Fire Trucks, He does seem to have a good point. Even though I am kind of unreserved about the idea of eating wolf meat, but in an apocalyptic world, I can't be so picky. I am sure that a lot of people are going to die due to starving, I shouldn't waste anything, but there is still a small problem. Daichi rubbed his chin as the rest of the group continued to argue. Matthew is right. Daichi finally spoke up, making everyone stop. Siko and Bella weren't taking part in the argument as Bella was translating for Siko. You can't be serious. Dylan paled in horror. We can't waste any food, especially in a situation like this. In the next few months, most of the food stock is going to go bad. Even if we use freezers, there is no way that we could preserve food for such a long time, so we need to get used to food like meat from wild animals. Daichi explained, and the ones who were against the idea could no longer argue. Though we still have a problem. We don't know if the meat of a mutated beast is safe to consume or not, Daichi added with an unsure look on his face. Milord, leave it to me. Bella could verify if the wolf meat is safe to consume or not, Bella proclaimed proudly as she stepped forward with a fanatical glint in her eyes. And how are you planning to do that? Dylan questioned with a doubtful look on his face as he crossed his arms over his chest. Dylan was against the whole idea from the beginning. Bella turned toward the boy and glared at him. Dylan immediately flinched back in fear, Bella's title working like it was supposed to. Bella could always force you to eat it. Bella screeched with a mad glint in her eyes, all the new members flinched back in fear as Bella furiously glared around. Even Yuriko wasn't spared from her glare, even she flinched back in fear. Then all of a sudden the madness in Bella's eyes disappeared as she turned back toward Daichi. The fanatical glint returned in her eyes. Milord, I was planning to eat it myself so that Bella could check if the meat is safe for you or not, Bella said with a bright smile on her face. Nope. That is not happening, Daichi shot down Bella's suggestion without missing a beat. Coup. Bella felt like a bludger slammed into her gut. But, me milord, Bella always wanted to check if Lord's food is safe or not by putting her own life at risk. Bella protested with a righteous look on her face. It is one of Bella's dreams. Bella proclaimed, looking somewhat distressed. From the look on Bella's face, it was pretty clear that Bella was being completely serious. After hearing Bella's words, Daichi was left completely speechless. Insane indeed. Daichi screamed inside his mind. I don't know if I should praise her or scold her. She is getting worked for the ring thing. If this is one of her dreams, then I seriously don't want to know about the rest of her dreams. Daichi couldn't help but grimace at that thought. Meanwhile, Siko was softly giggling at the back. At any moment, Bella wasn't boring. Bella, can't you use a simple spell to check if the meat is safe or not? Daichi suggested carefully, and Bella seemed to sag in defeat. Yes, I can do that too, but it is not the same. Once again, Bella protested. But if my lord wishes for Bella to use the spell, then that is what Bella is going to do, Bella muttered with a pout on her face. It was clear that Bella wasn't happy with this development, so Daichi decided that he needed to say something to raise her spirits. Bella, you are someone very important to me, and I don't want you to get hurt due to something unnecessary like this. I don't want you to uselessly put your life at risk. Daichi said as he started to pet Bella's head. Even though the stuff Daichi said might sound cheesy, those were his actual feelings. Bella beamed at the praise and started to wave her hands like a cheerful little girl. Ahem, don't you think that we have wasted enough time here, Daichi-kun? All of a sudden Siko spoke up, reminding Daichi that they were on the clock. Yes, you are right. Anthony, take some members and bring us some bags so that we could carry the wolves, Daichi ordered, and Anthony simply nodded his head in understanding. He decided to take Joyce, Dylan, and Candace along with him. They were the only fighters that he had brought on board, so Daichi decided to send the two useless girls along with them too. At least the two of them could help them carry stuff. If you find anything else, which you think might be important, don't forget to get that too, Daichi called out when Anthony and his group were already heading towards the minivan. Anthony stopped for a moment, and after giving Daichi another nod, he started to head towards the vehicle. Do you think they will be fine? They are not familiar with the city, Yuriko pointed out with a hint of worry in her voice. They had to if they want to live, Daichi answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You are quite heartless, aren't you? Yuriko accused Daichi, but he simply shrugged it off. You may think whatever you want to, but just like I mentioned last night, I am not running a charity. Everyone in the group needs to pull their own weight one way or another, Daichi replied back in a dismissive tone, and Yuriko released a defeated sigh as her shoulders sagged. You are right, but I still can't bring myself to get used to the current world order, Yuriko muttered sullenly. Unlike her husband, she was neither a hardliner, nor she had an urge to become a hero, but it was only the third day of the apocalypse. She was having a hard time getting rid of the norms. I understand where you are coming from, even I am having difficulties getting used to this world. Just yesterday I found a man who had been cutting up humans so that he could feed his zombied wife. That was the most horrifying experience for me, Daichi muttered while looking towards the sky. Meanwhile, Yuriko paled drastically like she had seen a ghost. It was the most fucked up thing I ever saw, but I knew that I couldn't give up. I needed to keep going for myself and everyone who had decided to put their trust in me, but I refused to drag useless dead weights with me. Daichi finally lowered his head and stared at Yuriko with a determined look on his face. And that is why I am glad that you are our leader. I am sure that the others who also followed us from the school think like that, Siko smiled softly. I see, that must be why even my daughter voted for you yesterday, Yuriko said with a nod of her head. After the incident of Sato Ichika, Yuriko had already decided that Daichi is the best leader for their group, as he was putting the safety of his group above everything else. Now, after talking with Daichi, Yuriko's decision was strengthened. I think we have wasted enough time, let's look for barrels. Daichi clapped his hands with an excited grin on his face. Wait. I have a better idea. How about we use fire trucks? Yuriko suggested hurriedly, and after thinking for a bit, Daichi realized that Yuriko's idea was brilliant. Now, Daichi finally understood where Saya's smarts came from. From what he had heard about Papa Takagi, the man had an overinflated ego along with a hero complex, and a lot of pride. Can't forget about the pride. After all, he decided to toss away his daughter and wife for his pride, especially such a beautiful and sexy wife. I will be sure to take care of her. Daichi mused internally. Then he finally shook his head to clear his mind. It wouldn't do for him to get a boner right now. Focus, Daichi, no horny. You can be horny after you get back. Daichi chastised himself. Daichi wasn't surprised that he was drawn toward Yuriko instead of Saya. After all, he had been always drawn toward mature women. Daichi-kin, are you okay? Siko asked in a worried tone, and Daichi simply nodded his head. Though if we get fire trucks, then we would need to look for a new base as soon as possible. Daichi immediately changed the topic. Yes, I agree. The house will be way too cramped, especially now that our camp has grown even bigger, Siko agreed with Daichi. That will be the first thing we need to do tomorrow. Now, let's go and get ourselves some fire trucks, Daichi said with a grin. Good, the fire station isn't that far from here, we could go on foot, Yuriko suggested. She knew that Daichi could drive, but she wasn't sure about Bella or Siko. If they went on foot then they wouldn't need to spare a driver for the Humvee. Okay, but let me remove the fuses, we can't have anyone stealing our Humvee now, can we? Daichi grinned as he popped open the hood of the Humvee. Chapter 45, Fire Trucks, 2. Daichi smashed the glass pane with his fist. Due to his higher stats, breaking through a pane of glass wasn't a big deal. Just a few minutes ago, Daichi's hammer disappeared into thin air, so now he needed a new weapon. Thankfully, there were some fire axes kept inside the garage of the fire station and Daichi was sure that nobody was going to complain even if took all of them. Daichi grabbed the axe and gave it a few swings. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. The axe was much like the hammer Bella had given him, the axe a little bit lighter towards the head. Should we kill all the zombies or should we grab a couple of trucks and leave? Siko questioned, and after thinking for a bit, Daichi finally made his decision. There are no survivors here, so we don't need to waste our time. Daichi shook his head. Takagi-san, did you find the keys? Daichi called out. He had no idea where the keys were kept, but Yuriko knew, so he left the responsibility to Yuriko. There were still a lot of zombies inside the building, but all of them were trapped on the top floor. After clearing the ground floor, Daichi asked Bella to block the staircase, and she decided that it was fitting to engulf the staircase with flames. Bella thought that it was fitting for the fire station to have some flames. After all, she was outraged when she discovered that even though the place was a fire station, it didn't have a fire inside it. Yes. I found them, Yuriko answered as she walked out of the nearby room with several keys in her hand. I didn't know which key belonged with which truck, so I decided to bring them all, Yuriko added as she showed off the keys to Siko and Daichi. It took them just a minute to get 2 of the fire trucks started. Siko decided to travel with Yuriko, while Daichi decided to take Bella with him. There was no way that Daichi would risk Bella traveling with someone other than him. Bella was much worse than a loose cannon and the safety of everyone besides her depended on her mood, and her mood swings were much faster than disco lights. So, without wasting any more time, the 4 of them drove out of the fire station with 2 fire trucks. "Milord, how is this contraption moving?" Bella doesn't see any horses pulling then, and Bella can also see threstles, there aren't threestles. Bella tilted her head in confusion. "You have my interest, what is a threstle?" Instead of answering Bella's question, Daichi asked his own question. He really wanted to know what threstles were. "Oh. Threstles are marvelous creatures, milord. They are bigger, bony, and leathery versions of horses. Oh, they also have massive wings, so obviously they could fly. You can only see threstles after you have witnessed death. Bella could see them since she was 12. She also loved to feed them from time to time," Bella explained with an insane glint in her eyes, and the insanity in her eyes increased as her explanation progressed. Daichi took a few moments to digest everything Bella had just said. He knew that Bella's childhood was extremely rough, but he still wondered whose death Bella witnessed when she was only 12. "Do you miss your world?" Daichi questioned carefully after a few moments of silence. He had read her background from the Mana archive, but he still wanted to know what Bella felt. After hearing Daichi's question, Bella sagged in her seat. There is nothing left for Bella in that world. Bella was considered a monster in that world, and Bella was proud of that. "I have killed so many people that I have lost the count long ago. Bella doesn't even remember most of their faces." Bella cackled in mad glee. Now, Daichi regretted asking the question. He had ended up opening a can of worms. If I had stayed in that world, then Bella would have ended up killing everyone. Bella hated the fact that everyone other than Bella had a chance to live their lives. They had their own families, but Bella didn't have anyone. "Well, all of that in the past, now, I have you, milord," Bella grinned with a fanatical look on her face. Daichi wouldn't be surprised if Bella decided to make a shrine in his honor. She was a complete fanatic. Bella squealed like a little girl as she continued to giggle. "I am sorry, Bella, I shouldn't have asked that. I reminded you of some bad memories," Daichi said in a saddened tone. "No worries, milord." Bella was happy in that world too, even though she didn't have any purpose or any lord to serve. She loved killing and torturing. Those are Bella's favorite hobbies when she has nothing else to do. Bella giggled like a little girl, and Daichi didn't know how to react, but he vowed that he was going to keep her happy. They weren't going to have any shortage of people to kill or torture in an apocalyptic world like this. "We are here," Daichi muttered as he positioned the fire truck inside the gas station. Let me start filling the truck, then I will tell you how this contraption works. Daichi hasn't forgotten that Bella had asked him a question. Bella beamed at Daichi as he still remembered her question even though she no longer remembered that she had asked something. Daichi finally jumped down from the truck. Daichi-kun, one of the wolves has gone missing. All of a sudden, Siko poured cold water over his happiness. I have tried to see if the body was dragged or not, but the blood disappeared only after a meter. I think they put it on a vehicle or something like that, Siko added hurriedly. At least, whoever they were, they didn't take the body of the level 2 zombie. Daichi growled in annoyance. Bella, is there any way you can track the body? Daichi asked, but he wasn't hopeful. Thankfully, the level 2 wolf was simply way too big to carry by car. If the level 2 wolf had been taken, then he would have been extremely pissed. Bella immediately shook her head with a sullen look on her face. If Bella had added a tracking charm, then she could have done it. Bella answered with a defeated look on her face. Bella felt like she had failed her lord and that she was why she looked so defeated. It is fine, there is no need to worry. Daichi decided to dismiss the topic. It was their loss and there was nothing he could do. Since the wolf body was taken, Daichi was sure that they were being watched. That must be why whoever they were, they decided to make their move after all of them left. He was sure that if he searched all of the nearby buildings then he would find them, but he didn't have time. I should have left someone behind, Daichi thought. After all, that was the only way he could have kept the meat bodies safe. I have nobody to blame besides me. Daichi released a sigh. I am the one to blame. I should have left someone behind to keep an eye, Daichi admitted aloud. No. Daichi-kun. Bella and Siko started to protest at the same time, but Daichi cut them off. No arguments. As a leader, I must accept and admit my mistakes or there would be no way that I could better myself, Daichi said in a no-nonsense tone and nobody could form any arguments against that. After all, there was no way that he could have shoved all the bodies inside the Humvee and even if he had shoved all the bodies in the office of the gas station, the people responsible for taking the wolf corpse could still have taken it with extreme ease. Takagi-san, can you check the Humvee and replug the fuses? Daichi requested as he handed over the fuses to Yuriko. After watching Daichi admit his mistake even though she couldn't call it a mistake, her respect for Daichi increased. She couldn't help but feel that Daichi was quite an interesting guy and she wouldn't mind if they became somewhat close in the future. As soon as Yuriko thought that, she chastised herself for thinking like that. Daichi was only a couple of years older than her own daughter, how could she even think like that? She shook her head and accepted the fuses. Sure. Yuriko muttered, looking slightly distracted as once again her mind started to drift toward the naughty side. After Saya was born, Soichiro had barely touched her, so she was extremely unsatisfied. How could she not get excited when such a handsome hunk was walking around her? Siko, help me get the fuel line. Meanwhile, Daichi decided to fill the fire trucks with gas. Daichi had already checked if the trucks were empty or not back at the fire station, and all of the trucks were empty. So, after he started to fill the trucks, Siko climbed into the front, so that she could keep an eye on the gauge. There was no need to waste fuel. While Siko was keeping an eye on the gauge, Daichi started to explain to Bella how the truck or a car worked. Chapter 46, Back at Fujimi Academy. Kajin Akira stared out of the window with a grim look on his face. He was leading his life like any other normal high school student. Waking up in the morning, coming to school, doing club activities with his classmates and juniors, and sometimes hanging out with his friends and girlfriend after school, but just 2 days ago, his life was turned upside down. What are you thinking about? Hataru Jun, Akira's girlfriend asked from behind. Even though she had a smile on her face, it was pretty clear that the smile was forced. Just like the others, she hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. We need to get out of this place or we will end up dying due to starvation. I thought that staying here will be a good thing, but this place has turned into our prison. Akira shook his head. After hearing Akira's words, Jun couldn't help but grimace. I agree with you. Everyone's morale is already low, but do you really want to go out? With our ability, I know we will be fine, but there is no way that we would be able to protect everyone. There are a lot of students who haven't even killed a single zombie. Do you really want to risk it? Jun asked in a worried tone and Akira simply released a defeated sigh. If I knew that most of the food in the canteen was gone, then I wouldn't have stayed here. I would have left too. Akira grumbled. He wasn't going to blame anyone, after all, he knew that food was a very important resource and everyone with a good head over their shoulders would try to secure as much as food possible. That bastard Shido seems to have a lot of food, but you know what he wants, Akira growled in anger as he clenched his fists in anger. He wished the man had died when Yozora Daichi abandoned the man along with his group. The man had somehow survived after sacrificing a couple of students. I hate that man. The way he is treating the girls in his group is simply hideous. June closed her eyes in anger. She still remembered the condition of the girls who had foolishly joined that hideous man's group. Do you think that I don't want to get rid of him, but thanks to Takashi we already know what his skill is. He will use the students under his influence to protect himself. The students under his influence act like zombies too. They believe that he is their god. They wouldn't mind dying for him, they are simply brainwashed fanatics. Akira grimaced in anger. He wanted to tear the man apart with his bare hands, but he knew that he couldn't. After returning to the school, Koichi Shido must have gone to raid the canteen to get the rest of the food, and he must have the rest of the night, creating his own group. So the next day, the man decided to pay their group a visit. After announcing that most of the surviving teachers were a part of his group and he had also secured a lot of food, he left. Akira had no idea how the man was able to do that. After all, he barely survived when his group was surrounded by the zombies. Even though Akira was doubtful, not all the members of his group felt like him. So, there were a lot of students who decided to leave his group and join Koichi Shido. Those students still trusted in the teachers, they felt that the teachers would be able to save them, but that wasn't the problem that broke the camel's back. The students who decided to leave also took the food their group had collected with them. Now, Akira was leading a completely normal life before all of this shit started, so he was unable to make a firm decision, and that is when he was informed by Hisashi Igu and Komuro Takashi that someone had assaulted Kei Hana and left her in the hall. Instead of pursuing the students who stole the food, he decided that helping Kei Hana was more important. Thankfully, Hana wasn't hurt, she was one of the important members of his group as she has awakened a good skill. After she woke up, Hana looked slightly terrified, but after calming down, she quickly revealed what has happened to her. It seemed that the person who had assaulted her was looking for Yozora Daichi. Akira had no idea what type of person Yozora Daichi was, but he realized that he must be someone important. Yozora Daichi was 1 year ahead of him when he was still in school. Even though he had already graduated, he was still in school for whatever reason when this shit started. There was a rumor that something was going on between Yozora Daichi and Kyoko Hayashi, but at the end of the day, it was simply a rumor. After all, if something like that was really going on, then Yozora Daichi would have been expelled or at least, suspended, and Kyoko Hayashi would have been fired. Just after he finished dealing with Kei Hana, Takashi decided to inform him that Koichi Shido possessed a type of brainwashing skill. Akira had to use all of his willpower to stop himself from hitting Takashi. The boy was present when Shido had paid them a visit. Why Takashi didn't inform him about the man's skill at that time was simply beyond him. He could have stopped the students who left his group, at least he would have been able to keep the food. According to Takashi, Koichi Shido's skill is called the voice of God. If you trusted the man even of little, then he could brainwash them into extremely loyal followers or fanatics, who would happily lay down their lives for the man. If you didn't trust the man, then the skill was not going to work on you. At least, that is what Komuro Takashi had told him. Komuro Takashi's skill is called Archive Reader, so Takashi could read the status window along with the skill page of anyone. So, after a long consideration, Akira finally decided to visit Shido's group to ask for some food. He was sure that the man wasn't going to deny him some food for his group, but he was wrong. He took a few boys with him to meet Shido, but that had been a mistake. The man had obviously denied their request, and after that, he had offered them to become a part of his group. Since Akira had handpicked the boys who didn't trust Shido in the slightest, the man had been unable to use his brainwashing skill on them. So Koichi Shido decided to use another tactic. He snapped his finger and 2 naked girls came out of the room behind him. Akira along with the other boys had been gobsmacked. Shido offered that if another joined his group, then they will not only have the food, they would also be able to enjoy all the women in the group. A couple of boys immediately decided to join the man's group. When Akira saw the way the Shido was treating the women in his group, he was unable to hold back his anger and lunged toward the man, but the 2 naked girls jumped in front of Shido with the intention of protecting the man. So, Akira had to reluctantly stop himself from attacking the man. He had tried to get the girls to move away, but they were ready to die. Akira could only back out, albeit grudgingly. After returning to his own group, he revealed everything that had transpired at Shido's base. It would be an understatement to say that the females in his group had been enraged. Then, let's talk with the others, we need to get out of this place. I am not going back to that to ask for food. The last time he was nice, this time he may use his cultists to attack us, Akira pointed out. Akira had received a skill that allowed him to transform into a beast. June had told him that he looked like those werewolves from the underworld movies. but his ability must be superior because unlike the lichens from the movies, he didn't lose his pants after transforming, and for that, June was extremely glad. She had been intimate with Akira, but she didn't want her boyfriend to give a show. Hataru June had received a skill that allowed her to cast a buff that boosted the strength and agility parameter of 3 people at once. During the duration of the buff, the person's strength and agility would get boosted by 5 points, which was a lot, and the buff would last for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, she could only use the buff once before she needed to wait for her mana reserve to get refilled. Okay, then I will call the others, though I think that not everyone will agree to leave with us. June reminded Akira as she left. Akira knew that too, but it was better to die out there, instead of starving in here. Unlike many, he had already lost hope of getting rescued by the government. Chapter 47, Soft Drinks equals Pillow. Yozora-san, how are we going to explain their death to the others? Koda asked in a careful tone, as he was helping Kimona with putting the food into bags. Kimona simply released an amused snort. There is no need to do that. Instead of following my orders, they went off to look for survivors on their own and they never came back. After all, there is no way that anybody could recognize the bodies, especially when one of them was turned into ashes by yours truly and the other was ripped into pieces by the zombies. Kimona grinned, and after a bit of thinking, Koda started to laugh while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Kimona turned Tsukumo's body into ashes after she finished clearing the ground floor. You are right. It took me nearly half an hour to find Aoba-san's weapon. Koda froze as he realized that Kimona's ploy wasn't going to work if he kept the weapons. Even Kimona choked after hearing Koda's words, and then she started to glare at the boy. Toss them away. Kimona growled menacingly, and Koda immediately shot up from the ground with the extra weapons clutched in his arms. Hi! Koda exclaimed with a salute and dashed towards the door. Then all of a sudden he stopped and turned around. Can I at least keep the ammo? Koda asked in a nervous tone. After thinking for a bit, Kimona gave the boy a small nod. Koda immediately cheered up, a joyful grin appeared on his face. Koda gave a grateful nod before dashing out of the shop with a silly grin on his face. After Koda was gone, Kimona could only shake her head. The boy was kind of a gun fanatic and she simply couldn't bring herself to make him throw the ammo when the ammo wasn't going to cause any type of problem for them. Only the weapons could throw a wrench into her plans, and that wouldn't do. That wouldn't do at all. Koda was a good boy and he understood that sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good of the rest of the group. If nurtured nicely, Koda was going to go a long way in a world like this. A small smile slowly formed on Kimona's face. As soon as she arrived in Rika Minami's house, she had been keeping an eye on everyone. It didn't take her long to realize that Koda and Siko were born in the wrong era. Both of them were born for combat, and a ruined world such as their own was one of the best places for the two of them to grow. Bella belonged in a world like this. The woman was insane, but she was completely devoted to her son. To Bella, her son was a god, or handling someone like Bella would have been completely impossible. Meanwhile, Koda was making his way through the ground floor while sulking. Even though he was getting to keep the ammo, he hated the fact that he had to toss a couple of good weapons if they wanted to for the ruse to work. He wasn't angry at Kimona for making him throw away the weapons, he was simply unhappy with the whole situation. Well, sometimes sacrifices needed to be made, that is what Koda thought as he tossed one of the guns. He felt like crying, but he knew that he needed to stay strong. He decided to toss the other weapons somewhere else. He was pretty sure that even Daichi wasn't going to waste his time by looking for a couple of weapons. Koda finally made his way towards the entrance of the shopping complex. There were still a few zombies lurking at the entrance of the shopping complex, but Koda decided to ignore them. He had already stacked up a lot of status points to reach level 2. So, he didn't want to waste his time and risk Kimona getting angry at him. Now that Koda was done, he decided to return. With a neutral look on his face, he started to make his way back towards the shop where they were gathering the food from. While making his way back, Koda started to wonder why the survivors staying in the shopping complex haven't tried to contact them even when they had made a lot of noise when clearing the ground floor. Both Kimona and Koda knew for sure that there were survivors inside the shopping complex, but they found it weird that none of them tried to approach them. With Daichi. We brought the bags and we were even able to get some snacks and soda from a nearby store, Anthony said as he placed 2 bags in front of Daichi. The other members of the group also came forward and placed the bags in front of Daichi. Some of the bags were filled, and some of them were empty. Then help yourself. All of you must have worked hard, Daichi told Anthony and his group members to help themselves with some snacks and soda. Anthony and his group were kind of taken aback after hearing Daichi's words. They honestly didn't expect Daichi to let them have some snacks. After a moment, bright smiles appeared on their faces as they helped themselves. Daichi wasn't someone heartless. Since they have worked hard, they deserved a little bit of R&R. By the way, did you have any problems on the way? Daichi asked, and Anthony shook his head in denial as he opened a chips packet. The number of zombies has decreased by quite a lot, so we didn't have any problems dealing with the zombies we found lurking near the stores. Anthony smiled and Daichi nodded his head in understanding. He had noticed it too. The number of zombies has decreased quite a bit, and Daichi suspected that most of the zombies were gone because they became a part of the horde they had seen at the bridge. Tokanosu's city wasn't that big, so Daichi didn't suspect that there was a second group, but he could be wrong too. Daichi hoped that he wasn't wrong, or surviving in the city was going to become even harder. For now, he wanted to stay in this city as this was a good place considering the current climate of the world. Though he still needed to look for a new base as they were already short on space, and now he had acquired 7 new members in their group. Daichi released a sigh and picked up a soda bottle from one of the bags along with a couple of chips packets. I see, tell your friends to take a break. We have already filled the fire trucks with gas. Do you think you and your friends could handle a fire truck? Daichi questioned with a thoughtful look on his face. I don't know. None of us have ever driven a heavy vehicle, so I can't say for sure, but if there's power steering, then we might be able to, Anthony answered after thinking for a bit. The trucks do have power steering. Fine, take a break and then we will visit the fire station to get the rest of the trucks. I am going to take as much gas as possible, Daichi said, and Anthony simply nodded his head before walking away toward his friends. After that, Daichi made his way toward Bella, who was processing the wolf meat. Daichi didn't know what he would have done without Bella. There was a nifty spell for almost everything. Daichi was glad that he had a summoning power and he summoned someone like Bella on the first try. Though there was something Daichi was completely unaware of. Bella might have agreed to process the meat, but she wasn't exactly using the right spells. Bella didn't know if there were spells to process meat, and if there were, she didn't know them. Bella was using the skin flaying curse to remove the skin. Bella was quite familiar with the spell as she had flayed a lot of people in her world and she had obviously flayed them alive. Why would she flay someone when he or she is already dead? That was simply dumb. But now she was forced to use the spell on dead creatures, not that she was complaining since she was doing it for her lord. Then she was using various types of organ expelling curses to remove the organs. She was quite familiar with those spells too, as a lot of people in her world had lost their organs due to her. After that, she was using the entrails melting curse to melt away the entrails. Bella was also quite liberal with this curse in her world, and finally, she was using the blood draining curse to remove the blood from the wolves. Even though the blood has already dried, the curse was working just like it was supposed to. Have a drink, Bella. Daichi opened the soda bottle and extended it towards Bella. Bella stared at the bottle apprehensively for a couple of seconds before she got up and used some spell to remove the blood from her hands. What is this? Bella asked in a neutral tone. She looked kind of wary and curious at the same time. She was wary of the bottle because it was a muggle thing, but at the same time, she was curious too. She could see the bubbles inside the bottle and she found them interesting. It is called soda. It is a type of soft drink, Daichi answered with a smile on his face. Soft drink? Am I going to feel like I am drinking a pillow? Bella tilted her head in confusion and Daichi almost choked after hearing her genuine and innocent question. Chapter 48, The Survivors from School. Is it just me or the streets are really somewhat empty? Miyamoto Rei questioned as she looked around. She was feeling kind of uneasy. She was expecting the streets to be crawling with them, but the streets were kind of empty. There were still a lot of them, but their numbers weren't anywhere near what she was expecting. Rei, just like Igu and Takashi, still referred to the zombies as them. She refused to call them zombies. Don't need to jinx us, Hana glared at Rei, who simply huffed in irritation. Rei couldn't understand why the girl was annoyed with her. There might be only a few of them, but some of them are level 1. Thanks to Takashi-san we have been able to avoid the level 1 zombies. To be honest, I want to avoid fighting them, Akira pointed out, and June along with Igu and Takashi nodded their heads. Akira knew that the level 1 zombies were stronger than the level 0 zombies, but he didn't know how strong. So, he simply wanted to avoid any type of confrontation as long as possible. Something must have happened, Igu commented, and Akira hummed in agreement. Hey! That's a restaurant. I am sure we will find something to eat. Hana pointed towards a small restaurant on the street. Let's go. Akira decided to head towards the restaurant without wasting any time. They were kind of hungry and the only reason they left the school was because they needed food to survive. Just like June suspected, some of their members decided to remain in the school as they were afraid to leave the school. They would probably end up joining Shido's group. Even though Akira felt bad for them, he couldn't have forced them to leave. The whole group couldn't help but become disappointed as soon as they made their way to the back of the restaurant. The restaurant was raided by someone else, there was nothing edible left inside the restaurant. Akira clearly noticed the disappointment on everyone's faces, he wasn't an exception. He was also quite disappointed. They needed to find some food as quickly as possible or everyone would lose their hope. That would be like signing their death warrants. Let's go and look somewhere else, Akira said as he started to head toward the exit. The rest of the group members simply followed Akira without raising any complaints. After all of them knew that there was no going back now. After searching several places, they finally found some food inside a restaurant. This restaurant was also raided, but some of the food was left behind. The food wasn't much, but it would easily last for a couple of days if they were careful. Miyamoto-san, Kei-san, please help me with the food, June called out to Rei and Hana as she started to look for the utensils. Meanwhile, the boys decided to sit down as they just finished clearing the rest of the zombies, lurking around the restaurant. They also locked the entrances and the exit of the restaurant so that nobody could enter the restaurant when their guard was down. What are we going to do next? Takashi asked with a complicated look on his face. I think all of us want to look for our parents, right? Akira suggested and everyone agreed with him without missing a beat. All of them were worried about their parents, after all, there was no way to reach out to the others and they had no idea if their parents were safe or not. My house along with June's house is on the other side of the bridge, Akira revealed as he glanced toward June, who had a grimace on her face. Our house is also on the other side of the bridge, Takashi revealed pointing toward himself, Igu, and Rei. All three of them were friends since they were children. Igu used to be Takashi's best friend, but their friendship soured after Igu started dating Rei. All of them finally turned towards the last member of their group, after all, she was the only one who was yet to reveal where her house was. No need to look at me like that. I live on my own, my parents are kind of separated, and neither of them wanted to keep me, so I live on my own, Hana shrugged. I am worried about them, but I won't lose a night's sleep if they don't survive, Hana added in a dismissive tone. Rei and Takashi gaped at the girl, even though wanted to rant, they decided to keep their mouths closed. I see, then we will be heading towards the other side of the bridge. By the way, where is your apartment, Kei-san? Akira asked, he didn't know what to say after hearing Hana's words, but he decided to ignore her family dynamics. Everyone has their story and it was since Hana was completely fine with it, it wasn't his place to complain. It is on the outskirts of the city, we would need to head in the opposite direction if you want to visit my apartment, and there is nothing useful at my apartment, Hana revealed and Akira nodded his head in understanding. Okay, then you don't have any problems if we head towards the bridge, right? Akira questioned and Hana immediately shook her head. Just like she said, she didn't have anything important at home. Good, then we will be heading out tomorrow morning, Akira said and everyone agreed with him. Everyone besides Hana wanted to look for their parents, but even Hana knew that they needed to leave as the food wouldn't last for more than a couple of days. I think while the girls are cooking, we should use this chance to take a bath, the girls can get washed after we are done, what do you think? Akira suggested as he glanced toward June. The said girl glanced toward Rei and Hana, and after getting a nod from them, June turned back toward Akira and gave him a curt nod. Good then, let's go. Akira cheered as he started to head toward the bathroom without waiting for Igu or Takashi. It has been a day since he had taken a bath and to be honest, he felt filthy. Akira could only wonder how the girls felt since they were also on the same boat. With Roberta. Just like Daichi had asked her, she had been keeping an eye on Sarah and Emiko. She had also kept an eye on Anoi. Daichi had pointed out that there was a chance that Anoi might visit Ichika, wanting to enact vengeance. The other boy was yet to wake up and Shizuka was checking the boy's condition from time to time while Kyoko was keeping an eye on the boy for the time being. The boy was out of any danger, but he had lost quite a bit of blood, so according to Shizuka, he might take quite a bit of time to wake up. Thankfully, Daichi had decided to raid the whole medicine store, which helped them a lot. What are you thinking about? Saya asked Roberta with a huff, she was sitting on the opposite side of the couch. She was getting bored as she didn't have anything to do. Right now, Sarah along with Emiko were keeping an eye on the outside, even though the number of zombies has decreased drastically. You could never be too careful. Nothing important, Roberta answered back without missing a beat and Saya simply huffed in annoyance. You don't need to lie, you could have just told me that you don't want to tell me, Saya huffed haughtily and Roberta simply cracked a smile. Annoying this rich and pampered princess was kind of amusing. Whatever you say, princess. Roberta drawled with a bored look on her face, but on the inside, she was cackling like a madwoman. She couldn't help but feel glee after she saw how frustrated Saya looked. Additionally, the girl didn't seem to like the nickname Roberta had decided to bestow upon her. Even though Saya hated the nickname, there was not much she could do. How? I feel so tired, my shoulders are so sore, Shizuka whined as she plopped down beside Roberta with a bottle of cold water in her hands. She drank a bit of water from the bottle before she released another tired sigh. With a chest like that, I am surprised that you can still walk around, Roberta commented dryly as she glared at the massive lumps of flesh on Shizuka's chest. Even though Roberta was quite happy with her own chest since Daichi loved playing with her tits whenever they were having sex, she couldn't help but become jealous of Shizuka. The woman's breasts defied the basic laws of physics. Mao, Roberta-chan, you are being mean to me, Shizuka whined as she plopped down her head on the table. Roberta's eyebrows twitched, she never gave the airhead titty monster to add the chan prefix to her name. She had tried to dissuade the woman, but the woman was kind of dumb, so Roberta had decided to give up. Once again Shizuka started to whine, but she was entirely ignored by both Saya and Roberta, which made her complain even more. Meanwhile, Roberta started to wonder how she was going to escape the house so that she complete the other task given to her by Daichi-sama. All of a sudden, an idea popped inside her head. Maybe she could get the Kyoko to cover for her while she was gone. She was sure that Kyoko would never say no to a task given by Daichi. Yes, now I just need to convince her. Roberta mused as she started to prepare the argument inside her mind. Chapter 49, The Survivors on Top Floor, I. Daichi was only able to get 2 more fire trucks, the 5th fire truck was kind of broken and Daichi didn't have a mechanic on hand who could fix the truck. Anthony and his group could drive, but that did not mean that they could fix it. So, Daichi had to leave the truck. He could have tried to tow it, but towing is a recipe for disaster, especially when inexperienced people are trying to tow something massive like a fire truck. So, after filling the new trucks with gas, they finally decided to leave the gas station. Daichi was feeling kind of bad for leaving behind quite a bit of gas, but he vowed that he would return to reclaim the rest of the fuel. He just needed to get his hands on some oil tankers or water tankers. Daichi simply hoped that he took away enough gas from the gas station to stop another mana stone from forming. After he had finished absorbing mana from the mana stone, the stone dimmed a bit more. Daichi had no idea how long the mana stone was going to last, but he hoped that his mother could increase her reserve to her fullest before it lost its power. So, without wasting any more time, Daichi told Yuriko to head toward the shopping complex. Anthony, Candace, Dylan, and Matthew were the ones who were driving the fire trucks while Joyce was driving the minivan. It was almost afternoon, so everyone was feeling quite hungry, but Daichi decided not to take a break before they could arrive at the shopping complex. When he went to get the fire trucks with Yuriko, he lost one of the wolves. There is no way that Daichi was going to make the same mistake twice. That is why he wasn't planning to leave the fire trucks unguarded. At the same time, he wasn't planning to spend any more time than necessary at the shopping complex. After getting the food, he was planning to leave the food as soon as possible. They could have lunch after returning to their temporary base. That would be for the best as Daichi did not want to get ambushed while having a meal at the shopping complex. Yes, he was strong and he did have a lot of strong allies, but that did not mean that he should welcome danger. Additionally, Daichi knew how to pick your battles. So, tomorrow we will be looking for a new base, right? All of a sudden Siko questioned, breaking Daichi out of his internal musings. Yes, our current base is not big enough for all of us. As time goes on, our numbers will keep increasing. People always flock around strong people, Daichi answered with a smirk on his face. What about the government? Yuriko questioned with a frown on her face. Daichi simply released an amused snort after hearing her question. The government is trying to save their own ass right now. You see, they have a lot of problems at this moment, and one of the major problems is going to be the bureaucracy. Right now, their chain of command is broken, so I am sure that they are running like headless chickens. Then there are some ambitious people, who are high in command. They will try to gain control over some of the soldiers under their command. If they succeed, then factions will be formed within the army. Then, most of the politicians will try to assert as much power as they could, while only a handful few will try to help others, but sooner or later they would implode, which is going to cause another round of problems. If the government is somehow able to pull its act together, then its first plan of action is going to be containment. Since this shit is happening all over the world, they would soon realize that they could no longer contain this shit. So, after that, they are going to do the only thing they could do. Regroup, Daichi explained with a grin on his face. You seem to know a lot about how the government works. I suppose Yuzora-san told you? Yuriko suggested with a small smile, and Daichi started to chuckle as he shook his head in denial. Nope. I simply watch too many movies, Daichi answered cheekily, and even Siko couldn't stop herself from giggling after hearing Daichi's answer. Meanwhile, Bella was looking outside the window in complete awe. She was completely ignoring the conversation taking place inside the Humvee, not that Daichi blamed her. Bella didn't know anything about the modern world, so whenever she saw something new, it would catch her attention, which was completely understandable. Meanwhile at the shopping complex. While Kimona and Koda were raiding the stores on the ground floor, a group of survivors on the third floor was engaged in a heavy argument. There were nearly 30 people staying on the third floor, but not all of them were engaged in the argument. Only 3 people, 2 male, and a female seemed to be having an argument. Meanwhile, the rest of the people were gathered around the 3 of them as everyone wanted to know the outcome of the argument. I am telling you, we should avoid them. We can't ask them for help. Did you not see how that woman killed those 2 men in cold blood? She even threw one of them down to be torn apart by the zombies. One of the men having the argument snarled. The man's name was Nabe Murata, and he was the leader of one of the factions living inside the shopping complex. Currently, there were 3 groups or factions residing in the shopping complex. The first faction, which was led by Nabe Murata, was the biggest. This first faction was composed of the people who didn't want to fight. All of these people trusted the government and they were waiting here to be rescued by the government. The second faction consisted of people from a nearby IT firm. Unlike the first faction, they did not believe that they were going to be rescued by the government, but at the same time, they also want to avoid conflicts. The third faction was the most interesting. It was the smallest faction among the 3 factions, but they were the most combat-oriented faction among the 3. The third faction consisted of delinquents from a nearby school. The third faction was surprisingly led by a high school girl. Until now, the girl had decided to remain passive in the argument as she wanted to see where the argument was going. Personally, she was yet to make a decision, as half of her mind of telling her to go down and join them, while the rest of her half was telling her to stay here. She was having a hard time making a decision because she knew that she could not win against the woman with flames, so if she did join that woman, then she would lose her authority over her people, but at the same time, if she did join them, then her group was going to be safe. Now she just needed to make a decision, if her group was more important than her pride. Shut up, old man. I saw how she kicked down that man to be torn apart by zombies, but for all we know, they might have been the bad guys. The leader of the second faction, Zaku Samada, protested. He and his faction wanted to survive the apocalypse by joining the strongest group in the block. It was pretty clear that the woman who slaughtered the zombies on the ground floor without much difficulty was the strongest, so he wanted to join her. How could you even say that? Didn't you see how that woman was laughing? How can you even say that she is a good person? We must wait for the government. Nabe Murata argued back, and Zaku Samada simply scoffed at the man. So what if she is evil? As long as she is strong, the other stuff doesn't matter. She could easily protect us. Once again, Zaku Samada decided to present a stupid argument. Kane Tawada, the leader of the third faction, snorted in disgust. And why would she do that? She might kill the bunch of you and be done with it. Kane wondered in amusement. Zaku Samada seemed to be way too stupid. She wondered how the man was able to survive in the corporate world. Kane was an orphan, just like the rest of the members of her group. All of them are from the same orphanage. Image here. When they were young, some of them were being bullied by the other kids in the orphanage. When one of those bullies tried to bully Kane, she beat him up pretty badly. After that, Kane, the big sister of the group, and the rest of the children started to look up to her. The other bullies tried to get back at her, but she beat them too. After a couple of years, the bullies also decided to come under her wing, and that is how Kane turned out to be their group's leader. Guys! Another group just arrived. All of a sudden a boy from the third faction came running and announced the arrival of a second group. Kane released a sigh as she decided to check out the second group. The argument could go on, but she needed to check if the second group were any threat to them or not. The first group was yet to show any interest in the upper floors, but the second group might turn out to be different. Chapter 50, The Survivors on Top Floor, 2. We are here, Yuriko called out as she stopped the Hummer. All the vehicles behind them also stopped. Daichi jumped down from the car with the fire axe in his hands. Everything is kind of silent. I suspect my mom is already done dealing with the zombies. Daichi grinned as he rubbed his chin, then he glanced toward the Hummer, which was parked down the street. "Milord, a lot of people are watching us." Bella pointed towards the third floor. Daichi immediately raised his head to see where Bella was pointing, but the glass panes were extremely reflective from the outside, so Daichi couldn't see the people, but he was going to trust Bella on this. "Really? How did you even see them?" Yuriko blurted out. Since Bella was speaking in Japanese, Anthony and his group were unable to understand what was going on. "Bella can sense them," Bella declared with a proud look on her face. "Milord, you remember how I told you about the abilities I gained after sacrificing virgins?" After getting a nod from Daichi, Bella decided to continue her explanation. "This is another one of those abilities. Bella can sense when someone is watching her from some distance," Bella explained in a baby voice, and Yuriko drastically paled when she heard that Bella had sacrificed virgins. "I see. Bella, can you tell me how many people are inside the building?" Daichi asked, and Bella eagerly nodded her head. She flicked her hands and scrunched her face in concentration. After a few seconds of silence, Bella's expression shifted. She beamed at Daichi with a massive grin on her face. "Milord, there are 38 people in total inside the building. 2 people are on the ground floor, while the rest are on the top floor." Daichi nodded his head in understanding. Bella was still looking at him expectantly. Daichi already knew what she wanted, so he placed his head on top of Bella's head, and then he started to pet her. Daichi could have sworn that he could see a fluffy tail swishing behind Bella's back. "Good girl," Daichi praised the insane woman since he already knew what Bella wanted. Then he turned toward Yuriko and Siko. "Siko, you stay here with Bella and all of them to keep an eye on all the trucks. Takagi-san, you will be coming with me," Daichi said as he glanced around. Since Daichi was speaking in Japanese, he decided to repeat his order in English. "Sure man, but what is this place?" Anthony questioned curiously. He didn't have any problems waiting outside since there were no zombies in sight. "This is a shopping complex. The second team of our group is already here securing the food. Don't worry, we won't be staying here for long," Daichi explained, and Anthony was surprised that Daichi had a second group. Once again, Anthony realized that he made the right decision to join Daichi's group. Then Daichi finally turned towards Yuriko. "Let's go inside," Daichi said while staring at Yuriko, who was still looking kind of pale. Yuriko gave him a curt nod before she started to follow him. Yuriko walked up to him as she was extremely worried about her daughter, so she wanted to make a few things clear with him. When they have finally gotten quite a bit far from the rest of the group, Yuriko decided to speak up. "Did she really sacrifice virgins to gain abilities?" Yuriko asked in a skeptical tone. In truth, she simply didn't want to believe that someone could do something like that. "Yes, Bella has never lied to me, and she doesn't have any reason to lie now," Daichi answered as he glanced at Yuriko from the corner of his eyes. "You don't need to worry, I have forbidden her from sacrificing virgins anymore. She will never go against my order," Daichi added as he could understand why Yuriko seemed to be worried. Yuriko didn't know if she should feel relieved that her daughter wasn't going to be sacrificed by Bella or if she should be angry at Daichi for his nonchalance regarding the whole matter. For now, she decided to settle with feeling relieved. She knew that she could rage and rant, but that wasn't going to gain her anything. If she ended up annoying Bella, then the insane woman might end up killing her instead. "Thank you," Yuriko muttered weakly. Daichi simply gave her a nod. The two of them finally arrived at the back entrance. They could already see several dead zombies littered around the back entrance. Some of the bodies were badly charred while some of them had a hole at the center of their heads. The charred corpses were a sign that his mother has passed through here. Daichi glanced toward Yuriko and with a yank, he opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, both Daichi and Yuriko were assaulted by the smell of burning corpses. Both of them immediately covered their noses. "Wow. I think my mom kind of went overboard," Daichi groaned, and Yuriko nodded her head in agreement. The two of them entered the shopping complex, and they were immediately greeted by the staircase. Bella has said that 2 people were on the ground floor, so Daichi decided to check on the ground floor before moving up. Daichi knew that his mom wasn't a team player, so the chances of his mom mingling with the other survivors were kind of low. Daichi and Yuriko made their way through the ground floor, looking for the 2 people who were supposed to be on the ground floor according to Bella. The ground floor was littered with burned zombie corpses along with a lot of ash. "Yazora-senpai, you are finally here." All of a sudden, Kota called out to Daichi from inside a food store. Daichi grinned and made his way toward Kota. Yes, my mom had made quite a bit of mess. Daichi grinned as he gestured toward the surroundings and Kota started to chuckle nervously while rubbing the back of his head. Where is my mom? Daichi asked and Kota pointed towards another on the same lane. Where are Aoba-san and Tsukumo-san? Daichi questioned and Kota immediately lost his smile as he lowered his head. Yuriko's breath hitched when she saw how the boy's expressions changed. No. No, please, no. What am I going to tell Yui and Emiko? Yuriko started to panic. She wondered if Kimona had killed the two of them or not, but she shook her head. She should not assume anything out of the blue. Meanwhile, Kota clutched his gun tightly as he started to uncomfortably shuffle on his feet. Daichi immediately knew that something was wrong. He also started to if the two of them ended up annoying his mom and she killed them. Yes, that is quite plausible, Daichi mused inside his mind. If that was the case, then he needed to hide the fact from the rest of his group. The death of Aoba and Tsukumo wasn't a big loss. In fact, Daichi would be happy if they really ended up kicking the bucket. Kota, what happened? Daichi asked, looking concerned, but it was all an act. Daichi placed his hand on Kota's shoulder to give him some support. What Daichi did not know was that Kota was also acting. I don't know, Kota said while shaking his head. He still had his head lowered because he wanted to make his acting realistic according to his timid personality. What do you mean you don't know? Daichi softly asked. He was kind of confused as he had no idea what Kota meant by, I don't know. Yuriko also stepped forward as could no longer hold back her uneasiness. Hirano-san, what happened, please tell us, Yuriko pleaded with a desperate look on her face. Kota flinched. He felt really bad for Yuriko, but he completely agreed with Kimona. The two of them needed to go for the stability of their group and for even a single moment, Kota didn't regret his choice. That is it. We don't know what happened to them, from we I meant myself and Yuzora-san. Kota frantically shook his head and he finally looked up. Kota took a deep breath to calm himself. After entering the shopping complex through the back entrance, Yuzora-san suggested that we clear the ground floor. After all, most of the food stores are on the ground floor, Kota started to explain. Aoba-san and Tsukumo-san disregarded Yuzora-san's order, and they decided to look for survivors on the upper floors. The two of them left on their own and we don't know what happened to them. They are yet to return, Kota shrugged with a saddened look on his face, and after hearing Kota's explanation, Daichi finally understood what happened. Now, Daichi was kind of sure that his mom has killed the two of them had dared to disregard her order, which was not something you would want to do if you want to live. Though Daichi was quite surprised that Kota was also in on the plan with his mom. Daichi knew Kota was a nice guy, but his respect for Kota increased several folds. He was ready to do what was necessary to do for the betterment of the group. Meanwhile, Yuriko sniffed with a pained look on her face. They went to look for more survivors and never returned. She wasn't surprised that the two of them decided to go on their own to look for more survivors. That was just like the two of them. Yuriko knew that there was a chance that they were still alive because nobody saw them die, but she also knew that it was only a fool's hope. Now, she had an unenviable task of informing Yui and Emiko about Aoba and Tsukumo. Chapter 51, The Survivors on Top Floor, 3. Son, you are finally here. Kimona exclaimed with a grin as she approached Daichi. As soon as she arrived in front of her son, she tiptoed so that she could reach her son's lips. Without wasting any more time, she smashed her lips on her son's. Daichi grinned as he happily returned the kiss. Meanwhile, Kota simply decided to look away, and to be honest, Yuriko was still feeling really bad, so she kind of ignored the mother-son duo. The two of them finally separated from each other. I heard about Aoba-san and Tsukumo-san, Daichi said with a sullen look on his face, but that it was an act as he already knew the truth. Well, technically it was still a guess, but Daichi was sure that he was right. He simply wanted to see how his mother is going to react. Kimona huffed with an annoyed look on her face as she glanced toward Yuriko from the corner of her eyes. Yes, even after last night's discussion, they still wanted to look for other survivors, Kimona sighed while shaking her head. Kimona looked really disappointed, but once again, it was just an act. What do you want to do? Wait for them? Kimona asked and Daichi immediately glanced toward Yuriko. To be honest, I don't want to stay here. Takagi-san, what do you want to do? Daichi decided to ask Yuriko for her opinion. After all, the two of them were Yuriko's friends. At first, Yuriko didn't know what to say, but after thinking for a bit she finally made a decision. Yuriko didn't know if Daichi was going to listen to her or not, but she still decided to give it a try. After all, Daichi asked for her opinion. Can we wait for a couple of hours? Yuriko requested in a hopeful tone. Daichi wanted to refuse the request, but he stopped himself from refusing the woman's request. First of all, there was a chance that Yuriko might think that Daichi had something to hide. After all, he was the one who set up the teams and everybody knew that Daichi didn't like Aoba and Tsukumo. Secondly, if he did wait, then nobody would be able to blame him that he left them behind. Okay. We will wait for 2.5 hours. If they don't return by that time, then there is nothing I could do. Daichi said with a serious look on his face, and a wide smile bloomed on Yuriko's face. Thank you, Yuriko muttered in a grateful tone. Kota felt slightly guilty, but he quickly shrugged it off, and Daichi didn't even feel that. He simply gave her an understanding nod before turning toward Kimona. Mom, how much food did you collect? Daichi asked, and Kimona had no idea how to answer that. After all, she was simply shoving everything inside the bags without looking. As long as it was something edible, she shoved it inside the bag. So, unable to think of an answer, Kimona simply shrugged dismissively. No idea. I simply shoved everything inside the bag. There are still a lot of stores, why don't you give your mom a hand? Kimona suggested with an innocent look on her face, and Daichi simply released a sigh. He shouldn't have expected anything else, so he allowed himself to be dragged off by his mom. Meanwhile, Kota asked Yuriko if she could help him, and since Yuriko didn't have anything better to do, she simply agreed. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor. When Kane saw the interaction between the newer arrivals and the older group, she quickly realized that all of them were from the same group. If she had any doubts, then all of her doubts were washed away when she saw the woman from the older group kiss the boy. After watching the scene, Kane finally reached a decision, and she decided to join their group. I have made a decision, Kane said as she glanced toward her faction members. Are you sure, senpai? One of the boys from her faction asked with an unsure look on his face. Yes, I have made the decision, and I am not being reckless. I have thought quite a lot. Did you see how strong that woman was? Kane asked as she pointed in the direction of the shop where Kimona entered with Daichi. She is insanely strong, no matter how much I try I won't be able to win against her. Did you see that boy? I don't know how strong he is, but I am sure that he is not going to be any weaker than me, Kane explained, and all of her faction members paled after hearing her explanation. Really? Are they really stronger than you? One of the girls asked, and Kane couldn't help but nod her head. There's even more. I know the girl with the katana, her name is Siko Busujima, and as expected, she is insanely good with a katana, Kane added, with slight awe in her voice. Kane also used a katana, but she wasn't anywhere near Siko Busujima when it came to pure skills. Kane had seen Siko in the kendo tournament, and since then Kane had started to see Siko as her idol. But what about that fire woman? She killed her own teammates in cold blood. Another of the boys asked. All of them were delinquents, they were involved in a lot of street fights. So, they knew very well how hard it was to kill someone. After all, they stopped beating anyone when they would start to cry, and that woman killed 2 people while laughing. So, it was obvious that they were afraid. Let me handle that. I won't let anything happen to any of you, Kane said as looked at all of her faction members. Kane knew that she could survive on her own. It would be difficult, but not impossible. She was only joining a stronger group for the safety of her faction members. She had grown up with them since she was little. She had already lost 3 members when this shit started. She refused to lose anyone else. When all of this shit started, 2 of her group members had turned into zombies, and one of them was bitten by the 2 who turned. That is how they lost 3 members at the beginning. Kane knew that she might be the strongest among these people, but she was simply a frog sitting inside a well. The woman on the ground floor was clearly stronger than her. Kane knew that by killing zombies she could become stronger, but instead of doing that she had decided to hide with the rest of her group. When Kane started to leave along with her faction, the other factions finally noticed that they were leaving. Hey, where are you going? One of the members of the first faction called out. We are going to join them, Kane answered dismissively. She didn't even bother to wait or look back. Of course, you will be going to join them. What else could you expect from a bunch of delinquents? One of the other members of the first faction called out haughtily. A couple of members from Kane's faction were about to react, but she stopped them from doing that. She did not want to waste her time with the fools, especially when it was a ploy from their side to simply delay her group. Nabe Murata wasn't a stupid man. He didn't like depending upon a bunch of delinquents, but he knew that he did not have any other options. The delinquents were the only ones who were good at combat, and they needed a few people to fight if they wanted to remain safe until the government arrived. Nabe Murata was a family man, and he wanted to avoid getting blood on his hands at any cost, so he asked one of his faction members in the hope of delaying Kane and her faction, but obviously, it failed. "Hey, wait! Take us with you!" Zaku Samada exclaimed, and Kane didn't even bother to respond. "Hey! Help us get down and I will pay you money!" Once again Zaku exclaimed, but this time he wasn't ignored, instead, he was laughed at. Kane couldn't help but laugh at Zaku's statement. Money was completely useless in a world like this. "Lock this door if you don't want to die," Kane said in a sing-song voice as she opened the steel gate. All of the faction members quickly left through the gate and she was the last one to leave. "Damn bitch! Lock the gate, quickly! We can't let any of those things enter," Zaku exclaimed as he rushed toward the gate, followed by a couple of members from his faction and Nabe's faction. Zaku and Nabe wanted to avoid facing a zombie at any cost as all of them were simply way too afraid of those things. What they did not know is the fact that Kane had secretly cleared all the floors except the ground floor. Kane already knew that the other two factions were banking on her faction. They were simply using her group for their own survival. Kane knew that there might be a time when it might turn out to be too much for her group. She needed a way to escape along with her group, that is why she had cleared the lower floors without telling the other factions. "Humph! Cowards!" Kane called inside her mind as she continued to head down with her group. Chapter 52, The Group Grows, Again, Kane finally arrived on the ground floor along with her group and she couldn't help but release a sigh. Thankfully, her plan for escaping the top floor worked just like it was supposed to. She could have brought Zaku Samada's faction with her, but that might have turned out to be a disaster. If the leader of this group refused to let them enter, then there was a chance that Zaku might have tried to blackmail them. Kane shuddered at the thought, but for now, she decided to forget about that fool. Now, she needed to convince the leader or the members of this group to let them join. Kane didn't expect it to be too hard since all of her group members were ready to fight. Even though Kane would have liked it if all of them stayed indoors, she knew that it was a fool's dream. Everyone needed to earn their keep. This was one of the reasons why Kane decided to leave the top floor. Most of the food and resources were collected by her group, but she had to share them with everyone. She could have refused, but then they would have kept nagging her and Kane wasn't cruel enough to let them starve. Kane was a delinquent, but she had never killed anyone or caused anyone's death. So, there was no way that she could simply kill a person out of the blue. Then she was also worried about her group. Cowards who were also desperate could be extremely dangerous. "Stop! Who are you?" Kane froze when all of a sudden she heard a voice coming from inside a shop. Kane turned toward the shop and found a bespectacled boy pointing a gun in her direction. She couldn't but frown as soon as she saw the boy. She could have sworn that the boy was in a different store when she last saw him. "Hirano-san, you need to calm down. We don't own the shopping complex. They are also free to take the resources, as long as they don't cause any trouble, I think it will be fine." The purple-haired woman, who had arrived with the second team, walked out of the shop. Kota relaxed a bit, but he didn't lower his weapon. "No, they came from that direction. I am sure that if they had entered from the back entrance then either Busujima-san or Bella-sama would have come to inform us," Kota explained, making Yuriko frown. "Which means that they have come down the stairs," Kota concluded with a huge grin and his glass shined comically. Kane and her group members were completely gobsmacked. Kane knew that beating around the bush was going to cause more problems, so she simply decided to come out clean. "Yes, you are right. We were staying on the top floor, but we saw you clear the ground floor. So, I decided to join your group, if that is possible," Kane explained with a wave of her hands. As soon as Kane's words registered inside Kota's mind, he tensed up. If they had seen them clear the ground floor, it was possible that they also kimona kill Aoba and Tsukomo. This was not good at all. So, before Yuriko could say anything, Kota decided to speak up. "It is not up to us. You need to talk with our leader, only he can make that decision," Kota blurted out hurriedly. Yuriko didn't interfere since Kota was right, the decision wasn't up to them. "I don't have any problems with that. So, where is your leader?" Kane asked as she continued to stare at Kota. "I am here." Kane's head snapped towards her left and she saw the boy who had arrived with the second team walking in their direction, followed by the woman who used fire. "With Daichi. You know, you don't need to hide it from me, I know you killed them." All of a sudden, Daichi spoke up while putting food in one of the empty bags. Kimona was surprised by Daichi's words, but she quickly realized what Daichi was talking about. "Yeah, as soon as I saw you, I was supposed to tell you how I killed them, right?" Kimona snarked sarcastically and Daichi released a sigh. No, Mom. I don't mean that. I mean you could have told me after we entered the store. I understand that you killed them and I am not angry at you for killing those two fools. In fact, I am quite glad that you killed the two of them, but I would have if you could have trusted me with the truth. Daichi explained why he wasn't happy with Kimona. Kimona frowned after hearing Daichi's words, but after a few seconds of silence, her features softened. You are right, I should have trusted you with the truth, you aren't small anymore and you know me quite well to know about my personality, Kimona said softly as she approached Daichi. She placed her hand on Daichi's cheek and after a few moments, she gently caressed his cheek. Don't worry Mom, it is fine. I also understand where you are coming from, you simply wanted to spare me the burden of truth, but as I said it is fine. I can share your burdens, Daichi softly smiled and he placed his hand over his mother's hand on his cheek. Then he slowly lowered his head and captured his mom's lips. Kimona gently returned the kiss. After a couple of minutes, the two of them finally separated. Daichi, it was my bad, from the next time, I will tell you if I kill someone, Kimona said with a serious look on his face, and a smile formed on Daichi's face. I am glad, Daichi added softly before he leaned down for the second time to capture his mom's lips. Kimona grinned and wrapped her hands around Daichi's back. The two of them started to make out without caring about anything else, but luck was not on their side. They had to stop when the two of them started to hear voices from the outside. Kimona groaned in annoyance as she let go of her son, she was kind of angry at the person who had dared to interrupt her private time with her son. Though she wasn't going to complain out loud. If the person who had dared to interrupt her was annoying, then she was going to make her grievance known by killing this person, but otherwise, she would leave them alone for the time being. Don't worry, Mom. I will make it up to you after returning. Daichi realized what Kimona was thinking, so he decided to calm her down. Kimona beamed at her son, displaying her large canines. After that, without wasting any time, Daichi made his way toward the store entrance and Kimona followed her son with a grin on her face. Daichi heard some snippets of the conversation, but that was enough for him to understand what was going on. Some of the survivors who were staying on the upper floor had decided to join their group. When Daichi finally exited the shop, he heard the leader of the other group, which was surprising a girl ask about him. Technically, she asked about their leader, but since he was the leader, he decided that she asked about him. Daichi thought that this was the best time to speak up. I am here, Daichi called out and all the members of the other group turned towards him. Daichi noticed that girl had a delinquent vibe just like the rest of the members of her group. Their whole group was dressed in the uniform of Nishimiya High School and the said high school had a reputation for allowing delinquents to enroll in their school. Hello, I am Yazora Daichi, and I am the leader you were asking about. Now, whom I am talking to? Daichi introduced himself as he extended his hand toward the girl. My name is Kane Tawada and this is my group. Kane introduced herself as she accepted the offered limb and shook it. I didn't expect him to be leader. I thought that she was the leader or it was probably someone else, Kane thought as she glanced toward Kimona. Nobody could blame her for thinking like that, after all, in a lawless world like this, only the strong were destined to lead. I want to join your group along with the rest of my group members, Kane said without beating around the bush. Daichi gave her a nod with a smile. That is fine with me, but there are some rules in our group, Daichi said and pulled out his smartphone from his pocket. While he was in the gas station, he realized that his group was going to keep growing and it would be too bothersome to recite the rules every time someone new decided to join his group. So, he decided to save the rules in the Notepad app. Kane accepted the smartphone and she quickly read through the rules. The rules are quite reasonable, Kane thought as she returned the smartphone to Daichi. I am fine with the rules, Kane said and Daichi smiled widely after hearing her words. Then welcome to our group, Tawada-san, Daichi beamed at her and even Kane couldn't help but smile at that. Joining their group was much easier than she had thought, but there was still something she had to deal with. Can I talk with you too, privately? Kane requested Daichi while she pointed at Kimona. Daichi didn't know what it is about, but he decided to agree with her request. Then all of a sudden Daichi remembered that Kane had said that she had seen Kota and Kimona clear the ground floor, so there was a chance that she had also seen his mom killing Aoba and Tsukomo. I hope she isn't going to try to gain favors by blackmailing us. I would hate to kill her and the rest of her group. Daichi shook his head in disappointment. Chapter 53, The Group Grows, Again, 2. Daichi led Kane inside one of the stores so that they could speak without being heard by the others. Since Kane wanted to talk with both Daichi and Kimona, the vermilion-haired woman followed her son and Kane inside the store. Kane had prepared the conversation inside her mind, but it was easier said than done. Now that it was finally the time to have the conversation, Kane's breath hitched due to nervousness. If she made even a single mistake, then she would end up dead. Kane glanced toward Kimona, but she wasn't able to hide her wariness. Neither Daichi nor Kimona missed Kane's action, and Daichi groaned internally. He was right, Kane had seen his mom kill Aoba and Tsukomo. Now he wanted to know if everyone on the top floor saw his mom or if it was just Kane's group. Kane's group only consisted of 9 members, and according to Bella, there were 38 members on the top floor, which meant there were still 29 people on the floor. So, what did you want to talk about? Daichi questioned with a sigh. He already knew what she wanted to talk about, but he still wanted to see if Kane would really try to blackmail him. Killing her right now was going to be kind of troublesome, but she will die if she tried to blackmail them. Kane took a deep breath as gathered her courage. Firstly, I want to make it clear that I'm not trying to use anything against you, and I don't plan to blackmail the two of you or anything. Secondly, I am not trying to gain any favors for myself or my group. Kane explained cryptically, making Daichi release a relieved sigh internally. It wasn't like he already trusted the girl, but if the girl really had any plans of blackmailing them, then Kane wouldn't be speaking like this. At least he didn't think so. So, before Kane could continue, Daichi decided to cut her off. Let me guess, you saw her kill 2 men. Daichi guessed with a sarcastic look on his face, and Kane was slightly taken aback that Daichi had already guessed what she wanted to say. Then she finally realized that she had made it kind of obvious with how she has been acting. You. Kimona snarled menacingly as flames burst out of her hands. She was about to lunge at the girl so that she could turn the bitch into ashes, but Daichi stopped her with a simple gesture of his hand. Meanwhile, Kane had instinctively raised her hand to protect herself. As soon as the flames burst out of the woman's hands, Kane thought that she was a goner, but it seemed that luck was on her side. Kimona wanted to question Daichi. She couldn't understand why Daichi had stopped her, but Daichi decided to speak up before she could voice her questions. Tawada-san, why are you telling us this, especially when you already knew that we might attack you or misunderstand the whole situation? Daichi questioned in a firm tone. To be honest, Kane almost shat in her pants when she saw the flames and furious look on that demonic woman's face, but she got the proof that Daichi really was the leader of this group. After all, he stopped the woman from killing her with a simple gesture. After thinking for a bit, Kane was finally able to put her feelings into words. I simply wanted to come clean. If the truth came out one day, for whatever reason, you would have blamed me. You would have thought that I was probably planning to hold it over your heads, and I also wanted you to know that it wasn't just me. Everyone on the top floor saw her kill those 2 men, Kane explained with a shake of her head. Daichi immediately glared at his mom, who at least had the decency to look abashed under her son's glare, but it only worked for a few moments. After a few seconds, she shrugged her shoulders with a, "It is not my fault, you can't blame me," look on her face. I didn't know a bunch of voyeurs were hiding on the top floor, Kimona muttered under her breath, but her voice was quite low enough. Both Daichi and Kane heard her words. Daichi simply rubbed his face while Kane's face turned red, just like a tomato. Don't worry, I will take care of it, Kimona growled menacingly, and once again, Daichi decided to stop her before she ended up making an even bigger mess. No, you will do nothing. I will take care of it, Daichi said in a firm tone, leaving no room for arguments. Kimona wanted to argue, but after she saw the look on Daichi's face, she decided to accept his decision, but that didn't stop her from pouting like a little girl who has been denied her favorite chocolate. Son, you are being mean to me, Kimona whined, revealing her large canines. Meanwhile, Kane was completely taken aback by a surprising revelation. She was pretty sure that she had seen the boy kiss the woman, but the woman was the boy's mother. You are her son. Kane blurted out with a bewildered look on her face. We are not related by blood, Daichi clarified with a grin on his face. Even though Kane found out that they weren't related by blood, she still felt kind of uncomfortable. Not that she was going to say it out loud. First of all, it wasn't her place to say anything since the two of them were obviously fine with it, and secondly, they weren't related by blood, so it was probably fine. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Daichi asked when she saw that Kane finally regained all of her bearings. At first, Kane was about to say that she had nothing else to say, but all of a sudden she remembered something. Can some of my members help around the base? Even though all of my group members have reached level 1, they are not fit for fighting, Kane requested as she explained the problem. Yeah sure, I don't have any problems with that, Daichi agreed with her request since he needed some people to help around the base. If there is nothing else, then let's go. Tell your group members to help us with the food, Daichi said as he started to head toward the exit of the store. Kimona didn't bother to say anything else, and she simply followed her son out of the store. Yeah sure, let me introduce you to everyone in my group, Kane said as she walked up to Daichi. The said boy simply gave her a nod as he made his way toward the rest of their group. Before Kane could start with the introductions, Daichi decided to ask her about her skill. Kane didn't mind sharing the details of her skill with him, so she simply extended her hand toward Daichi. Daichi quirked his brows in surprise. Kane was the first person he had met who knew how to share the status screens with other people. Daichi accepted her hand and moments later, a screen appeared in front of his eyes. Air pressure cost, 10 mana. The skill allows the user to create shockwaves of air. The skill can also be used with melee weapons. Not bad. Daichi mused, it wasn't a bad skill. Daichi did not know how much mana Kane had, but if her reserve was big, then she could be a pretty dangerous opponent. Kane first introduced Daichi to Kabato-ran. The boy was the second strongest in Kane's group. According to the Kane, Kabato-ran was marginally weaker than her. Kabato-ran's skill allowed him to harden his skin, but unlike Dylan or the zombie Daichi had fought at the intersection, he didn't need to use any outside material. He could simply harden his skin. It would be still his skin, but it would turn hard like steel. Next was Kabato Chio. She was the third strongest in Kane's group. She was quite weaker than Ran, but it was fine since her skill wasn't combat-oriented. Her skill allowed her to buff 5 people around her. During the buff, all the physical parameters of a person would be increased by 10 stats, and Daichi had to admit, it was quite a powerful ability, especially when all of everyone's physical stats were still below 100. The fourth strongest was Tawada Mika. Daichi wondered if this girl was Kane's sister, but the two girls looked extremely different. There were no similarities between them, and it was the same with Kabato-ran and Kabato Chio. For now, Daichi decided to put that matter aside as Daichi found Tawada Mika's skill extremely interesting. Mika's skill allowed her to turn into a ghost. Obviously, in her ghost form she was completely intangible, so she could easily pass through walls and floors in her ghost form. Though her skill had a limitation, she couldn't pass through the ground. Mika's skill was perfect for an assassin, and Daichi decided that she was going to help that grow. If he could nurture her correctly, then Mika was going to be a huge asset in the future. Daichi wasn't going to let the girl waste her potential. Daichi decided to pull aside the girl along and have a chat with her after returning to Rika Minami's house. He would also ask Kane to join too, in case Mika was actually her sister or something like that. Chapter 54, Roberta's Task, I. Next, Kane introduced Daichi to Kabato Amida. The boy's skill was somewhat similar to Kimona's skill, but his skill was much weaker than Kimona, and he could only shoot 7 fireballs before he needed to wait for his mana reserve to fill up. Even though his skill was weaker than Kimona's, it didn't mean that his skill was useless, especially when he didn't mind fighting. Omida was the third person with the Kabato surname, so unable to hold back his curiosity, Daichi ended up questioning Kane. Are the three of them siblings? They don't have anything similar between them, Daichi pointed out with a curious look on his face. Oh, no. None of us are blood-related even though we have the same last names. You see, all of us are from the same orphanage. The orphanage was found by Tawada Riku and Kabato Tanjiro, so all of the nameless children are given their last names. Neither of them had any children when they were alive, so they wanted their family legacy in one way or another. Kane explained with a hint of respect in her voice. Daichi nodded his head in understanding. I see. The two of them must have been nice people, Daichi praised. Kane didn't know if Daichi's praise was honest or not, but she still decided to give him a grateful nod. After that, Daichi asked her to continue with the introductions. So, Kane moved on to the next member of her group. Kane introduced him to Janto Aya. Apparently, she came with a name written on a letter inside her basket. Aya's skill allowed her to create potions, just like Saya. Both of their skills were exactly the same. Until now, Daichi didn't know if two people could have the same skill, but he finally received the answer to his question. Daichi knew that his skill was different since his skill was a unique skill. After that, Kane introduced Daichi to Tawada Haru. His skill allowed him to sense enemies. Well, his skill wasn't simple like that. To be exact, his skill was called Hawkeye, and it allowed him to scout his surroundings. His skill was designed for scouting. He was the one who was keeping an eye on the streets. He was easily able to keep an eye over all the sides even though he was standing on a single spot. Next, Kane introduced Daichi to Tawada Jiro. Her skill was called Technomancer. Her skill allowed her to control any electronics around her without touching them. Daichi found another diamond in the rough. her skill was going to be extremely useful if nurtured correctly. Even though they were going through an apocalypse, humans weren't going to regress back to the Stone Age. Even if humans couldn't develop the technology, there was no way that they were going to lose their current level of technology. And finally, Kane introduced Daichi to Kabato Suda. His skill allowed him to absorb mana and transfer it to someone else, but his skill had a cooldown and he could only use his skill once in an hour. Kane has been using his skill to refill her mana reserve during the fights. At this moment, Suda could only collect 500 mana, but it was okay, he could possibly collect even more mana in the future. Now that the introductions were over, Daichi asked Kane's group to help them fill the food inside bags while he decided to go and call Bella. After all, he needed her to shrink everything, or else, there was no way to carry so many bags. With Roberta, Kyoko and I are going to keep an eye on the outside. Mariko-san, you can keep an eye on the wounded boy for the time being and the two of you take a break, Roberta finished as she glanced toward Sarah and Emiko. The two women looked at each other and then they turned back to Roberta and released a snort. Who made you the leader? Sarah questioned as she looked at Roberta unhappily. If you don't want to listen to me then you can do whatever you want, Roberta shrugged dismissively. She didn't care about what the two of them would be doing, she simply didn't want either of them stumbling into the balcony while she was gone to finish the task given to her by Daichi-sama. It was of utmost importance. Sarah and Emiko did not have retorts to that. Don't worry, I will do what you said, Shizuka cheered in a sing-song tone. Even though Roberta found Shizuka kind of annoying due to her airheadness and the insane size of her breasts, she was glad that Shizuka wasn't like either Sarah or Emiko. She could at least follow orders without complaining, much. Roberta finally turned toward Kyoko. Let's go, Roberta said and Kyoko got up without saying anything. Kyoko did not mind what was asked of her as she knew that she was kind of useless when it came to fighting, so she was going to help in any way she could. The five of them had just finished having lunch. Currently, Saya and Anoi were keeping an eye on the outside, and it was almost time to relieve the two of them. After all, the two of them also needed to eat food. Without turning back to give another look at either Sarah or Emiko, Roberta left the kitchen followed by Kyoko. Roberta knew that leaving the two of them like that was a risk, after all, there was a chance that they might run with the food, the weapons, or both. But therein lay the problem, there was no way that she could keep an eye on them all the time. After all, she was given a task by Daichi-sama and that took priority over everything else. Though Roberta wasn't worried about the weapons, in fact, she wanted them to run away with a couple of weapons, if they do plan to run away. All the weapons weighed more than a kilogram. So, if they did run away with the weapons, then she would be able to easily track them down without any difficulties. Roberta and Kyoko finally arrived at the balcony and as soon as they arrived, both of them were noticed by Anoi and Saya. Ha! The two of you are finally here, Saya sighed as she got up from the floor. Let's go, Unko-san, Saya said with a huff as she glanced toward Unko from the corner of her eyes. Saya was arrogant and antisocial, but she was slowly changing as she needed to fit in with the world if she wanted to survive. So, even though the previous her wouldn't have talked with Anoi, right now, she didn't have any problems doing that. Yeah, let's go, Anoi agreed with Saya, he was also feeling hungry. He slowly got up from the floor, with the intention of following Saya to the kitchen. Takagi-san, can you take some food for Marasato-san and Alice-chan? Kyoko requested and Saya agreed with the request without any complaints. Saya could guess what the mother and daughter were going through. After all, she was also going through something similar. Even though her own mother wasn't that forthcoming with all the details, Saya could easily guess exactly what has happened. Her father had decided to choose strangers over his own wife and daughter. That was a bitter pill to swallow. Saya knew that her father was an extremely prideful man, but she never expected him to do something like this. Yuriko had made it clear that she was never going back to that man and Saya also agreed with her. Saya knew that her mother was badly hurt by her father's actions and she was too. Who wouldn't be if they were in their place? After Saya and Anoi were finally gone, both Roberta and Kyoko decided to sit on the floor. A few minutes passed in complete silence as the two of them kept staring at the streets. Kyoko was feeling kind of nervous due to the silence, but she hid it well. After a couple of minutes more, Roberta finally decided to speak up. Kyoko, I need your help, Roberta spoke with a serious look on her face as she turned toward Kyoko. At first, Kyoko was slightly surprised, but she quickly calmed down. What is it? Kyoko asked, her nervousness, now gone. She was only nervous because Roberta wasn't saying anything and Kyoko thought that she might have done something to earn her ire, but clearly, that wasn't the case. Daichi-sama has given me a task and I need to leave the house to complete it, Roberta said in a monotone. The problem is, there is no way that I could have sneaked out without alerting the others. Since Daichi-sama trusts you, I decided to trust you too. Roberta explained. Kyoko was slightly worried as she didn't know anything about the task given to her by Daichi, but from the way Roberta was speaking, Kyoko very much doubted that Roberta was going to reveal anything. What do I need to do? Kyoko asked with a look of determination in her face. Even though she was quite curious about the task, she decided not to pry. Nothing, you just need to keep your mouth shut, Roberta shrugged. She did not want much from the woman except for her silence on the matter. What if someone comes? Kyoko asked with a hint of concern in her voice. Roberta rubbed her chin as she realized that Kyoko was right. There was a chance that someone might come up to check upon them. Tell them that I went to take a shit. That was the best excuse Roberta was able to come up with at this moment, and it was a pretty good excuse too. Kyoko nodded her head in understanding. After that, Roberta made her way straight toward one of the bathrooms on the first floor. Chapter 55, Roberta's Task, 2. Roberta slipped through the window with extreme ease. Roberta couldn't help but shake her head. The house belonged to Rika Minami and a woman should be careful about her safety. Anyone could have easily slipped through the window, but Roberta guessed that Rika was rarely at her house, so there was a chance that she never cared about someone breaking and entering. The railings around her house were also quite tall, so nobody could slip inside the house, at least not easily. Roberta grabbed one of the pipes and slid down to the ground with the help of it. Roberta glanced up once before she started to climb the railing. Roberta didn't even need a whole minute to climb over the railing, she was quite good at her job. Without wasting any more time, Roberta made her way toward the house where Mr. Marizato was killed. The railings of the said house weren't high, so Roberta was able to jump over the fence quite easily. Roberta walked up to the house and then she started to peek inside from one of the windows. There was not much she could see as the house was completely dark from the inside. Roberta shook her head in disappointment. Daichi-sama should have left the killing to me. Roberta mused internally. Roberta couldn't understand why Daichi-sama would want to kill these people by his own hands. He could have asked Kimona-sama or Bella. Roberta was sure that the deranged woman would have made them beg for death before killing them. Roberta had talked with Bella and Roberta had to admit, Bella was way more messed up than she was. So, Roberta couldn't help but admit defeat in front of the insane woman. Roberta moved on to the window of another room. She was short on time, so she knew that she needed to finish her job quickly. Once again, the room was completely empty and Roberta finally found all the residents of the house huddled inside one of the bedrooms. There were 4 people in total. 2 of the people were quite old, and the last 2 people were quite young compared to the old couple. So, Roberta guessed that the older couple was probably the parents of one of the younger ones. After that, Roberta moved on to the next window, trying to see if there was a child in their house or not. After looking for nearly 10 minutes, Roberta concluded that there was no child inside the house. She didn't have any qualms about killing children, but she still wanted to see if there was a child or not. After all, she thought that it was necessary information. The younger couple was also quite young, so Roberta guessed that they were yet to have a child. That was the best she could come up with. Roberta quickly checked all the entrances and exits. When Roberta was finally done, she decided to return. She could have easily killed the 4 people inside the house, but that wasn't her task. Daichi-sama hasn't asked her to kill them. Roberta easily climbed up the railing of Rika Minami's house and after that, she simply used the pipe she had previously used to slide down from the first floor to climb up. This time, it took her some time to climb up the stairs, but it only took her a whole minute to slip inside the bathroom through the window. Roberta pressed the flush with one of her feet and after that, she walked out of the bathroom like nothing had happened. Kyoko noticed Roberta's arrival and she immediately felt relaxed. Kyoko didn't know anything about Roberta's task. Yes, she wanted to know, but she could guess that Roberta wasn't going to tell her anything. Even though Kyoko didn't know anything about the task, she wasn't going to do anything to hinder the said task. In fact, she would have helped any way she could. Roberta arrived by Kyoko's side and without saying anything, she sat down with the bespectacled woman. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Kyoko decided to break the silence. So, did you finish the task? Kyoko asked nervously. Roberta slowly turned her head to look at Kyoko and after a few moments, Roberta gave Kyoko a curt nod. I finished the task without any hitch. You don't have to worry about anything. Just keep your silence and everything will be fine. Did anyone come to check on us? Roberta asked as she dismissed Kyoko's worries. Kyoko immediately shook her head in denial. Roberta simply gave her a nod before she turned back toward the streets. Kyoko also realized that there was nothing else to talk about, so she also turned toward the streets. With Daichi. After only a couple of minutes, Daichi returned inside the shopping complex with Bella in tow, who seemed to be skipping in joy. This place is huge. Bella likes it. Bella cheered loudly as she clapped her hands. Warn your group about her. She is completely unpredictable and extremely dangerous, Yuriko warned Kane with a complicated look on her face. Kane glanced at Yuriko, and then she turned back toward the black-haired woman. Kane had to admit, the woman looked kind of unstable and she easily noticed the madness in the woman's eyes. Bella, they are the ones I was talking about. They decided to join our group and they are going to bring all the bags here. You could work on them here, right? Daichi asked while he pointed toward Kane and her group members, and Bella eagerly nodded her head like a little girl. Daichi knew that there was a chance that Bella might attack Kane and her group members. After all, there was no way to know what was going on inside her mind. So Daichi began to tell Bella about their new members while coming here. Bella finally turned toward Kane and her whole group and a vicious grin formed on her face. Good. Good. All of you made a good choice by joining Milord. I will teach all of you how to serve him, but if you try to take Bella's spot, then Bella will flay you alive. Bella declared with a proud grin on her face. Kane and her group members along with Yuriko paled at the woman's words. Daichi simply palmed his face, this is exactly what he wanted to avoid. At least, she didn't outright attack them. That was a good thing. Kimona burst out laughing after hearing Bella's words while Kota shivered in fear. Nobody is going to skin anyone. Bella, don't scare them, Daichi chastised Bella, who started to pout like someone had kicked her puppy. All of you move out and bring the bags here. We have already stayed here for quite some time and to be honest, I am quite hungry just like all of you here. So as soon as we get it done, we will be able to return to our base, and as soon as we return to our base, we will be able to eat, Daichi explained, and he didn't need to repeat anything. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed toward the shops to bring the bags. Daichi also decided to help them out as he did not want to stay in the shopping complex any longer. It took Bella nearly an hour to shrink all the bags. Daichi took Kane and Kota with him to grab all the smartphones from the stores while Bella was busy shrinking the bags. Daichi only needed a dozen smartphones, but he wanted to take all of them as Daichi knew that he was going to need them in the future. After all, he was always on the front lines and he could easily break his smartphone during a fight. So, he decided to have a few more smartphones at hand. Additionally, he was sure that his group would continue to grow, so he wanted to be future-proof too. Unfortunately, Daichi was unable to raid all the smartphone stores by the time Bella was done with shrinking the bags. Daichi asked if Bella could shrink the bags containing the smartphones too, but Bella shook her head in denial. Bella didn't exactly know what a smartphone was, but she knew that it was something made by the Muggles and she knew that magic didn't play well with Muggle stuff, so she quickly explained the problem to Daichi. So, Daichi decided to carry the bags filled with smartphones in the normal way. Only 3 bags were filled with smartphones while hundreds of bags were filled with food, but Bella was able to shrink all of them, so carrying all of them was a breeze. The minivan Anthony had grabbed was quite big, so Kane's whole group was able to fit in the minivan, but Daichi invited Kane to travel with him in the Humvee. Yuriko felt extremely bad, but there was nothing she could do. Daichi had said that he could wait a couple of hours, but Yuriko knew that they were not going to return, so she told Daichi that she was fine to leave. At that time, Daichi had simply given her a solemn nod as he agreed with her suggestion. Now that she was finally leaving, she couldn't help but feel a pang in her chest. Don't worry, it will be fine, Yuriko was brought out of her musings when someone placed a hand over her shoulder in a comforting manner. She already recognized who it was from the voice, and after she saw the hopeful smile on Daichi's face, she decided to nod her head. After all, she could not lose hope. Chapter 56, Back at the Base. This is where we have been staying, Daichi grinned as he waved his hand toward Rika Minami's house. If I ever find the woman, then I would have to do something nice for her, Daichi internally mused. Well, he could have disregarded the owner of the house, but he had seen the pictures of the said woman. Rika Minami was a dark-skinned exotic beauty and there was no way that Daichi was going to ignore Rika if he ever found her. The fact that Daichi liked independent and dangerous women didn't help his case. Technically, he didn't know much about the woman as he was yet to meet her, but from what he had heard, he had a good impression of her. Daichi was finally brought out of his musings when Candace decided to speak up. So, for now, Daichi decided to forget about Rika Minami, he could always think about her later. Don't you think the house is quite small for all of us? Candace questioned curiously as she kept staring at the house intently. Yep. You are right, the house is extremely small for all of us. That is why we are going to look for a new base tomorrow. Before anything else, we must find a new place to stay. I kind of have a feeling that our group is going to keep growing. Daichi answered with a smile, and a lot of people, especially the females. After all, everyone needs some space to live. Is it just me or is everyone hungry? All of a sudden Kimona growled in anger and Daichi had to agree. He was hungry enough to eat 4 people's worth of food. Just as Kimona finished her question, a lot of stomachs growled. Daichi was also among them, so he decided not to look at the others. Yeah, you are right. Let's go, Daichi said without wasting any more time as he led everyone inside the house. After entering the house, Daichi asked Matthew to cook while he asked some of the girls to help him. Matthew was happy with it, but there was a slight problem. Matthew could only cook English food, but Tawada Mika and Janto Aya agreed to teach him all of the recipes they knew, but for today, they decided that English food is fine. Their arrival didn't go unnoticed by the others in the house, so everyone except for Chiba, Alice, Roberta, and Kyoko came to the ground floor to greet Daichi and the members of their group. All of a sudden 2 angry screeches rang throughout the room and Daichi didn't even need to look to know what happened. Apparently, Yuriko ended up breaking the bad news and it was pretty obvious that neither Sarah nor Imiko took the news very well. The 2 of them turned toward Kimona with anguished looks on their faces. All of this is your fault. Sarah screeched with an enraged look on her face, but Daichi had to give the woman some credit. First of all, the woman was fucking right, and secondly, the woman didn't rush at his mother and she even stopped Imiko from doing that. Anyone in her place would have lost their calm. Yes, what she was doing was anything but calm, but Daichi expected a lot worse from the 2 of them. Kimona simply scoffed condescendingly. Don't blame me for their fault. I told them to help me with the food, but it was them who decided to disregard my orders and look for survivors. Kimona sneered at Sarah and the woman cowered back in fear when Kimona bared her fangs at Sarah and Imiko. Yui, Iniko, it isn't her fault. You shouldn't blame her, Yuriko said with a sad look on her face, and Daichi couldn't help but notice that Kane and all of her group members were looking kind of uncomfortable, but he was surprised to see that Koda looked completely unbothered by the whole thing. Koda seemed to be much stronger than he had thought. Takagi-san, why don't you talk with them privately? Daichi suggested while looking at Yuriko. He simply wanted to get the 2 weaklings out of his hair for the time being. He was hungry and there was a chance that his mom might end up losing her patience and kill them. Yuriko gave Daichi a solemn nod and then she glanced toward Koda. Hirona-san, would you mind accompanying me? You were there, you knew what happened, Yuriko requested Koda. Koda turned toward Daichi and after getting a small nod from their group leader, he decided to fulfill Yuriko's request. So, he followed Yuriko toward the stairs along with Sarah and Imiko. Now that the nuisances were finally gone, Daichi decided to introduce the new members to others, who didn't join him on the mission. He obviously wasn't calling Yuriko and Koda nuisances behind their backs, he was using the term for the other 2, but before he could start the introductions, Matthew decided to speak up and his question was kind of important. Hey man, what about the wolf meat? Matthew asked, he really wanted to work with the wolf meat. This was the first time he was going to work with something so exotic. Matthew was not a chef, but he loved cooking and trying out new dishes. Cooking was his passion even before all of this shit started. So now that he had a completely new ingredient in his hands, he wanted to work with it and he was extremely excited about it. Whoa! Whoa! Hold your horses. We don't even know if the meat of the mutant beast is safe to consume or not. For now, you should work with the normal ingredients we have at hand. Daichi shot down Matthew's suggestion before it could even take off, and from the looks of it, everyone completely agreed with Daichi. Okay. Matthew agreed with Daichi sullenly. Daichi could practically feel the disappointment rolling off the boy. For now, Daichi decided to ignore it as he led everyone toward the kitchen. It was already dark when Daichi finally arrived at the balcony. It took Matthew quite a lot of time to finish cooking for everyone, not that Daichi was complaining. The food was extremely good, so no complaints there, and Matthew's food could also refill your health, stamina, and mana. His food only refilled 4 to 5 points in regards to each parameter for now, but Daichi was sure that it was only going to increase in the future. Even though the points refilled weren't much, they were still there, so Daichi couldn't complain. Now that Daichi was finally free, he decided to have a chat with Roberta. He knew that she had completed her mission. After all, there was no way that Roberta would fail her. Daichi knew the woman quite well. From Saya, Daichi had learned that Roberta and Kyoko were the ones who were keeping an eye on the streets for now. Daichi guessed that must be why the two of them didn't come down to greet him when he returned. He also needed to help Maruzato Chiba with the funeral of her husband. He didn't know the man when he was alive, but the man died trying to find a safe place for his daughter. He could at least respect the man for that. Daichi finally arrived where Roberta and Kyoko were having the stakeout. Both Roberta and Kyoko noticed his arrival. They already knew that he had returned, but both of them wondered why Daichi hasn't come up to meet up. Kyoko beamed at Daichi while Roberta remained completely stoic even though she was extremely giddy on the inside. She had completed the task Daichi-sama had given her and she wanted to be praised. Daichi kneeled down in between Roberta and Kyoko. "Good evening, Roberta-chan." Daichi greeted Roberta with a smile, and without giving her a chance to greet him back, he captured her lips. Roberta couldn't help but moan as she felt Daichi's tongue brush against her lips. It almost felt like he was asking for permission to enter her mouth. Roberta happily obliged as she parted her lips. Moments later, she felt her Daichi-sama's tongue enter her mouth. Once again Roberta moaned. Meanwhile, Kyoko kept staring at the duo with a jealous glint in her eyes. It wasn't fair that Daichi was only kissing Roberta. He should give her some attention too. As soon as Kyoko got involved with Daichi, she knew that she couldn't keep him to herself. Kyoko knew that it was wrong, but for the sake of her life, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She found that she was perfectly fine with Daichi even if she had to share him with other women. As long as she could be with Daichi she was fine. Daichi finally separated from Roberta, a string of saliva connecting their mouths and both of them had a flushed look on their faces. Daichi licked his lips and then he finally turned toward Kyoko. "Good evening, Kyoko-chan." Daichi greeted Kyoko, who couldn't help but blush at the look Daichi was giving her. Without wasting any more time or allowing Kyoko to say anything, Daichi captured her lips with a swift motion. Kyoko moaned inside his mouth and she couldn't help but melt into the kiss. After making out with Kyoko for a couple of minutes, Daichi finally parted from the woman. Kyoko had a flushed look on her face and her eyes were clouded by lust. She would have loved to jump at Daichi, but she decided to hold herself back for now. Once again, Daichi turned back toward Roberta, who was already looking in his direction. "So, Roberta-chan, tell me about the task I gave you," Daichi said as he sat down on the floor. Chapter 57, Neo Hope, I. Right now, almost everyone in Daichi's group was gathered in the backyard of Rika Minami's house. Maruzato Chiba and Maruzato Alice were standing in the front while holding each other's hands. The mother and daughter duo were continuously weeping without a pause. Daichi and a few other boys were lowering the body of the late Maruzato Kenji into the grave. As soon as they lowered the body to the grave, Chiba and Alice stepped forward to pay their final respects. When they were finally done, Daichi and the other boys started to fill the grave. It only took them a few minutes to fill the grave. After they were done, almost everyone decided to leave the backyard. Only Chiba, Alice, and a few others decided to stay back. "Son, I never thought you to be someone so caring, especially when it comes to a stranger," Kimona said as she and Daichi made their way toward the living room and Daichi simply released a snort. "That man died while trying to find a safe place for his daughter." "I can respect that," Daichi answered back. "Fair enough," Kimona agreed with Daichi's emotion. Kimona hated weaklings, but she could respect a weakling who died while trying to protect his daughter. "So, what have you planned about the group?" Kimona asked, and Daichi started to rub his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. "The first thing we need to do is look for a new and bigger place to stay. I also want it to be future-proof, which means the place should be big enough to house thousands of people," Daichi revealed in an amused tone. Kimona growled as she glared at her son. "I already know that. I wanted to know what you are planning to do about the fighters." "I mean, we lost 2 people today," Kimona explained with a meaningful look on her face, and after hearing her words, Daichi lost his amused grin and he couldn't help but release a tired sigh. Daichi noticed that Siko, Kane, Kota, and Anthony were paying rapt attention to him. "Right now, I don't have any plans for setting up a combat team. First, I want to find a semi-permanent base for ourselves. After that, we could always assign roles and separate all the members into groups. I think that would be best," Daichi explained, and the others decided to agree with Daichi without any complaints. None of them knew much about leading a group, so they decided to place their trust in Daichi. They also agreed with the fact that they needed to settle down before making any serious decisions. "Excuse me, there is something I wanted to ask." Do we also need to fight on the front lines? All of a sudden, Giselle asked the question which has been worrying some of them since they joined Daichi's group. Fighting is not necessary for everyone, but you must do something to earn your keep, Daichi answered, and Giselle frowned after hearing his answer, but she still nodded her head. Is there something you are good at? Daichi asked, and Giselle beamed at Daichi with a bright smile on her face as soon as Daichi's question registered in her mind. I am good at managing social networks. Giselle chirped excitedly, and Daichi had to use all of his willpower to stop himself from palming his face. That was not a talent Daichi was looking for. Daichi looked around only to find everyone looking at Giselle like she had grown a second head. Everyone looked completely gobsmacked, but Daichi realized that Giselle did have some use. I see. You will be managing my mana archive account, Daichi said as he tossed his smartphone toward Giselle after unlocking it. Giselle fumbled a bit, but she still caught the phone. For a moment, Daichi was worried that she would end up dropping it. You know how the mana archive app works, right? Daichi asked, and Giselle nodded her head as she opened the app. Create a streaming channel, and see how many units are needed to start streaming, Daichi ordered, and Giselle immediately nodded her head as she tapped yes when the prompt showed up on the screen. Daichi ended up spending the 100 units in his account in one swoop. What should I name the channel? Giselle asked, and after thinking for a bit, Daichi decided to go with Neo Hope. Daichi was sure that his channel was going to be only channel that was actually streaming something, since he knew how to get some additional units. That is why he decided to name it like that. After all, his channel will be giving hope to the others. Name it Neo Hope. Daichi and Giselle tapped the screen a few times while nodding her head. As soon as Giselle stopped tapping, a huge smile appeared on her face as she looked at Daichi. Giselle did not understand the significance behind the name, but she didn't care much. Giselle saw that the name was cool, and since it was Daichi's channel, she did not complain, as she would have tried to name it something else. Tell me, what do you need to start streaming? Daichi said, and once again Giselle started to tap on the screen. You would need to pay 5 units to stream for an hour, Giselle answered in a nervous tone. Daichi was already expecting something like that, so he pulled out the common knife in his pocket, and this time, instead of tossing the knife, he handed it to Giselle. Giselle accepted the knife, looking really nervous and wary of the knife, and she should be, as the knife had zombie blood on it. Sell it in the pawn shop. The last time I checked, I was getting 20 units for it. Daichi and Giselle nodded her head in understanding. While Daichi and Giselle was busy with the Mana Archive app, the others were paying rapt attention to the two of them. After a moment, Giselle held the knife over the smartphone screen. It is still giving you 20 units, should I sell it? Giselle asked, and after getting a nod from Daichi, she sold the knife for 20 units, and for everyone else who were watching the duo, the knife disappeared into thin air. Since Daichi and Giselle was speaking, everyone knew what was happening, so no one was asking any questions. On the other side of the room, Siko was helping Bella look for the movie she was watching yesterday. Siko had also lost interest in the conversation since she didn't know much about smartphones in the first place, so most of the things Daichi and Giselle were talking about went over her head, and Bella didn't even know what a phone was in the first place. So, now we can start streaming, right? Daichi asked, and after getting a nod from Giselle, Daichi started to grin. Good, then let go and make some content. Daichi said as he looked around the room. He only wanted to take a few with them, so he decided to select Bella, Siko, Roberta, Kota, Anthony, and Kabato Ran. He decided not to take his mom, as he needed someone strong to stay here so that they could defend the base. Daichi quickly pointed out the ones he wanted to take, and just as he was expecting, his mother started to protest and Bella started to pout. Mom, I need you to stay here so that someone could protect the base and our resources in my absence. Daichi calmly explained why he wanted Kimona to stay, but he decided not to say anything to Bella. After all, he didn't need to. Even though Bella was pouting, she would join him even if hadn't asked her. Can I join you guys? Kane asked, and after thinking for a bit, Daichi decided to agree with her request. Kane would become really strong if he could nurture her correctly. Kimona wasn't happy over the fact that she had to stay here while her son was going to be out there having fun, but she understood why Daichi wanted her to stay back. After today, their resources have increased significantly, and Daichi couldn't have anyone running away with them. Almost everyone was scared of Kimona and Bella. Daichi couldn't ask Bella to stay due to his job requirements. So, Kimona had to stay behind and act as the deterrent. Do I need to come too? Giselle asked nervously. Now, all of a sudden, she was feeling kind of sick. Yes, you will be the one who will be responsible for recording the video, and don't worry, you will be protected. Daichi assured Giselle that she would be safe. Giselle gulped loudly and hesitantly nodded her head. She did not want to go outside, but if she knew that if she could do her task perfectly, then Daichi was going to let her maintain the job and she would be able to do what she loved doing before all this shit started. After carrying out some preparations, Daichi and his team finally left the base to hunt some zombies or mutant beasts, whichever they found first. Chapter 58, Neo Hope 2. This time Daichi decided to take the Humvee instead the Hummer. The back of the Hummer was open so Daichi couldn't ask anyone to sit there, while the back of the Humvee was covered so there was more space inside the Humvee when compared to the Hummer. Even though Anthony's skill allowed him to use super strength, he could still get infected by the zombies if he gets scratched. Unlike Dylan Carver and Kabato Ran, he couldn't harden his skin to defend himself. That is why Daichi thought that it would be better for Anthony to use guns to kill enemies for the time being, and Kota could only use guns, and Roberta could use both guns and knives to fight, but guns were her primary weapon. But Daichi didn't want Roberta killing zombies with a pair of knives, so Daichi decided to a lot of ammo with them, just in case. Even if they ended up never using all of that ammo, it was better to be safe than sorry. For Kane, Daichi asked Siko to provide the black-haired girl with a katana from her collection. Just like Siko, Kane was a katana enthusiast, so Daichi was quite sure that Kane was going to get along with Siko quite nicely, and finally, Bella was Bella, so there was nothing to say. Then finally, Daichi glanced toward the nervous-looking girl sitting in the front passenger seat. Among the whole team, only Daichi and Giselle knew how to drive, and Giselle looked really nervous and there was a chance that she might end up crashing the Humvee. That is why Daichi decided to drive the car. "Giselle, can you show me your status window?" Daichi asked the nervous girl, who frantically nodded her head in agreement without wasting any time. "Yeah, sure, no problem. Though you will find nothing impressive in my status window," Giselle said with an embarrassed look on her face, but when she saw that Daichi still wanted to see her status window, she could only agree with him even though she was embarrassed. After that, Giselle kept staring at Daichi, and that is when she realized that she didn't know how to show her status window to someone else. "How can I show you my status window?" Giselle asked nervously. She thought that it was probably common knowledge, which is why she looked quite nervous. To be honest, she didn't want to anger Daichi and she thought that she might end up annoying Daichi with her stupidity, but much to her surprise, Daichi didn't look annoyed or irritated in the least. "Just grab my hand and open your status window," Daichi answered as he extended his arm toward Giselle. The nervous girl accepted the offered limb and then she opened her status window. Moments later, a small translucent screen appeared in front of Daichi's eyes. Even though Daichi was driving the car, the screen wasn't big enough to obstruct his vision. Giselle Lark. Status points 0. Level 0. Race human. Job none. Strength 8. Agility 9. Health 10. Stamina 9. Mana 15. Magic 10. Fuck. She is even weaker than an average human, Daichi cursed inside his mind. Kyoko's status window was somewhat like Giselle at the beginning. Let's see if she can even work under pressure or not. If she can do her job perfectly then I will help her level up, Daichi internally mused as he lets go of her hand. It wasn't like Daichi couldn't manage his Mana Archive account on his own, but he quickly realized that he won't have much time to reply to all the comments and stuff like that, and Mana Archive app is the only form of communication at this moment. Giselle said that she is good at managing a social account, which is why he decided to leave that responsibility to her. Though he wanted to see if she could hold the phone during live streams or not, after all, he wasn't planning to ask someone else to just hold his phone during the live streaming. He wasn't planning to allow more than one person to handle his account. If Giselle ends up proving not fit for the job, then he would look for someone else. "I wanted to hunt mutant beasts, but I don't think Anthony or Ran could handle that. Even Roberta, Kota, and Kane are yet to hunt mutated beasts, so it would be quite risky for them, especially at the night. So, I think hunting zombies would be the best," Daichi concluded inside his mind. After the incident on the bridge, the zombies on this side of the bridge have decreased quite a lot, so Daichi decided to travel to the other side of the bridge and look for the horde. He just hoped that the horde hasn't left the city. "Yazora-senpai, are going to the other side of the bridge?" Kodo was the first one who realized that Daichi was taking them to the other side of the bridge. "Yes, we will be hunting zombies. The zombies are the ones who are causing the chaos. If people see us destroying the zombies, then people will be able to see us as the strongest by default, and don't forget that we are going to be the first ones who are going to live stream on this server, so we already have a huge advantage over the other groups," Daichi explained, and even though Koda understood what Daichi was trying to say, several new questions popped inside his head after hearing Daichi's answer. "Other groups? I didn't know that we would be competing with other groups," Kane asked with a confused look on her face. Well, no, at least not directly. You see, by live streaming, we are going to be advertising the power of our group. I know by doing this we will also be attracting the negative types of attention, but it is a small matter when the advantages are considered. We are going to be the first people to use the function of live streaming, which is good publicity. Even the people who have realized how the app works would know that we are stronger because we are the first ones to achieve the feat, so, naturally, people will come looking for us, wanting to join our group, Daichi explained with a grin as he continued to drive. But we are already having problems managing the numbers of survivors we currently have. Are you sure that we will be able to manage more? If what you are saying is right, then people will come to join our group in droves, Siko questioned with an unsure look on her face. She wasn't doubting Daichi's decision, but she simply wanted to be sure about his decision. Yes, I am sure. I have been thinking about this for quite some time. What do you think people are? Daichi asked as he looked back at everyone, only to find that everyone seemed to be confused. Since Anthony and Giselle weren't able to understand anything, he quickly asked them the question in English. They also looked confused just like the others, and Bella was Bella, so even though she was listening to every word Daichi was saying, she didn't care about answering his question. She was simply listening to his words with a fanatical look on her face. When Daichi realized that nobody would be able to answer his question, he decided to reveal the answer. People are a resource, and in a world like this, people are the most important resource, Daichi answered with a grin, but when he saw that everyone except for Bella still looked confused, he decided to elaborate his answer. We have collected a lot of food and gas. How long do you think they are going to last? Right now, we have electricity, but just a single zombie stumbling into the wrong place could cause a blackout, and I am sure that the workers are also gone, so there is no way to fix it. With the electricity gone, we will have to run everything on generators, but the food is still going to go bad. It won't last for eternity. We need farmers, not only them, we would need manual labor and whatnot. That is why we need more people if we want to survive, Daichi explained. He could have gone into more details, but he simply wanted them to understand his point. After hearing Daichi's explanation, everyone nodded their head in understanding. They finally understood why they needed more people, and the apocalypse has just started. Bigger groups are yet to be established so people could easily migrate to their group. It would have been a problem if they have already settled down. This was the best time to get as many as survivors possible. Daichi knew that it was going to be hard, but they needed to do this or they were going to have problems after the other groups are established. For Anthony and Giselle, Daichi repeated his explanation in English, but this time he was much briefer. The two of them easily understood what Daichi wanted to say. Even after crossing the bridge, the number of zombies didn't increase. Daichi knew that the zombies were attracted to sound, and he knew one such place on this side of the bridge. So, without wasting any time, he started to head toward the Takagi mansion, and he wasn't disappointed in the least. He didn't find a massive horde or anything, but he did find a respectable size of horde. Giselle, Anthony, Kane, and Ran paled at the size of the horde, but Daichi, Siko, Kota, and Bella found that the horde was perfect for their little show. So, without wasting any more time, Daichi parked the car at the other end of the street. Okay, this is it. Daichi exclaimed with an excited grin, and he jumped out of the car. Chapter 59, Neo Hope, 3. Roberta, Kota, the two of you will be staying close to Giselle. Keep the zombies away from her, Daichi ordered as the whole group gathered outside the Humvee. The zombie horde had already noticed their arrival, but thankfully none of the zombies were highly evolved or anything, so they were moving extremely slowly, at least from Daichi's perspective. Since Anthony was also going to kill zombies with guns, Daichi told him to stay beside Giselle. Giselle was like a porter while the rest of them were like hunters, so, if Giselle was hurt, then it meant their whole team was a failure. Even though Giselle was weak as fuck and her loss would be insignificant, Daichi refused to let her die or get hurt on sheer principle. Additionally, Giselle was an asset of the group. She could at least do laundry and dishes if she couldn't manage his mana archive app. After getting a nod from Roberta, Kota, and Anthony, Daichi turned toward Kane and Ran. This is the first time you will be attacking a horde, right? Daichi asked, and after getting a nervous nod from the duo, Daichi hummed in understanding. Then I think that the two of you should follow our lead, Daichi said, and then he finally turned toward Giselle. Okay, I don't have any experience with streaming and stuff, even though I have watched quite a lot of videos, so I am leaving it up to you, Daichi said, and Giselle frantically nodded her head. Siko-chan, Bella, let's go, Daichi said while staring toward the incoming horde. Meanwhile, Giselle had already tapped on the live streaming option as she wanted to introduce herself before the action could start. After all, nobody would start streaming their content as soon as they click on the start streaming option. They would take a bit of time to introduce themselves even though all of his viewers already knew that, and this was the first time someone was going to stream on this platform, so an introduction was a must. It took Giselle only a second to check all the camera options for live streaming options. As soon as she was done, she turned on the front camera, and moments later, her own smartphone rang up due to a new notification, but decided not to pay it any heed as she was already live. Good evening, everyone, my name is Giselle Lark. Welcome to the Neo Hope streaming channel. Now, some of you are probably wondering how I can be so excited, especially when the world is getting destroyed. The answer is that we haven't given up. Giselle proclaimed excitedly. Well, she was kind of acting since she was quite afraid and nervous before she started, but she knew that she needed to put up an act for a better show. Giselle internally smiled when she noticed the current viewers counter on the side of the screen, which was slowly going up. The numbers of her current viewers were already 50,000 and it was still going up. She had made some short videos on Instagram and this is the first time she had seen so many viewers. With so many people watching her, anyone would have become nervous, but Giselle reacted completely differently. Giselle's dream was to become an Instagram influencer and an OnlyFans model, but she never ended up making an account on OnlyFans. Giselle couldn't be any more happier. She wasn't able to become an Instagram influencer in the normal world, but now, she could become one of the biggest social stars in the apocalypse. So, instead of becoming nervous after noticing the number of viewers, her confidence soared. Giselle knew that this was the only chance she was going to get, and if she wasn't able to deliver a good result, then Daichi would find someone else for the job. Now, some of you might be wondering why a foreigner is streaming on the Japanese server. The answer is quite simple. My class was on a trip when all of this started and then we were saved by Yozora Daichi and his group. Giselle said as she swapped to the rear camera feed. Daichi and the others who were approaching the horde of the zombies appeared on the screen. Obviously, we decided to join his group. Yozora Daichi might look young, but he is quite strong and very dependable, Giselle said with a satisfied grin on her face. Giselle turned on the face cam option. She wanted to have her face on the screen along with the feed from the rear camera. Ooh. Looks like the fight is finally about to start. Giselle cheered excitedly, and that is when the comments started to pop on the screen. How did you guys get more units to start streaming? Are you serious? They are really going to fight such a big horde? Then are in over their heads, they are going to get killed. Hey, I know that guy. We are in the same class. Please save us. We are stuck in the college dormitory. Even commenting is so expensive. You have to use 1 mana to post a comment and you need to use 1 mana to stream any video for an hour. I am Colonel Hiroshi Jinta and I ask you children to retreat and stop using this app. Using this unknown app could be risky. Not only that, you children are taking unnecessary risks. Leave this for the soldiers. What the fuck? If you are really from the army then come and help us. Yes. Yes. Help us. You aren't trying to save us, but you are trying to stop someone who is fighting. Tell me Mr. Hiroshi Jinta, are you trying to stop them because you are afraid that they will become stronger? There were a lot of comments, but there was no way that Giselle could reply to any of them at this moment. Please forgive me, but I won't be able to reply to any of your comments at this moment. Right now, I don't know if the videos will be available to watch later or not, but if they are, and your comments are still there, then I will try to reply to all of them, Giselle said in an apologetic tone. After all, replying to comments while streaming was quite hectic. For now, the action is finally starting. Giselle cheered, and just as she finished, Daichi lunged at the horde with his fire axe pulled behind his back. Bella swiped her hand, beheading 4 zombies in one go, surprising everyone except for a few who were watching the stream. Siko was the same, she was beheading the zombies without any difficulties. Kane and Ran finally jumped into the fray following Daichi, Siko, and Bella's lead, but the two of them decided to skive away from Bella. After all, she was already cackling in mad glee, which was kind of scary. If Giselle wasn't riding on adrenaline, she would have shivered in fright too. Wow! Are you guys watching this? Didn't I tell you that Yozora Daichi is strong and dependable? Giselle asked with a smug grin, and that is when Kota and Roberta also started to shoot. Guys, you have to bear with the noise, Giselle added in an apologetic tone, and once again comments started to rain down. Are they even humans? I have barely reached level 1 and I am still afraid to face zombies and they are mowing down the horde like nothing. How did you get the guns? It is illegal to possess guns. Please stop. Zombies have feelings too. Fuck. Are you for real? Zombies have feelings too? You are 14 or what? So, what I am 14. I am more human than all of you are. Zombies have rights too. Giselle read the comments and she didn't know what to say, so she decided not to say anything. Soon hate comments started to rain down on the 14-year-old who was speaking out for the rights of the zombies. It was simply insane. Giselle started to wonder if she was also a fool when she was 14 years old. After thinking for a bit, she decided she was, but she wasn't anywhere as stupid as this 14-year-old. Whoa! Is that black-haired woman right in the head? She seems to be somewhat unhinged. Hey! You only introduced yourself and Yozora Daichi. Introduce the others too. Once again the screen was filled with comments, but after one of the viewers asked to introduce the others besides herself and Daichi. The others also started to repeat the request or demand, so Giselle decided to follow through with the request. She raised her hand and pointed toward Siko. Guys, that purple-haired, katana-wielding lethal beauty is Siko Busujima, Giselle said, and then she pointed toward Bella. She is Bellatrix Black and as you guys can already guess, she is a mage. After that, Giselle introduced the rest of the members one by one. By now the number of viewers has crossed the 300k mark, which was simply mind-blowing. Giselle was extremely satisfied with the number of the viewers and that is when she noticed another counter going up. She didn't know what it was, so she tapped on the counter and a small pop-up appeared beside the counter. Giselle quickly realized that it was the counter for the units collected. She was getting 1 unit/hour for each viewer. Once again, Giselle was left speechless. They were getting way more in return than their investment. They only had to use 5 units to stream for an hour and now they are getting 1 unit/hour for each viewer. It was simply insane. They have already collected 300k units and if the viewers kept watching for more than an hour then they will get, at least, another 300k units. Chapter 60, Reactions, I. With Kimona. Wahaha. That's my son. Kimona laughed boisterously as she saw her son decimate the zombie horde with close to no difficulty. She wiped a fake tear from the corner of her eyes. I have raised him pretty well, Kimona added and everyone around continued to give her weird looks. After all of them knew that she was romantically involved with her son. That was not a sign of good parenting, but none of them dared to say that out loud. Can I see your smartphone? Saya asked Christine. The girl simply handed over her smartphone to Saya with a questioning look on her face. Christine was also watching the stream in complete awe. She was happy for Giselle. As Giselle's friend, she knew about Giselle's dreams. She knew that Giselle wanted to become an Instagram influencer, and probably an OnlyFans model in the future, but at the same time, Christine was kind of jealous too. Giselle got such an easygoing job. Christine already knew that Giselle was going to flourish in this job. Giselle had a knack for these kinds of things. The reason Christine was jealous of because Giselle's wasn't that hard. Even if she could have done what Giselle was doing, maybe she wouldn't have been good like Giselle, but she could have done it too. Now, Giselle was going to fulfill her dream while most of them were struggling to survive. After a few moments, Christine shook her head. Giselle might have gotten the chance to fulfill her dream and live an easy life but didn't come without its own risks. From now on, Giselle would have to accompany the frontliners, which meant that she would have to put herself at extreme risk. That was something Christine wasn't willing to do. She felt slightly bad for Giselle, but nothing more than that. Saya practically rolled her eyes when she saw that Christine was using an iPhone. Why am I not surprised? Saya groaned. In Western countries, the iPhone was more popular than any other smartphone. Even though Saya didn't use an iPhone, she knew how to use one. After all, she was a genius. Saya grabbed a brand new iPhone from the stock Daichi had collected today. She along with Tawada Jiro were setting up a bunch of smartphones Daichi had taken, liberated from the shop. Saya felt distasteful to use the word taken. She felt that the word liberated was more fitting for the situation. After all, nobody would have used smartphones if they stayed in the stores. Now, they were going to put these smartphones into good use. Saya decided to use AirDrop to share the Mana Archive app, and just like Saya suspected, they could share the app without a hitch. A bright smile formed on Saya's face and without wasting any more time, Saya returned the used smartphone to Christine. Saya decided to use the brand new iPhone to share the app with the other phones. Without wasting any time, Kimona made her way toward Saya. Kimona had left her original smartphone in the locker room back in the Mana Research Division. Saya already knew what the woman wanted, so she quickly grabbed another one of the brand new iPhone and she quickly handed it over to Kimona after sharing the app. If Saya was being honest, she was kind of scared of Kimona, who wasn't. Well, Daichi wasn't, but his matter is a completely different story. After all, Yozora Daichi is not only her son, he was her lover too. Yeah, nobody said that the two of them are a model mother and son duo. In Takagi Mansion. Soichiro-sama, you need to see this, one of the men screamed as he broke into the meeting room of Soichiro Takagi. The man was having a meeting regarding the food shortage and fighters shortage with his top advisors. There was something else he wanted to talk about, but he wanted to bring it up at the end of the meeting. Instead of chastising the man who dared to interrupt the meeting, he gestured the man to come forward. He had told his people that he will be in a meeting, so it must be something really important. The man stepped forward with his smartphone in his hand, and when he finally arrived in front of Soichiro Takagi, he handed over his smartphone to the said man. The man did not know how to explain the whole situation, so he simply handed over his smartphone so that Soichiro Takagi could see the whole situation for himself. Soichiro received the smartphone with a look of dread on his face. The man standing in front of him was one of the men who had scanned the floating QR code, and he was planning to discuss the matter of the QR code with his advisors at the end of the meeting. That was the matter he was planning to discuss at the end of the meeting, but it seemed that he needed to move up the time. A video of a group of teenagers decimating a zombie horde was playing on the screen. Soichiro's eyes grew wide in surprise as he quickly recognized a couple of teenagers in the video. This is streaming live, right? Soichiro questioned, and after getting a nod from the man, the look on Soichiro's face turned grave. Soichiro not only recognized a couple of teenagers, but he also recognized the location. The group was decimating a small horde near his mansion. Soichiro, what is it? One of the advisors asked curiously. Soichiro took a deep breath and placed the smartphone on the table. He increased the volume before sliding the smartphone towards the middle of the table. All of his advisors stood up so that they could have a better look at what was on the screen. Is this for real? One of the advisors blurted out with a bewildered look on his face. Are they even human, especially that psychotic woman? Another one of his advisors asked with a frown on his face. That is not all. Watch the surroundings, the only female advisor spoke up with a grim look on her face. Ha! That's near the mansion. I don't agree with what they are doing, but they are quite strong. I think we should ask them to join our group, we are already low on fighters. What do you think, Soichiro? Another advisor asked with a contemplative look on his face. Wait. Before all of that, tell us how you are watching this. I could have sworn that someone told me the mobile networks are not working. The last advisor sneered sarcastically. Yes, this is one of the things I wanted to discuss at the end of the meeting. One of her rescue teams has discovered a floating QR code near the Taiyai shopping town. They decided to investigate the QR code, and when they did, a screen appeared in front of their eyes asking them to scan the QR code, so they did. Soichiro explained, and he was about to explain more when the female advisor cut him off. You mean just like the status window we can see? The female advisor questioned, and it was pretty clear that the other advisors also had similar questions, and after getting a nod of confirmation from Soichiro, they also nodded their heads in understanding. Now that the advisors were satisfied, Soichiro decided to continue his explanation. After they scanned the QR code, an app called the Mana Archive Community app was installed on their smartphones. The app has various functions like any other community apps. There is also a function called live streaming, and currently, they are using the live streaming function. Soichiro finished the explanation, and all the advisors looked contemplative after hearing Soichiro's words. So, we can use the live streaming function too? The second advisor asked in a hopeful tone, but Soichiro dashed his hopes with a shake of his head. Soichiro glanced toward the man who brought the phone. The man immediately understood what Soichiro wanted from him. So, the man stepped forward, the advisors turned toward him. The man gulped nervously, but somehow he was able to swallow his nervousness. All of the users are given 100 units after they install the app on their smartphones. Units are the currency used by the app, the man added before anyone could what units were. To use the live streaming function, you would need to create a streaming channel, and therein lies the problem. To create a channel, you need 100 units, and then you need at least 5 units to start streaming. The man finished his explanation, and once again the advisors looked contemplative. How can you earn more units? The fifth advisor asked. By live streaming, the man gestured toward the phone. Or by selling something in the pawn shop. Pawn shop is also a function in the app, the man added before any of the advisors could ask what was pawn shop. So, how did they start streaming considering they also received only 100 units after installing the app? The first advisor rubbed his chin. They must have sold something in the pawn shop, the female advisor concluded. Yes, that is what I have thought, but can't sell just anything at the pawn shop. The app will only accept the items dropped after you killed an enemy, Soichiro answered. You mean to say that zombies can also drop items after they are killed? The fourth advisor asked in a bewildered tone. Apparently, yes. I haven't seen it myself, but I have tried to sell a normal dagger in the pawn shop, and that is when the message appeared on the screen, Soichiro explained, and the advisors nodded their heads with grave looks on their faces. Chapter 61, Reactions, 2. So, they must have acquired drop items, the fourth advisor mumbled with a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, the way they are fighting, it is clear that they are much stronger than our fighters, the second advisor said in a low tone, but his tone wasn't low enough as everyone clearly heard him. Everyone around him started to look at him with deep frowns on their faces. The female advisor finally released a sigh, and then she cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. When everyone was finally looking at her, instead of frowning at the second advisor, she decided to speak up. You know, frowning at him isn't going to change reality, the female advisor shook her head. The second advisor beamed at her while the others didn't look happy. For them, it was a bitter pill to swallow, but there was not much they could do to change the reality. All of them knew that the world was changing, and they understood that they needed to go along with the change or they will be swept away. So, for the time being, all of them decided to keep watching the live stream without saying anything. A couple of them were awed by how easily the group of teenagers were decimating the horde of the zombies, while the rest became wary and slightly afraid of the strength possessed by the group of teenagers. We need them to join our group, the fifth advisor was the first one to break the silence. He had a hard look on his face as he kept staring at the smartphone screen. Yes, I also agree with him. The first advisor agreed morosely. That is something never going to happen. Before anyone else could make their opinions known, Soichiro decided to intervene with a solemn look on his face. Why? The second advisor blurted out with a questioning look on his face. Is there something you know about them? The fourth advisor asked curiously, while the fifth advisor only stared at Soichiro with a contemplative look on his face. Yes, I recognized two of them as soon as saw them, Soichiro said and pointed toward the purple-haired woman with katana on the screen. She is Siko Busujima, she is Master Busujima's daughter, Soichiro explained, and recognition dawned on everyone's face. Almost everyone in the city knew about Master Busujima and Busujima Dojo, so it would be completely absurd if these people didn't recognize the man. So, what's the problem? The female advisor asked with a confused look on her face. She understood that the girl was Master Busujima's daughter, but that didn't mean that she wouldn't join their group. In fact, she felt that there was a good chance that the girl might join their group. After all, Soichiro Takagi was a student of her father, and so she was quite sure that the girl would choose Soichiro's group instead of whatever group she was currently a part of. He is the problem, Soichiro said, once again pointing toward the smartphone screen, but this time, he was pointing at a boy. That boy is the problem. He is Yozora Daichi, adopted son of Yozora Kimona. Believe me, if he anything like his mother, then we are better off without him, and if he is anything like his mother, then he is not someone who would be following orders, Soichiro said while shaking his head. Yozora Kimona was a famous name in their circle, and they knew that Soichiro despised the woman. In that regard they were also the same, they hated Yozora Kimona too. The woman had even dared to poison Takagi Yuriko's mind against her husband. Not only that, the woman was a monster, she had killed so many, and then she had walked away scot-free. That was the hardest pill to swallow for the whole group. Then we need to deal with them as soon as possible, the fifth advisor said, surprising everyone. What are you saying? The fourth advisor gasped in horror. You can't be serious, the first advisor said while shaking his head. I am being serious, very serious, the fifth advisor said with a mirthless chuckle. We already know that Yozora Kimona was looking for her son, and if she hasn't found him yet, then she is going to find him now, the fifth advisor explained. Do you guys even know what she would do? Just see how strong he is. Yozora Kimona would urge her son to take control of the whole city, and I am not even considering her own power, the fifth advisor growled in frustration. Yes, she was much stronger than me when I saw her the last time, Soichiro admitted unhappily. He looked like someone had forced him to eat a sour lemon. Which means that she has probably grown stronger since the last time we saw her, the fifth advisor said with a grave look on his face. If they try to take over the city, then they are bound to clash with us, and to be honest, I am not looking forward to that confrontation. By that time, the two of them would be way stronger than us, they would out of our league, the fifth advisor added with a grim look on his face. If you haven't noticed, he is already out of our league, the female advisor drawled with a bored look on her face as she pointed at the screen. I know, That is why I am saying that we use a little bit of subtlety, the fifth advisor said coolly. He wasn't happy that he was being mocked. Fuck. This is madness. You can't be serious. You are saying that we assassinate them. The second advisor shot from his seat as he started to pace by the wall. I am with him, this is a stupid plan. I mean, I understand where you guys are coming from seriously. You really want to send Jigen after the boy? The first advisor agreed with the second advisor. I think, his opinion does have some merit, the female advisor agreed with the fifth advisor and a huge smile bloomed on the fifth advisor's face. Wait. Let me explain before you start protesting, the female advisor raised her hands to stop the first and second advisors from protesting. First of all, his opinion does seem to have some merit, but I don't think that we should send assassins after them just on a speculation, the female advisor said, and the smile on the fifth advisor's face disappeared while both the first and second advisor started to smile. Don't get me wrong, I despise Yozora Kimona, but we are just speculating that her son is just like her. If we do that then we are no different than Yozora Kimona, the female advisor said, and everyone in the room grimaced at the comparison, but none of them protested as she was right. They detested Yozora Kimona because she would anyone if she feels like it without any remorse, and she had done so in the past. There was a chance that Yozora Daichi was not like his mother, after all, there was no way to know. I say that we send Jigen to spy on them. In case he is just like his mother, then we will tell Jigen to deal with him, but if he is different, then we try to reach out to him. He is strong, no doubt, and it is also clear that the others are following his lead, including the Busujima girl, which means that the others under him will also follow him if he joins our group, the female advisor explained, and everyone had to admit that her plan had the most merit. After contemplating for a few seconds, Soichiro decided to go along with the female advisor's plan. If they followed her plan then they could also use Jigen to know the enemy's weaknesses and skills. Do any of you have anything else to add? Soichiro asked, looking at his advisors. The fifth advisor wasn't happy, but he also couldn't find any fault in the female advisor's plan, so he decided to remain silent. When Soichiro saw that none of his advisors had anything more to say, he decided to give the order. After all, he was the leader of the group, no matter what the advisor said, he had the final say in every matter. The advisors did have some power, but it wasn't much. Good, so I am going along with her plan, Soichiro said, and after getting nods of satisfaction from all of his advisors, he turned toward the man who had interrupted the meeting with his smartphone. You are dismissed and please send Jigen on your way out, Soichiro said. The man was about to pick up his smartphone, but the fourth advisor asked him to let them keep the smartphone for the time being. With no other option, the man could only accept the request. After that, the man left the room without saying anything else. Soichiro along with his advisors continued to watch the live stream with rapt attention. After a minute, someone knocked on the door. Enter, Soichiro called, and the door opened with a click. After a few seconds, a short middle-aged man entered the room. The man was dressed in casual clothes and he had a scarf wrapped around his neck. The most distinctive feature about the man was his dead eyes. The man looked extremely bored and he seemed to have lost interest in everything. Soichiro-sama, what task do you have for me? The man asked in a monotone. Chapter 62, Ampule 0. Mochizuki General Hospital. What do you think, Seo? Who is the strongest among them? Mikoto Kiba whispered curiously into Seo Hitsuji's ear. Mikoto Kiba was somewhere around 5 feet 3 inches tall with quite an impressive bust. She had hip-length silver hair and some of her bangs were hanging in front of her body. Mikoto Kiba looked quite elegant, especially with her golden eyes exuding the image of a rich girl. She might look quite composed and elegant, but in reality, she was pretty crude. Image here. That insane-looking woman and Yozora Daichi. They are the strongest among them, Seo said as she pointed at the screen. Seo Hitsuji is a 5 feet 5 inches tall woman with a more than average-sized bust. She has light-colored skin and spiky blue hair along with violet eyes. She is the head nurse at Mochizuki General Hospital, and she is also the close combat expert in Team Ampule 0 of Black Label. She is unnaturally strong, which is why she could easily handle a minigun with ease. Image here. The members of the Black Label have also found the floating QR code, which has appeared on the roof of Mochizuki High School. So, it was pretty obvious that they decided to investigate it. They did not know what it was at the beginning, but as soon as they arrived in front of the QR code, they knew what they needed to do. As soon as they appeared in front of the QR code, a message appeared in front of their eyes asking them to scan the QR code with their smartphones, which they did. Just like everybody else, they have also inspected the app, but unlike the others, they weren't interested in the live streaming function. Instead, they were most interested in the server rankings and the dungeons feature. Unfortunately, neither of those functions were active. They were also interested in the notice board, but right now, the notice board was also empty. The Black Label was a secretive underground group, so they weren't planning to post anything, but they wanted to use the notice board to collect information. They didn't expect anyone to start the live streaming function since they found that the function was quite difficult to use. After all, you would need to create a streaming channel, which needed 100 units, and after that, you needed to use 5 units/hour if you wanted to stream. They have also tried using the pawn shop to sell items, but once again they were disappointed. They found out that the pawn shop will only accept drop items, and they did not have any drop items. "I can't wait to fight them," Sayo added with an excited grin on her face. "You remember what happened the last time, right?" Miki Tsurugi reminded Sayo in a dry tone. Sayo scowled after hearing that. Miki Tsurugi is somewhere around 5 feet 2 inches tall, and also sported quite an impressive bust. Miki is the anesthesiologist at Mochizuki General Hospital, and she is the sniper of Team Ampoule Zero on Black Label. Most of the time, she is the voice of reason on the team, and she has also invented a special anesthesia that works as a truth serum with the patient unable to remember anything afterward. Image here. How many times have I told that she took me by surprise? Who could have thought that she could crack walls with a punch? Even though I am much more durable than all of you, I am not more durable than concrete or steel beams, Sayo complained with a scowl on her face. She wouldn't have been able to wipe the floor with us only if we have collected more information on her, Miki argued back while rubbing her side. She still remembered the blow Yozora Kimona had dealt her. Hell yeah. If it wasn't for me, then Arashi-kun would have died, Oriha Nashida quipped from the side. Everyone grimaced after hearing her words, but nobody tried to protest. After all, she was right. Oriha is only 4 feet 10 inches tall, but she had quite an impressive pair of breasts. Her breasts were much larger than anyone around her age. She had blue eyes and medium-length pink blondish hair. Oriha is a pop star, so she usually dresses in quite flamboyant dresses when she isn't wearing her Ampoule work outfit. Image here. Yes, Oriha is right. It wasn't just Erasure, there was a chance that all of us might have died. She was way more dangerous than we have anticipated, Yuko Sajiri agreed with Oriha's statement. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was better to be prepared than to regret it later. That is what happened the last when they tried to assassinate Yozora Kimona. They had taken her lightly and they had paid the price. First of all, they had underestimated Yozora Kimona because most of the time she didn't have security on her person. Secondly, Yozora Kimona only carried a handgun with her. So, they thought that it would be an easy task, but they couldn't have been any more wrong. The woman soundly whopped their collective asses. They were able to injure Yozora Kimona, but it only made her more feral, aggressive, and dangerous. She had no idea how it was possible. They suspected that Yozora Kimona was probably a modified human just like Sayo Hitsuji, but once again they were proven wrong when her blood reports came out completely normal. During the heat of the battle, Miki was able to collect some blood from Kimona, and from the blood, they found that the woman wasn't a modified human. She was just like any other human being, just way more dangerous and unhinged. Yuko Sajiri was a gorgeous young woman with amber eyes and light brown knee-length hair. She is quite a tall woman, standing at 5 feet 9 inches and a massive pair of breasts. In the Team Ampoule Zero, her breasts were the biggest. She had the logo of Team Ampoule Zero tattooed on her left breast, and for whatever reason, her hair changed color whenever she was engaged in a battle. She is a genius surgeon working at the Mochizuki General Hospital, and at other times, she was a katana-wielding vigilante working for Black Label as a part of the Ampoule Zero team. Image here. It is good that you understand your mistakes. This time it is going to be much harder than the last time, Fiona Ran Winchester spoke in a sharp tone. She wasn't happy with their last attempt, but she couldn't lay the whole blame on the team. After all, she was also involved in the strategy meeting. Yes, this time, she won't be alone like the last time, but this is the best chance we will get. We have to remember that she worked for the government, and if gains any kind of stability, she will try to expand her territory while asserting more control in her territory, Masamiya Mochizuki explained. Not only that, I suspect that they are already trying to recruit more members for their group, or he wouldn't have come out in open like this, Masamiya added in a grave tone. Then we remove her as soon as possible. She is a tumor, and we have already compromised with her once, we won't be giving up twice, Erasure said in a determined tone, while his eyes were burning with the fire of determination. Erasure Mikami is a high school student and also the sole male member of the Ampoule Zero team. He held a special grudge against Yozora Kimona due to the humiliation the woman had dealt him the last time. He stood around somewhere 5 feet 9 inches tall. He sported a pair of green eyes along with short brown hair on top of his head. Image here. Yes, we need to deal with her and her son as quickly as possible, but unlike the last time, don't rush. If we fail, then her whole group will be coming after us and they won't stop at anything. You must remember, unlike us, they don't care about innocent casualties, Masamune reminded the team Ampule Zero in a grave tone. After getting a nod from all the members, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Good luck. All of you are dismissed. Masamune barked in a sharp tone. After that, everyone beside Fiona left the room. Do you think they will succeed? I am getting really bad vibes from that woman named Bellatrix Black, Fiona spoke worriedly and Masamune simply released a sigh. Yeah, she worries me too, but I trust Ampule Zero. I just hope that we can get this done without any casualties. After that, we can start helping people. Masamune shook his head. Once again, Fiona looked at the screen nervously and after a few seconds of silence, she decided to leave the room too. She was also praying for the success of Ampule Zero, she didn't even want to imagine what would happen if they failed. Yozora Kimona would come after us, and unlike the last time, she won't stop. The last time she only stopped because her actions would have come to light if she had caused too much ruckus. It would have been impossible for the government to shove everything under the rug, but this time, there were no laws or government binding her actions. Fiona knew what type of monster Yozora Kimona was and she hoped the Ampule Zero would be able to slay the monster before it could even bare its fangs. Chapter 63, Reactions, 3. Cabinet Office. So, gentlemen, what have you found about the teenagers on the video? The Prime Minister asked in a grave tone. At this moment, Akio Hideki was not a happy man. In Japan, he was the most politically powerful and influential man. Well, he used to be when everything was still normal. Right now, he barely had any control over his forces and he didn't even know what was happening outside the premises of the Cabinet Office. They have tried to contact people outside the premises of the Cabinet Office, but nothing was working. They couldn't even use satellite phones for communication. When the whole shit started, they lost quite a lot of people, but the survivors were able to quickly get it under control. After that, they have been trying to establish contact with the outside, but they were yet to succeed in that regard. The soldiers could have easily left the premises, but the higher-ups didn't want them to leave, for security reasons, obviously. After a day the shit started, a floating QR code appeared right outside the main gates of the Cabinet Office, so it was obvious that they decided to investigate it. After all, it might a threat to the life of their Prime Minister. They quickly realized what it is, but the higher-ups were still hesitating to use the app because according to them, the app wasn't secure and someone could use the app to spy on them. Technically, they weren't wrong, but they did not have any other options besides the Mana Archive app if they wanted to establish communication. They were having a heated discussion on the said matter and that is when someone started to stream a live video. The Prime Minister wasn't happy with this development. He had lost all control over the country, not only that, people were growing stronger. If this continued then the government would lose all of its powers and chaos would run amok in the country. That was something Akio Hideki wanted to avoid at any costs. Yes, we have identified a couple of them even without our satellite access, one of the men sitting on the opposite side of the table said as he extended the tablet toward the Prime Minister. Akio Hideki picked up the tablet so that he could see the picture clearly. It was the picture of a purple-haired woman holding a katana. It was a picture taken from the live stream. The girl's name is Siko Busujima and she is the daughter of Raiga Busujima, the man explained and the Hideki simply raised his brows. Should I know them? The Prime Minister asked and the man simply shook his head. No, sir, but Raiga Busujima is quite a famous and well-known master of kenjutsu. He has even represented our country quite a few times, the man explained and the Prime Minister hummed in understanding. I see. So, who is the other one we were able to recognize? Hideki asked curiously. Sir, please swipe to the right, the man requested and the Prime Minister did so. It was a picture of Yozora Daichi. The Prime Minister recognized the boy in an instant. After all, the girl named Giselle who was streaming had introduced him multiple times. He is Yozora Daichi and he is the adopted son of Yozora Kimona, the man said and once again the Prime Minister raised his brows in curiousness. Once again the man was speaking like he should know who this Yozora Kimona was. Who is this Yozora Kimona? The Prime Minister asked with a frown as he placed the tablet on his desk. Another man sitting on the opposite side of the table cleared his throat and extended a file toward the Prime Minister. Hideki accepted the file with a questioning look on his face. He took a look at the cover of the file and his eyebrows shot to his hairline in surprise when he noticed the confidential mark stamped over the file. The man gulped nervously as he opened the file. He did not know what he was going to find inside the file, but he was having a bad feeling. As the man continued to read the file, he kept paling more and more. The men sitting on the opposite side of the table were worried that the Prime Minister's soul might leave his body or he might turn into a vampire if he kept paling at his current pace. After nearly half an hour the Prime Minister finally finished reading the whole file and then he robotically placed the file on his desk. He grabbed his glass and then he chugged down the contents of the glass without bothering to stop. After a few more seconds of silence, the man finally regained his bearings and then he started to dangerously glare at the men sitting on the opposite side of his desk, but none of them reacted to his murderous glare. Hideki poked his finger at the file lying on the table with an enraged look on his face. "Why the hell wasn't I told about mana?" the man asked dangerously. "It was confidential," one of the men answered in a neutral tone, and Hideki barely held back his fury. He wanted to punch the man so badly but he held back his rage. "I am the Prime Minister of this country." Akio Hideki roared in anger. He held himself back from physically attacking the man, but that didn't mean that he was able to let go of his anger. Once again, the men sitting on the opposite side of the desk didn't even flinch or react. "So what? You weren't informed because of the same reason. There is no guarantee that you would have been re-elected in the next election. If we keep informing all the prime ministers, then it would have become public knowledge long ago," one of the men explained, and even though Hideki was bubbling in rage, there was not much he could do. After all, they were right. He felt insulted to know that his own staff wasn't sure if he could be re-elected or not, but he could understand where they were coming from. Even though he could understand where they were coming from, he simply couldn't accept that, but for now, he decided to let go of the matter as there was not much he could do to change their mindset. "Fine." The Prime Minister growled, and after a few moments, he released a huge sigh. "So. Now that I know who Yozora Kimona is, what am I supposed to do with the information?" the Prime Minister asked in a sarcastic tone. "We don't know, we simply wanted to give you the information," one of the men shrugged, and a vein on top of the Prime Minister's head twitched in irritation. "What do you think we should do with these superpowered people?" the Prime Minister asked, wanting to change the topic. Hideki wanted to bring them under the control of the government. It was the best way to maintain stability and power. He couldn't allow these people free rein. "We should try to bring them under our control, but that is not going to work," one of the men said. He understood what the Prime Minister was trying to say, and even though he agreed with the man, it was simply impossible at this moment. First of all, we would need to assert our control over the rest of the government functioning bodies of our country, which is kind of impossible at this moment, and secondly, most of our power came from modern weapons and artillery, which is also kind of useless at this situation, the man added before anyone could say anything. He is right, first we must consolidate our power. We must start creating our own superpowered soldiers or we won't be able to match their power. Due to the interference of mana, even our missile guidance systems have stopped working and we don't know for sure if our fighter jets are facing the same problem or not, the second man said while shaking his head. After listening to the words of these two people, the Prime Minister couldn't help but feel enraged. He wasn't enraged at them, he was in fact enraged at their whole situation. He simply couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He rapped his fingers on the table with a thoughtful look on his face. After the world has gone into shit, he had lost most of his power and influence, and he finally realized how to regain his lost power and influence. "I see. Then I think we should start expanding. People are dying out in the streets, waiting for the government to send help. I think it is about time that we start helping people so that we could restore people's trust in our government," the Prime Minister explained, and one of the men sitting on the other side of his desk frowned. "Are you sure? If we do that then we would lose some of our security." The man trailed off with an unsure look on his face. "Yes, I know. It is a risk, but it is a necessary risk, you know. If we start helping people, then we could recruit more people as soldiers who would work for the government," the Prime Minister said with a grin, and the men sitting on the other side of the table happily agreed with the plan. Slowly they reassert their control over the country, and this was the best way to start. Chapter 64, On the Way Back. "Looks like we are done here," Daichi said with a grin when he looked around at the death and destruction he had caused. Well, not much death since the zombies were already dead. He simply put them to rest. He couldn't have them walking around and cause more death, so in a way, he was making the world a safe place. Before looking for Giselle, Daichi decided to check out his status window. Yozora Daichi. Status points 14, locked. Level 1. Race, human. Job, none. Title, Heartthrob of One-Sands. Strength, 65. Agility, 62. Health, 62. Stamina, 49 out of 65. Mana, 5200. Magic, 500. Form a stable bond with your first summon accomplished. Kill 100 level 1 enemies with the help of your summon. 28 out of 100. Kill 10 level 2 enemies with the help of your summon. 2 out of 10. Since Bella wasn't injured during the fight, Daichi's mana reserves were completely full. Whenever Daichi glanced at his mana reserve, he couldn't help but frown in confusion. Bella was a witch and her mana parameter was increased by 200 points and Seiko's mana parameter was increased by 360 points, which was understandable. Bella was able to get a larger boost because she has already reached level 2 and she was a witch, so it was expected of her to have more mana than Seiko. Daichi was taken aback by the fact that when his mana parameter was boosted by 4700 points, which was kind of absurd. Daichi realized that his previous theory wasn't completely correct. The amount of mana also must depend on talent and body constitution. Daichi remembered that he had more mana than anyone else since the beginning. Only Bella had more mana than him, which was understandable since she was a witch and she had dabbled in magic throughout her life. I also got 7 level 1 zombies. Daichi gave himself a mental pat. He was slowly completing his requirements. He would have loved it if he could have finished the requirements sooner, but at the same time, he wasn't unhappy with the current pace. Too much greed could easily get him into trouble and he also needed breaks after strong monsters. Well, technically he could go on as long as he has some stamina, but there was no way to deal with the mental exhaustion. Daichi has also noticed something, his mentality was slowly changing. He looked around at his surroundings and he should have puked out his guts due to the blood and gore around him, but he didn't feel anything. He also remembered that just the day before yesterday he was too scared to even face a level 1 enemy, but now, he didn't flinch if a level 2 enemy appeared before him. The killing has become so much easier for him and he was also planning to kill humans who are yet to do anything to him, but he didn't feel a thing. He felt like it was completely normal for him though he started to wonder where the feeling came from. Daichi did not want to turn into a murdering psychopath. He already had his hands full with 2 murdering psychopaths on his hand. Bella and his mom might be murdering psychopaths, but they were his murdering psychopaths and he wanted to become their voice of reason. If he also became a murdering psychopath, then who was going to control Bella and his mom? Daichi shook his head to clear his mind. He wasn't going to gain anything by thinking all of that at this moment, and then there was another thing worrying Daichi. It was the level up system. Daichi knew that everyone needed to gain a job if they wanted to reach level 2, but he also knew that the difficulty of the job requirements varied from person to person. For example, Seiko's job requirements were much easier than his mom's or even his own. So, Daichi knew that it was bound for someone to reach level 2 before him and as soon as they reached level 2, they will start gaining points from even level 1 enemies. Then all of a sudden Daichi realized something, which brought a smile to his face. Daichi was gaining an extra skill slot for killing a creature a level higher than him. That was the differentiating factor between people with harder job requirements and easier job requirements. He was sure that people won't go out looking to fight level 2 enemies, but people like him didn't have that option. He could also guess that the perks of his job are going to be much better than the perks of any normal job. He had seen the perks of Bella's job and the perks were kind of insane. Bella wasn't going to be affected by any type of temporal manipulation. That was completely badass and she could also speak, write, and read all the languages. It might seem useless, but it was kind of overpowered in its own regard. "Milord, are you alright?" Daichi was brought out of his musings when Bella spoke up. She had a look of confusion on her face as she saw her lord smiling out of the blue. Daichi's smile widened and then he started to ruffle the insane woman's hair. The insane woman leaned toward Daichi trying to get even closer as she loved being petted by her lord. "Don't worry, everything is fine Bella," Daichi said with an assuring smile on his face. Then he finally glanced toward Giselle, who still seemed to be rummaging through his phone. Daichi didn't know what the girl was doing, but he wasn't worried. First of all, he didn't have nudes or anything like that on his smartphone. Heck, his whole gallery was completely empty except for some WhatsApp pictures and payment apps were completely redundant. Giselle. Even though Daichi didn't have anything important on his phone, he still wanted to know how was the live stream and what type of reaction they were getting from the people. He also wanted to know how many units they have earned, if any. Giselle perked up as soon as Daichi called her out. Giselle beamed at Daichi as she rushed at Daichi with a wide smile on her face. Daichi tilted his head in confusion, he wondered why she was looking so happy. In the car, she looked extremely nervous. Maybe, she lost her nervousness because she felt quite good after doing what she loved. Daichi, it was a major hit. You should read the comments, Giselle exclaimed in a cheerful tone. Daichi raised his brows in interest as he stopped patting Bella. Bella frowned in displease and then she started to glare at Giselle. For whatever reason, Bella's title didn't seem to be working on Giselle at this moment since Giselle didn't seem to be bothered by Bella's glare. Daichi grabbed the phone and took a look at a few of the comments at the bottom and he couldn't help but grin. Can we reply to these comments? Daichi asked as he glanced at Giselle. Once again, he wanted to dump the whole responsibility on Giselle. After all, he didn't have time or patience to reply to thousands of comments. Yes, we can reply to all the comments, but it is simply impossible to reply to all of them. There are more than 500,000 comments on the video and you need 5 units to reply to each comment, Giselle explained with an excited grin on her face and Daichi gaped in surprise when she mentioned the number of comments. To be honest, he wasn't expecting that many comments. After a few moments, he finally regained his bearings. You need 5 units to reply, why the fuck am I not surprised? Daichi growled inside his mind. So, how much did we earn? Daichi finally asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. He could have checked the amount on his own, but once again he didn't want to waste his time when Giselle could already give him an answer. After getting in the car, he was going to watch the video and if Giselle did a good job, then he was going to give her the job. You aren't going to believe it. Giselle exclaimed excitedly. 3.7 million units, Giselle revealed dramatically and Daichi spat out blood in shock and surprise. Thankfully, he was in the wrong country or he would have fainted after spitting out blood. Once again, he wasn't expecting such a huge amount of units. We get 1 unit from a viewer for an hour, by the end, there were 3.7 million viewers and we got a unit for each viewer, Giselle explained even before Daichi could question anything. Oh. So, we would have received 1 more unit from each viewer if the video was more than 1 hour long? Daichi asked and Giselle shook her head in denial. No, they need to watch videos for more than 1 hour. No matter how long the video is, they need to watch more than an hour, Giselle explained and Daichi nodded his head in understanding. I see. Then. Daichi was about to say something, but he was cut off when all of a sudden, Bella's head whipped in a certain direction. Daichi was worried that Bella might have given herself a whiplash. Chapter 65, On the Way Back, 2. Daichi also turned toward where Bella was staring, but he didn't find anything. Bella was staring at the roof of one of the houses at the other end of the street, but there wasn't anything there. Daichi glanced at Bella and then he found her frowning. Slowly her frown turned into a scowl and then she stomped her foot on the ground. The others also noticed Bella's action. What happened, Bella? Daichi asked with a hint of concern in his voice. Bella turned toward Daichi and her lips started to tremble. Milord, I sensed someone watching us, Bella said as she pointed at the roof. Siko looked at the roof and then she turned back toward Bella. There is nothing, Bella. Maybe it was your imagination. Siko suggested and Bella's face twisted in fury as she turned around to glare at Siko. Even Siko flinched back in fear when Bella glared at her. Bella didn't imagine it. Bella is sure that someone was watching us. Bella screeched in fury. Daichi didn't want to create a scene at this moment and he also didn't want Bella and Siko to have to fight. The two of them were getting along fine, so he decided to comfort Bella before the situation can escalate any more. So, Daichi placed his hand on top of Bella's head and as soon as Bella felt Daichi's hand on top of her head, she calmed down quite a bit. If Bella says that someone was watching us then I trust her. It might have been a survivor who recognized our surroundings from the video and then he or she decided to watch us, Daichi suggested with a smile on his face and the others nodded their heads in agreement after contemplating for a few moments. Or it could have something completely different, Daichi thought as he knew that he had made a lot of enemies just by revealing himself to the world, well, technically the Japanese server. Daichi didn't have any enemies, at least, he didn't think he had any, but he was sure that his mom had a lot of enemies. After all, she had changed her name to protect him. The Japanese government obviously knew about his existence and his mom had deserted her ranks, so there was a chance that the army was looking for her. Then there were a lot of nutcases in the country, they were living a normal life because they were a part of the society and now that the society was gone, they have decided to show their true colors. Then there was a chance that Daichi had gained the attention of a Yandere. I hope not, Daichi internally grimaced as he shivered. For now, Daichi decided to return to the base. He was also feeling quite hungry and he was sure that the others were feeling the same. Daichi-sama, do you want me to check out the roof? Roberta suggested with a vicious grin on her face. Roberta was still excited due to all the gore around her. Daichi immediately shook his head in denial. No. Whoever it was, he or she is already gone. We are close to the Takagi mansion and to be honest, I don't want to meet the righteous fool at this moment. Daichi shook his head. Roberta wanted to pout, but she was a diligent maid, so she was going to accept Daichi's orders without any hints of complaints. Good then. Let's go back, we can talk in the car. Daichi and everyone started to make their way toward the car. Giselle and Anthony didn't understand what they were talking about, but the two of them simply followed the other's lead. While walking toward the car, Bella turned toward Siko, who was walking right beside her. Bella is sorry for screaming at you. All of a sudden Bella apologized to Siko, surprising the said girl. Siko inclined her head with a smile on her face. Don't worry, Bella. I should have trusted you more. Siko smiled and Bella beamed at the purple-haired girl. This time, Daichi asked Roberta to drive the car while he decided to sit back with Giselle. He wanted to watch the video and neither Bella nor Siko wanted to leave his side, but they had only one side free since Giselle had already taken a side. So, Bella decided to make a compromise and sit in the front passenger seat as an extension of her apology. There are a few comments you need to see before you start watching the video, Giselle said nervously as she handed over the smartphone to Daichi. Daichi raised his brows as he accepted the smartphone. Hey, I know that guy. We are in the class. Please save us. We are stuck in the college dormitory. That was one of the comments Giselle wanted him to read. Daichi raised his brows and glanced at Giselle. Since the comments were written in English, Giselle didn't have any problems reading them. Are there any more comments like this one? Daichi asked and after getting a nod from Giselle, he started to stroll down to look for more comments like that. Please save us. We are in a departmental store in Osaka. Daichi shook his head. There was no way that he could go to Osaka at this moment. Right now, Daichi wasn't sure if he should reveal his location or not, so he decided to reply to them later. For now, Daichi decided to continue looking for the SOS messages. Please help us, we are in a Nagoya. That wasn't all, there were thousands of comments like that, but Daichi couldn't help but shake his head. There is no way that he could help them. It was simply impossible. Even if Daichi could help, he needed to travel through the cities and that was something he wanted to avoid at this moment. The cities were bound to have massive hordes and even a level 2 like Bella could not destroy a horde like that, but still, Daichi wasn't heartless, so he decided to give a message to the citizens of Japan. That way, they would be able to at least help themselves and wait for the help of the government and not end up dying. Miki-san, are you sure they are going to pass through the bridge? Erasure asked the red-haired woman, who was staring through the scope of her sniper rifle. I cannot be 100% sure. Miki answered as she turned her face to look at Erasure. But I don't think that they have changed the location of their base, so I made an educated guess. Miki shrugged. Team Ampule Zero arrived at the bridge a few minutes ago so that they could stake out at the bridge. Miki Tsurugi was the one who proposed the idea. The team quickly realized that by the time they reached the location where Daichi was shooting the video, the group would have long gone. So, she decided to wait for them by the bridge. According to Miki, there was a very small chance that they have changed the location of their base, and yesterday they have seen them coming this way in the CCTV footage. What if they have changed the location of their base? Mikoto Kiba asked with a confused look on her face. Then we start looking on that side of the bridge. If I am wrong then we will be at least sure that they aren't staying on this side of the bridge any longer, Miki commented dryly. Slowly she was getting annoyed by all the questions. Even someone like her was bound to run out of patience. She was already annoyed over the memories of their last defeat. Miki wanted to avoid a repeat of the last time at any cost. Miki was right, they are here, Yuko Sajiri said in an excited tone. Oriha, please check the number plate, Yuko said as she continued to stare at the incoming Humvee. Yuko-san, the Humvee doesn't have a number plate, Oriha retorted in a frustrated tone. But, there is only one person in Tokanosu City who owns a Humvee M1025, Oriha revealed in an excited tone. Everyone immediately turned toward Oriha waiting for the answer. Rika Minami. Oriha cheered excitedly as she raised her hands in the air. Ah! I know her. I have met her too, she is the best sniper in the prefecture police, Miki revealed in a neutral tone. Even better than you? Seo Hitsuji asked in an amused tone. She knew that Miki was quite competitive when it came to sniping and anesthetics. Miki turned around and smirked at Seo. That is why I said prefecture police. Mickey said with a smirk, and then she turned back toward the scope of her sniper. There are a couple of foreigners with them, and it is just me or that psychotic seem to be pointing at us? Mickey asked in a bewildered tone as she glanced toward Yuko and Oriha. Unlike Mickey, the two of them were using binoculars. No way, she is looking straight at us, and she has already pointed our location to the others too. Yuko muttered with a surprised look on her face. If we are discovered, then we should leave this place, Erashur suggested, and after thinking for a bit, Mickey decided to agree with Arashi's suggestion. Now that they were discovered, it would be better for them to retreat for the time being.